What's good, people? We're back with another video. This is going to just be a quick video. Manifestation, magic, bending reality. So let's jump straight into this. So you have a conscious and a subconscious part of your mind. The conscious is what you're conscious of, what you're actually doing, where you can choose or not. However, the subconscious is the part of your brain which is automatic. So all of the systems in your body, like the digestive system, your heartbeat, these are automatically being ran, and you do not have to tell these systems to do anything. You do not have to consciously tell your heart to beat. It's automatically doing it, and this is what the subconscious mind is controlling. It's like the dark aspect of your brain or your mind. It is the way bigger aspect of your mind. Okay, it controls all the systems in your body. Okay, and this is where all of your programs are. So when you're in it from your childhood, what you've learned in school, all of these things are being kept in your subconscious, maybe traumas and stuff like that. So the subconscious is the female aspect, and the conscious is the male aspect, because the male is all about action and doing, and the female is more about creation, creativity, intuition. So you have a right and a left hemisphere of your brain, and these are obviously male and female. The right side of your brain is your female. It's to do with creativity, imagination, intuition, insight. Okay. And this is one of the most important sides of the brain. This side of the brain is the most attacked by the elites, whatever you want to call them. This side is the most one of the most important because obviously your intuition is a massive part of reality. And if you don't have intuition, then you lose track of the things around you. You can't consciously feel if things are wrong or right. They don't want you to have intuition or creativity or imagination. They want you in the right, they want you in the left side of your brain, which is just reasoning, logic, and basic things. So they just want you to tell you what you want, tell you what to learn, and then that's it. They don't want you thinking for yourself, which is the right side of the brain. So whatever the conscious side of your mind impresses the subconscious side of your mind. So if you do affirmations, for example, if you consciously do affirmations every day, you're reprogramming your subconscious mind. You're impressing a vibration and a word into your subconscious mind, and therefore it will reprogram it. So the male and female aspect are symbolized by the Star of David as well. The male being the upside triangle, the female being the downside, connected all in one because we both have male and female energy. So every thoughts are electric, which is the male aspect. Emotions are magnetic, which is the female. Each thought creates a wave of vibration in all directions. So think of it like a water drop in a pool, but it going out in every single direction. It's not just flat. And these thoughts have a certain frequency, well, has a certain vibration. That vibration has a certain frequency. And this affects your aura. Every thought, every emotion directly impacts your aura and the strength of your aura. So if you're angry all the time, your aura in the astral plane will look red. However, if you're happy, it'll be more like blue and green. So it's very important. Your electromagnetic field is created out of your emotions and thoughts, and that affects reality because you're 60% water, and frequency and vibration creates certain patterns and has a certain effect on water. We'll get into that after this slide. So each thought that people are thinking around you, you are actually subconsciously picking up these thoughts because it's emitting this vibration in all directions. So this is why you can pick up thoughts of other people on the odd occasion. However, when you're more in tune with your intuition, your right side of your brain, You can start to pick up on vibrations, thoughts, and other people's auras. You can pick up on the energy once your third eye is open, and you know whether you should be in that environment or not. This is what we call an atmosphere when we go into a room and you can feel the tension if someone's been arguing, for example. This is the atmosphere, this is the vibrations, these are people's auras emitting these certain frequencies and vibrations. Okay. So our aura is contained of multiple layers. Obviously, we have the physical body. This is the electromagnetic layer. However, you have the different planes of existence, the spirit, mental, astral, etheric, and then physical. The physical is the lowest plane of existence. And the physical plane is a product of all of the planes above. So the mental impresses on the astral impresses into the etheric, and then the etheric creates the physical object. So the mind is the root cause of reality. The mind is the cause of everything. Your consciousness is pure cause. There's no effect. Everything you see in this reality is the effect. Everything that you experience is the effect because the root cause was the mind. The decisions you made you experience that certain experience. And that decision was created on the mental plane. And this is just pure thoughts. And thoughts are things, if it exists in your mind, it is a thing, it's a certain frequency. So if you have a certain level of thoughts, if you're thinking positive, for example, you're going to have a strong aura, you're going to have a higher vibration, and that attracts like. Like attracts like when it comes to thoughts and vibrations and electromagnetism. So if you're thinking positive all the time, speaking positive, doing positive, you're then creating a higher vibration, and that's going to attract people on that similar frequency to you. Everything is electromagnetism, frequency, and vibration. Everything. You see, so this is why, for example, if I put my hand to a TV screen, if my finger was the same vibration as the TV screen, it would go straight through it. However, the particles in my hand and the particles on the TV screen are two separate vibrations, and this is what causes the friction to stop and not my finger to go straight through it. So, like I said, when you don't feel the vibe of someone, when you don't feel right, you don't really get along with someone, this is a vibration. Your vibrations are not matching, they're not similar, they're two complete different vibrations, and they're not aligning properly. So, music has a massive part on this. Music is a massive, massive tool for the elites because music is frequency. And in 1975, the musical instrument are all tuned to 440 hertz. So Spotify, Apple Music, most of the music on YouTube is all set to 440 hertz. And 440 hertz is not divisible by 3, 6, or 9. And when you can't divide a frequency by 3, 6, or 9, it's not a natural frequency. As you can see here, this is 432 hertz. This makes a nice geometric pattern. However, 440 hertz is a distorted pattern. So when you listen to this, this actually shuts off the whole right side of your brain. Like I said at the start, this is the most attacked side of your brain. It's to do with creativity, imagination, intuition. When you listen to 440 hertz, it shuts off the whole right side of your brain. And obviously shutting off all of these forms of your brain. Music is very, very powerful tool for the elites because it's the only thing which can enter your soul or your ears without consent, your body without consent. Everything else has to be through consent. You choose whether to eat something, you choose whether to drink something, but frequency, you're going to hear it no matter what. This is why it's so powerful. And music influences the body in many different ways. It's the most powerful imitator of everything. It directly affects all listeners. It directly affects intentions, gestures, movements, and actions. It stimulates your mind, and certain songs, certain catchy songs, can reprogram your subconscious mind. invoking certain emotions. This is why when you listen to slow beat songs, it makes you feel more sad. When you listen to upbeat songs, you feel more energetic. This is because these frequencies have a profound influence on reality and on how you feel. Because, like I said, you are 60% water. And as you can see here, each frequency creates a different geometric pattern. And inside of you is 60% water. So, like I said, 440 hertz is going to make a distorted pattern in your water. And this is going to have a profound effect on your emotions and your reality. So, like I said, health is not just the body. It's you are made of body, mind, and spirit. You need to look after what you put in your body. You need to look after your spirit and look after your mind. It's very important to keep all these in balance because once one of these are unbalanced, it affects the other two. So if you're eating wrong, it's going to affect your spirit and mind. If you're thinking wrong, it's going to affect your body and spirit. These are all interlocked. Uh, you have to look after them all. So it's very important you understand music. Stop listening to low vibrational music. To be honest, you want to listen to music without any sort of speaking inside of it. You just want pure uh, frequencies, which are the solfeggio scale, like one of these, for example, 432, 528 hertz. These are all good frequencies. It's called the solfeggio scale. And these frequencies make you more in tune with nature. 528 hertz is what the earth vibrates at. So it's very important. And the Rockefellers are the one who changed this to 440 hertz. The Rockefellers, one of the elite families. So if you want to manipulate reality, it's very important to have your chakras aligned and having a high vibration because the higher your vibration, the more powerful your words and your intentions are on reality. So the lower your vibration, the harder it is to affect reality because you're on a lower state of consciousness. Like I said, you have the mental, astral, etheric, and physical. Everything is a product of the one above. As above, so below. This is what Hermes Trismegistus was saying in the Egyptian days. This is where it comes from. As above, so below. If you affect above, it directly affects below. So, like I said, meditation helps on this, helps align your chakras. Think positive, feel positive. Like I said, your feelings are magnetic, your thoughts are electric. So once you combine these two together, you're then creating an electromagnetic frequency, and that will have profound effect on reality. So the law of cause and effect, every law, so the law of cause and effect, every effect has the root cause. Like I said, your mind is the root cause of everything. Every decision you make is having a different effect on reality. Everything happens for a reason due to the root cause, which is your mind. You choose everything that happens in your life. Okay. So it's very important you understand this and you constantly make the right decisions, the good decisions to have good effects on your reality. You have to be very conscious of this law because nothing escapes this law. This is the law of all consciousness. So think about it. Imagine a massive ball of consciousness. However, off this ball are different sparks, and each one of these sparks are in each and everyone's body. This spark is governed by these laws, the law of cause and effect, the law of correspondence, the seven hermetic principles. It's very important you understand this because this mass ball of consciousness is what is obeying these laws. And everyone has this spark of consciousness inside their third eye. And like I said, everyone is the same consciousness. This is why if you do bad onto someone else, that will directly affect your reality. So if you hurt someone, it's going to come back to you in one way or another because you are that same consciousness. This is like a mirror reality, as within, so without. Whatever you feel on the inside, you're gonna see that on the outside. You're gonna experience that reality, whatever you've impressed. So there's different ways to bend reality to your will. Uh, this is kind of a sort of magic. So obviously you have black magic, which is manipulating reality to harm and influence others, or to be very selfish. And yeah, then you have white magic, which is manipulating reality for the good of humanity. So you do have to be very careful with your intentions, people, when you're trying to manipulate reality, because this is nothing to be played with. If you are manipulating reality for the wrong reason, it's going to come and bite you in the ass in some way or another. because everything is balanced. Everything balances out in this reality. Nothing escapes the laws. Not one thing escapes the laws. So if you're stealing from yourself because it's just going to come back in a one way or another. Inside of everyone's heart, you know whether you're doing good or wrong. You know, you can feel it when you do something wrong. You can feel it when you do something good. The heart is the center of the torus field. It's balance. And this is why you say follow your heart, because it's the center of the torus field. It's very important to listen to this inner voice inside of you because that is telling you the right things to do, the good decisions to make. And when you keep following that voice, that good voice inside of you, it takes you to your life path. Very important to follow that voice. However, don't let the ego get in the way of it. Don't care what your friends are going to say. It's very important to understand this. So you have different ways of manipulating reality. You have sigil magic. This is where you create your own sigil or symbol. You create your own sigil and symbol, and then you charge it. You behind that symbol you have an intention. So, for example, if you want to manifest wealth, you create a sigil which represents what you want. You create that sigil, you draw it out, you charge it because wherever your attention goes, energy flows. So whatever your attention is, you're sending energy that way. So what you do with your eyes and your hands, you place attention on the sigil. Imagine that it's glowing. Imagine that you're sending energy to the sigil, and then you burn the piece of paper once you've done this. And then after this, you meditate on that symbol. You constantly think about that symbol because that symbol is the frequency, is the thing that you want to manifest. So that's one way. Or you can just meditate on your reality. So imagine yourself having already what you have. This is what they call a mindset. You must set your mind to the frequency what you want to manifest. Okay. So if you want to manifest wealth, for example, imagine yourself being wealthy. What would it feel like? What would you be doing? Imagine a scene in your mind. Constantly do this, and you're putting out that frequency. Like I said, you must think because the thoughts are electric, and then you must feel, which is magnetic. Together, this creates an electromagnetic frequency, and this is how you attract things to you. You will attract the certain people to come in your life to bend reality to your will. Okay. Or you've got mirror magic. Stare yourself in the mirror because a mirror reflects light. It also reflects energy. So you've got to be very careful with what you say to a mirror. You've got to be very, very, very careful because whatever you send into that mirror is directly sent straight back to you. So if you're thinking negative, you're sending negative energy back straight to you, and that's going to have an effect on your reality. Affirmations. Affirmations are very important because your words are frequency, your words are vibrations, and each word you say has a certain frequency. If it's if it's positively charged, it's going to affect you positively. If it's negatively charged, because like I say, your brain and your mind is like the director of energy. That's what your brain is, and it directs energy into certain things. You can either positively charge it or negatively charge it, and this brain is creating your reality constantly. It's manifesting your reality constantly in the present moment. So this is what the government knows. The government know your mind is the root cause of reality. This is why they call themselves a government. Government. The New World Order is not being manifested by them. They are controlling the information. They are controlling your perception of this reality. And they know the mind is the root cause of reality. Therefore, if they control your perception of reality and your information, what you believe, you're going to manifest that information, that perception. So we, the people as a collective consciousness, are the ones uh, manifesting this new world order. You see, so this isn't black magic. They're actually tricking us into manifesting their own their plans, this new world order. You see, this is how smart these people are. They know how to get around the laws of reality. They know how to bend reality to their will without facing the consequences. They're getting humanity to do it You see, there is a collective consciousness. As like I said, we all have that same spark of consciousness, right? So as a collective consciousness, we are on a very low vibration at the moment. However, we are waking up rapidly. There are more and more people waking up at the moment, and light always chases away the shadow. Light is a lot more powerful than darkness, you see. So one person waking up has a massive effect than one person being asleep. It has a profound effect because, like I say, the light always chases away the darkness. It's more powerful. The light is always more powerful. High vibrations are more powerful than lower. So that's it for this, people. I hope you all enjoyed. This is a short, quick video. God bless you all.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Hello, Seeker. Welcome to Revival of Symbolism, a channel devoted to the language of esoteric symbolism, guiding you to discover yourself and expand your consciousness into deeper realms of thought. I'm Harry B. Joseph, also known as Revival of Wisdom, and today we're going to be discussing the symbol of the pentagram. The pentagram is a well-known symbol inside the occult, used by pretty much every ancient tradition, Freemasonry, Rosicrucianism, Hermeticism, all the occult schools of thought. You will see this symbol, and today we're going to be breaking it down into some great detail. Now, there's a lot that goes into this symbol. It's basically a 5-pointed star. Now, if you notice that the star is one line continuously, you can draw this symbol continuously with one line without taking your pen or pencil off the piece of paper. So it's actually symbolizing one, and one expressing through 5 ways. So if we look at this symbol and each one of their points, we're looking at the 5 elements that create life, the universe, or creation itself. So the element of spirit simply represents the divine, the unseen world, the things that we can't really put our hands on, we can't feel, touch, taste, or see, but they hold influence over the material plane. So spirit covers a large category of things such as spiritual forces that drive physical existence. So it's one of the elements. Now, what are the elements? Well, they make up the entirety of physical creation. Air, water, earth, fire. These are the 4 tangible that we can see, feel elements that make up physical creation. They create the whole universe. However, the spirit is the invisible forces, the invisible element that creates the visible, tangible world. Before you take a physical action, there is a force inside of you that moves the body. There is an intention, which is a spiritual force, an invisible, intangible force that makes a physical action be taken in the world of manifestation called Earth. This is the element of the divine. The divine comes down creating the world. Okay? So, as I previously mentioned, how this pentagram is one line. It's a one continuous line. So if we draw this pentagram together, let me make this a little bit thicker for you. If we draw this pentagram together, it goes from spirit to fire, to air, to water, to earth, back to spirit. So it's one continuous line, and the elements are always in their proper place. These elements always have to be in this specific order. This is the correct order. If you see air down here, then the pentagram is incorrect. Okay? So it always goes spirit, water, fire, earth, air. This is the correct order of the elements. Now, this is highly symbolic, which is what we'll break down in just a minute. But before we go into the deeper aspects of this, I will explain pretty much what it means on a basic level. So we'll come back to this drawing. So spirit is on the top, which means spirit over or more superior or more dominated over the earthly elements. Now, what does this mean to an individual, to yourself or me? If I wear this pentagram, I am basically saying my spiritual divine self, my internal self, is more superior than anything the material world can pretty much give me. My spiritual journey is more superior. My spiritual self is more dominant over the earthly world and the material things. Okay? Now, not many people are like that in today's society. Most people chase the material things, which means they're ignorant of their spirit. They're ignorant of their divine nature. They're ignorant to consciousness and their internal world. They have no connection with their internal world. All of their thought, emotion, and action, their three creative powers, is totally expressed only on material gain and external things. However, if you see an upright pentagram, you're seeing someone who is basically saying, my spiritual nature is more important than my earthly nature. My spirit comes first before anything material. And ultimately, this is how you become more happy and fulfilled in life, by chasing, well, not chasing, but putting your spirit first, putting your internal world first. You know, seeking the things that are untangible. For example, knowledge. I'm addicted to knowledge. You know, I would rather chase knowledge because knowledge is power. Knowledge of self is so important. When we die, it is the only thing that matters in the end. When you die, you are immortal. And if you have no knowledge of yourself, then you're going to struggle in the afterlife. If you have no self-control of your thoughts and emotions and desires, then you will suffer in the afterlife because you have no control of your thoughts, and your thoughts will be creating your reality in the realm of imagination or the astral plane. But that's a whole other lecture. But this symbol is pretty much saying placing the invisible over the visible. So there's many different avenues we can go with this. So this symbol is also used in magic. We could use the symbol for manifestation. It represents controlling the inner world to produce then effect inside of the external world. You see? So we have to put this first in magic spirit. We have to change the internal so we can produce change in the external. Reality is created from the inside out. Okay? So this symbol is heavily associated with magic as well, which is a whole other lecture. In this lecture, I'm going to give you a good detailed explanation, but this symbol is so vast and wide, it would take many breakdowns to go into each meaning of the symbol. So it's representing the divine element of spirit coming down and manifesting the physical plane through that process of this. So as I mentioned earlier that I'd come back to this, what we're looking at is the process of spirit turning into matter. This is the process of how spirit condenses into a material form, how higher energy, higher forms, which are invisible, come down and manifest and crystallize into a physical object or a physical reality. So this pentagram is explaining the process of creation. So it comes from the higher realm, spirit, the source, the emanation. An emanation is a thought or an emotion or a desire, which comes down to fire first. Fire represents the will. This is the willpower. This is the willpower. It's still kind of more of an invisible force, but fire is the closest element that represents spirit. This is why we light candles in magic and rituals, because it's literally opening a doorway to spirit. It's the closest element to spirit. So this is why sometimes in alchemical artworks, they use fire to represent spirit. Because, it's quite difficult to use a symbol for spirit because it's totally invisible. So it goes down to fire first, the will. Then it goes up to the air, which represents intellect, the intelligence of the mind. This is thinking, mind, intellect, logic. Then it goes down to water. This is emotion. This is intuition. And then it goes into the earth, which is physical body action. Okay? So spirit represents an emanation. So an emanation is something descending out of the void, out of the nothingness. And the first thing that descends is will, then intellect, then emotion, then a physical action. Then everything returns back to spirit from earth. So it's showing you how spirit manifests into matter. It's also showing you the macrocosm, how the world is created. So ultimately, it's a symbol of the microcosm also. It's a symbol of you. If you put your body outwards, you would see your body in this 5-pointed star shape. So it's a symbol of the microcosm, because you yourself are a microcosm. You contain all of the elements: spirit, fire, earth, water, and air. You breathe air, you drink water, fire in your nervous system, which is electricity, and earth is your physical body. So you are a microcosm of the universe. And this is what the circle, when we see the circle around, this is representing the macrocosm, the circle. So why are you a microcosm? Because you know how the sun changes the earth with its different electromagnetic rays, depending on how far away the sun is to the earth when it's rotating. Well, depending on what model you believe anyway, the electromagnetic rays produce change on the earth. So when the sun is further away from the earth, or whatever model you believe, when the sun is further away, then the electromagnetic rays of the sun are weaker, which means that's what the winter is. The winter is the death and the death of the electromagnetic rays of the sun. We still get sun, but it's just not as powerful as summertime. So nature dies. But then when the summer comes back around, the sun is closer, it produces higher amounts of electromagnetic life force rays, which increases the growth again in the summertime. But this is also not only happening on the earth, it's happening within the body. The body goes through this rhythm. The same rhythm that the external world goes through, your body's going through this rhythm. So these changes in the cycles not only change the earth, they change consciousness. These cycles happen within you. They happen within your body, your cells, your nervous system, your brain, your psyche, your emotions, your intellect is all affected through these cycles of the sun. So this is why you are a microcosm of the macrocosm. Your mind is cut out of the same fabric of God's intelligence, of God's mind. The same power of thought God used to manifest the world, to think it into existence, the same power you use to think your world into existence. You are truly a microcosm containing all the 5 elements, all the same powers of God, but just in a smaller version. It's a symbol of the microcosm. It's a symbol of the macrocosm also. It's a symbol of how spirit manifests into form. And this is why it's associated with magic, because you can use these elements in magic, this process of how spirit becomes matter. So there's so much that goes into this. And I actually broke this down inside the new book, the Book of Symbolism, on these 2 pages here. I will do another one on the inverted pentagram. This book, I've basically gone over every Freemasonic symbol, alchemical symbols, every occult society symbols is pretty much in this new Book of Symbolism. But again, it's not a book on symbolism. These symbols are representing forces within yourself. They represent you. And these symbols are designed to awaken aspects of yourself. So this is not a book on symbolism. This is a book on you. Each symbol will awaken different aspects of yourself to help you understand yourself. So anyways, it's a big book. It's going to be very, very soon. I'll leave a waiting list in the description. You can join the waiting list, or I'll just give you an email when it's ready. And I will see you in the next video. Please leave a like, comment, and share. And I'll see you in the next one.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
What if dreams aren't random at all, but messages from a deeper part of yourself, trying to show you things? In this video, you're going to learn exactly what dreams are from an esoteric view, how to control dreams, and how to dream more frequently. Dreams are not nonsense. They are expressions of the subconscious mind. In the daytime, we're using our conscious mind, what we are aware of. This represents the daytime, the sun, the external world. We're operating in the external, outside the body in the day. But when we go to sleep, we return inward. Everything does this breath. We breathe in through the nose and out through the nose. Everything does this in and out process in the universe. We live, we die every single day. We wake up, we express things in the external. Then at nighttime, we return back to darkness, back to the internal. This is the breath of the universe. We have summer, we have winter. This is the breath of the sun and the seasons with the earth. You have an internal world and an external world. External is physical, the internal is spiritual. Like I said, when we go to sleep, we are returning back to the internal world of your own consciousness and subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind holds everything about you, your memories, your traumas, everything you've ever learnt, your language, your name, your job. Everything you identify with is stored within this vast network of the subconscious mind. It is your own personal consciousness. Therefore, when we dream, we return back to the subconscious mind, and we are in fact thinking, but in a subconscious way. The subconscious does not speak the same language as the conscious mind. The conscious mind uses language, thoughts, and all things that are very logical and very easy to understand. The subconscious is the complete opposite. It is very indirect, metaphorical, and symbolic. The subconscious communicates and works in symbols. Ultimately, symbolism is the language of consciousness. This is why in occultism and esotericism, it is filled with occult symbols, because symbols are used to communicate directly with the consciousness within the subconscious mind, and the subconscious mind is ultimately connected to the collective consciousness. We are all connected and tapping into the mental plane, where we receive thoughts, ideas, depending on what we attune our mind to. That's why we call it a mindset. But getting back on topic, the subconscious mind is your own personal network. It is like a net, an interconnected web of your thoughts, memories, traumas, emotional blockages, and all the things you identify with and have experienced in your life is stored within this network. It can be seen as a web. One example of the subconscious mind using symbolism is this next story I can tell you. Let's say I was in a very traumatic car crash as a young child. I experienced a lot of emotional trauma in that car, and that deeply impressed my subconscious mind with that trauma of emotion that I felt. Therefore, every time I see a car in my external world, that car is now a symbol that represents the state of consciousness I was feeling in that particular time of the traumatic car crash. The car is a symbol for a state of consciousness within my subconscious mind. Just like when you see a word, that word triggers what you believe that word to be in your subconscious mind. Symbols are the language of the subconsciousness. Therefore, when we dream, we are basically seeing symbols of our own personal subconscious mind. Our higher mind, which is basically our subconscious, the higher version of you that exists beyond your human thinking mind, communicates using symbolism. The higher mind does not speak human thoughts, human language. It speaks the language of symbolism. Therefore, when we dream, every event, every person, everything that happens, and everything you see is your own personal subconscious mind materializing within the plane of the astral plane. This is a dimension that sits just above the physical world that everything is pulled out of. For example, look around you. Everything you see around you was thought, then imagined. Imagination is the astral plane, and this astral plane sits above the physical world. As above, so below. These objects were thought, imagined within someone's mind, and then pulled into a physical reality. Therefore, the imagination is what you're experiencing within a dream. It is your subconscious mind thinking and materializing within the imaginative plane. For example, let's say you are a Christian, you believe in Jesus your whole life, you have lots of emotion towards Jesus. This deeply impresses your subconscious mind. You believe in him so much, you go to sleep, you have a dream that you meet Jesus. You did not meet directly with Jesus. You met with your own belief. It was your own belief materializing within the imaginative plane and revealing itself to you. Dreams are materializations of your memories, your subconscious beliefs, traumas, and anything that could be inside the subconscious mind. It is your subconsciousness revealing itself to you in a material form. Let's say you have a nightmare. There is a big dark figure chasing you and you are running away in fear, away from this dark figure chasing you. That dark figure is not an external entity. It is not a spirit or a jinn or a demon. It is in fact an aspect of your own mind. It is a symbol that represents maybe a fear, a trauma, or something you are running away from internally inside your subconscious mind. Something that you are not addressing, but something that is fearful, something that can be controlling you on a subconscious level. Let's say you have a fear to address something in your personal life. You want to address someone who is getting on your nerves at work. You continuously put this off and you fear doing that situation. Over a long period of time, this can slowly control you subconsciously. You start to avoid the person, avoid any contact. It is subconsciously controlling you. This is not the best example, but you can see what I mean. Hidden fears and traumas in the subconscious mind can subconsciously control your actions and ultimately lead you to low states of consciousness, keep you from reaching your higher potential, and ultimately create blockages within your own consciousness. That figure in the dream is a materialization of something that you are fearing and running away from and not addressing. This is why people always have dreams of traumas that they have experienced as a child or when they were younger, or maybe from a year ago or two. It's because that emotion is deeply impressed in the subconscious, and the subconscious is always trying to reveal things to you, communicate to you that you need to change, purify, and maybe heal within your own consciousness. This is how the higher self communicates to you through the language of symbolism. Once you understand this, dreams can become a very powerful tool, not just entertainment at nighttime. Your consciousness never rests. Your consciousness is eternal. It is the very spark of the divine. Your body needs rest. Your consciousness is not physical. It does not need rest. So this is a way you can identify what your dreams are trying to show you is by writing them down. A dream journal. Every single dream that you have a book placed near your bed. Every time you wake up, first thing you should do is pick up the book and write every single detail that you can remember about the dream. The people that you met are all symbols or aspects of yourself. Maybe it is a friend you saw in your dream. That friend represents a state of consciousness that is within you and is trying to reveal something to you. It's about making the subconscious into the conscious, to become conscious of the unknown. Write down every detail, everything you saw, every event that played out, even the details of the clothes that they were wearing. Everything is symbolic within dreams. Write everything down and then analyze the dream. Don't analyze it from a logical mind. Analyze it with the right hemisphere of the brain, which allows you to see metaphors, read between the line. Try and gain the message that it's trying to show you. What does this overall mean to you? And what could this reveal about aspects of yourself that you need to heal or maybe take action in your life and world? Because your higher self is always guiding you towards awakening and fulfilling your mission in the manifested physical world. Dreams speak in symbols, not logic. Ask about your dreams. What is this trying to tell me? Don't take things literally. Look for an emotional tone and symbolic resonance. With practice, you'll begin to understand the personal language of your subconscious mind. Now that you understand that, again, please leave a like or a comment on this video. This is now a technique for lucid dreaming and dreaming more often. This is not going to happen overnight. This is not an easy method. It simply takes practice and dedication. Every morning, choose 3 time slots. For me, I choose 4:30, 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. 3 alarms that are going to go off at these 3 times, half an hour apart from each other. Each time you wake up, stay awake for 5 to 10 minutes. Turn off the alarm. Try and keep your conscious mind awake, but drift back into sleep. There's no other better way for me to explain that. It's very difficult, but try and keep the mind awake, but the body falling back asleep. More than likely, you will drift off back to sleep. Then, the next alarm will go off half an hour after. This will wake you up again, guaranteed. You will probably drift back to sleep by repeating this process. After the 3 alarms go off, each one of them times, you're either going to have a dream or a lucid dream, but definitely you will have a dream. And if it doesn't work one time, keep trying it. I've been using this method for a very long time, and I can tell you 70-80% of the time it triggers a dream, and a very vivid dream. And it's ideal for lucid dreaming because keeping the conscious mind awake while letting the body fall asleep, you can become conscious within these subconscious realms of your mind. But when you are conscious inside the dream world, you can do what you want, but you also want to let the dream naturally unfold. If you try and take too much control, then you will wake back up. If you feel any fear in your dream, you will wake back up into the material world. Another tip to dream more often is to meditate before bed. Simply close your eyes and think about nothing for 5 to 30 minutes. Detach from everything outside you, your name, your job, work, thoughts. Mentally detach from the world and the physical pleasures and become pure awareness before you try and go to sleep. This will help you become conscious while being within the self. If you wish to learn more about consciousness yourself, the Book of Wisdom Volume 2 can definitely help you. I'll leave a link in the description. Thank you for watching this video, and I'll see you in the next one. The Pope is supposedly opening 5 portals on Christmas Day. Now, I know this video is a bit late, but I'm going to be commenting on what I think this symbolism and this ritual truly means and what they are trying to do to society with this symbolic ritual. So the first thing we must understand is that everything these people do on a mass scale, all of these major events that they take place on, are all symbolic. They're all ritual. They all have purpose. Okay? So when we look at the locations of these 5 doors that are in Rome, we actually see the sigil of Lucifer when we connect the dots of all of the 5 door locations. This is the sigil of Lucifer. Lucifer is not what you think. Lucifer, sigil of Lucifer, represents the outline of the human brain and our visual perception field. Now, the human perception field is how our brain interacts with the external reality. Our external reality is not physical. The only thing that exists outside of you is pure energy, formless, vibrational energy and light. Your brain is an energy decelerator. Your brain decelerates this light, this energy, into a material reality or perception that you can interact with. You don't look into the external world. The energy, the light enters the eye retinas, goes through the optic nerve, and travels to the back of the brain called the visual cortex. And the visual cortex is what shapes your visual screen. Now, if you are seeing the screen, this means that you are not the body, you are not the brain, you are the perception observing the screen that you are seeing. You are the eye behind that, you are the person behind that. So, what this is actually symbolizing is perception. This is a symbol of perception, of perceiving the material plane, of how spirit interacts with matter. Now, what's Lucifer? Now, the word Lucifer means the light bearer. He's known as the light bearer. The word Lucifer originates in Latin. Luci means light, and fer means to bring. It's the light bringer. The eyes, the visual perception of the light bringer to your reality. You see, everything outside of you is light. You are made of light. The word hue man means light. Hue means color, which is a form of light. And man means manifest. We're light manifested into material form. Every single one of us is Lucifer. When we fall for the material world, the external world, is an illusion. It is the false world. It can elude you. It can make you fall in love with the material things, material pleasures, lust, money, fame. These things make you fall. This is the fall of Lucifer. This is the mythological story. This is the symbolism behind Lucifer. It's you. Are you falling for material pleasure because you are a divine spiritual being from the higher planes, not from this plane? Now, if you let your divine being fall for this material plane and fall for the evil that can take place in this plane, then you are Lucifer. It represents the false light, the false reality. This symbol, the sigil of Lucifer, it symbolizes the interplay between light, consciousness, and the perceptual experience of the physical reality. The external world is truly internal. What we visually perceive is essentially light waves carrying information, which then gets processed by our brain, the central computer of our nervous system. Okay? So, how many doors are open? 5 doors. So, 5 is the number of perception as well. 5 fingers on each hand, 5 points on the human body, 5 toes on each foot. We have 5 senses. 1, 2, 3, and 4, they're spiritual numbers. 6, 7, 8, and 9, they're material numbers. 5's the gateway. 5 is the middle bridge of how our spiritual self interacts with the physical self, how spirit interacts with matter. So this ritual is symbolic of perception. This is maybe bringing in a new perception. A new event will happen after this, a new perception of the world. Or personally, I think this ritual was to obviously shape the collective consciousness, because your reality is an externalization of your inner consciousness. It's simply just a mirror. Your material life, your material world outside of you is simply a mirror reflecting with mathematical and geometric precision of your internal consciousness. Your consciousness is creating and causing the effect called reality, physical reality. Your life is a result of every thought you thought in the past. Therefore, with that being said, everyone who perceives this ritual of, oh, the Pope's opening 5 spiritual portals, who's letting in demonic energy into the world, they're going to let demonic energies and demonic spirits all in the world. Well, what if I told you the only portal they're opening is a portal in your own mind for negativity? By you believing in negative forces coming into the world and going to possess everyone, that's opening up your own mind. The collective spiritual community has been brainwashed in thinking there's going to be demonic energy. Therefore, what will happen? There will be demonic energy. Not because the Pope opened up a portal to the demonic energy, it's because everyone opened up their own minds to the demonic energy. Therefore, we as a collective consciousness shape the external world on a macrocosm scale. For example, the microcosm is your personal life. Your personal life. You have created it through consciousness. Your belief system is just externalized in your world. But on a collective scale, we all believe in money, for example. And because we all believe in money and we believe that this piece of paper holds value in our minds, okay, in the mental plane, this has an effect on the physical plane by shaping the physical plane by being ruled by this belief as on a macrocosm scale. Yes, I know that money doesn't exist. It's just a belief in my mind. But that doesn't have an effect because the collective consciousness believes that money has effect, has power. When it doesn't, it's just a piece of paper with a belief behind it. If the collective consciousness stopped stopped believing in money, then the collective consciousness would have broke the spell and we would have no longer had a material plane ruled by money. You see, our beliefs is ruling and shaping our physical plane. This physical world outside of you is truly just an effect of the mind, an effect of our consciousness, our inner world. So I believe this ritual was done to change our perception, to make us think the Pope is bringing this spiritual energy and negative forces into the world. And it's just simply us creating the negativity in the world by believing in this, by thinking this. Remember, they have the power to send messages into millions of people's minds through media. And then messages are then believed, and that belief is shaping our world. What have I told you? That the New World Order is not manifested by the elite, it's manifested by you and us. We're all manifesting the New World Order. They can't manifest it. We can, because we are the ones believing it. We believe it. It is reality. It shapes our own prison. We're all shaping our own prison by believing in the prison, by believing in money. So this ritual was all to do with perception, creating a new perception, creating fear in our minds to, of course, distract us from what's really going on. This is all a ritual to implant messages in your own mind. So I hope you all understand this video, and I hope you all gain some insight, and I'll see you inside the university.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
How are we doing, people? It's Revival of Wisdom. We're back today talking about sun worship. Okay? And please enjoy, sit back and enjoy the video. First thing we need to understand is that the sun is the risen savior. It's the light of the world. Without the sun, we have nothing. Now, the sun is the Son of God. We didn't make the sun. No one owns the sun. But who created the sun? Obviously, the Creator created the sun. Therefore, it is the Son of God. And that is what Jesus is symbolizing in the Bible. The Bible is a metaphorical story. That's why it's called the greatest story ever told, because it is a story about the sun, the zodiac. It's about you, the systems in the body. It's about everything that is sacred in this creation. Now you can see the suns behind Jesus' head in all of the ancient portraits, even the ones that are more modern. You still see a sun on the back of his head because he is the sun. He's the light of the world, our risen savior. And this is what Christians are lost because they don't realize it's a symbolic story and they think Jesus was a historical person. He's not a historical person. Okay, this is what we need to get out of our mind. This wasn't a historical person. It's the Son, our risen Savior. The Son is the soul. It's the soul of this creation. Because what is a soul? A soul is pure life force, pure energy. Whatever a soul inhabits, it gives life to. Like our soul feeds our body. The sun feeds the earth because the sun is a soul, and that's why the ancients called it Sol. Because it's the soul and it's in you and it's the light of the world. It's the light of everything. It gives life to all things. Here's Jesus and his 12 disciples. The 12 disciples symbolize the 12 zodiac signs. Aries, it rules the head region because the 12 zodiac constellations rule specific regions of your body. Aries, the ram, you have a cerebrum in your head. This is Aries on the head of the table. His Gemini rules the arms and the lungs. The two twins, Gemini. He's holding up two hands for the two hands and arms. The twins. Cancer has a knife in his hand. It's not so clear, but he has a knife in his hand. Cancer is the crab. Crabs have claws. And he's pointing at Virgo's Adam's apple, saying there's no Adam's apple there. It's a woman. Who's the sixth sign? The sixth sign is Virgo, the Virgin, the only woman in the painting. Now, notice how there are 3 people in 4 groups for the 4 seasons and for the 3 months and 3 zodiac signs in each season: spring, summer, fall, winter. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John with the suns on the back of their heads, because it's the 4 states of the sun. The 4 states of the sun. Now, 6th sign, Virgo, the Virgin, the only woman in the painting with no Adam's apple. Then we have the sun, Jesus, red and blue, red shift, blue shift. Electromagnetism. The ancients knew this. He's got one hand open, one hand down, because the sun gives and retrieves. The sun rises and it falls. It gives, then pulls away. That's what the sun does, and that's what he's doing. His arms are out, symbolizing the rays of the sun, casting down onto the earth, giving and then receiving. Libra, his 2 hands are equal, he's holding his arms out equally, because Libra is the 2 balanced scales. Libra is when the sun is balanced between the summer and the winter. It's being judged. The sun isn't balanced. That's what Libra is, the 2 scales. Capricorn is the goat. Goats have 2 horns, and you can see the 2 horns on his head here. See? So this is astrology. This is what Leonardo da Vinci is depicting here. It's astrology. He knew the story of the Bible is all astrology. It's all based on astrology. The Son of God, the real sun. Now here are some Bible verses. I am the light of the world. Obviously, that's the sun. What other light is there that lights up the world? The moon can't do it. It's the sun, the one and only sun, our risen Savior. Because if the sun didn't rise, we'd all be dead. So it's our risen Savior. And it dies for our sins every night and then gets reborn every day. Now, Jesus calms the storm. Mark 4:35-41. The disciples are all on a boat and there's a heavy storm. But Jesus is asleep. The disciple says, Jesus is asleep. We need to awake him. They wake up Jesus, and Jesus got up and rebuked the wind and said to the waves, quiet, be still. Then the wind died down and it was completely calm. Well, when Jesus was asleep, this is the sun not being risen. It's not risen yet. Because in the night times, that's when the storms happen on the sea and the ocean. And when they awake Jesus, Jesus rises because he's the sun. He rises and everything calms. Because when the sun comes, the storms go. You see? So it's the sun. It's all about the sun. Here's another, Luke 22:10. A disciple asked Jesus, when will we know it's the end times? And Jesus says, as you enter the city, a man carrying a jar of water will meet you. Follow him to the house that he enters. Well, this is clearly talking about astrology, the topic that Christians think is satanic, when they don't realize the whole thing's based on astrology. Because the end times is the end of Pisces, which is the 2 fish, which is the age we've just gone out of. And you can see all these ancient churches here with 2 fishes, because they knew it was the age of Pisces. There's an ancient photo, ancient artwork with the 2 fish, Pisces. And the end times, as it talks about in the Bible, when Christians think the world's going to end or something. But no, it's just the end of Pisces. As you enter the city, a man carrying a jar will meet you. Follow him to the house. The house is the zodiac sign that he enters. And the zodiac sign is Aquarius, because that's what it is, a man carrying the water. We know this is astrology because a woman, that is a woman's job in the ancient times. In the ancient times, the woman used to get the water. You would never see a man collecting water back then. That was the woman's job, whilst the man builds the houses, for example. You see, so we know it's talking about astrology because astrology is the man holding the bucket of water. It's the end of Pisces. Now we are in Aquarius. And of course, Luke 24:36, the risen Savior, the sun. Now, the sun is also born on the 25th of December, a virgin, just like Horus, Mithra, Buddha, Krishna, Hermes, and thousands of other gods, all born on the 25th of December. Well, it's because the sun moves 1 degree northward on the 25th of December. And on the 22nd to the 24th, it stays in the same degree because it's moving south. But then on the 22nd, it stays in the same degree on the Southern Crux constellation. And the ancients called this the sun dies on a cross because the cross is the Crux constellation, the Southern Cross. And it stays on that same degree for 3 days on the cross. The sun dies on a cross, and then on the 25th, moves 1 degree northward, bringing back the summer, the light, the warmth, the growth of crops. And this is the sun being reborn again, a virgin, because it's pure. And here's Mithra, another sun god before Jesus was around, before Christianity. It was Mithraism, and Mithra, Ra is Ra, the sun god, Egypt. It's all about Ra, the sun. You see the crown of thorns on Jesus' head, symbolizing the rays of the sun. And here are the rays of the sun on the back of Mithra's head. Krishna, the sun. Buddha, the sun. Horus, horizon. All born virgins, all did miracles, all resurrected. Dead for 3 days. Well, here he is, dead for 3 days on the cross. And resurrected. Because it's the most ancient religion ever been on the face of the earth, the worship of the sun. And we should worship the sun, because without the sun we are nothing. The sun feeds us, feeds the earth, feeds everything. Without the sun we are nothing. It's been reversed, and now we're worshipping man. When we're worshipping a man called Jesus, was never real. It's all about the sun, the most high, the most powerful, potent, celestial body in the sky, the orb that feeds us every day. It dies for our sins and rises every day. It's the sun. Now on the Holy Communion Day, it's the worship of the sun. They give out many suns. Here's Jesus holding a sun. And they raise the sun on Sunday because they go to worship their sun god on Sunday. Not Saturn Day, not Moon Day, Monday, but on Sunday when the sun is exalting. And they hold suns up above their heads because the sun rises. They're symbolizing the sun rising above their heads as savior. It's the sun. It's the Holy Communion Day. And here's Jesus giving a piece of himself to the children. It's the sun, the light. Judas was known as a backbiter, a backstabber, because he stabbed Jesus in the back. He betrayed Jesus. Well, this is just another astrological story about the constellation Scorpio, because the Scorpio is the J, looks like a J. J for Judas, the scorpion, the backbiter. Scorpions backbite, they bite with their back. And what does Judas do? He betrays Jesus by kissing him to let the warriors know who they need to get. So he kisses Jesus, and Jesus gets stabbed in the back. Well, when you get stung or bit by a scorpion, they leave like a kiss. So Judas kisses him and gets betrayed. Well, this is because the sun, when it hits Libra, it's balanced. The sun is balanced because it comes through summer. Now the sun's starting to die. The sun's starting to die. It hits Libra. And then as soon as it hits the Scorpio, it gets betrayed because now the sun has to fall to winter, and Saturn is there waiting to take over the darkness of the winter. So he gets stabbed in the back by Scorpio, Judas, the scorpion, the backstabber. You see, it's an astrological story. Here's Mary. Mary means marry, which means pure. The sun is pure. No one gave birth to the sun but the God. And it's born every day. It's born every day on every year. It's born pure. There was no controversy. There was no, activity for the sun to be born. It's pure. Now, the 7 metals come from the 7 planets. The sun gives you gold, and this is why the sun is golden. It looks gold. And this is why the banks are backed by gold, because gold is the most valuable metal, because it's the sun, the most valuable celestial orb in the sky, in the heavens. Well, here's Jesus, another ancient symbol of him being crucified on the cross with the big sun, the southern crux constellation. The sun dies on the cross constellation. And if you go to the old etymology dictionaries, you will see sun and son is the same word. They come from the same etymology roots. You can use them for no matter what, but they've been confused today. But if you go back to the old dictionaries of etymology, they are interchangeable. You can use them. Son, sun, sol, it's all the same thing. The 12 disciples, 12 brothers of Joseph, 12 tribes of Israel, 12 breastplates on the stones, because it's all the 12 astrological signs. They could have used any other number, but there's 12. Because 12 is the mind, which is God. 7 is the number of matter, which is man. 7 energy centers in the body, 12 cranial nerves in the brain, because it's the mind. 12 is the 12ness. The zodiac is literally the mind of God, the signs of God. Now, here we see here, Job 38, 31 to 33. Can you lead forth a constellation in the season? He's asking you, can you read the sky? Can you read the heavens? Canst thou bring forth the Mazzaroth in its season? Mazzaroth means 12 signs, the zodiac. Why did they translated every single Hebrew word in the Bible into English, but they decided to leave out Mazzaroth? Why? It's because if that said zodiac, Christians would have a different view on the Bible, but they leave that out. But Mazzaroth actually means the 12 signs, the zodiac, and the stars means sign. The word stars means sign because the stars are signs, things to come, which is off in Hebrew, which means sign, things to come. You see a sign on the road, it's something coming. But God is saying, no, what does he say? To qualify as a director, a judge of man's life on earth, one must be able to govern the heavenly bodies that rule the earth. It's telling you to read the heavens. We need to read the heavens. Astrology, the 12 zodiac signs, the mind of God. It's telling you, read the Mazzaroth, read the zodiac, because they are things to come in your life. They are signs. It's not satanic, it's made by God. God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs. Signs are things to come. The 12 zodiac signs. It's all about astrology. Here's Mary holding the sun. His son, her son. It's the sun in the sky. The one and only, the most high. The soul, the solo because it's on its own. The most powerful, Ra, radiance. Here's the Pope holding the sun. All 3 popes holding the sun because they're sun worshippers and they know the true meaning and origins behind Christianity. Sun worship. Here's the Vatican is a sundial. Yes, this is literally a clock. Your watch is a sundial. It's got 12 sections on it for the 12 zodiac signs. 12 hours, 12 Horuses. Now here you see Jesus walking on water. Well, it's the sun, and here's the beard of the sun. Here's the pyramid of the sun, the illuminated one, the all-seeing eye, the sun. Here's the Ankh. The sun creates these symbols. The ancients knew this. Now, when you see these headdresses, these are actually the days of procession of the sun. Aries, Cancer, Libra. It's all about the sun. Here's some more sun worship going back to Egypt. Ra, Horus, Osiris, and Set. Jesus and Satan is Horus and Set. The sun and Saturn. Saturn rules the winter, Satan. Jesus, the sun, the light of the world, rules the summer, rules the day. Satan's the night, Saturn's the night, the sun is the day. The evil brother, Satan. Well, Horus this is where we get the word hours from. There are 12 Horuses. The sun moves in 12 Horuses. 12 hours. Where's Horus? What hour is it? Where's Horus? His Ra, 12 noon, Ra radiates. Powerful, the most high sun. That's why he has a sun on the top of his head. These are the 4 states of the sun. Set, sunset. This is why we say sunset, because the sun is setting. His sunset, his Horus, horizon, the Horus is rising, Ra radiating, and the sunset. Then midnight is Osiris. Here's another ancient symbol for the sun, the scarab. Ra, the sun, scarab. It's got the word Ra in it because it's the sun. And here's the sun on top of the scarab with the wings. Because scarabs roll dung up hills, and then they'll let it fall down the hill to gain more matter. To gain more bigger, like a snowball effect. And this is, the ancients saw this as a process of the sun, because the sun climbs up the hill and then it falls. So they used the scarab to symbolize the process of the sun. The sun climbs and falls. Here's an ancient Egyptian cat cutting off the head of the serpent. Well, the cat is cutting off the head of the serpent, symbolizes the sun cutting off the nighttime. When the sun rises, it cuts off the nighttime. It cuts off the serpent. The serpents represent darkness or evil. Oh, there's some more symbology of the sun and the heavens, the arch, the royal arch, the firmament, the sun inside the firmament. These are all ancient churches, and they all depict the firmament with the sun inside. Is the ancient cosmology, you see, because it's all about the sun. Everything's about the sun, because the sun is our orb made for us to sustain life in this, inside of this creation, inside of this firmament, the royal arch of heaven. Here's the Freemasons depicting it. Here's the Masonic royal arch, but you can even see the zodiac signs. Here's Cancer, the checkered board. It's the royal arch of the firmament. Obviously, they don't want to tell you that. You live in space, apparently. Some more sun worship. Here's the beard of the sun on the water. They all have this long beard. And why do they say amen? Amen at the end of every prayer. Amen is a sun god, a creator god. It's all about the sun. So thank you all, people. Hope you all enjoyed. Hope you all gained some knowledge and insight. Please give me a follow, drop a comment, drop a like. Have a good day. Love you all.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
As above, so below. This is one of the most crucial teachings within esotericism, occultism, or what we like to call it today, spirituality. I don't like calling it spirituality because it's not spirituality. I teach human consciousness. I teach the science of you and your consciousness alone and your being. And in order to fully understand you and this world around you, you must understand this number one principle of as above, so below. There is many misconceptions of this, and there is many simple teachings of this, but I'm going to break it down today from the most simplest to the most complex, and you will see the connections between all things. This is the most important lesson you could ever learn, and I'm going to teach it you today. So what you must understand is, with the term as above, so below, it applies with everything you see in this world and about yourself. We have something called the macro, which means the bigger scale. On the bigger scale, we have the whole earth. If we look down from the sky on top of rivers, this is what we see. We see this tree pattern. Then on a smaller scale, we see trees have the same pattern. Then we look even closer. We're going smaller and smaller into the leaves of the tree. We see the same pattern. Then we go even more micro into the human brain and look at the human brain cells, and we see the same pattern. This is proof this is a fractal universe, and everything is in the micro is reflected in the macro. As above, so below. As within, so without. On the macro is a reflection of the micro. So now that you understand this, we can go a bit further. A yearly cycle of spring, summer, fall, winter is a macro. A micro is a daily cycle. So a day is a mini year. The summer is the midday. Autumn is the evening. Night is the winter. And spring is the morning. This is a macro, a reflection. We have a miniature cycle of the zodiac every single day. And this cycle is also reflecting the cycle of life and death. We live, we are born, which is the spring. We live, which is the summer. We then age, which is the autumn. And then we die, which is the winter. And then we are reborn again. This is the cycle of life and death. And you do this every single day. You see, death is a macrocosm of sleep. This is why we say sleep is the cousin of death. Because you die every single night. You do this process of life and death every single day. As above, so below. What's in the micro is in the macro. So when you go to sleep, you are essentially dying. And then in the morning when you wake up, you are then born again. This is a fractal cycle that we live in. Everything in this whole world is fractal. Everything applies to as above, so below. We have the sun, we have the moon, we have the day, we have the night. We have the life, we have the death. We have the conscious, we have sleep. As above, so below. We have the conscious mind, because now we're diving into as within, so without. As above, so below more refers to the external world. As within, so without is referring to your inner world and the outer world. What you must understand is about yourself. You exist in two realms. You're an individual. The dual nature of you. You exist in two realms at once. You have an inner world of your thought, emotion. This is the inner world that no one else can see but yourself. And you have an outer world with a physical body which everyone can see. So you exist in two worlds. You have the inner voice, you have the outer physical voice, which I'm speaking to you with now. But I also have an inner voice, which no one can hear, only but me. So you exist in the light and you exist in the darkness. The sun represents your external self, your physical, conscious mind. The moon represents your shadow self, the inner self, the psyche self, the spirit self. There is an as above, so below. The sun is within you. The moon is within you. Everything is within you. Now that you understand as above, so below, what is your body? Your body is a miniature earth. Let me repeat, your body is an earth. Your body is the earth. Okay? Because like I say many times in all of my videos, you are not in the world. The world is you. You are the universe. Your brain is a computer creating this reality. What you see with your eyes is produced in the back of the brain called the visual cortex. You don't look into the world, the brain produces the world. The body produces the world. When you touch something, you're not actually touching something. This is the electrical nervous system. When you touch something, what you feel is actually electrical signals on your nervous system reporting back to your brain. Therefore, when this body dies, you leave the earth because this body is the earth. Okay? As above, so below. You have the mental plane, the astral plane, the etheric plane, and the physical plane. This is essential for understanding reality and the teaching of as above, so below. Everything in this material plane began in the thinking mind. For example, the microphone I'm speaking into, the phone you're watching this video off, or the laptop or iPad. Where did this begin? It didn't begin in the factory. The first ever place this item begun was in the mind of an individual. The invisible realms of mind is where all physical things and physical items begun. Essentially, this physical plane is the effect of the thinking mind. This world is the world of effect. It's the world of outcomes. When you see something, it is already manifest. It is already being manifested. It is an effect. And in the effect of the cause, which is the thinking mind. Therefore, the mind creates thoughts, which is the mental plane. Then after thoughts creates imagination, which is the astral plane. These two are spiritual. They are non-physical. So spirit kind of means non-physical. Then you have the physical planes, the etheric and the physical plane. As above, so below. What happens in the mind is manifest on the physical plane. Like I said, the phone that you are holding, it was a thought, and then it brought down into a physical reality. As above, so below. You change the mind, you change your reality. Your environment, the word environment has ment in it because your environment is mental. So now that you understand this, so what is the world around you? The world around you was created by the mind of God. It was manifested through God's thought. So you are living in the mind of God. You are a thought in the mind of God. God thought you into existence. But like I said, we are all fractals. Everything is fractal. If God exists, this means that you are God, as above, so below. God created you through the thinking mind, and he gave you a thinking mind. So God created the macrocosm. God created the macro, the whole world. He designed the whole world, the sun, the stars, the moving. He designed this. But then he gave you the thinking mind to design your own life and create your own life in his world. You are a microcosm of God's macrocosm. Just like God thought you into existence and the whole world into existence, you are a microcosm thinking your world, your reality into existence. You see this now? Everything is a reflection. Everything is a mirror. Everything is fractal. So in order for you to change your reality, you must change these higher planes. Your thought and imagination are the two key aspects of creating physical reality. Every object you see around you was begun in these higher planes of the non-physical, and they were brought out of spirit into physical matter through the thinking mind and physical action. So now we're going to get a bit deeper. The brain is not the mind. Now that you understand, we have spirit and matter. As above, so below. You have a non-physical side of reality and a physical side of reality. The mind is the spiritual brain. The brain is a physical manifestation, a physical effect of the mind. The mind uses the brain to operate in the physical world, and it's the same with the heart. The soul manifests itself physically through the heart. The heart is a physical manifestation of the soul, of the emotion, thought and emotion, the mind and the soul, the brain and the heart, heaven and earth. So you have the inner world and the outer world, the spiritual, non-physical, and the physical. So we are all on this process of awakening, an expansion of our minds into new fields of thought, into new fields of awakening ourselves. Because essentially we are born into this world, but you are born many, many times. You can be born physically and you can be born spiritually. Like I said, everything is fractal. So just like when the baby finds out that there is a world outside of its mother, what does the baby do? The baby seeks a way out of its mother, and then the baby is now born into a new world, a world outside of its mother's womb. It's the same with you and your spiritual process. As your mind becomes aware that there are other realities beyond your physical body, it then seeks a way out. And this is why you are probably watching my YouTube, because you are now on the path. Something within you has guided you to this path of knowledge, truth, enlightenment, and expanding your consciousness. And it is your soul who brought you here. Your soul speaks through emotion, like guidance. Emotion is the language of the soul. When you feel very bad, this is your soul telling you you're not in the right place. You're doing the wrong things. Because the soul is always unfolding its purpose, which is expansion and learning. That is it. The mastery of the self and the learning of the mind is the only thing that counts in the end after this life. So you are on a journey of expansion, of learning, creating, and spiritual rebirth. As above, so below. What does this body tell you? When I see someone overweight, I don't see the overweight. I don't see the body. I see the mind. I see an undisciplined mind. I see a mind that lacks self-control. I see a mind that seeks external validation. That's what I see when I see an overweight person. I don't see his body. I see the result of his mind. Because what does the Bible tell you? You shall know them by their fruits. It's the same saying as above, so below. You shall know them by their fruit. The fruit is their manifestation. Your body is a direct correlation and manifestation of your mind. Your inner world projects your outer world. As within, so without. As above, so below. Now, what do you see when you see this man's body? I see discipline. I see strength, mental strength, not physical strength. I see mental resilience of pain. Because all of this man's mental energy has been manifested physically within his muscle. This body is a direct manifestation of this man's mind's pain and suffering. And it shows discipline. This is why people instantly respect you if you are in shape. You walk into a room and you are in shape, people will instantly give you respect because they know that you are mentally disciplined. The body is a reflection of your inner world, and it's the same with your friends, your family, your connections with people. If you think about yourself very negatively all the time, and you don't have a good connection with yourself, you don't have a connection with your true self, this will manifest into every single relationship you have in your life. If you don't have a good relationship with your inner self, you don't have a good relationship with the people and the friends around you. Because as within, so without. If you think negative about yourself, you will only pick up the negative in other people. If I think very highly of myself and I think very happy and good things about myself, I will then see the good things in other people. Because it's as above, so below. As the inner world is, so is the outer world. It's the same with your life circumstances. Your life is a direct correlation of every thought you thought in the past. If you possess millions of pounds, millions of dollars, this is because you have thought this into physical reality. You live the life you are deserved. You live the life that you manifest through your thought. If you live a very poor life, this is a reflection of your mind. This is a reflection of what you have thought into physical existence. Because like I said, everything begins in the mind, as above, so below. And this is even present within the body. So where is the head? The head is at the very top of the body. And where does all manifestation begin? In the mind. That's where the mind is, in the head. And then the thoughts we think travel down the body into the heart, which is the emotion. Every thought we think is in the emotion. Every thought we think creates an emotion. This emotion then drives the action. Where does the action come from? The feet, because the feet move our body. We move with our feet to take action. Our hands. You see, so the body is even a micro reflection. I can't even say it. Reflection of the order of manifestation. This blew my mind when I figured this out. You see, the head, the thoughts begin here. This is the beginning of all manifestation. Then it comes down to the heart. This is the emotion. Then you take the action. The thought and emotion then sparks the action, which is taken with the hands and the feet. And where's the lowest point on the body? The feet, and that's touching the physical earth. So the head is where the thought is, the non-physical, and the lowest point on the body, which is touching the physical earth. So the head represents spirit, the feet represent matter, spirit and matter. Your room, if I walk into your room and I see a messy room, I don't see the room, I see a messy mind. The room is a reflection of the mind. If you have a messy room, this is your mind. It's an externalization of your unsorted mind, undisciplined mind. So like I said, we are all God, and we must find the God self within us. And I teach all of this inside the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2. This is not just a book, this is a revolution. This is the beginning of a new age with this book. If you have read it, I congratulate you. You should feel very proud of yourself if you have an open mind. You should feel proud of yourself for watching these videos, because not many people have an open mind. Remember this, people. You are special if you're watching these videos. You have the mind. You have the ability to see through the illusion. And I take my hat off to you. You want to take this to the next step? Read the book. Or if you want to take it to the serious levels, join the university. The university, you gain access to every piece of my material that I've ever done, all of my books, all of my lectures that are hidden from YouTube, that are hidden from everywhere else, the lectures that give you real power. And if you feel alone on this journey, we have a conscious community where you can connect with like-minded individuals, because I've been there. I've been there when you feel lonely, because you feel like no one else is thinking the way you are feeling. You can't talk to people about these things because people just think you're crazy. That's why I put together this, so we can connect, so we can unite, so you can connect with people, so you don't feel crazy about thinking about this stuff, learning about this stuff. And if you truly want to level up your life, people, and take your studies serious, this is for you. We do live calls, we do lectures. There's a whole library filled with books you can read. It's the perfect place for the truth seeker. I thank you all for joining. Please leave a like, a comment, a subscribe. Let me know any future videos you want me to make in the comments. Thank you all. Have an amazing day.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
The scariest thing about having your first out-of-body experience and leaving your body is the realization that you have after. You realize everything you've been told about yourself, reality, the earth, what you're doing here on earth is a complete, utter lie. Your self-belief of what reality is and what you are is completely shattered. You now fully understand that you are more than your physical body that you inhabit. My first out-of-body experience happened a few years ago, but before all of that, I remember being a child, going to bed and closing my eyes, and I remember as a child feeling like I was floating above my body and moving. And maybe subconsciously this has led me into knowing intuitively that there is more to reality, and I've gone down this path of esotericism, occultism, consciousness. Maybe that has led me to this, I don't know, but I've always had this subconscious intuition in my mind that there's more to reality than what we've been told. And maybe it came from having these experiences as a child. And I'm pretty sure some people in the comments will also have that experience, feeling like you're floating when you close your eyes in bed as a child. I remember this very vividly. But a few years ago, I had my first out-of-body experience, and it completely shattered everything. And it confirmed to me that I am eternal, and there is so much more to the self, to consciousness. I then realized after my first out-of-body experience that our self is not just here in the physical dimension, it's existing in every dimension there is in the universe. However, our mind is focused primarily on this physical time space. When your mind is totally giving its attention and time to this particular time space, it locks in the mind or consciousness into that particular body of consciousness, such as the physical body, right? But for example, let's say you have a daydream and your full focus isn't in the present moment and your environment that you're in physically. Your mind kind of wanders off into a daydream, what we like to call it. That again is shifting time space. Your consciousness is 40% here in the physical plane because your body's there, but then the other 60% is in this daydream, this imagination. So you're shifting time space, and what an out-of-body experience does is allow your mind to reduce that attention to the physical body and access attention to this altered body or dimension of consciousness. So I'm going to give you the story of my first out-of-body experience, because I know when I was researching this, I was always looking for personal stories about someone's out-of-body experience, and there's not many out there, to be honest with you. Well, based off my research, I couldn't find many, you find a few, but I'm going to give you my experience of my first out-of-body experience that happened a few years ago. It was early in the morning. I kept on waking up and falling asleep to my alarms. I went back to sleep after waking up for like the third time in the morning. When I fell back to sleep, that is when I had my out-of-body experience. It's also good to mention that I have been listening before that about podcasts, books about our out-of-body experiences, astral projection, and things along them lines. So this was stored in my subconscious, this topic. And I had a desire in my heart to actually experience this for myself. Long story short, I went back to sleep early in the morning because I kept on waking up, and it began with this tingling sensation, a high energy sensation. It was like bursting, intense, high frequency energy. My attention was no longer in the time space of my body, but my attention shifted into this energy body, which I now understand. I didn't understand at the time properly, but I now understand that as my consciousness started to feel like it was being pulled upwards, right now, our time space, our attention is in our body, and you feel all the data of the senses, right? And that's what I'm feeling right now. That's what you're feeling right now. But imagine that was completely stripped. My attention was no longer feeling the sensations of my body, because my body kind of just dissolved as I fell back to sleep. So this was a natural out-of-body experience. I didn't force it. I didn't meditate. I didn't do anything. This was just a natural out-of-body experience that I had. And a lot of people get these that I've read about. So my attention started to feel like I was being pulled upwards, and I no longer felt my body, but I felt this intense energy, frequency,
frequency sensation all around my body. It felt like this, like it felt like illuminating energy that's moving very, very, very fast. So my conscious awareness was now shifting. I now understand. My whole body faded into this sensation. My whole mind faded into this energy sensation, this tingling, it was very, very intense. I was not feeling my normal senses anymore, only this energy. This energy was also pulling me up. The more I was lifted up, the more intense the frequency became. So think of it like just a frequency resonator, how it just goes up and down, up and down. But then imagine the frequency resonator just going higher and higher and higher frequencies, and it would just get more and more and more intense. The energy was moving faster. This tingling was faster and faster and faster as I was being pulled up. Part of my mind began to fear this. My arms and legs grew very tense. I started to tense up because at this moment in time of the experience, I was very vaguely conscious. I was half there, half not. And as I was being pulled up, my physical body started to tense. And this is again when I started to feel my body again. But then I remembered what I heard out of body experiences is that you have to submit to the process. If you try and force an out-of-body experience, it will never happen. Because an out-of-body experience is not truly out of body. What we're trying to do is trying to find a needle in a haystack. If you're trying to find a needle in a haystack, you don't go rummaging through the haystack to find the needle. What you do is you burn the haystack and then the needle reveals itself. It's the same with an out-of-body experience. We dissolve the senses of the body, so the body falls asleep, but the mind stays awake. As soon as I let go of this fear and I let go of the tensations in my body, I started perceiving through another state in this energy body, but I didn't see my body. It was just like perceiving and seeing, but no body, like a camera. When you look at a camera view, you don't see what the camera looks like. You're just seeing through the camera. It's the same as that. I had no form, but I was just seeing. I was just like a floating eyeball, seeing into this altered state of consciousness. I was just seeing. I first saw my street outside my house with lots and lots of people walking on the street, but I could not see the people directly. Everything was black and green. The background was black, but I couldn't see the people. I could just see a glow of light around people like an egg shape. They were just walking on either side of the road, other directions. I could just see more and more people moving faster and faster and faster. I didn't realize then, but then I did start to realize later on in my journey that that was more than likely the etheric plane that I saw. The etheric plane is the plane of life force and vitality and electromagnetic auras. So that was my awareness shifting from physical into then the etheric plane, the plane of life force and energy. Now, the etheric plane is very, very, very difficult to actually access consciously. The etheric plane acts as a bridge between the physical body and the astral body. To actually access the etheric plane alone is very, very, very difficult, and only certain trained individuals can do that. The etheric plane is not really a conscious plane where you can stay there and be conscious. It acts as a bridge between the physical and the astral plane. I could see the glowing auras around people moving along the pavement. The people moved faster and faster until the scene started to just dissolve as these people were just moving faster and faster. It was not very clear at first, but I subconsciously knew that I was having an out-of-body experience. This is when I really started to realize that I'm being shot out my body. When I realized this, I submitted even more. I started to just let go. The more and more I let go, I kind of like split through a veil, and everything became super clear. Before, in the etheric plane that I think it was, the ethereal plane, things weren't very clear. I could only just see glowing auras. However, as I split through the veil of the etheric, this bridge, this place that I was going to, I then split and everything just came super, super clear. I was floating in the sky. I subconsciously knew that I was having an out-of-body experience when I realized this. As I was still being lifted upwards, I then split through the layer where everything just suddenly became super clear. But then I was awake, fully conscious, but I was not in my body. I was just like a camera in the sky. I had no body, no form. I could just see. When I entered this plane, there was some sort of voice guiding me through this whole process. It was a male voice, and it was basically guiding me where I was going. It was telling me what I can do here. This voice was pretty much saying, you can fly, you can think things into reality, you can do this, you can do that. While he was saying this voice, there was no being around me, but I felt a presence of another being. But this voice was just speaking to me mentally. Like, you can't hear it, but I just knew what it was saying. It was so weird to describe. It was like telepathy. You couldn't hear it, but I just knew what it was saying. But it was a male voice. It's so hard to describe. I still could not see any form of myself. I was not seeing my astral body or any shape. I was just perceiving a point of awareness like a floating eye, like I said earlier. While this voice spoke to me, I saw fractal patterns as he was saying, you can do this, you can do that. And while he said, you can fly, I remember just seeing this line like splitting and creating fractals. It was like this black line that was just splitting off into duality, creating fractals. But then my physical body just went through this line, split, and then split into fractals again. So strange, very difficult to explain because it's four-dimensional. To explain it in physical language, it's very difficult to actually explain what was going on. So as he was saying what you can do, I was seeing these fractals dividing and then creating fractals. When he says you can think things into reality or something along them lines, my awareness just did a full 360 as if I did a backwards flip. I had no conscious control over this. That's something that you later develop as you keep having these out-of-body experiences. Your first out-of-body experience, you probably won't be able to control what's going on, but you will have an out-of-body experience if you seek them. I could see all around as I rotated. I looked all the way down and then back to my original angle and point of awareness. During that rotation, when I started to turn upwards to do the backflip, I looked up and it kind of looked like the sun in the sky. It was very dark and gloomy. Now I know that was more than likely the lower astral plane because very dark and gloomy. And it was very kind of dense there. I looked up and I could see this. It was like the sun, but it was white, pure white light. And it was shining down over the astral plane. And that was the only light in that place. That's why it was so dark and gloomy there. And I then realized in that particular state, at that time, I thought that was God. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. Maybe it's the light of the higher mental plane shining through into the astral. But I looked up at it and I realized that was God. That was the source. That was the higher dimension beyond the astral plane, which is the mental plane, the higher astral planes and then the mental planes, the planes of thought. Then once I saw that, I was in complete shock. As I rotated backwards even more, I then get the view of seeing down, completely down, like a bird's eye view. And I could see like an old medieval gloomy town. It was dark, almost night, with very little light. The only light present was the light from above. The town was old-fashioned, gloomy, misty. I looked over it from above. Then the experience began to fade. I don't remember anything after that process. But I'll be honest with you, the process of leaving my body for the first time was extremely intense. The frequency, the energy were overwhelming but powerful. Letting go and choosing to have no fear was the key to that experience. Just to give you a little bit more wisdom on what I actually experienced now, what I realized what was happening, I now understand that the voice that I was hearing was not an external being guiding me. It was actually a higher aspect of myself, a part of my own consciousness that is not focused in the time space of the physical world. My physical mind is focused here in this timeline, but once I exited this timeline and focused elsewhere, the higher part of myself guided me towards that experience. This higher version of ourselves that we call the higher self is a higher dimensional being, but we're just unconscious of it. This being exists beyond our ordinary thinking mind. Our self exists everywhere in the universe, and we can unlock higher versions of ourselves as we progress on our journey of awakening and self-realization. Because let's say right now, only 10% of your awareness is actually in the physical plane. Science tells you that 90% of you is actually in your subconscious mind. 10% of your awareness is your conscious mind. So there's 90% of you that your conscious mind is not aware of. But our conscious mind becomes so addicted with the physical world and distracted with the physical world, it just gets totally locked in with the physical. and we never pay attention to the hidden aspects of ourselves, the unconscious aspects of ourselves. And that's why everyone in the esoteric and occult space talks about gnosis, seeking knowledge of self. Gnosis is not knowledge, it's knowledge of self obtained through direct experience. So gnosis is about rediscovering who you truly are. And another bit of wisdom that I could give you from this is that the observer is the same observer that is observing this video right now. You're watching this video, but who is the one seeing the screen? Who is the one seeing the screen of your reality, of what you call life? There is an inner witness consciousness within you who experiences and observes your thoughts, emotions, and actions, experiences and observes the screen you call reality. And that witness also witnesses your dreams. When you shift your awareness from your time space of this body into your dreams, that same witness is witnessing your dreams. So when you meditate, connecting with this witness aspect of our consciousness really does help to excel the process of having an out-of-body experience. Because a lot of people have out-of-body experiences, but they don't understand what's actually going on. They don't understand the nature of it. But it's all mental. You move mentally in that dimension. You create mentally in that dimension. The same that you do in this dimension, but just on a quicker scale, because things manifest in the astral plane instantly as soon as you think of it. Just like the screen in your mind, you think of something, you have a screen of an object in your imagination. That plane, it manifests instantly, but down here, it takes a longer time for things to manifest and condense. Once you understand that thought rules the universe, thought is the creative force of the universe, you start to understand, these different dimensions and these experiences that you have. But really connecting with that witness consciousness, that part of yourself that observes everything, really does help with excelling the process of having an out-of-body experience, or mystical experiences, or lucid dreams. Because connecting with that witness consciousness just makes you more conscious. Even in your physical life, staying conscious. Most people aren't conscious. They think, feel, and act unconsciously throughout their day, and they unknowingly create their reality. Connecting with that witness consciousness allows you to actually stay conscious over your thoughts, emotions, and actions, because they are giving birth to realities. That's pretty much my experience, my first out-of-body experience. What that did for me was make me so much more confident and powerful. Most of my fears just disappeared overnight. The fears of death, the fears of unknown, the fears of that I had of things shattered, disintegrated, because I understood that I am eternal. No one can use death against me to control me, because I know I am eternal. I now take riskier actions because I know I am eternal. I know that I will never truly disappear or die. So it really, really does help you, and it gives you a lot of internal power, because no one can make you scared of anything. You should not fear someone who can hurt you physically. You should fear someone who can corrupt your soul. That is the worst thing, who can corrupt your internal world, because that is what truly matters. So I hope this helps you understand out-of-body experiences. Hopefully this can help you move along in your journey. It's good to hear other stories, because this is exactly what I was seeking when I was researching this stuff. Maybe in the future I can share some more stories about my out-of-body experiences now I'm a bit more advanced. But yeah, please leave a like, comment, and subscribe on the video, and thank you all for watching.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
What are we all doing, people? Survival wisdom. Today we're going to be breaking down the Bible and its real, true metaphysical meaning. All of these slides within this video is taken from my book, The Book of Wisdom. So you can get all of these slides. So the Temple of Solomon, you are body, mind, and soul, which is the Holy Trinity. The moon, sun, and earth. The sun is your soul, because the sun is its infinite source of energy. It is its own source of energy. And that is what your soul is. It's its own source of energy. The moon is mind. This is why you call people a lunatic. You're a lunatic. Luna means the moon. And inside of your mind, you have a specific mood. Mood is moon. And mind in German is Mond. And the word Mond means moon. And earth is your physical body, because your body contains of the four elements, the four physical elements. Well, the Temple of Solomon is the temple of the soul and the mon, the soul and the mon, the soul and the mind. And it's the temple of the Holy Spirit in the Bible.
everything leads back to one singular point in the center of the brain. The brain is not the mind. It's mind over matter. Okay. The brain is the physical manifestation of the mind. The brain is the electrical computer which decodes the light waves given to it by the mind. This is why everything in the body leads back to one singular point. And we'll go over this in a minute. But this is controlling the physical body. This is the within. If you rearrange within, it spells high twin, because within you is your twin, your true self. And it's just an entity in the center of the mind. And if you shut your eyes, you can feel it. Your awareness is in the center of the brain. So there's just an empty chamber in the center of the two cherubs, the two brains. They are two separate brains. They're two hemispheres. And the empty chamber, when scientists chop it up and see it's just an empty chamber, well, because you can't see in that plane of reality, you cannot see the mind. You cannot see thoughts. It is invisible to the human eyes, to the visible light spectrum, to the two eyes. The reason why we call it the third eye in the center of the brain, it's not the third eye, it's your true self. It's the mind and soul. It's an eye because it does see. It's the all-seeing eye that you always see here. There's some Masonic artwork showing the two pillars, the two cherubs, the two hemispheres of the brain, and the inner eye. This is the eye that sees all things. What do I mean by seeing all things? Not physically. It sees the mind. It's what, because your soul is watching the mind. You can observe the mind. You are not the mind. And if you meditate deeply enough, you can go beyond the mind. It's the all-seeing eye. It sees the mind. It sees what emotions you're feeling. It sees what you're thinking. It sees what you're seeing with the two eyes. It's the all-seeing eye. It sees all things. It's omnipresent. It's everywhere. Because the mind can be anywhere. The mind can switch itself into any place it wants. There is no limitations with the mind. So there is two hemispheres in the brain. And in the Bible, there is a quote saying, the most holy place between the two cherubs. The two cherubs is the two hemispheres of the brain, and the most holy place is between them, which is what the Masonic artwork is showing. This is the all-seeing eye, the soul and the mind in the center of the brain. And you will not see this with the two eyes. So when scientists come to seeing the empty chamber in the center of the brain, they wonder, because they do not understand the occult side of the world. They do not understand the layers of reality. How the two eyes, everything physical comes from the unseen. Everything seen comes from the unseen. Now, the two hemispheres of the brain play a major role in our lives. The right hemisphere is the artist. The left hemisphere is the scientist. The right hemisphere controls the left side of the body. The left hemisphere controls the right side. So there's a crossover. Now, the right hemisphere is to do with your feminine energy, creativity, unification, metaphors, visualization, intuition. The left hemisphere is to do with sequencing, facts, materialistic details, language, and logic. So they keep us normally trapped within the male aspect of our mind, which is the left hemisphere. You know, if you listen to Spotify, Apple Music, and radio, they're all tuned to 440 hertz, which shuts down the right side of the brain, makes you left brain dominant. And we learn, well, 90% of people learn to write with their right hand. They're taught to learn with their right hand, which is to do with the left brain. You see, so we are being trapped within this left side of the brain, which is all to do with logic, thinking logical, not creative. You know, very analytic, But the right side of the brain is to do with your creativity. So the right side of the brain is perceiving reality as a holistic perception. Now, what do I mean? If you're riding through a woods, for example, if you're riding through a woods, your right hemisphere is seeing the whole woods as one unified woods. The left hemisphere's job is to break down the perception given to it by the right hemisphere and break it down into individual trees. So what am I saying? The right hemisphere is seeing humans and everything in creation as one unified consciousness. The left hemisphere is seeing individual egos. This is why the left hemisphere is the place of the ego, the right hemisphere is to do with the higher self. They're both needed, though. I'm not saying one's better than the other. It's balance. Now, they don't want you to see the unified picture, perception of creation. They want you to think everything is individual, everything doesn't come from the one, because all things come from the one. And we experience the two in this reality, dualism. In order to understand the one, we have to experience the two to advance. So, anyways, let's get away from the two hemispheres. The right hemisphere, like I said, is to do with the higher self. And this is why in John 21:6, it says, cast the net onto the right-hand side of the boat and you will find fish. Meaning, cast your energy, cast your perception into the right hemisphere of the brain, and you will find God, unification, and higher self. You will see things from a unified perspective. How we are all one, because we are all the same consciousness. The same spark that is in me is in you. This is why I am you and you are me. We are all the all-seeing eyes of God, just split up into individual bodies. We are all made up of the same essence, consciousness. And that consciousness, that mind and soul, is in the center of the brain. You are just in different avatars. And until we see this, we'll forever be divided and conquered. Until we figure this out as a collective consciousness, we will forever be divided and conquered and ruled over. This is why the Bible says, ye are gods. You are the sons of the Most High, because we are. We are the Word made flesh. We are God made flesh. Mark 16:19. So then after the Lord had spoken unto them, he was received up into heaven. Head is heaven, H-E-A, and sat on the right hand of God. God is the consciousness in the center of the brain. Heaven is the head, and the right hand of God is the right hemisphere of the brain, meaning he sees things in unification, creativity, intuition, the higher mind, the higher brain. When Moses crosses the Red Sea is the corpus callosum, moving from the left to the right hemisphere of the brain to see unified perception of reality. Head, H-E-A, heaven, same root word. This is why the ancients always depict God in the center of the brain. Here you see ancient Christian artwork showing God in the center of the brain, the light. Here you see it here. Here you see Ganesh, an Indian god, which is the brain. Here you see the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit in the dome, the brain. This is the brain, because you are God made flesh. That's what consciousness is. The upper room where Jesus meets the 12 disciples. It's the upper brain on the upper room. The upper room is the chamber, the empty chamber in the center of the brain. That's the room. And the 12 disciples are the 12 cranial nerves in the brain, which pretty much rule the body, all the cranial nerves. The tree of life, the cardiovascular system. This is why in Genesis it says the tree of life was in the midst of the garden. Midst meaning middle, because the middle of the body is the cardiovascular system, which is controlling all of the systems in the body. The tree of knowledge of good and evil is the nervous system. It's the spine and brain. This is what's detecting good and evil. The brain is the electrical computer with the left and the right hemisphere. decoding the dualistic world, decoding the light waves given to it by the external world. It is an electromagnetic computer. It is artificial intelligence. It is very intelligent, the brain and the nervous system, the human body as a whole. But the tree of knowledge of good and evil is the nervous system, because it is the tree that detects good and evil, makes you learn good and evil in this dualistic reality. Here you see Adam and Eve around the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Adam and Eve, male and female energies, with the serpent in the tree, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Well, this is the spine, the brain, and the serpent is the kundalini of the spine. The serpent is the S. That's why S, serpent, S, the letter S is the serpent. Sex and serpents make an S noise. You know, the Bible cursed the serpent. So we don't figure out the true religion. The true religion is raising the kundalini and becoming God-man and reaching our higher states, our true God self. Because once the kundalini is saved and hits the pineal gland, it activates 100% of the brain, when we're only using around 20 to 10% as of right now without the kundalini awakening. So when you use it, you're activating 100% of the brain. You're activating all the dormant brain cells. You're regenerating the body. And this is the serpent in the tree of knowledge of good and evil. This is the spine, brain. This is Adam, Eve, the male and female energies. The light of the body is the eye. Therefore, if thine eye be single, thy whole body should be full of light. Matthew 6:22. This is the single eye in the center of the brain. It is not the pineal gland. It is what's inside the pineal gland. You have to go beyond the physical world, and there are no words to describe things that are not physical, metaphysics. And the whole body should be full of light. Well, this light is the same pyramid that you see. You are the pyramid with the all-seeing eye on top. This is why the ancients built the pyramids with the stairs in the middle symbolizing the spine, because once you open all the chakras and balance them and raise the kundalini, you activate all of the brain, which gives enlightenment. The word enlight in ment. Ment means mind, light in the mind. Enlighten the mind. And this is enlightenment. We are the temple. And Jacob called the name of the place Peniel, for I have seen God face to face. Within spells high twin. Within you is the God self, which you need to manifest into the external world. And he's seen God in Peniel, the consciousness. He's seen his true self, consciousness, in the pineal gland. Genesis 28:10, Jacob's ladder. Jacob, he took a rock there and laid his head on it to sleep. Jacob had a dream. He dreamed there was a ladder that was on the ground and reached up into heaven. Head is heaven. The rock he fell asleep on is the sacrum bone, because he's symbolizing the oil that comes down the spine, hits the sacrum bone and rests there, falls asleep, and it looks up and it sees the ladder to heaven. Because when you raise this oil, you become God-man. You become God in heaven. You can leave the body at will. Do you not know that your body is the temple, that your body is the temple of the Holy Spirit? Corinthians 16:19-20. Or do you not know that your body is the temple of the Holy Spirit within you? Your body is the temple of the Holy Spirit, the soul and the mind within the center of the brain, the temple of Solomon, temple of the soul and the mind. Romans 8:10. Christ is in you. It's not external. When you give where attention goes, energy flows. When you give your energy to external things, your attention, your worship to external things, you're giving energy, meaning it's draining you, and you're feeding something within the astral plane, a mental thought within the astral plane. So with you realizing that the Christ is in you, that you don't have to worship anything outside of you, this means that you're internalizing your energy. You're not giving your energy, because where attention goes, energy flows, which means you become more present. You become healthier because you're not giving off all of your special electromagnetic energy that's charging you. This is why the religions ran by the Vatican is all external. They're exoteric. Exoteric means external teachings. The esoteric is the internal, the hidden teachings. In Psalms 82, I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High, because we are the Most High, split up into individual bodies. That's what consciousness is. Consciousness is the Most High, and we have to raise ourselves to the Most High. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Why is it always a trio? It's a trio because it symbolizes us, the soul, mind, and body. The mind is the bridge for the soul to be in the body. What is the soul? It's the life force. It's the watcher. It's the all-seeing eye. The soul sees into different realities, and it gives life to the body of every reality it goes in. This is why you always see light around the all-seeing eye, because it is the energy, the life force, the light, life, L-I. Life is light. And it's the eye because it sees into the different realities. It sees into the dream world. When you're going to sleep at night and you dream, it's not a dream. It's another reality. You're a multi-dimensional creature. We live in a multiverse. There's infinite amount of yous. And there is a version of you which is the highest self in a reality somewhere. And this eye has the ability to switch realities, which is exactly what astral travel is. Astral travel is the ability to switch reality beyond the 3D construct of this world. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. Brahma, the soul, inhabits different bodies. This is why they have different heads. Vishnu, the mind, symbolizing gnosis, meaning knowledge. This is the serpent. The serpent symbolized knowledge. Shiva, the body. Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. The bird, the soul, because the bird symbolizes the soul. This is why you have here the Egyptians showing you the soul leaving the body. Here you see here with the twin head, the same head, and it's a bird. This is the soul self. This is the ego self. The Egyptians knew this. They knew all of this. Of course they did. Now, the whole story of Jesus is all metaphorical for the process which goes on within your body. Your neck and head is the holy grail which the sun and the moon creates. Sorry, the sun and the moon creates the fluid within the holy grail, the brain, the skull. And the moon creates the milk. Sorry, the moon makes the milk. The sun makes the honey, the land flowing with milk and honey in the Bible. The land flowing with milk and honey is the center of the brain in the Holy Grail. Here you see the Masonic artwork showing you the sun and the moon creating the fluid in the spine. Here's the serpent. Serpent symbolizing the two Kundalini channels, the Ida Pingala up the spine. Here's the furnace raising the Kundalini, raising the oil, heating it up and rising it to the crown. You see? So here you see more Masonic art, seeing the sun and the moon creating the holy fluid in the brain. in the cup, filling the cup. This is why it's a cup, because it's the Holy Grail. This is the holy oil in the center of the brain that gets released down the spine, which is Jesus coming down from heaven. It comes down the spine, down the River Jordan in the Bible. This is when Jesus goes from Nazareth to Jerusalem. He comes down the River Jordan, and Joseph and Mary are in Nazareth waiting for Jesus' return. Joseph and Mary symbolize the pineal and pituitary gland, which produce the two oils created by the sun and the moon. And he returns. When he returns, he gets crucified at 33, because there's 33 vertebrae at the back of the spine, and it crosses the vagus nerve. The crucifixion of the oil past 33 vertebrae creates God-man, and it creates your higher self, and it activates 100% of the brain. And you turn into spirit, you turn to your spirit self. This is why Jesus dies. He didn't physically die, it metaphorically dies and becomes his higher self. The ego self is left behind. It's the same with the whole story of Jesus. Jesus comes down from heaven, which is the oil. He dies in a cave for 3 days, which is the oil hitting the cave. Here's the cave. And resurrects after 3 days. If you resurrect the oil, comes up and gets crucified at 33 in Golgotha. Golgotha translates to a place in the skull. The three wise men from the east. Well, if you look at the Masonic artwork, they'll always show you a ladder up to the east. Okay? Here you see north, south, west. This would be east. Here you see east here. East here. The ladder up to the east. The east is the top, up. Three wise men from the east, the thalamus, pituitary, and pineal gland in the center of the brain. The most important glands in the body. Here you see the Egyptians with the spine, the sun, and the two hemispheres of the brain. What did I say at the beginning? The sun is the soul. The sun is its own source of energy. It's the life force, which gives life to anything it inhabits. The soul is the same thing. That's why sun and soul mean the same thing. So, what I'm saying is consciousness is God. And this is why when it refers to as God in the Bible, it means your higher self, pretty much. And returning back to this higher self, because God is something that you need to manifest. Consciousness is God, and your body is a reflection of the creation by God. This is why everything in the body corresponds with the stars. The stars rule the body. We are an image of the stars. This body is an image of the whole of creation. Aries rules the head. This is the cerebrum, the ram in the brain. Here's the ram, Aries. And we have something called the cerebrum, Aries, the ram. This is the Lamb of God moving to the higher mind. Taurus, which is the lower brain and neck, the cerebellum, the bull Taurus, the lower mind, and the cerebrum and the cerebellum, the ram and the bull, is what makes you ramble on. Ramble meaning walking. The higher mind and the lower mind working together makes the body ramble. Ramble is what makes you walk along. Thank you to Santos Bonacci. Gemini, the two twins, rules the two arms, the hands, and the lungs. These are the two twins of the body. Sagittarius, the horse, which rules the hips. Hips means hippo. Hippo means horse. Hippopotamus means water horse. Hippo means horse, and this is why we call them hips, because horses have massive hips. Capricorn, the kneecaps. Pisces, the two fish, the 2 feet. Then they make us swim. We are an image of the stars, people. Well, the body is anyway. Consciousness is God, and the body is the image of the whole of creation. It's a reflection of the whole creation, as above, so below. 12 systems in the body, 12 cranial nerves for the 12 constellations. 12 cell salts. The body's made out of 12 cell salts. So this is where it gets kind of deep. This is where we get deep. And he said Jesus was known as the fisher of man. And fisher of man, meaning man does not mean man as in the male. Man means mind. He's the fisher of minds. So the Bible is not patriarchal. It's not patriarchal. Man just means mind, pretty much. So the fisher of mind, man, because he was fishing minds out of this reality into the higher realities. He was teaching people how to leave the body when he walks on water. Walking on water is the physical, etheric, astral, and mental. These are the different planes of reality. The ether is the either, because the ether is the substance that's on either side, astral and physical. It's the fifth element, is ether. And the fifth element is the water. The same water at the beginning of the Bible when it says, let the firmament divide from the waters above from below. The water symbolizes the ether. It's the base of all physical matter. And the ether is known as the water. So when you're walking on water, you're walking on the ether, meaning you're leaving the physical body. So when Jesus walks on water and he's teaching Paul to walk on water, Paul becomes scared and falls back into the water. Well, when you astral travel and you become scared when you're projecting, you'll fall back into your body. So he's pretty much saying walking on water is leaving the body, and walking on the ether, because the ether is the veil between the astral, and that's what devil means. Devil has the word veil in it, because the devil is trapping you between one veil, which is this world. They're trapping you in this world, this thin layer of reality. Your dreams are different veils. The ether, the astral, the mental are different veils. Devil is deveil. Deveil. You need to escape being stuck in one reality and live in between realities. And this is when you truly become a multi-dimensional being, because your soul is just the eye. That's what you are. You're just an eye, and you see into different worlds. And it also, when Jesus means the fisher of man, the fisher of minds, he is. I truly believe, because of my research, that there is other worlds. It's not just this one. There's higher worlds. There's an infinite amount of you, and you've been in them dreams you call dreams. Them dreams are other realities that you are in. That's why when you're there, you don't feel like you're in a dream. You feel like it's 100% real, because it is real. So this is why the ancients always depicted the many different heads, because there's many different versions of you. And this I, the soul, the watcher, is switching itself into different bodies at all times. Well, when you sleep, when you astral project. And this is what the ancients were doing. They understood the multiverse, and they could switch bodies at will. And this is what the 7 seals are in the Bible, also known as the 7 chakras. These are literally portals within us to these different worlds. We're in the heart at the moment. Earth, rearranged, spells heart, meaning middle. This is where good and evil exist. It's the middle point, the midpoint of realities. So I hope you all enjoyed the video. All of this knowledge that I've give you in this video is inside of my book, the Book of Wisdom. The Book of Wisdom gets updated every single month with new pages. It's a one-time payment for a lifetime worth of research and knowledge by me. So if you do want to get it, the link will be in the description. But I hope you will gain some amazing insight. Please like, comment, and share to help the algorithm, and drop a subscription. And for more lectures, every 2 days, I drop lectures and knowledge within the Patreon. If you want to support the channel, join the Patreon. Everything's in the description because we are not monetized on YouTube. Thank you all. Have an amazing day.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Hello, everyone. Today we're going to be discussing the esoteric and occult meaning behind the story inside of Genesis, the story of Adam and Eve. This is a widely known story, but not many people know the true esoteric meaning behind it. Okay, so today we're going to be breaking this symbolism down. Before we get into this, please leave a like and a subscribe on the channel. I would greatly appreciate it. And please comment below any lectures or anything you wish to know, and I could maybe make it in the future. The first thing we must understand about the Bible is that it is an esoteric and occult book. It is written in allegory. It is written in such a way that we understand the book compared to our level of perception. Now, what do I mean? If a child read the Bible, they would gain a standard meaning and story behind it. They would gain a normal interpretation of the book, of being good, praise God, and be a good person. However, me, who have studied the occult and esoteric and symbolism for a very long time, when I read the Bible, I see a deeper meaning. I can read between the lines of the allegories, which means the Bible is written in such a genius way that it speaks to your level of intelligence. Depending on how advanced you are mentally and with knowledge, will depend on how you decipher this book and how the parables inside the book can speak to you in your personal life. Okay, so the Bible is the greatest psychological book ever written in history. This is why it's known as the greatest story ever told. It's a story. What we must understand with the Bible is that the Bible creates on the surface a logical way of thinking, which is what we call religion. We read the Bible and if we think logically and we take that book literally, then we gain a religion. But if we look beyond the surface, this is what we call esoteric, metaphorical, symbolic. You can read between the lines using our right hemisphere of the brain in deciphering this book and what it truly means to us and the evolution of our mind, body, and soul. What this book actually reveals between the lines is instructions and stories which teach you how to level up your consciousness, how you can sync the mind, body, and spirit and soul all together so you can live like a god. This is what the esoteric is. It's the purification of consciousness. Now, when it comes to Adam and Eve, okay, what we must understand is that this is the beginning of creation. This represents the beginning of your life in an esoteric way. This is symbolic for the beginning of your incarnation into this physical world. Okay. And we have Adam, masculine, Eve representing feminine. These are the two masculine and feminine energies which create the whole material universe. Okay. And as we are born with a pure consciousness. We are born with pure consciousness. Well, now, what do I mean? As a baby, we have no knowledge. We are pure essence of the soul. You know, we don't gain the knowledge of good and evil. We are pure. Yes, we're not happy all the time as a baby, and we're not sad all the time, but we have no ego. This is what I mean. Our consciousness is not split. As a baby, you are whole. You have a whole consciousness. You are yourself. You have no false identifications, no limiting belief systems, nothing. You are pure awareness and the pure soul and the pure mind. Now, this is what Genesis is representing. As we grow older, the more experiences we gain, the more thoughts we start to think, the more knowledge we gain of this world, the more impure our mind, our heart, our soul, our spirit becomes, the more impure our body becomes. As we grow older, we're infected with negative beliefs, negative thoughts, and society norms. This is a big one. As we grow older, we are molded by society. We shut off areas of ourself and we push them away so that we fit in with society. We all know this. We all did this in school. We pushed away parts of ourselves to act cool or to fit in, whatever it may be. Whatever type of person you were in school, we all went through this because society and culture is programmed. So as we grow older, our consciousness splits. We gain a persona, an ego, and we gain a shadow self, the subconscious, and we gain an ego. Now, the ego is what you show to people. It's that character that you show, that you put on to your culture, to your family, to your friends. This is a false identification. And we also gain a shadow self. The shadow self is gained through experience. This is the subconscious. Our ego is created through experience. And so is the subconscious and the shadow self. Okay. So as we gain age in this material body, we fall from the Garden of Eden. We gain the knowledge of good and evil. This is what the symbolism represents of us leaving the garden, us eating from the fruit. Now, the fruit represents the knowledge, it represents the insight, the experience, which splits our pure consciousness. Our soul splits. Okay? We lose connection with the divine. We lose connection with our pure self through material experiences. We may lose ourselves in material experiences. We may lose ourselves in lust and material gain, wealth, and all of these lovely things that the material world offers. We lose ourselves in this. Okay? And not only that, there's another symbolic thing that we're missing with being a child. There's another symbolic meaning behind this tree in this story of Adam and Eve. And this is sexual energy. Okay? As we are a baby, we have no ability to create another human life. We have no sexual urges. We have no desire for the material things as a baby. Nothing. As we grow older, our sexual energy cultivates around the age of, it's like 10, maybe earlier for some people or later for some people. This is what we call puberty, when our sexual energy activates. This is when the masculine and feminine energies are present within the body. And we are now given the ability to create human life. We're now given the ability to bring in a soul into the material world. Now, this is what we believe and know in the esoteric world. That is what sex is. You're bringing a soul from the astral into the physical. Okay. So as you grow older, you gain this ability to use the power of creation. You gain this force within you that allows you to open a portal in the astral and bring in a soul to the material. Now, this power can be misused. This power is very powerful and should not be misused. In occult and esoteric teachings, we teach and learn sexual transmutation, how we transmute sexual energy into different areas of our life so we can grow and create. Because sexual energy is creative energy. It creates a whole new human being. So if we retain it, we can transmute it into creativity. So this energy is kind of corrupting us as well. And now I'm not saying growing up is evil, all this thing is evil. This is a natural cycle that we must go through. The soul of us must go through this cycle so that we learn, so that we overcome it, so that we gain mastery over ourselves, so that we expand ourselves. I recommend you watch the Evolution of Consciousness lecture that I did on my YouTube. An amazing lecture. Talks about the evolution of consciousness and how we're on a never-ending cycle of life and death and expansion. So leaving the Garden of Eden is symbolic. You see, Eve represents emotion. She's feminine. Adam represents action. That's why he bit the apple. You see, Eve takes the apple and tempts Adam because she's the emotion. She's the sexual desire. And Adam eats it. He releases, he misuses the power of his creation. He misuses his consciousness because of material illusions and material desires. This is natural, okay? As we grow older in this life, our soul has to experience sin. We have to experience negativity. We have to experience evil, okay? And we have to misuse this power within us to learn about it so we can overcome it and gain control over it. Now, this is why the Bible says in Genesis 3:6, for God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened. Ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. This is very, very, very symbolic. We come into this world to experience a dualistic way of reality. We come into this world to challenge ourselves so the soul can grow, because the soul comes from pure love from God. But we come into this world so the soul may know what it's like to be evil. You see, we are like a seed. Our soul's like a seed. And when that seed grows, okay, and it's planted, them roots must grow to hell in order for the top of the tree and the roots to grow to heaven. In order for the soul to reach the highest states, it must descend down into the lowest states. Good and evil. This is the story of good and evil, okay? And this is the story, a psychological story of how the human mind has functioned in this life. This is what this story is representing of how our soul and mind is functioning, how our consciousness is splitting and growing up and evoluting. Okay. Like I said, snakes represent sexual energy. They represent, snake, when you've been snaked. This is why we say you've been snaked, because it represents a temptation of sexual energy. This is why the Kundalini is symbolized as a snake. This is the serpent within us that we can rise to activate dormant brain cells in our brain. Now that's called the Kundalini Awakening. I'm not going to get into that into this video, but this is what it symbolizes, the tree and the knowledge of good and evil, because our body is the tree. Our central nervous system is the tree. The snake is our sexual urges and this false temptation that tempts us to interact with sin, the material world, okay, and go against our higher divine self. This is what it represents. Now, it's very, very symbolic. Not everyone is going to agree with this, but this is my interpretation of Genesis based on my research of occultism, symbolism, metaphors, and me studying the Bible. This is my interpretation, and I hope it resonates with you. It might not resonate with you, But this is what makes sense to me, and this is what has made sense to many other occult researchers who are in this space as well. Okay. So please leave a like, leave a comment, leave a subscribe. I'd greatly appreciate if you could, just give me some support on this channel. We're nearly at 100,000 subscribers, which is insane. I just want to say thank you all. And yeah, I will see you inside the university if you join. I'll look forward to mentoring you, connecting with you on the live calls. There's a new symbolism course which is going to be available very, very soon. And yeah, if you join the university, you also get a 30% discount on all of my products, astrology readings, one-on-one calls, all of my books. Yeah, so I hope you gain some insight on this video, and I'll see you in the next video, and I'll see you inside the university. Have an amazing day.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
This one secret that is hidden and guarded within secret societies grants you profound power, which can fully transform your life and perspective on reality. Today, I'm going to reveal this one secret, which you probably already know, but never realized how deep it truly is. This has the power to change your life. It is the key to your potential. And if you stay with me, this power may be yours, and you could transform your life with this hidden secret that is guarded within secret societies and esoteric orders. And this secret is not really a secret, but something people overlook, that the universe is mental. Everything we experience and interact with and perceive originates within the mind. The universe is a boundless field of consciousness, a mental construct molded and shaped by thought. We do not just live in a physical world, as they want you to believe. There are hidden forces that mold the material world. They want you to believe that you are only a physical being inside of a physical universe. But this is completely wrong. You are the architecture of the universe. Your consciousness is the very fabric of reality. And you create your own universe. The universe is an infinite field of consciousness, a vast and limitless mental construct, intricately woven and shaped by the power of thought. It is a dynamic and ever-evolving field where the interplay of awareness and attention gives form to existence. Within the boundless realm, every idea, perception, and belief contributes to the creation and transformation of reality itself. Each thought holds the power to transform reality. Your consciousness is the very fabric of reality. And this is shown in the symbol of the flower of life. The flower of life is a symbol. It symbolizes the interconnectedness of all existence, illustrating how every thought is not merely a fleeting moment, but a ripple that reverberates across every layer of reality. Each action, like the intricate overlapping circles of this pattern in the symbol, extends its influence far beyond its origin, weaving a web of interdependence where every choice impacts the whole. It serves as a profound reminder that everything is connected, bound by an unseen field of consciousness. This symbol represents how one action, one thought is a ripple in the whole vastness of the ether of consciousness. To master your mind is to master the universe, because your mind is a miniature universe. The mind is the very fabric of reality. So if we gain the hook, if we gain the power and the mastery over our minds, we have now gained the power to create reality to your will and intent. You see, most people live in a cycle, and this cycle is the outer world manipulating how they feel on the inner world. People's external circumstances are creating their thoughts and emotion in the inner world of consciousness, which is producing a constant cycle of negative manifestation. For example, let's say something negative happens to me in my external world. Then I start to think negative and feel negative. What that is actually doing is manifesting and projecting more negativity because our thoughts hold the power to control and weave our own life. Your life is a direct correlation of every thought you thought in the past. What we need to do is stop and not let the mind control you in your reality. You need to control the mind so you can control reality. So, what does this actually mean? Reality is an externalization of consciousness. Consciousness and matter are one, they're not separate. They are inseparable and interconnected. Everything we see, experience, and observe is a manifestation of thought, beliefs, and consciousness, shaping the world around us. Now, this ties in with the secret fifth element that they have hid from you. They've hid from you this sacred and very important symbol and pillar to reality. And this pillar, this sacred thing they've missed, is called the ether. And they've held this from you for a reason, a specific reason. This is the true fifth element. Why do they hide the ether? Because the ether has the power to shape and manifest whatever we imprint upon it. Every thought is a vibration interacting with the ether and actively shaping our reality. The ether, you could see it as the codes to physical reality. It's like an energetic blueprint which surrounds all physical objects. It is the life force that gives life to all things. All energy comes out of the ether and returns back to the ether. Energy, it's 0 point energy, and it is an infinite source of energy. So this is why they hide the ether, because whatever our mind can imprint onto the ether, we can create into a reality. And we imprint the ether through thought and imagination. The mind holds the power. The mind is the very source of reality. The material realm is not separate from the mental realm. Rather, it is intricately shaped and influenced by it through the ether. This subtle, all-pervasive medium bridges thought and matter, allowing consciousness to mold and manifest the physical reality. To transform our lives, we must first transform our minds. True change begins within, as our thoughts, beliefs, and perceptions shape the reality we experience. By shifting our mindset, we unlock the power to reshape our world and recreate the life we desire. This is the power of the mind, and this is the power that's been hidden from you. We're not taught these things in schools for a reason, because they don't want us all to be conscious creators. Instead, they feed you your beliefs. They feed you your thoughts through the music, through the entertainment, through the movies, through the news. They're controlling your thoughts with this information. They're installing beliefs and information into your mind. So you are producing their reality. But this is what we need to stop. We need to take control. We need to stop consuming their music, their movies, their information, their news, because all of this is contributing towards your reality. They have the collective consciousness at the tip of their fingers. They do not create the world. We create the world by believing their beliefs and their thoughts. and installing their information into our minds. You see, it's mind over matter, and most people live in matter over their mind. Most people let matter, the external circumstances, dictate their mind, when it should be the other way around. It should be mind over matter. This is the mental plane. This is the astral. This is the etheric. This is the physical. The mind holds power over the emotions, over the imagination, over the physical, and over our spirit. It holds power over everything. It's mind over matter. It's the mental body that we must transmute and change. Most of us live in a chaotic state of mind, and this is what we must change. Turn chaos into order. So we need to be mind over matter. We need to install this belief into our subconscious. I, Harry B. Joseph, have created the ultimate esoteric school on the earth. As a member, you'll gain access to live mentoring calls twice a week, along with new lectures, books, and exclusive content released every week. Additionally, you'll have a full access to all my life-changing programs. If you're ready to transform your life and start your journey today with me, join Ethereal University. These are the campuses. We have the real lecture sections filled with lectures that you can watch. Manifestation Mastery, which teach you exactly how to reprogram your subconscious mind so you can live that reality. Sexual Alchemy, the path to empowerment of how you can transmute your sexual energy. The Real Library, where you gain access to powerful esoteric books, PDFs. Symbols of Secrets, an amazing course. The course that allows you to see beyond the veil that has been pulled over your eyes. The language of symbolism that secretly rules the world. I teach you how to read symbolism. Esoteric Exchange, live calls. You get to rewatch all of the old live calls. Mindwave Hub, this is a place of binaural beats where you can listen to infinite amounts of binaural beats. So you can meditate to them. Meditation section, numerology, health section, and electromagnetism. This is a life-changing place. And if you are serious, we only accept serious about changing your life and studying the occult and esoteric, this is the place for you. I've been there. I've been on YouTube looking around for valuable information, trying to find good accounts, good channels. It's very hard. I had to go through years of trying to find good information on YouTube. But what I've done is, instead of you searching around everywhere for bits of information and connecting the dots, I've put it all into one big place. You get your binaural beats, you get all the programs you need to walk the path of enlightenment to transform your life. I will connect with you on the inside, and I hope this lesson, this lecture, you gained some information, you gained some power from it. Please like and comment, or don't. It's up to you. If you have any reviews, if you have any ideas of lectures that you know, if you don't understand certain things, make sure to leave a comment and I can make a lecture about it. I can make a video about it for sure. I don't mind taking recommendations for videos. So I thank you all, people. Have an amazing day.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Welcome back everyone to another video. Today we're going to cover everything that you need to know about the mind, starting with the two aspects of the mind, the conscious and the subconscious. The male aspect of your mind is the conscious. This is the 10% of your mind. The conscious part of your mind is only aware of everything around you, your vision, your sight, your smell, your taste, your hearing, and your current state of emotion and thought. Every thought that you consciously think about has an emotion directly attached to it. That emotion is then impressed onto the subconscious part of the mind. The subconscious part of the mind is the female aspect of your mind. It is also a whopping 90% of your mind. Subconscious mind is controlling all of the subconscious processes which happen within your body. For example, your subconscious mind is controlling your heartbeat, your digestion of food, and all of the things that you do not have to tell the body to do. It is the hidden part of our mind which is controlling all of the hidden things. The subconscious mind is like a recording supercomputer. Everything that you have experienced in your life is all recorded and stored within the subconscious mind. One of the most important things about your subconscious mind is that it stores your mental programs. Everything in the subconscious mind manifests into behavior and actions within the body. Your daily basis routine and habits are all mental programs within your subconscious mind. These mental programs are created by mainly two ways. 1. Repetition, and 2. Emotional impact. The repetition is fairly simple to understand. The more you do something, the more it impresses onto your subconscious mind and becomes a program. That program will then manifest into your behavior. However, with the emotional programs, they work a bit different. The stronger that you feel an emotion, the stronger it is impressed onto the subconscious mind. And then that emotion becomes a program. For example, you had a very traumatic moment happen when you were a young child. The emotion that you felt was so strong in that moment that it impressed into your subconscious mind so hard that you can recall that moment like it was yesterday. That traumatic event that happened to you when you were young will still manifest into your daily basis behavior even to this day. However, it manifests subconsciously. For example, if you were in a car crash, you will be wary to enter cars with certain people. All because of that traumatic emotion that you felt and impressed onto your subconscious mind. Another example of the subconscious manifesting into our behavior is posting on Instagram. Most of the time, the reason why you post is because your subconscious mind is seeking gratification. So before you actually do something, question yourself and find out the root cause of why you are doing this. Another thing that you need to understand about the subconscious mind is that it takes everything you say in here literally. So for example, if you go and say, "You are an idiot" to someone, your subconscious mind will only pick up the word idiot. It only knows yourself. It doesn't know anyone else. You are casting a spell on yourself just by saying that to someone else. This is why the golden rule is to treat others like you'd like to be treated. Now, you can rewrite these programs which are already in your subconscious mind. However, it does take consistency. You have to change these programs which have been running for years. And by changing these programs, you change your behavior, because these programs manifest into your behavior. The best way to do this, personally, is to listen to affirmations first thing when you wake up in the morning, and do this for 10 minutes every single morning. Then at night time, you want to think and feel that you are becoming the reality that you desire. The more that you feel this reality, the more it will become a program and impress your subconscious mind. For example, you're trying to gain financial freedom. If you trick your subconscious mind into creating a program saying that you are financially free, this will manifest into your behavior. You will start doing more work. You will start looking for ways to make money. Your mind will be set on the frequency of money and financial freedom. Therefore, you will receive thoughts based around this program. If you take enough action, your life will dramatically change because of this program that you created in the mind. This is why we call it a mindset, because your mind is a frequency tuner which sets its frequency onto different thoughts, because thoughts are frequency. If you fill your mind with a specific frequency, you will gain thoughts and ideas based around that frequency. To create a stable mind, you need to master your emotions. You need to change your mindset. Everything that you experience is neutral. Based upon the mindset that you see it, you either give it a positive or negative charge. By understanding this deeply, you will then control your emotions. I hope you gained some wisdom and enjoyed this video. Please, if you can, leave a comment and a like, and subscribe to the channel if you like this content. Love and light to you all.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Religions were made to hide the truth about yourself, God, and the universe. You see, religion teaches there is a God separate from you. He created the universe separate from himself. They did this to truly disconnect you from consciousness, from God, and from yourself. Now let me explain. It's going to be very difficult to understand this from a left hemisphere dominated perception. The left hemisphere sees everything individual. The right hemisphere sees the whole. For example, if you're walking through a woods, the left hemisphere sees individual trees, leaves, twigs, and branches. The right hemisphere sees the interconnectedness of the whole woods. We've been trained our whole life to be trapped in the left hemisphere, to think logically, scientifically, with evidence. This way of thinking traps you in illusion, division, and separateness from everything. Plus, in science, they teach you the universe exists outside of you. You exist in a universe, and the universe exists whether you exist or not. This is completely false. You are the universe experiencing itself. There is only one person in the universe. There is only one awareness in the universe, and that is God. That is your consciousness. Not your name, your job, your reputation, your thoughts, your beliefs. That is not God. God is the infinite awareness that you are, the alertness, the essence of life. You are an individual. You have a dual nature, an inner world, consciousness, and an outer world, this physical body. The inner world is the immortal, consciousness, awareness. This physical reality is for the immortal within us to experience and enjoy. And the immortal consciousness, the immortal self, the individualized expression of the only thing that is truly real, which is God, consciousness, is seeking a way to understand itself through infinite vantage points. The same consciousness inside of you, inside of the dog, the squirrel, the plants, the stars, the same awareness is in absolutely everything. Only the right hemisphere can see this connection. The universe is one mind separated into the infinite bodies and life forms. This is why scientists tell you that the universe is forever expanding. It's truth in plain sight, because the universe is the mind. And the mind is always seeking more vantage points to understand itself. And the mind is always expanding into new realms of thought. The mind cannot be filled up. It does not exist in space. However, human awareness, human consciousness is very sacred. And the reason why I say that is because humans possess a two-way consciousness, unlike a dog, an animal, or a squirrel, for example. The dog looks in the mirror. It is not aware of itself. It doesn't look in the mirror and see that it needs to improve something. However, humans, we can look in the mirror and say, who am I? Where do I come from? And I need to change this aspect of me. I'm lacking in this area. Dogs do not have this awareness. They function only on their immediate surroundings, on survival and instinct. Human awareness is special because we have the ability to reflect on the self. We can question our consciousness. We can question, who am I? Where do I come from? And where am I going after this? The human mind has no limitation. We can surpass our animal nature and rise to a godly nature. This is the whole purpose of reaching Christ consciousness, which is just an ideal consciousness where we have control over self and we know who we truly are. Humans have been given the tools to awaken. Our five senses are locked only to perceive the physical world. But the mind holds the gateway to understand the unseen aspects of reality. The mind holds the secrets to the universe and consciousness. We just have to study ourselves to understand God. We are all individualized aspects of consciousness. There is only one pure consciousness in the universe, but we're fractaled into infinite life forms, experiencing this consciousness in a different form, molding this consciousness into individual egos and individualized consciousness. Me and you are made of the same fabric. However, I have thought different things, believed different things, experienced different things, which has conditioned my consciousness to be my own individualized aspect of God. And that's what makes me, me, and you, you. God is the creative power within us to turn thoughts into physical reality, to create things. We are a creator. Each one of us is a miniature earth, creating and building in this physical 3D reality. Our consciousness holds power over the 3D reality. We can mold it and create anything we wish. However, we have been conditioned to live like an animal, living in our animal nature, eating, surviving, lusting, and these low-level desires keep us trapped from figuring out our creative power. This is why the ancients always depicted God inside of the brain. Even in ancient Christian artwork, William Blake, Anton Raphael, all depict God inside of the brain. Why is this? Because God is our creative power. The spinal column acts as a type of ladder of consciousness. If you just think about sex and act on sex, eating, consuming, and living in a survival animalistic state, then your consciousness is functioning on the lower end of the spinal column, where your reproductive organs are and your gut organs are to consume food. In order to activate the God within us and to us to truly know God, we have to be aligned with the God consciousness. We have to unlock the God within us so we can truly actually experience God and understand it. However, God exists beyond our personal consciousness, beyond our human identity. In secret societies, satanic rituals and satanic societies, they are seeking a way to escape the human identity through ritual work, meditation, and trance-like states. A trance-like state is like the state that you enter just before you fall asleep, where there is no thought present in your mind, because you are not the mind, you are the observer, you experience the thoughts. And when we escape the human identity through rituals, meditation, or trance-like states, we can actually experience beyond the veil of this material world. However, satanic rituals do this in a negative way. Satanic rituals include ways to make the human mind tap out by pushing the human minds to the limit through pain, suffering, and even torture, to allow the mind to pass out so you can temporarily pass on the veil of the physical world and escape the limitations of the human identity and the human thinking mind. Now, you do not have to do it this way. You can experience the divine and beyond your human identity through many different ways, such as deep, deep meditation, rising above your thoughts, and setting 3 alarms, one for 6 a.m., one for 6:30, and one for 7:30. And when you wake up at these times, what you need to do each time you wake up is allow your mind to stay awake but your body to fall asleep. And you will enter this trance-like state. And you can gain ideas, experience lucid dreams, and maybe even astral project. All of these rituals in secret societies and satanic societies is all about escaping the human identity and experiencing the divine planes beyond the physical. To wrap all of this up, this is all about consciousness. Consciousness is the infinite awareness of the universe, just fractaled into separate bodies. And this consciousness is seeking a way to understand itself in infinite angles and vantage points. And religion was made to cut off your connection to the divine planes beyond this world and beyond your self-identity. Therefore, if you want to know God, you have to study the attributes and qualities of God, such as geometry, numbers, consciousness, the mind, the subconscious, human anatomy. All of these things are aspects of God. We have to study ourselves and study nature so we can see God. God is the infinite awareness of the universe. If you love this video, please leave a like and share it with a friend. I'll leave a link in the description for the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2.
What is good, YouTube? Today we're going to be talking about the astral plane and how the cosmology fits into the astral plane, okay? So first, let's go over the astral plane and go over the different layers of reality so that you can understand reality more. You are a multi-dimensional being. You are not in these, you are in all of these realities at the same time. They all interweave into one big reality. But there are different planes. They are different vibrational dimensions. There are different dimensions of reality. The mind is the root cause of reality. We're living in the mind of God. Everything is being thought into existence from the root cause, from the universal mind. This is why the ancient Egyptians said, all is mind. We're living in the mind of God. And we are a microcosm of this mind. This is why we all have the same mind. This mind is the world of thoughts. Now, this world of thoughts is just the thought alone. For example, it is the thought of a chair. But then when you start to imagine this chair and you start to mentally see the chair, you're now manifesting the thought, the singular thought, into some sort of form. So now you're imagining the chair. You're imagining the form of this chair, which is then manifesting into the astral plane. The astral plane is the world of thought forms manifesting. So when you are imagining something, you are seeing into the astral plane. Okay? Your third eye, it is an eye because it sees the astral plane. It is seeing the other side through imagination, through dreaming. Well, we'll go over dreaming later. So the thought of a chair is a singular thought. The imagination of the chair is the manifestation of the chair. And in the astral plane, it's basically the world of all the chairs that could ever exist. So you're thinking of the chair as a singular thought, which is the mental plane. The astral plane is the imagination of that chair, is the thought, the manifestation of it. Depending on the vibrational state of the thought will depend what level of the astral plane it will go to. For example, if you're thinking about a chair to torture someone on it, it's going to go on the lower astral plane. Or if you're thinking and imagining happy things, it's going to go to the higher astral plane. So wherever your mindset is, that we call it a mindset because your mind is setting frequencies to certain things. Thoughts are frequencies. And a mindset is setting your frequency, setting your mind to a certain frequency. So when you set your mind to a certain frequency and you imagine something in that frequency, you're going to match everything in the astral plane that are on that similar frequency, just like you would in the physical world. Because we're all in these worlds right now as we speak, but we can't see them with the two physical eyes. We can feel it though. When you're around someone and you've just met a new person, for example, you can feel their vibration. And if you're not on a similar vibrational match, you will not get along with that person, or you just won't not get along, but you won't connect with that person because you're on two opposing frequencies, not matching. And this is something you can't see, you can only feel because it's the astral plane. It exists within the astral plane. Everything in the astral plane is made out of vibrations. So if you do astral project, and if you already know how to astral project, you will see beings and people and things that are on the same frequency as you. This is why before you astral project, you need to sort your vibration out before you astral project, because you are projecting your consciousness into this. It's the mind. The mind is the bridge. It can move between realities. You are a observer. You are a observing soul which observes different realities. And the mind is the bridge between all of these different realities. The mind can choose. If you want to project into the astral, you set your mind to it, you can. Okay? So let's not get off track. The lower astral plane is where demons are. The higher astral plane is where heavenly beings are. Heaven and hell are kind of a real thing. The etheric plane is a powerful substance, the ether, the fifth element that they don't tell us about. If you type in on Google the 5 elements, they will try to remove it with wood or metal because they don't want you knowing about the ether. Ether is the energy double behind all physical objects. So the ether is very important. It is the 5th element. It is part of the physical world, but it's also part of the astral world. It is on either side. You see how they're showing you the truth in the language? Ether and ether are the same word. The ether has 1 foot in the astral and 1 foot in the physical world. It's a substance that connects the physical to the astral world. It is the either. It's on either side of reality. It's on the other side. Other, either, same word. Ether is connecting the physical to the astral plane. It's the world of frequency. Frequencies, EMFs, torus fields are in the etheric plane. It is the energy plane. It's where energy moves through the ether. Okay. So then you have the physical world, the world of effect. Everything you see in the physical world is the effect of the higher planes. Each plane is a product of the plane above. So, and it melts into each plane. The physical plane is the lowest plane, it's the most densest, and the highest is the most fluid. This is the most fluid, this is the most dense. This is where we get the saying, as above, so below from. As above, so below comes from the different planes of reality. And magicians understand this. This is why magicians always say as above, so below. Because they understand if you manipulate the higher planes of reality, you manipulate the lower planes. Because the astral plane is a direct copy of the physical world, but in the astral plane. It is mirrored. The physical world is mirrored in the astral plane. They are both the same world, but there's different vibrational states of the world. Kind of. It's hard to put this in words, people. So just try and understand. The astral plane is the double. It is whatever happens in the astral plane happens in the physical plane. This is why magic works. This is why demons work. This is why spirit communication works. Because if you manipulate the higher planes, you manipulate the lower planes. As above in the astral, so below. Leonardo da Vinci showing you to look up, pointing up. You got to look up. He's telling you to change the mind, you change the physical world. You change your emotions, you're on the astral plane, you change the physical world. You change your reality by changing the higher planes. This is the Masonic 11, the 2 pillars. This is the 11 also symbolizing the 2 hemispheres of the brain here. But the 11 symbolizes the 2 mirrors. 11, 11, 9, 11. 9, 11 adds to 11. 9 plus 1 plus 1 equals 11. The Twin Towers were in 11. Flight 11 was hijacked because it's a mass ritual within the astral plane. Now, we're going to go deep into that later, and I'll show you these rituals they do in order to manipulate the astral plane. So, this is what the 11 is. It's the mirroring of reality. If you contact spirits and conjure spirits, you can either summon or attract demons and spirits. Summoning is creating a spirit. You create demons. Okay? Like I said here, the mind is the root cause of reality. If you think of if you think of a traumatic event that happened in your life over and over and over and over again for years and years and years, where attention goes, energy flows. The mind is the director of energy. If you are directing energy into the specific emotion, the specific thing that is torturing you in your mind, that will manifest as some sort of being in the astral plane, which is called an elemental. And this elemental being that you have created through your thought forms and emotions will latch onto you and feed off this energy. So it's important that you get your mind right, okay? It's important you sort that you file the mind and you discipline the mind. Make sure it's only entertaining positive things, because you are quite literally creating your own demons. The word demon has the word mon in it, And if you've watched my videos, to know Mon means moon. The moon is your mind. The sun is your soul. The earth is your physical body. Demon. Demon is Mon means mind. Moon is mind. You create demons with your mind. Summoning. Now, this is where the rituals come in. 9/11 was a ritual because everyone was thinking about this big fearing, the death of 9/11. Everyone was thinking about it. And all of their minds thinking about this horrific thing will manifest and summon a negative energy spirit elemental within the astral plane. That's how all of this works. This is why it was a mass ritual. Okay. Chris Brown, new album name 11/11. Release date on the 11/11. This will be my 11th album and contain 11 songs. All of these people know the occult. This is Hermes Trismegistus with the star of Saturn, the six-pointed star, as above, so below. The mirroring of reality, physical and astral. The two Masonic pillars. So as above, so below. What's above us? The stars. The stars are connected to the astral plane. This is why we call them stargates. When we dream, we are experiencing these different realities. And what are stars? They tell in the Bible, it says Genesis 1:14. And God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs." Signs translates to things to come. Why things to come? The stars tell the future. Why? And why do we say as above, so below? As above us is the astral plane and the etheric plane. As above, so below. Whatever happens in the stars happens on Earth. The stars are connected to the astral plane. Above us is the astral plane. We are a star in a physical body. This is why we say Mr., sister, stir equals star. The E and the A are interchangeable. We are stars, and the stars are the start of our incarnation. We start in the stars, same root word, and we descend through the seven energies, which are our seven chakras. Then we enter the heart of the soul system. The heart rearranged spells earth. And this is the true cosmology. Here's the Masonic cosmology. This is Masonic now. Here's the firmament. Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters to divide the waters from above, from the waters that below. Genesis 1:6. The firmament, firmament comes from the word firma, Latin, I'm pretty sure, which means firm. When something is firm, meaning it's stable, it does not move, it is firm. The firmament is firm. So, is the firmament Genesis 1:6. What does he say? Genesis 1:3, sorry. Let there be light. This is before the sun and the moon was created. Let there be light. Before the sun and the moon was created, light was appeared. So what's that tell you? This is a holographic projection from some sort of light being, some sort of projector. And that projector is the all-seeing eye you see in the Masonic cosmology. This is the all-seeing eye projecting the light beams. Let there be light. Everything is made out of light. The universe is created out of light waves. The torus field is one unit of light. The light projecting this reality is Polaris. Okay, the famous all-seeing eye. Now, what else? Then we have after let there be light in Genesis 1:16, and God made the two great lights. This is the sun and the moon, electric, magnetic, male and female. Then we have the Masonic checkerboard, the black and white symbolizing dualities within the dualistic reality we're in, spirit and matter, light and matter, rest and motion, positive and negative, good and evil. Everything's dualistic here. Okay? And it's a dance. The universe is a dance between flickering of white and white and black light, which is the torus field. We're not going to go over that, but this is all connected to the astral plane. This is the true cosmology. The astral plane cannot work on a spinning monkey ball in the middle of space. Does not work. Cannot work. It's impossible. Okay? Impossible. So even in the Quran, it says, Allah has made the earth for you as a carpet, flat. Quran 15:19. And the earth we have spread out like a carpet, set there on mountains, firm and immovable. It is immovable. In the Quran, it also says 65:12, it is Allah who has created the seven heavens of the earth. The seven heavens meaning the seven layers of heaven, the seven planets. And Psalms 104:5, he set the earth on its foundations and it can never be moved. Never. So here you see in Isaiah 40:22, he sits enthroned above the circle of the earth, and its people are like grasshoppers. He stretches out the heavens like a canopy and spreads them out like a tent to live in. We live in a tent. This is the tent. The projection of light. Here you see an ancient picture here. Here you see the ethereal barrier, meaning the firmament, the etheric barrier, and here you see his head popping out. Why is his head popping out? Because your head is heaven, your heel is hell. Your head has access to the astral plane. This is why your head is heaven. The pineal gland, when stimulated, has access to project itself, project consciousness into the astral plane. Here you see another ancient picture here with the Masonic Royal Arch, with the zodiac here, the zodiac on the top, arching, because there's a firmament above us. Here's God in the brain. Consciousness is God. Here you see the Masonic Royal Arch, symbolizing the firmament. George Washington above the Masonic Royal Arch. These are the stars. This is Polaris projecting reality. Here's ancient churches with the dome, Polaris projecting reality with Jesus. Disney World is under the dome. The seven layers of heaven, ancient paintings, all depict if you go and look at the ancient paintings, they'll all depict the firmament, the arch above us. This is where we get interesting. The Masonic Royal Arch has the 6-9, which is Cancer. The constellation Cancer, which is 6-9 is associated with portals because CERN is the 6-9. Okay, CERN is opening portals. They're trying to create a portal to the other side. Cancer has the word CERN within it, so there's a link between Cancer and the opening, the firmament opening above us to ascension. Here you see the Masonic art with the Royal Arch and the light and the opening. Here you see the light and the opening. This is the opening of the firmament. Here's the Hebrew cosmology with Sheol, the underworld, and the opening. So Cancer is definitely some sort of portal in and out of this reality. I'm just connecting dots here. Now, we're going to go change a bit now. These celebrities that you are seeing they have not sold their soul to Satan, okay? They have not sold their soul to Satan. Satan is a demonic, low vibrational energy that has been summoned over the thousands and thousands and thousands of years of evil occult arts. So since Babylon was summoning this demonic energy, and this demonic energy in the astral plane will grow and grow and grow. It has no form. It has no physical form. Okay? But you can see it in the rappers. If your third eye is open, you can see clearly that these people are demonic. You can sense the energy that they're manifesting. Selling your soul is not what you've been told. It is gaining, because your soul is pure love, okay? Your soul does not want to do anything bad. So when you sell your soul, you're gaining physical gain, you're gaining physical wealth, for example, like for these rappers, they will be given millions of pounds because the people in control of the music industry, which is the dark occultists trying to brainwash the masses, the people in charge, are they're dark occultists. They understand Satan and the energy. They are satanic energy, which has been summoned in the astral plane. They see that they have influence over the masses, so they will go to them and say, "I will give you this amount of money forever if you manifest this satanic, demonic energy through the music and through social media to blind the masses, to brainwash the masses into this demonic energy." Because when you listen to music, music is frequency. Whatever you listen to, you become that frequency. So if you're listening to these people, they're throwing energy, this demonic, satanic energy that they sold out to. Sold, soul, same word. When you sold something, you've got your soul involved. They have exchanged money, physical gain, so that they manifest this satanic energy within the astral plane and through the music, through the videos, through social media to keep us in this vibrational frequency, in this low state of consciousness. This is what it actually is. It's not, you're not selling your soul to some sort of devil. This satanic energy has no physical form it is formless in the astral plane. It's a summoned energy. Now, the root chakra is red. This is why the devil is red, because it symbolizes the animal nature of man. When you are operating off your root chakra, you will kill, you will fight, you will do anything to survive, because it's all about survival mode in the root chakra. They want you keeping in that fighting mode, that surviving mode, so that you are manifesting this low vibrational frequency, this satanic energy, this demonic red energy. This is why the devil is red. And the devil has a tail with the red arrow pointing down because it symbolizes your light body. This is your Merkaba. Your Merkaba is your light body. Mer equals light, Ka equals spirit, Ba equals body. Merkaba, this is the devil's tail pointing down, the descension, your heel, up to your heel, hell. Ascension to heaven, head. You see? This is the all-seeing eye with the illumination coming off it, your head, when you're illuminated. The Merkaba is your celestial sphere to portray different planes of reality. It is the vehicle of ascension. It's your light body. It's in the word Kabbalah, Kabbalah, Ka, spirit, Ba, body, La, light. Same thing, Kabbalah, Merkaba. Same thing. It's all about the light body. This light body sees different realities. So when you see the goat in the music industry, it's this satanic summoned energy that's been summoning for thousands of years within the astral plane. When it becomes to the physical plane, it will manifest through different things. A goat, an owl, Satan, Moloch, Baal, same deity, same demonic energy that's been summoning in the astral plane. And this is why the Baphomet has a goat head. Drake's new album is the goat. The Polo G, the Masonic G, with the goat. And here's Rylo Rodriguez in the mirror with the goat in the mirror and him in his physical body. It symbolizes, the mirror symbolizes the astral plane, because he's manifesting the goat, the demonic energy. He's sold out to the demonic energy, and in the physical plane, he's his physical body. The mirroring, the Masonic 11, the mirroring of reality, the astral and the physical. And what do you call them when they're an amazing rapper, the best rapper? You call them the GOAT. Because you're the GOAT because you're manifesting the GOAT energy, this satanic, demonic energy within the astral plane. So Baal, Moloch, all the same thing. Because in the astral plane, if you want to gain spirits to come to you and communicate you in the physical world, if you want to communicate with spirits, you have to gain their attention. You can either gain their attention or come together and agree to create some sort of being, which is Satan. Okay. You can, like I said earlier, you can create these beings, you can summon them or attract them. One way to attract them is sacrificing. In order for you to become God, man, to turn to God, you have to sacrifice your life. You have to sacrifice, not drinking, not doing things, not doing anything demonic, not doing anything bad, not eating meat. You have to sacrifice yourself to become the light. However, if you want quick, instant gains in the physical world, you can sacrifice something else to communicate with these spirits, because these demonic energies feed off demonic energy, your demonic energy. So these dark occultists will give away babies, they'll sacrifice, torture babies so that they gain, so that they can communicate with these spirits for physical exchange. Yes, you can do this. These powerful spirits, these powerful demons can give you powers. They can give you certain things. And this is what they are doing. They're summoning and attracting these demonic energy. This is why, trafficking is one of the most, Balenciaga. Baal is the demonic energy in the astral plane, which requires child sacrifice for his presence. Balenciaga, and they were trafficking children. They were trafficking, killing them, and offering them to the spirits. This is what they are doing. Balenciaga. It's in the name. Here you can see here a stick man with two horns. The goat, obviously, it's all the same deity. Baal, the goat, Moloch, his Moloch, the owl, the Egyptian owl, because it comes from the owl of Moloch, which is Baal, which is Satan, all the same demonic energy. And it's on the dollar bill, a tiny dollar bill, on the $1 bill. All the same thing. Bohemian Grove, they worship the big owl, Moloch. It's all the same thing. It's all one big demonic energy which has been summoning in the astral plane. And it's trying to take over Earth, the physical plane. That's what it's doing. So I hope you all gained a deeper understanding of the astral plane and what's actually going on in the world. Please leave a comment if you can to help the algorithm. Drop a like if you like this content. And hope you all learned something today. And God bless you all. Thank you all.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
What is good, people? How are we all doing? Today we're going to be talking about the different planes of existence, the occult side of the world, the things they don't teach you in school. And of course, you can only find that on this channel, so welcome. So you need to understand is that your consciousness moves through these different planes of existence, these different states of consciousness, which make up all of you. Okay? They are all interlocked planes. They are all interpenetrated into each other. They are all one. They melt into the plane above and below. You see, each plane is a product of each plane. As above, so below. Now, the higher you go, the more fluid, the more dreamy, the less dense it becomes. The lower you go, the more denser it becomes, the more solid it becomes. The lowest plane is the physical plane, which you are obviously aware of. You are inside of the physical plane now. But while you are in this inside of this physical plane, you are indeed inside of all these other bodies which you have not awakened yet. You have to awaken these different bodies. You have these bodies. Okay? It's like a ripple effect. And the center is the most dense, the most solid. This is earth, heart, the heart of the ripple. And the lower you, the further you go out from the center, the more dreamy, the less fluid, the more fluid, the more less dense it gets until you're one with the all. You see? And this is what it's like. This is what this system is. It's like a ripple effect. Now, let's jump straight into the planes. First, you have the physical plane, made out of 4 elements. Five elements. The ether is the mother of the elements. It's the womb of the elements. It's the 5th element. And it gives birth to the 4 other elements. 4 is stability. Tables have 4 legs, and this is why the ether gives birth to 4, because it's the foundation of the physical world. Fire, earth, water, air. They are not pure. Each one of the elements melts into the other one. For example, earth and water both share cold. Water and air both share wet. You see, they compose of each other. They melt, they mold into each other based off the vibrational state of the ether. That's what it is. The 4 elements are the vibrational states of the ether. Okay? So you have the 4 physical elements making this, physical world. It's the lowest world. It's the world of effect. This world, whatever you see, whatever you experience, it's the effect. You can't change anything by manipulating this world. You got to manipulate the higher worlds to affect this world, you see? As above, so below. This is the lowest plane. It has 3-dimensional. It's the 3rd dimension. Space, height, and thickness. That's all it is. Front, backwards, upwards. You see, it's 3-dimensional. We cannot perceive the hidden side, which is the interior of this existence. We cannot perceive the interior from our exterior view. We are looking into this world. Okay? This is the exterior view. We can't see what's inside of that. That's the 4th dimension, which is the next one. It's the most gross and dense plane. 4 states of matter, the most slowest vibrational molecules exist in this plane. Above this plane, you have the ether. Okay? The word ether and either are the same thing, because either connects 2 scenarios in languages. I either support Manchester United or Liverpool. Either is connecting them 2 scenarios. The ether is doing the exact same, as you can see here on the planes of existence. It connects the astral world, which is very important, to the physical world. It's connecting these 2 worlds. So it's the ether. It's the ether. The ether is pure potential. Energy flows through the ether. It is pure energy, pure potential. Okay? The physical body is an exact copy of the etheric counterpart body. So every physical object has an etheric energy double. It's like a blueprint of that object. Every single object has an energy double, and that's the etheric double. Okay? The etheric body determines the shape of our physical body through its lines of force. All through life, it rebuilds and restores the physical body. Physical problems show up first in the etheric body, because as above, so below. You manipulate the higher planes, it will manipulate this plane. And this is why sorcery works. Contact with astral plane entities. We'll get into that a bit later. So the reason why we can't see this plane, this energy world, which is all around us, which we are inside of right now as we speak, is that the molecules that compose it are further apart than those of the physical plane, making it invisible to the 2 eyes. That we can't perceive it. Our eyes cannot physically suck in that sort of information, and our brain cannot decode it. This is why, they brainwash us with all these programs to keep us asleep, to keep these other bodies we have asleep, so we don't find out about these other bodies, and is to make you believe that everything's just a material. Only the material world exists. They don't want you to know is that everything that you see is a result of something you cannot see. As above, so below. There are realities within this reality. This is what I'm breaking down now, these different planes, on how this reality works. So your etheric double is your energy body. You can see here the physical, etheric, astral. Astral is your spirit. The ether is a part of the physical plane. It's like just above the physical plane, but it's still part. But then the astral plane is completely separate. It's another plane, but they're all interlocked. Don't think they're apart. They're all interlocked. They're all one. They all melt into each other. The chakras that we have are inside of our etheric body. They are our sense of organs which tune us to the fourth dimension. These 7 chakras connect us to the astral world, the fourth dimension. Okay? They are points for the flow of energy from the universe / 7 planets, because the 7 chakras are your 7 planets, and the 7 planets are connected to the astral world. They are feeding these 7 senses in our body. They connect us to the universe, to our etheric counterpart, and then to us, supplying the physical body. Because the energy comes from above. As above, so below. These 7 senses, these 7 etheric chakras, are being supplied with energy from the universe, the 7 planets, the solar system. Then it supplies the physical body. You see? So, the ether is very important. And this is, that the ancients understood the science of the ether, and they could, harness free electricity from it, because it's all around us. The ether is all around us. And this is what they were doing. They were harnessing free energy using the ether. The astral plane, the 4th dimension, very important plane. Very, very important. We've all been there. Every single one of you has been there. Okay? The 4th dimension is unseen of what we see. It's the interior of the exterior that we see. We see the 3rd dimension, but we cannot see beyond what's making this 3rd dimension. This is the 4th dimension. Okay? It's the dream world. This is where you go when you dream. Okay? This is where you go when you dream. It's the place of disembodied spirits or ghosts, entities, whatever you want to call them. When you hear ringing in your ears, that is not tinnitus. That is an entity around you. Okay? That is an entity around you. The 4th dimension is where thought forms exist. Mental images. Thought forms as in what you see in your mind when you think of an image, because the mind is the highest plane of existence. Mind is the highest plane of existence. And it manipulates all of the planes below. So it goes the mental plane, then the astral plane. So the thought is in the mind, the mental plane. That just the thought alone, no image, but then the form depiction, the thought form exists. It manifests in the astral plane as a sort of image, an entity, a living conscious being. So this is why thoughts are things. You see, thought forms exist within the 4th dimension. So when you imagine something, when you are, for example, right now, look into your hand and imagine there's an apple in your hand. If you can see that, you are seeing into this 4th dimension. You can only see into this 4th dimension using the mind's eye, not the 2 eyes, the mind's eye. When you shut off the 2 eyes into darkness, the 3rd eye opens. The mind's eye is open. And you can see, this is astral travel. You got to work on astral travel. And you will see this astral plane, this 4th dimension. And there are 3 different sections to this astral plane. Higher, middle, or lower. So yes, there is a kind of a heaven and hell. And a mid-God. Heaven being the higher vibrational entities manifesting higher vibrational thought forms existing there. The lower vibrational thought forms existing in the astral plane. But these thought forms are beings. You can create these beings. They're called elementals. Okay? If you entertain specific thoughts for long enough, this will plant a seed and it will grow. If you keep, so for example, you have a bad feeling or whatever, what's a good example? Unforgiving someone. You keep that energy inside of you for long enough, it will manifest in the 4th dimension. You entertain that thought long enough, it will manifest. And it will create an etheric body, and it will be an entity which will harm you. It will feed off you, this low vibrational energy. Your mind is so powerful. It creates thought forms, and these thought forms can take consciousness, can take bodies, etheric bodies. Now, that's why it's very important that you master your mind, master your thought patterns. So this fourth dimension is the astral world. So when you have a nightmare, this is the lower astral plane. You're in the lower astral plane. Whilst this physical body rests at night, your consciousness, you awaken this other body, your consciousness goes inside of this other body, whilst the physical body lays asleep. You see? So it's all inside of you. This is what you need to understand. You just haven't awakened these bodies yet. You can awaken them. You just got to awaken them. Okay? The next is the mental plane. This is the mind, the source, pure cause, pure motion, the most less dense, the most fluid. No form. There's no form to the mind. Astral plane is the first plane where a form takes existence, pretty much. The mental world has no form. It's pure mind, pure intelligence. Thoughts alone exist here without any images or manifestation. The most fluid, the most dreamy, the most causal plane. All of the rest take the effects of this plane. That's why it's mind over matter. Your thoughts they create vibrations. Each vibration is vibrating on a specific frequency, which creates mental images, creates effects down here on this physical plane. This is why it's so important to master your mind. Master what you think. Master your mind. It's the hardest thing to master. You could conquer the world, but it's probably harder to conquer your own mind than to conquer the whole world. I can promise you that, because the mind can play tricks on you. You got to listen to that inner guide within you that will constantly manifest the good things. So anyways, people, hope you learned a lot from this. Please work on trying to activate these other bodies. I will maybe do another video on trying to activate these bodies if you wish. Please comment down below if you would like to see that. And have an amazing day. Please like, subscribe, comment down below any video ideas you want me to do, any information you want me to spit. Thank you all. Have an amazing day.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
What is good, people? It's Revival of Wisdom. I hope you're all doing well. And this video is how to raise your holy oil or your kundalini. Let's get straight into this. So this is a monthly cycle. Every month, when the moon is in your zodiac sign, this oil is released. Now, the moon is in control of monthly cycles. For women, it's the menstrual cycle, and as well, this holy oil cycle. The moon changes sign every 2.5 days and passes through the zodiac signs in 27 days. So the moon tells the day, the sun tells the time, the stars tell the month. This reality is a massive clock, if you like to say. It's a cycle. Okay. The moon controls the night, emotions, water, fluids, and the mind. Okay. So this oil is produced in the claustrum. It's produced in the claustrum, which is here, right? This is where you get Santa Claus from. Now, the claustrum is at the center of the brain, and it is next to the pineal gland and the pituitary gland. Once it starts in the claustrum, this is the holy present. This is the present that Santa gives to us, Santa Claus. And it goes to the pituitary gland and the pineal gland. And what's connected to the pituitary gland and the pineal gland is the Ida and the Pingala. The Pingala is the pineal gland's nerve, which is the honey, which is the positive charge, electric, and the pituitary is the Ida nerve, which is the magnetic charge. This is the milk, the land flowing with milk and honey. This is the brain, the heaven, heaven, okay? And it travels down the spine using these two nerves, these electromagnetic charge. And this is what the ancients symbolized with the two serpents wrapped around the spinal cord, the Ida and the Pingala. And this travels down to the sacrum or the solar plexus. Okay. Okay. So once it's here, okay, the spine is an elongation of the brain. So the spine is pretty much the brain. It's an extension of it. And it's kind of a microcosm of how we descended from heaven to physical reality, to physical matter, which is our consciousness has done. Our consciousness has descended from heaven into physical matter, and this is a microcosm of it. Okay. So once we're in the sacrum bone, this holy oil, like I've just explained, this holy oil starts in the Santa claustrum, goes down the chimney to the sacrum. This is the sacrum, the solar plexus, and drops the present off at the sacrum. Now, once we're at the sacrum, we need to raise our vibration to take this oil back up the spine. Okay. And the River Jordan symbolizes this in the Bible. King Herod wants to kill Jesus in Nazareth, which is here, this is the River Jordan, is Nazareth. He goes to be born in Bethlehem and then goes back up to Nazareth to Joseph and Mary. Joseph and Mary, the pineal gland and the pituitary gland. The Bible is huge symbolism. It's all metaphors for this sacred process which goes on inside of your body. You are the Temple of Solomon. You are the Holy Land. The Holy Land is your brain. Once this oil is at the sacrum, you need to raise your vibration in order to take it back up. Once this oil has gone back up to the pineal gland, it activates the crystals which are wrapped around your pineal gland. Your pineal gland is this tiny little beam here. This is the claustrum. This is the pineal gland. And it's wrapped in crystals. And when this oil travels back up the spine by raising your vibration, back to the upper room where Jesus met the 12 disciples, or the 12 cranial nerves in the brain, and it activates and it turns on this pineal gland. And once it's turned on, it illuminates all the cells and the nerves in your brain and turns them all on and activates the higher God man, the God consciousness, Christ consciousness. And it regenerates the whole body. This is the secret to regeneration. It regenerates all the cells in the body. And this is how the ancients lived for thousands and thousands of years, as talked about in ancient texts. They lived for hundreds and thousands of years because they knew this secret. And this fluid, this brain fluid, the secretion, or the Christos in Greek, which means gold, because this is the alchemical process from turning lead to gold. Your body is the alchemical furnace. Now, the ancients knew about this center of the brain because they symboled it. This is the eye of Ra, and it's the brain. And this is what's wrapped around our consciousness. Our consciousness isn't wrapped around the brain. The brain is built around the consciousness. We are the consciousness. You don't have a soul, you are the soul. Okay? Now, the head, heaven, hell, heel at the bottom of your foot, that's hell. Head is heaven and hell. Simple. Now, the pineal gland produces DMT, which is dimethyltryptamine, which is known as the spirit molecule. So, let's move on. Now, when this oil travels up, back the spine, the chimney, it crucifies at the top, which is called the vagus nerve. So when it reaches here, the optic thalamus, it crosses and crucifies once it's raised back up. And this is why Jesus dies at 33. He was crucified at 33 because you have 33 vertebrae on the back of the spine. And then it's crucified by the cross of the vagus nerve. When this oil crosses the vagus nerve, this is the crucifixion at 33. And it symbolizes the death of the physical consciousness. You then become spirit. You then become God consciousness, activating the Kundalini, regenerating the body and the mind. Okay. The Garden of Eden. You are the Garden of Eden. The land of milk and honey is upstairs. The pituitary, which is the milk, the pineal gland, which is the honey, which is DMT. It even says this in the Bible. As he brought us into the place, and he has given us this land, a land flowing with milk and honey, which is also symbolized as the sun and the moon. The Bible also says, the light of the body is the eye, not the eyes, the eye. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. This is the activation of the pineal gland by raising this oil back up to the pineal gland, to the center of the brain. Neither shall they say, see that here, or see there, for behold, the kingdom of God is within you. So he's saying, don't look out there. Nothing is out there. It's all inside of you. Everything's inside of you. You're the universe. Now, how to raise this oil back up to the pineal gland? Every month, like I said, the moon controls the cycle. The moon controls monthly cycles. When the moon is going into your zodiac sign every month, this oil goes down the spine and you must raise your frequency to get it back up. You must retain your seed. This is the most important. Your fluid, your secret, your holy fluid, your life force. You can't let that go. That life force is the reason you're alive. This holy oil is the reason you're alive because it feeds all of the systems in your body. It feeds all the systems in your body. You have to retain your seed, alkaline diet, positive thinking, and meditation. Okay? When you retain your seed, you will live longer. The moment you release it, you're killing yourself. You're killing a piece of yourself every time you release your seed. Every single time. You're killing a part of yourself. Okay? Now, this could be why this could be the illumination, the single eye on the Illuminati's symbol, the Freemasonic symbol, the illuminated eye, the triangle, which could symbolize the body, mind, and spirit, but the eye illuminated. Now, in the Bible, it talks about the two trees, the tree of knowledge and the tree of life. The tree of knowledge is the tree of good and evil, which is the most important system in your body, which is the nervous system. The nervous system, the most important. The tree of good and evil. And the tree of life, which is the cardiovascular system. Now, this oil, when it's released every month, feeds these two systems, and these two systems feed everything. Now, it's important you understand that. Okay? The ancients knew all of this knowledge. The Bible's telling you this knowledge. But it's in a metaphorical way. You have to understand the context behind it so you can read it properly. Now, eating of the tree of life, which is what it talks about in the Bible, eating from the tree of life is actually symbolizing a bad diet, ejaculation. Because you're eating from these two systems. You're killing yourself with a bad diet. You're killing yourself with an ejaculation. Okay, so that's important to understand. Now, this is Jacob's ladder in the Freemasons. Jacob's ladder, which is the spinal cord, it's the stairway to heaven. And this is Jack and the Beanstalk when he goes up the beanstalk and finds the golden egg in the grey clouds. The grey clouds symbolize the grey matter in your brain. Now, the Garden of Eden talks about the 4 different rivers in Garden of Eden. As we see here, the North Pole map, the ancient North Pole map, because the center of the earth is the center of the torus field. Everything's the torus field. Atoms are torus fields. Everything's torus fields. You are the universe. Everything is within you. The North Pole is your spinal cord. This is why they say Santa Claustrum comes from the North Pole. This is the North Pole. And the Santa Claustrum is the center of your brain. Now, there's 4 rivers which come from the Garden of Eden. There's the blood, the Christ oil, which is the oil we're talking about, urine, and saliva. These are the 4 sacred fluids in your body. And these are constantly abused in today's society. Also, these secret societies are targeting these fluids. Okay? This is why porn is free. They sexualize society through Disney. Go and look at some of the Disney movies. There's so many subliminal messages which sexualize these children because they want you sexualized. So you release your seed, which is one of the holy fluids in your body, especially your semen, your sexual energy. So important you retain this. So, so important because it's your life force. It keeps you alive. Okay. Now, let's recap on this. If you want to raise your oil every month, you can't just retain your seed for the month. You have to retain your seed forever. Don't just do it for a couple of days. You have to do it. It's a lifestyle. You want to become God consciousness, you got to do what it takes. It's hard in this society because this society is made around, it's designed to kill you pretty much. It's designed to keep you in these lower states of consciousness with all the bad food, the chemicals in the food, the chemicals in the water, the sexualized TV programs, sexualized adverts, sexualized TikTok and apps, videos, subliminally stimulating you because that is your weakness, sex. It's your weakness. Now, you have to retain your seed, meditation, and an alkaline diet. Why alkaline? Because acidic is low vibrational. This is the color spectrum. And what's the highest vibrational color? Violet. It's the lowest, red. You have to have an alkaline body in order to raise this oil. When you drink, when you have a bad diet, when you drink alcohol, when you smoke, this destroys the oil. It destroys the oil in your sacrum and it can't be raised again, can't be raised up. This is why it's so important. Without that oil, you don't live. That oil makes you live. It feeds everything in your body. It's crazy how we're not taught this. It's insane. But that is how you raise the oil, people. I hope you all gain some knowledge out of this video. And I hope this assists you on your journey, your spiritual journey. And please like and share this video. We need this knowledge out to the public to wake up humanity. Thank you all, people. God bless.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Hello, Seeker. Welcome to Revival of Symbolism, a channel devoted to the language of esoteric symbolism, helping you discover yourself and expand your consciousness into new realms of thought. I'm Harry B. Joseph, also known as Revival of Wisdom. In this video, we're going to be breaking down the occult and esoteric meaning of the tarot card, the Magician. This contains many layers of symbolism. Let's get straight into this. So if we look at the card of the Magician, the first thing we notice is this gesture, his hands. We have one hand up, one hand down. This corresponds to the teaching and the principle of the universe called the law of correspondence, also known as above, so below. As above, so below pretty much corresponds with everything in the whole world and life. Everything functions underneath this law. It teaches that everything below in the material plane does not exist on its own. Physical life does not create itself. It is not independent. It cannot sustain itself. Everything below in the material plane has its spiritual counterpart within the heavenly realms of higher consciousness dimensions. Everything above manifests that which is below. It's simply representing how reality is dual and you are dual. You have a self outside the mind, which is the physical body, and a self inside the mind, the spiritual self. While most people are fixated on the external self, the physical body, they never give attention to their internal self, the self inside the mind. The self inside the mind is limitless, has infinite potential, and is not bound to any true form or identity. The internal self is the immortal self, the higher self. It is the self that can turn anything, any thought, into a form within the realm of imagination. This is what we call the astral plane. The astral plane being a plane or a dimension that sits just above the physical plane, and it's the realm of imagination, emotion, and desire. Because in order for us to imagine something, we have some sort of emotion or desire to create it. Therefore, it is the astral energy, the desire and the imagination of something above in the higher realms and dimensions of consciousness that make it possible and physically created within the material realm. It is the astral forces of desire manifesting the actions of the physical body, because the physical body only moves to what we care about or we have a passion or desire. These forces, what we call passion and desire, are not just chemical reactions in your body. They are astral forces directly coming from your astral body. We think with thought. This is the beginning of all creation. We think, we imagine, we desire, then we act. It is the higher realms first, then the external realm, the material. Higher dimensions over the lower dimensions. This fits in perfect with the magician, because a magician is not someone, like Harry Potter shows you with wands casting spells. This is fantasy. The real magic is about changing consciousness at will, because consciousness above creates that which is below, the material. As within, so without. Reality is created from the inside out. So the magician understands that by changing consciousness, we change our external circumstances. You see this reflected in your life, and I've seen this reflected in my life. When you change your consciousness, for example, you start to spiritually awaken. You start to think differently, see the world differently. What happens to your external reality? Notice your friends start to say you've changed. You may not fit in with your current friendship circle. Your friends will change and you will outgrow them, and you will have to seek to find new friends that fit with your new internal state of consciousness. This is teaching that the internal world rearranges the external world. While most people stay in a cycle of trying to change the external world, not realizing that they must first change the internal. This is what magic is about. Magic is about changing consciousness at will. Because when a magician holds the ability to direct all forces of their consciousness to a specific reality within them, to create that form and reality within the internal self, they can actually start to produce change in the external reality. We have masculine forces of consciousness, feminine forces of consciousness. The feminine forces of consciousness are imagination, intuition, emotion. The active masculine forces of consciousness are willpower, actions, and intellect, thinking. When we combine the imagination, seeing the reality within our mind, forming the reality within our spiritual vision, the internal vision of the soul, because imagination is the expression of the soul. It is creating with astral light, astral vision. Freemasons, occultists call imagination spirit vision. When we see that reality with our spiritual vision, this is why we have to increase our ability to vividly see within our imagination or the astral plane. If we do not develop these faculties of consciousness, we will struggle. This is what the esoteric is about. We have to increase and develop every part of our consciousness to develop spiritually, to try and reconnect with the internal world, while our whole past life we've been focusing on the external. When we combine the soul's vision of imagination with a feeling and a desire of creating that reality, that's then the internal world pretty much sorted. Then we have to combine that with willpower and actions. The masculine and feminine come together to give birth to a child. The masculine and feminine come together in your consciousness to give birth to a reality. It's about changing what's inside the self to produce change below. This is what true magic is. Look at the word magic, magi, and the word imagination, imagination. Imagination is about working with the forces of the soul and the forces of consciousness, producing change in consciousness at will to produce change in the external. This is what this represents. Changing above so we can change below. No point trying to change the external world because the external world is already formed. It is a form, it is an effect. So to produce true change in the external world that lasts long term, we must first gain control over ourselves. We produce change internally. This is why the magician is called to gain mastery in every element of their being. They have to gain control over every aspect of consciousness and develop every faculty of the soul. This includes developing strong imagination, developing a very strong willpower. We can do this through exercises such as imagination exercises, holding one specific vision for a long period of time, meditation, thinking on one specific thing for a very long period of time. This will increase the willpower. It's also about gaining control over the subconscious impulses, the subconscious thinking patterns that seek to control us. It's about gaining control over every aspect of our consciousness. This is what a true magician is. And this is what the true spiritual path is. Developing every faculty of consciousness. It's a never-ending journey of self-mastery. If we look at the magician, we see this infinity symbol rising just above his head, symbolizing the mind being filled with higher knowledge, the mind aware of higher dimensions. You see, the mind is the cause, physical reality is the effect. We need to raise our consciousness from effect consciousness to causal consciousness, to truly become a magician and a master of our reality. What do I mean by effect consciousness? Most people live in the realm of effect and reaction. Their consciousness, their mind, emotions, and imaginations are constantly thinking, feeling, and imagining the things that have happened to them. Instead of doing this, we need to change this state. Instead of reacting, we need to become the cause. Instead of thinking and imagining and feeling the realities that's already gone past and things that have happened to us, we need to change this so we use the powers of the soul, the powers of consciousness as imagination, emotion, the intellect, as causes and not reactions. This is how we truly become a magician and apply this principle of as above, so below. We need to think, feel, act, imagine, and use all the faculties of consciousness and the creative powers of the soul to cause things, to create a better future, to imagine a better outcome, instead of dwelling in reactivity, because reactivity will create a constant cycle of negative manifestations. If we sit around and moan, complain, think, imagine, feel the things that have happened to us in the past, the mind is the cause. And if the mind is in that state of reactivity, it's just going to constantly create more negativity in your external reality. This is what it's all about, as above, so below. You can see the sword here. The sword cuts through the air. The air is one of the 4 physical elements. Fire represents the spiritual body of consciousness. Water represents the emotional body of consciousness. Earth represents the physical body of consciousness. Air corresponds to the mental body of consciousness. So this sword is a symbol of a sharp mind. The mind needs to become very sharp and very disciplined and very controlled, both consciously and subconsciously. What does this mean? We have to gain control over the mind. We have to become more conscious of the thoughts that are happening inside our mental field, because the mental field of consciousness is pretty much the birth of all creation. We think, imagine, feel, then act. So we must gain a sharp intellect, a sharp mind, a sharp, powerful mind. The sword is also a symbol of power. So this is a symbol of a powerful mind, a mastered mind. This is your sword. This is your tool to create, because you are a co-creator. As above, so below literally tells you that you are God itself. The same powers God used to think everything into existence, such as nature, the stars, the human body, the macrocosm, the world. God thought the world into existence. We live in a mental universe. All creation is first thought, then manifested physically. The same powers of thought God used to create the world is the same power that you use to create your world. You are cut of the same fabric of God. You are a microcosm, as above, so below. God is the macro, you are the micro. What is the wand? The wand is not real. This is not a real wand you cast spells with, but a symbol. The symbol of the wand represents direction of consciousness, willpower, and attention. We have two spiritual currencies which pretty much create our experience and reality: time and attention. That's why we say we spend time and I pay attention. These are your currencies. These are how you create and generate reality. Moving on to Jesus and Satan, we see there's an exact same symbolism within the ancient paintings. Jesus pointing up, Satan pointing down. Satan is the egoic force within one's consciousness. He is a symbol. Satan is not a real identity or being or entity. He is a symbol of a personality and a force within one's consciousness. Satan represents the negative forces of the ego that tells you to do things that is wrong. In your heart, you know what is morally right and wrong. Let's say you're thinking, you get a random thought of stealing an old lady's purse. You, in your heart, know that is wrong. But Satan is the force inside of you that says, do it anyway. Don't listen to the heart. Get the personal gain. I want the money. That's Satan. Jesus is the higher mind, the aspect of our consciousness that dwells above the ego. It's the part of our heart that desires the spiritual. Our heart is the generator of our reality. And whatever we desire is what we generate. You only take action and generate your life on what you care about or what you feel. If someone's talking about something you don't care about, you say, oh, I don't care about that. But if you care, you will listen. If you care about something, you take action towards it. If your heart desires the material, you have been taken over by the egoic force of Satan. Not a real entity, a part of your consciousness, a part of your nature, the dark side of yourself. Jesus represents a heart that desires the spiritual wisdom, the things that cannot be seen. The heart must desire the things that can't be seen, because this is what gives true satisfaction to ourselves. We feel void when we chase material things, because nothing material can satisfy our hearts. So this is as above, so below. Jesus is the higher mind, Satan is the lower mind. We must place our hearts on the higher things and give our hearts and desires to knowledge, the things that we cannot see, because this is what gives us true fulfillment. We also see the symbolism in the Baphomet, as above, so below. The material realm below, and the fire up here. The fire symbolizes spirit, the spiritual made manifest in the physical. This is all the same symbolism. It corresponds to everything. You can use as above, so below to determine truth. If someone tells you something, tries to make you believe it, and it does not correspond with the law of correspondence, then you know it's a lie. You can use as above, so below to manifest things. You can use as above, so below to see the world as a reflection of God. We are in God's kingdom. This is God's world, and you are creating in the world through the same powers of God, thought. You are a small version of God, co-creating a world and reality in earth. You yourself are an earth. Your body's the earth. Your consciousness is God and heaven. So I hope this video helps. The occult goes deeper than you could possibly imagine. If you wish to go even deeper, join our community, Ethereal University. Please leave a like, share, comment on this video for more.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Creation demands destruction. Every time you release your sexual fluids, you're destroying a part of yourself to create an extension of yourself. For example, if you want to create a business, you have to destroy your time, attention, and energy in order to create the effect of the business. All creation demands some sort of sacrifice or destruction. This falls under the law of polarity in the universe. It's the same with your sexual fluids. Your sexual fluids, especially as a man, contains minerals, all the minerals in your body. It contains your vitality. It contains your DNA. It contains the blueprint of you, and it can create a whole new human being. You are literally playing with the power of creation if you are releasing your sexual fluids too much. Sexual fluids also extend beyond the physical plane. They contain astral forces because all physical creation is a mental creation. We live in a mental universe. Everything begins as a thought in the mind, then the thought takes the form and the body of imagination, which is an astral force. Imagination turns into etheric emotional energy. Then the etheric emotional energy turns into the physical action and the physical manifestation. We live in a mental universe. Therefore, these dimensions do not exist separately. They are permeating and mixing in with all. Your physical body has an astral body. Everything physical has astral forces behind it. Semen is known as the astral fluid of the soul. It feeds nerves, the channels of life force and consciousness within the body. And every time you release it, you're destroying a part of your vitality, your brain, your nerves, your energy levels, your creativity, and your DNA to create an extension of you. Therefore, it is a sacred fluid within your body and not something to be played with and to be released too much. Think about it. This is a very creative energy, your sexual fluids. It can create a whole new human being. This is how powerful it actually is. It is the power of creation, and the misuse of this power can destroy your own vitality and your life of your body, because that life you are giving in order to create an extension or a child is the same life you could keep inside of you and not waste to recycle and regenerate the body. Sexual energy has been for thousands of years associated with regenerating the body, longevity of life, and maintaining youth. Not only that, every time you release your sexual energy, it floods the brain with dopamine. Dopamine is the brain's reward system, created within the middle of the brain. It releases every time you've achieved something. However, sex or an orgasm is the most powerful feeling you can feel. It's the most amazing, intense feeling and release of dopamine you can possibly feel as a human. Therefore, if you flood your brain with this high amount of dopamine every single day, you are getting the epitome of human feelings every single day. Therefore, you will become numb to everything else in reality. You won't be able to enjoy the small things in life. And I know this firsthand because I experienced this myself. As soon as I stopped, this is when I started to enjoy the little things in life, seeing family, and I actually gained more energy, more ideas. We'll get into this a bit later. It is a creative energy. It creates a whole new human being. Therefore, if we maintain this energy, we can maintain our creative power within us, because that's what we are. We are all creative beings, moving energy from higher dimensions of consciousness, the mind, into lower dimensions of consciousness, the physical world. You hold the power to create. You are not in a world. The world is working through you. You do not possess a life. Life is working through you. You are not in a universe. You are the universe. It's moving through you. There is no past, present, and future. The present moment is you. When we release every single day or frequently throughout the week, like I said, we're triggering the brain's reward system, dopamine, which makes you feel as if you have already achieved something. And if your brain is telling you you have already achieved something by overusing your sexual fluids, then you will not have the motivation to achieve achieves other things in your life. I know this firsthand. I became very lazy. I didn't want to work. I didn't want to do anything because subconsciously my brain felt as if I've already achieved. If we look at the symbol of the Baphomet, we notice the Baphomet has horns and a goat head. Now we look at the word horny. When you become sexually aroused, it's known as horny, which is the horns, representing the lower mind. The lower mind is the mind we use for our animal instincts. We have two parts of our mind. A higher mind, which is contained of higher thought, which chases spiritual things such as love, wisdom, knowledge, and God. Then we have a lower mind, which chases the things of the material world closely associated with the ego, chases validation, material gain, status, and physical sensation, physical pleasures. It is these physical pleasures that can keep you in an endless loop, making you feeling empty inside, because nothing material can ever satisfy our internal world. Nothing. You can achieve millions of dollars. You can achieve your dream house, your dream car, your dream watch. And if that is the only thing you are chasing, you will feel empty inside when you achieve it, because nothing of this material plane can satisfy you. Nothing of the lower mind can ever satisfy you. This is why we must sacrifice the lower mind and overcome the lower mind and the lower instincts. One thing I found amazing when I mastered my sexual urges and my lust is that my mind became a lot more clear. The thoughts and the time and the attention that I used in my mind to go towards lust, sex, and chasing these things was taking up a lot of mental space, time, and energy. But as soon as I removed it and mastered it, my mind became an open vessel for higher thoughts to be received from the higher mind. The mind is like a radio antenna. Whatever we attune it with, that's what we receive. If we're constantly thinking about lust and low-level pleasures, we're going to just receive low-level thoughts. But once we remove all of the lower mind and we conquer our physical body and physical urges, our mind becomes an open channel for divine thoughts and spiritual thoughts. This is what most people call today as downloads. You receive wisdom from your higher self. Not only do you receive more wisdom, you just receive more power to create. The male and the female come together to create a child. That's how you were created. Now, the law of correspondence teaches as above, so below. It refers to everything in the universe. Therefore, in order for you to create a reality, to give birth to something, you have to bring together the masculine and the feminine. Your masculine forces are willpower and actions. Your feminine forces are emotions and imagination. When you combine the willpower, action, emotions, and imagination and combine them together, you can give birth to reality. But it's important to only give birth to things that are spiritual, that are good, that are for the benefit of yourself and humanity, and not for the ego and the lower mind. Killing our lower mind is essential for spiritual ascension when we die. The thoughts that we give the most attention and energy to when we die are pretty much the same thoughts that we're going to think when we die. When you die, your physical body and external world is stripped and you're left with your internal world of consciousness. More than likely be resonating within the lower astral plane before you move on to any higher dimensions of the astral. It's important that we kill any addictions such as sex, food attachments, emotional attachments to people, any desire for material things before we physically die. The Hindus taught this, Buddhism taught this, the ancient Egyptians taught this. We have to remove the desires in our heart for material and things before we physically die, because when we die, we cannot fulfill physical pleasure. Therefore, we will create our own suffering within the astral dimension. So sex is the biggest part of this. We have to remove the desire for sex or releasing any of our sexual fluids before we physically die to master ourselves. And not only that, it's going to benefit the way you feel, the way you think, the way you act towards people once you have mastered this. Porn psychologically damages you. You are quite literally the person in the corner of a room watching two other people give pleasure to each other. Psychologically, that is not good. And what happens in darkness is always revealed in light. What you do in your alone times will show in your confidence, in your eye contact, in your presence, in your aura, your energy. You cannot hide things that you do in the dark, because they always reveal themselves in a subconscious way, whether physically or through an energetic spiritual way. Sex can be known as sacred energy exchange. You're exchanging energy, bioelectrical energy. It's a scientific fact that when you hold hands with another person, your brain waves of each individual become synced. Your emotions sync, and you exchange electromagnetic energy because you are an electromagnetic being. When you have sex with someone, you are literally exchanging emotional energy. Your aura is not just an electromagnetic field. It is literally a manifestation of your internal consciousness. Your consciousness contains your thoughts, your beliefs, your traumas, your emotional state. And this manifests externally through the vortex of your heart into an energy presence around your body. This is why you can feel sad when someone else is sad next to you, because their energy is merging with yours. When you have sex with someone, you are quite literally exchanging consciousness, beliefs, traumas, emotions, feelings, vibrations, and your consciousness merges with their consciousness. So be careful with just having casual sex. Now, I'm not here trying to say never release, never have sex with your partner. I'm not saying that. I'm saying take caution with these things. Take my teachings with a pinch of salt. If it benefits you, that's great. I'm not here to tell you how to live. I'm simply giving you my research and the things that have helped me in my life on my esoteric research, awakening, or spiritual path. I don't like calling it a spiritual path, because it's not spiritual. It's simply just life, the knowledge of consciousness and the self. So I hope this video helps. If you'd love to read this book, I'll leave a link in the description. This book I wrote myself, called The Book of Wisdom, Volume 2.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
By the end of this video, you will understand the 3 expressions of consciousness, how to use them to create the life you truly want. You'll discover the hidden meaning of the word God, the secret power of the number 3, and how consciousness itself is the key to your reality. We have 3 main expressions of consciousness. We think, we feel, and we act. God is 3-fold. It stands for generator, operator, destroyer. The generator is the mind. This is what thinks, generates ideas. This is the beginning of all creation. This is the first expression of consciousness. It is the first form of consciousness, not a physical form, but a spiritual form. Then we have the operator, which is emotion. When we think something, if we have care or any emotion towards it, then we take physical action, the body, the destroyer. We think, we care, we act. Thoughts and emotions are the 2 spiritual forces which merge together and give birth to actions. Think about it. Why are you watching this video? Because you had a care to watch the video. Therefore, the reality in front of you is because you had a thought, you had a care, you took action to express that reality. Everything goes through this 3-fold process. This is why we say follow your heart, because the body does follow the heart. We think something in the mind, we feel something in the heart, and the body takes action towards it. Everything operates on the care energy of the heart. The body follows the heart. If you do not care about something, then you do not act towards it. It is the care energy that guides our actions in this world. Going back to the generator, the mind is a part of the mental plane, the infinite dimension of infinite information. There is no limitations in the mind. Everything already exists as a piece of information or a thought. This is the beginning of all creation, the spark of creation itself, thought, the mental plane. And our mind exists like a radio, our conscious mind. This is why we call it a mindset. What we set our mind onto through attention, mental attention, whatever we set it on, we receive thoughts that are very similar to what we set it on. The mind is like a radio, and whatever we tune that radio to, we receive that frequency and play that song. So if we purify our minds through ritual work, meditation, and affirmations, the mind can become a temple to receive higher thoughts, higher ideas, and better genius ideas. Going back to operator, this is the Holy Spirit. This is what we care about, our emotion. This is the feminine side of consciousness. Thoughts is masculine, the Father. Emotion is the Holy Spirit, which is feminine. And these two create a child, which is Jesus, the Son, which is actions. When thoughts and emotions merge together, you have a physical action, which is a masculine force, which is why it's a son. The Holy Spirit represents a purified heart, love consciousness, holding love in the heart. And when we purify our minds, we have an effect and purify our hearts. And the reason why I say that is because whatever we think in the mind directly corresponds to what we feel in the heart. As above, so below. Thoughts create emotions. If we think something and our heart tells us that is bad, we have a feeling that that is wrong, then we should not take physical action towards it. And if we do take physical action against the feeling of knowing it's bad, then you are going against the spirit. That's what the word Satan means, or Satan. The Hebrew word for Satan is Satan. It means adversary or opposer. You're opposing the Holy Spirit. You're opposing what you know is good. You're taking a sin against the Spirit, against the guidance from your soul, the knowingness of good. So when we do purify our mind, we purify our hearts. And when we cultivate love for the self and one another's in our hearts, we gain the Holy Spirit, which is love consciousness. And when we think in our mind with the love of the heart, and we merge our thoughts with love, it gives birth to perfect actions. This is what the true Christ consciousness is. We think with the love of the heart, and it gives birth to perfect actions. And if everyone did this in the world, we would live heaven on earth. Everyone would be balanced within themselves, and the world as a whole would be balanced. So we need to gain full mastery over these three aspects of our consciousness, over what we give mental attention to, gaining love for ourselves and the collective in our hearts, and gaining a strong disciplined willpower for our physical actions. And if you can gain full control over these three-step process, you can gain full control over your reality. The number 3 represents this 3 aspects of creation, or transformation. This is a transformative process from going invisible to the visible. This is also why Jesus dies in a cave for 3 days. It's all about transforming the self. Transformation is the number 3. Me personally, I think the Holy Spirit has been replaced for the sacred feminine aspect of consciousness. They do not want us connecting to our feminine side of consciousness, because then we will cultivate love in our hearts for the self and one another. And love is the most potent force there is in the whole universe. It is what unifies everything. It nurtures everything. It allows things to grow. Think about it. When you hold love or care for someone, you grow relationships. The sun is the perfect symbol and representation of love energy. The sun gives abundantly, expecting nothing back, and allows everything on the earth to grow. It's a caring, nurturing, feminine force that allows things to grow and unify and come together. In today's world, we mainly have thinking and acting without emotion, without care, without the judge of our hearts. It's all about gaining unity consciousness. We think, we care, true care for one another and the self, and we act. And if you align these 3 forces towards something, your business, whatever you're trying to create, you will fully create that reality, because these are the 3 forces that you can use to generate a reality. You can do ritual work to create care in your heart about something, and then you will take more action towards it. The book I'm using here is the Book of Wisdom, Volume 1. You can get this paperback or PDF on my website. So I hope this video has helped you. Please leave a like, comment, and a subscribe on the channel if you like the content. Let me know what you think about the Holy Spirit and if it is covering up the feminine side of consciousness in the comments section.
So in this video, we're going to be breaking down the symbolism of the skull and bones. The skull and bones is found in the Masonic tradition. It's also found in a satanic secret society, such as the Skull and Bones Secret Society at the University of Yale. Filled with secrecy there. Anyways, to dive deep into the symbolism, we have to think between the lines and read between the lines of what this symbol means. So So this symbol is obviously a symbol that represents something in yourself. It is a way of living. It is a way of think, feeling, and acting. It is a state of consciousness. Each symbol represents a state of consciousness. Each symbol reveals something about yourself, the way you process things, the way your consciousness functions. This is what symbolism is for. It is visual representations of modalities of consciousness. So the skull and bones, if we instantly look at this symbol, we typically think of death, because a skull and bones, they are the last things to rot when the body dies. You see this symbol associated with death all the time. If you look on the back of of a product such as cigarettes, or what else, vapes or vape liquid, you will see this symbol. Why? Because it represents poison or something that can kill you, or death, something that is toxic. So you always see this symbol on products that are toxic, things that can cause harm or internal damage to the physiology of the body. So that's a very basic exoteric term, which is external. It's a very external teaching. But inside the occult and esoteric traditions and occult schools of thought, this symbol represents the death of someone's consciousness or spirit. It is the death of their soul. Now, what do I mean, the death of their soul? This is used in satanic societies, or it's used in Masonic traditions. Two different meanings, okay? So inside the Masonic tradition, this symbol of the skull and bones is always found on a coffin, on a Masonic coffin. The coffin will have a symbol of the skull and bones. And if we observe the symbol, we have two interesting sections. We have a skull and we have bone, okay? These are two symbolic aspects of consciousness and forces of consciousness. The skull encloses the brain, and the brain is all to do with intellect and thinking, intelligence. However, these bones are for the limbs, such as arms and legs, and the arms and legs are specifically for action. The body uses these bones for taking action in the external material world, in the manifested world. So it's a symbol of thought and action, intelligence and action. But what is that the death of? If this symbol represents death, it is a symbol of the death of something, which is the soul. Okay, you can have very high intelligence, and you can also act upon that intelligence. However, you could also have no connection with your divine nature. So the thought and the skull and bones is a state of consciousness representing someone who is in the coffin. The Masons use this on a coffin. It is a symbol of thought and action. Mainly, it represents base consciousness. In the Masonic tradition, it represents base consciousness. I'm going to explain the satanic tradition of the symbol after. But in the Masonic tradition, they use this symbol to represent someone who's on base consciousness, which means they only think and act. They have no connection with the divine self, no connection with their higher self or the spirit or the divine nature of themselves. They only use their intelligence and they only use their body. They have no connection with emotion. There is no emotional symbolism in this image here. Hence why the image is either gray or black. It's normally gray because gray symbolizes dullness. Each color is symbolic of emotion, and looking at colors invokes emotion. However, gray has no emotional tone. It's dull, it's dead. So it represents disconnection from the emotional body of consciousness, but it represents thinking and acting without the emotions. Why is that significant? It represents the death of emotion. Someone who is in an unconscious state of living. Why is emotion important? Because emotion is basically the connection to law, moral law, natural law. When we're given birth into this world, we have a natural state of consciousness of innocence and love. As a child is not born racist, a child is not born a killer, a child is not born chopping people's heads off. A child is born with love and living in peace in a natural condition of consciousness. Therefore, the skull and bones is the inversion of this. It represents someone who either has high intelligence and they take action, or it just simply represents someone who is unconscious and they only think and act. They have no connection to their heart energy, emotional energy. This is very important, okay? They have no connection with their heart energy. And the heart energy is what allows you to take action on things that are good. For example, if you think of stealing an old lady's purse, the feeling will tell you it's wrong. But if you take an action anyway, that is now going against the heart, which is the feminine, the guidance system, the heart of goodness and righteousness and love and care. So in the unconscious state, in base consciousness, symbolizing the first degree of masonry, base consciousness, the checkerboard floor, you'll see a coffin with a skull and bones on, symbolizing an unconscious way of thinking and acting. They have no connection with their feminine qualities of consciousness, which is the heart energy. Look around in the world today, you will see this everywhere. People only think and act. They have no connection with their intuition, their feminine side. And the feminine side is what guides your soul through this life. So in the Masonic tradition, this is a symbol of someone who only thinks and acts, and they may even think and act unconsciously, because it's a symbol of death, which means the death of consciousness. They are unconscious. They don't even know they exist. They don't question life. They don't question what is this world. They don't question, they think manifestation is just a fairy tale. They unconsciously think and act and create their reality. They wonder why there's so much negative in their reality because they are unconscious. So this is a symbol of the death of consciousness. They have no connection to their internal self, the qualities of the heart, and they only think and act, an unconscious state of living. Now, to go into the satanic side of this, the Skull and Bones tradition, the Skull and Bones is a satanic society, allegedly. We don't actually know what goes on in there, but it's allegedly a satanic society. This symbol has a complete different meaning. Well, it's the same meaning, but it represents high intelligence, someone who is very, very, very intelligent in the mind, intellectually, and they take action. Because Satanism is not worshipping Satan. A lot of people won't understand this, but Satanism is not about worshipping Satan. Satan, therefore, is an allegory, a metaphor, or a symbol that represents the egoic force of an individual's mind or consciousness. Satan is a symbol representing the ego of man, of an individual. And like I broke down earlier, when we think about stealing an old lady's purse or punching someone in the face, the heart tells you that's wrong, but the body takes an action anyway. That little voice inside your mind that says, do it anyway, even though you know it's wrong internally, that little voice that says, do it anyway, that is what the ancients or esoteric societies call Satan. It's not a deity, but it's an aspect of our own mind, an unchecked aspect of ourself that is always trying to rule and gain, is trying to conquer you. This ego tries to conquer and take full control of you. And that's what we see in today's world. So therefore, in the satanic society, this is a symbol of head consciousness, no heart consciousness, because satanic societies do not want to connect with their heart. They prefer to live in their personal consciousness. What do I mean? The universe is one consciousness, one giant being expressed in individual forms. And that universal essence beyond your ego, beyond that universal consciousness, is the heart. But the head is the personal consciousness. The head is where your perception of yourself is. That false character of who you think you are, your beliefs, your name, your job, your status, your reputation. That is all head ego consciousness. It's not necessarily evil. However, in satanic societies, they do not connect with the divine. They would rather live in their personal consciousness and become their own God instead of connecting to the God of the heart, which is the God of the universe. They prefer to become like a material God. They want head consciousness, and they think and act without heart. They will think, they'll have high intelligence, They'll develop their mind, they'll develop the power of their mind, but they'll never develop with their heart. They'll never connect with their heart. So this is what the symbols represent in satanic societies. They live in satanic consciousness, which is simply head consciousness, thinking, acting, high intelligence, high IQ, no connection with the divine. Okay? And today, this is what this, the world is being pushed upon. This is, the world is 80% Satanist, and people are walking around they're Satanists and they don't even know. This is how the dark occult has influenced the world to become so vain, lost in vanity, ego, lust, materialism, status, money. They've made the world unknowingly become satanic. Most of the people in the world are walking around Satanism. They're satanic. And what they've done is purposely tricked people to believe that Satanism is about worshipping worshipping Satan, when actually it's a state of consciousness. They think Satan is a deity. Yeah, very well said, esoteric. Yeah, they think Satanism is about worshipping this man in the sky or this negative force. But it's a state of being. Because we are all God. We're all co-creators of God. We're not the God, but we are expressions or emanations of God. And our soul is the thought force of God. Just like when you think about a certain thought and you dwell upon it for a while, that thought becomes literally an entity or an energy form within the astral plane, and the soul of that elemental being or a thought force is your thought force. That's the soul of that being. Your soul is the thought force of God. You were thought into existence by the mind of God. I hope you gain an understanding of what this means in the two different ways, the Masonic tradition and the Satanic tradition. The Masonic tradition is a symbol of base consciousness, someone who only thinks and acts. They may have high intelligence, they may not. They're living in the death of their feminine side of consciousness. They're emotionless, have no connection with their moral compass of the heart. They have no intuition. They only think and act. They go against their heart. They take actions against their guidance. Someone who lives unconsciously, creates their reality unconsciously, thinks, feels, and acts unconsciously. And then in the Satanic tradition, well, going back to the Masonic tradition, that base consciousness that I've just explained is the state that we must arise from, because that is the coffin. You'll see this symbol on a coffin, because the coffin represents the death of the spirit, the death of the feminine side of consciousness, and the death of conscious, being actually aware. And that's the state we must rise from, out of the coffin, into higher consciousness. And that's why Masons, not just Masonry, you have this whole story of death and resurrection is in everything. It's in the Bible. Jesus dies and he is resurrected. In Masonry, when you're initiated, they symbolically kill you and then you are resurrected. Every secret society symbolically kills you and then resurrects you. Why? Because in order to awaken to what you truly are, you have to kill who you thought you were in your mind. In order to awaken to what you are, you have to kill what you thought you were. So it's a death and resurrection. Okay, so this is the state we arise from, but in the Satanic tradition, this is glorified, this state of consciousness. They are conscious, they have high consciousness, but they only have intelligence and action. Their intelligence and action are one. They think and act instantly, but they think and act at the expense of others because they have no connection with their heart. There's no heart symbolism here. It's a symbol of intelligence and action, the mind and the body. So the Satanic tradition, they think and act at the expense of others. They seek to control other people because they have no connection with their heart. They have no connection with empathy, love, or care. They only care about themselves and the brotherhood of their secret society. This is what true Satanism is. It's not about worshipping Satan. It's about serving Satan, which is your ego, the egoic force that tells you not to go with your heart. So yeah, I hope that clears some things up about this symbol.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Welcome to Revival of wisdom.
Welcome people, we're back with another video. Please make sure to hit that like button, subscribe, and turn on notifications to never miss a video. The Earth is a giant torus field consisting of a positive and a negative pole. The Sun being the cathode with positive charge and the Moon being the anode with a negative charge. This is why the Sun rules over the day, giving you lots of energy, and the Moon taking your energy from you, making you go to sleep. Now, the plane that we live on is called the plane of inertia, and at the center of this plane of inertia is the North Pole. This is where the two electromagnetical energies meet. Now, this is where the most electromagnetic energy is stored. This is why all compasses will point north, because it's the most magnetic place in this reality. So the Sun and the Moon is spinning around this center point, which is stirring the ether of this reality and making everything move in circles, meaning this is a cycle. Everything's recycling itself. It's an organic simulation. The ancients also knew about this sacred land at the center of this reality, known as the North Pole. As you can see on this map from the 1500s of the North Pole, you can see 4 islands around this center black rock. Ancient civilizations like the Mayans, the Buddhists, and ancient Chinese also depict these 4 islands. The endless symbology of these sacred lands at the center has been going on for thousands of years. These sort of secrets are now kept by the elites, but as always they have to show the truth in plain sight, and this is what they are doing with the Windows symbol and also the Wizard of Oz. Now in the Wizard of Oz, as you can see, there's something called Munchkin Land. Munchkins are these unusually short people. Then on the ancient 1500s map it says Pygmy, and then the Pygmy people in mythology are also these unusually short people. Just like Santa and his elves, they come from the North Pole, and elves are these unusually short people. These stories that we are told about Santa and Munchkins are putting truth in plain sight about this sacred land. This sacred land at the center of the earth is where the aurora borealis comes from and is being emitted from this black hole in the center, also known as the black sun. The aurora borealis is the earth's aura, hence why it has the word aura inside of it. It is the life-giving essence to all life within this realm. As this dualistic reality we live in consists of both physical and spiritual, the black sun is like our sun for the spirit. It's our spiritual umbilical cord, connecting us to the spirit realm. And the rising sun is the opposite. It's our sun for our physical 666 carbon suits, known as our human body, our physical aspect. As it states in the 40,000-year-old emerald tablets, deep in Earth's heart lies the flower, the source of the spirit. The flower of life is as thine own place of spirit, and streams through the earth as thine flows through thy form, giving off life to the earth and its children. So the North Pole is the core of this spiritual reality, and the closer you get to it, the more spiritual and lucid it becomes. So the elites have covered this up in order for us to forget the true nature of this reality. And they did this cover up by introducing the globe model. Nicholas Copernicus was around in the 1400s, and he introduced the globe model. As you can see, he is a Freemason. He depicts himself with a globe and a Masonic compass in all of his paintings and portraits. Galileo was also a Freemason, as you could see in all of his portraits with a globe and a Masonic compass. He was also a massive part of introducing the globe model after Nicholas Copernicus. So yes, the globe model was a spiritual and political move to gain more control over the masses. After the globe model was then introduced, they introduced the theory of evolution by another Freemason, Charles Darwin. See how these two theories go hand in hand? They both degrade humanity and they make you confused of where we actually came from. By hiding the true form of this divine creation and hiding the true power of each and every one of us, they maintain control over the masses. Now this is order out of chaos, known to be the 33rd degree slogan of Freemasonry. Now this is the Masonic cosmology, and as you can see you have the checkered board for the duality, the 5-pointed star for the 5 elements, the 4 corners for the 4 pillars, the all-seeing eye, which is Polaris, the sun, the moon, and the 7 stars. So even Freemasons are taught the flat earth cosmology and the true form of this reality. Now the true nature of the sun, the moon, and the earth is shown and reflected through the Masonic compass. The Masonic compass is the sun, the moon, Polaris at the top, and the black sun at the bottom. It makes sense why all the scientists who introduced the globe model all used the compass and the globe together, because it's truth in plain sight. As I explained in my other video, all Freemasons have to take the oath, so it goes to show, why are we all learning these theories from Freemasons who can't talk about certain topics that they learn about? Why should we believe their theories when they're holding back the real truth about this reality? Now going on to NASA. NASA means to deceive in Hebrew, and they are also funded by the government. They are not a private company. The old owner of NASA, Werner von Braun, on his grave has the Bible verse Psalms 91. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. Now why would the owner of NASA put this on his grave? Seems a bit suspicious to me, alongside with the NASA astronauts are all Freemasons. And not to mention the countless mistakes they've made on their live videos in space stations, the moon landing, and the CGI footage of the Earth, which is obviously photoshopped. Just by tricking the masses that they live on a spinning ball, the elites gain the perception of the masses. Not only does it hide the divine creation we're inside of, it hides the divine spark within you. It hides the creator, the source. And by believing in space and we live on a spinning ball, it makes people come to the interpretation of that we are a coincidence and we do not have any purpose. And of course this is false. When you come to realization that we are all a divine creation and we can create our own divine life in this reality, life becomes more sacred and you start to enjoy little things. The elites want you to believe everything exists only in the 5 senses. They want you constantly looking outside of yourself because they know that will keep you on lower states of consciousness. Now this brings me to our next point. By tricking the masses into the heliocentric model, the elites started to advertise aliens in the movies, in cartoons and magazines in the late 1940s. Now this is subconsciously programming us about aliens and extraterrestrial threats, which then they can use to their advantage. And this is something called Project Bluebeam. They are more than likely going to fake an alien invasion to push this 2040 agenda, which is for one government and one ruling currency. That's it for this video, guys and girls. Hope you all enjoyed. Please make sure to leave a like and a comment. God bless you all.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Do the elites actually worship Saturn? In this video, we're going to be discussing the occult and esoteric meaning of the 7 planets and the abuse of the Saturnic energy within today's world. This will help you gain a deeper understanding of reality, yourself, how you create reality, and what these 7 planetary energies actually truly are. In order to understand anything within the universe, we have to understand the law of correspondence, the law of as above, so below. There is one consciousness expressed in infinite forms. Me, you, the squirrel, everyone who possesses consciousness within this universe is an expression of the one divine consciousness, what we like to call Source, God, or the grand architect of the universe. We have to understand there is a large scale, but the large scale is mirrored in the small scale. If we look at lightning, this is a large scale. This is the macrocosm. Then we go a bit smaller to the trees. We see the same pattern. Then we look a little bit smaller into the human body. We see the same pattern of the nervous system. Then if we zoomed into the microcosm, brain cells, we still see the same pattern. This reveals the universe is a fractal universe. The large is reflected in the small. And this is the symbol of the Fibonacci sequence, which represents this as above, so below principle. The big spiral represents the macrocosm, but then this spirals into the tiny spiral. This symbol goes for eternity, never touching, never finishing. The large is mirrored in the small. With understanding this, we can realize that we are a microcosm of God. We are our own universe. We are our own world. Your body is the earth. Your mind is the mind of God, just in a smaller version. You are a drop in the ocean of the vast collective consciousness. With that being said, everything you see outside of you is inside of you. As above, so below. The 7 planetary energies on a macrocosmic scale are the 7 energies that form the physical world. The physical dimension is crystallized thought. Everything you see around you was thought made manifest. Thought imagined, then created in the physical reality. Therefore, these 7 planetary energies are 7 astral forces that create and weave the material existence. For example, if we look at a tree has 7 categories of consciousness, 7 creational forces that create the tree. This is the reason why we have 7 days of creation in the Bible. This is the reason why we have 7 days of the week for the 7 planetary energies. Monday is for the moon, Mars is for Tuesday, Mercury for Wednesday, Jupiter for Thursday, which is Thor. Thor is Jupiter. Venus for Friday, Saturn day for Saturn, Sunday for the sun. This is also the reason why we have 7 major energy centers within the body. The 7 life forces that flow through the body to give physical existence to the physical form. Man is a microcosm of the universe. With that being said, if we look at a tree is nature, and nature is the macrocosm, the creation of God's mind. And if we look at the tree, we can see 7 creational categories that go into create the tree. For example, the stem of the tree, the trunk, represents the sun. The root system, the base of the tree, where the tree grows out of, is Saturn. If we look at the fruit of the tree, that represents Jupiter. The smell, the look, the colors of the tree, that's Venus. How the tree communicates with other trees through the root system is Mercury, the intellect, the intelligence, the communication. The leaves of the tree is the moon. The defense mechanism of the tree, how it defends itself from infections and other territories, is Mars. So we can see all physical matter, all physical creation demands these 7 categories of consciousness, these 7 planetary forces. But again, that is the macrocosmic scale. The macrocosm is reflected in the microcosm, which means you have access to these forces, these 7 planetary energies, and you use them to create anything in reality. You've been using them maybe unconsciously your whole life. For example, this book that I've created, the Book of Wisdom Volume 2, you can find it in the bio if you're interested in reading it. It has the 7 planetary forces that go into this tree, into this book. I used the sun, which is my passion and my drive to take actions. I used Mercury, which is my intellect, my thinking, my communication. I used Venus, the layout, the look of the book. I use Mars, my defense of my work, my trademark, my copyright. I use Saturn. Saturn is my time, my discipline, my attention. I use Jupiter, which is the why, the reason why I created it. I used the moon, which is my care. My care is the generative force. Whatever you create in your reality is because you care. You care about keeping a house above your head. Therefore, you go to work and earn money. Care is the driving force to create anything in reality. What you see right now watching this video is because you care about watching this video. If you lose care about watching the video, you will turn it off and continue to do something else. All creation demands these 7 forces, hence why we have here a midsection. Sometimes we see the symbol of the earth, which is a circle and a cross in the middle, because these 7 forces create earth. But again, this video is specifically aimed to Saturn. We're going to be discussing Saturn's Saturnic energy because there is a lot of misunderstanding in today's world. And I'm going to give my perspective and my research on the energy of Saturn and how we use it and how it's being abused in today's world. Saturn externally, because remember, we have an external world, an internal world, a macro and a micro. Saturn externally in the material plane governs the foundational and enduring aspects of existence, such as the roots of plants, the bones of our body, even the insects that dwell beneath the ground. It represents the dull, hard, unyielding forces of life, symbolizing structure, limitation, and conditioning. Under Saturn's influence, things become rigid, bound by the god of time, bound by restriction and boundaries. In Roman mythology, Saturn is revered as the god of time, ruling over the cycles, beginnings, and endings. This connection with this emphasizes Saturn's role in marking the passages of life, aging, and inevitable constraints we all face. Internally, inside yourself, the microcosm. Internally, Saturn embodies the conditioning within our own consciousness. When Saturnian aspects of consciousness dominates, we become overly rigid, fixated, restricted in our thinking and actions. For example, Saturn's influence is strongly felt in today's world, where many people's minds are confined to societal norms and conditioned responses. The pervasive control Saturnian energy can lead to the sense of limitation, as people become trapped within structure imposed by society and power structures. However, we have to remember that limitation, there is dark and light. Limitation is not bad. This is why Saturn is connected to the god Satan. They are the same being. It's something that restricts, holds back, and keeps you limited, conditions and limits consciousness to its lower power. Saturn is a great teacher, guiding us through difficult life lessons that ultimately lead to growth and expansion and power. Although Saturn's energy is harsh and often challenging, it helps us to develop resilience, discipline, and wisdom. Yet in modern age, this energy has overpowered the minds of the masses, fostering excessive rigidity and limitation. Instead of being ruled by Saturn's constraints, we should seek to embrace more freedom, love, joy, balancing Saturn's lessons with openness and fluidity in our life. So like I said, Saturn rules law. Anything that is limiting or holding back, something that is a restriction or a wall. This is why we see judges wear black robes. The color black is associated with Saturn because Saturn rules over the nighttime and the winter time. Capricorn, they wear black robes. A graduate also wears a black robe with a black square cap on its head because black is associated with Saturn, restriction, limitation. University graduates wear this. Personally, not to offend anyone, these educational systems that we have in today's world are not here to give you power, to find you the power of consciousness or yourself. They are simply to restrict you, to keep the mind limited in a certain belief system. That's not to say the things in university are completely useless, but what I'm saying is it is a conditioning by the educational system. And if we actually look at the top of the hat, it's a square over a circle. And in Freemasonry, we see the compass on top of the square. In Freemasonry, we see the square underneath the compass on top of the square. The square creates squares and the compass creates circles. So this is symbolizing the square, which is matter, the circle, which is spirit, matter over spirit when it needs to be spirit over matter. This is a symbol of conditioning, limiting the mind into being being locked in the five senses and base consciousness. Saturn's energy is keeping people restricted. This is why there is so much Saturn symbolism in today's world, because Saturn is anything to do with limitation, restriction, and time. All of the systems in place are to limit our minds, to keep us on base consciousness, only thinking in a limited box, only thinking and aware of the five senses. In base consciousness, in animal nature, one only thinks according to their senses. When they have a sense, their mind thinks. This is an affect state of consciousness. They're living in the affect. We need to understand that in base consciousness, we have no true power to create. We're simply living in cycles of affect. Now, what do I mean? The physical world is the effect. It's already manifested and cannot be changed. Our consciousness needs to rise to become a cause instead of playing around and being lost in the effect, to become a co-creator. And this is what the system does not want you to do. It does not want you to become a conscious creator. So they keep you in base consciousness, not giving you the awareness that you are literally a god creating a world right now. You are a world and you are shaping the world. Our consciousness needs to be mastered, controlled, and then we can become a conscious creator instead of running around in the world of illusion and effect. As above, so below. What happens in the mind happens in reality. We do not want to be matter over spirit, which means the external world over the internal world. We need the internal world to rule over the external. Saturn symbolism can be symbolized as a black cube. The cube symbolizes this physical world because everything has 6 sides. We can move forward, backward, left, right, up, and down. We are in this cube. This is why we say think outside the box. Thinking outside the box means to become a cause and not an effect. The mind needs to be a cause, an instruction center, and not just thoughts that are reinforcing the effect and lost in the effects of the material world. Instead of reacting, we need to become a commander. This is a symbol of conditioning and the physical plane. Black is dull, lifeless. The physical world is lifeless. It has no power to create. It has no power to do anything. It is simply a projection and an effect. You, the mind, consciousness, are the cause. You can create the effect. In today's system, Saturn's energy is heavily relied on, which is just simply man-made laws, restrictions, time wasting, and keeping people in base consciousness, only aware of the physical 5 senses. Let's get something straight about the elites. They do not worship Saturn. There is nothing to worship. They simply use the energy of Saturn to keep people limited. They're not using the planet Saturn, but they're limiting people in their belief systems and physically where they can go, restricting boundaries, countries, restricting people's minds through mass media, which is all symbolism of limitation and restriction of Saturn. They're not worshipping it, they're using it and abusing it. Saturn could be anything in your mind that keeps you limited. If you have a limited thought that does not allow you to take action on something, that is a Saturnic energy within your own mind. Anything that is indoctrination, anything that is boundaries on you, that is a Saturnic energy. Some people say that the Saturn and the moon are working together to trap our soul. This is highly symbolic. Saturn and the moon are not forming a matrix to trap your soul and keep you reincarnated. Again, this is symbolic, and in the esoteric version and understanding of this, we can see that they do have a relationship. The moon is our subconscious mind, and Saturn is restriction. If we have restrictions and belief systems in our subconscious mind that keep the soul locked and trapped only in these 5 bases, these 5 senses, then we will think and condition ourselves that we are only the physical body and never actually free ourselves from the material world and ascend. Saturn and the moon are not working together, but these are highly linked. By limiting the subconscious, we keep people stuck in base awareness, keeping them locked in the world of effect, never becoming a conscious creator. We have 2 spiritual currencies, time and attention. These are the 2 currencies that we spend. We spend time or pay attention. These are the 2 spiritual currencies that pretty much create our reality. And the system aims to hijack these 2 currencies from you, to limit you, to dominate you. so you do not become a conscious creator. So again, no one worships Saturn. It's simply just a symbol of limitation and restriction. Limitation has good and bad. Limitation can make us learn, overcome, become strong, disciplined, but when it's abused, it can keep people locked in base consciousness and stuck in their lower nature, never figuring out how powerful they are. You hold the power to shape a world. That's how powerful you are, to turn thoughts into physical existence. I'll see you in the next video. Please leave a like, comment, and a subscribe.
What is good, people? It's Revival of Wisdom. Today we're going to be talking about Saturn. I've done this video in the past. However, this video is going to contain a lot more in-depth explanation of Saturn. So the 33rd degree Mason, Manly P. Hall, said, Saturn is the key to crystallization, physical matter. Light is matter, matter is light. They are interchangeable. Low vibrating light turns into matter, high vibrating matter turns into light. And Saturn is the god of this world, this physical world. He crystallizes light into matter. This is symbolized as the Masonic checkerboard, matter and spirit, matter and light, light and matter. He's also the god of time, destruction, justice. He creates and destroys, because all things in time die. He creates and destroys you. So, because we live in this physical world, which is the electric world, this is why we say electricity, because it comes from the root word of El, Saturn. They used to call Saturn El, E-L. This is why we used to say Elohim is God. The real God of this world is Saturn, but it's being hid. This is being hid. Jesus is Saturn. All of this is Saturn. It's all Saturn worship. It's the real God of this world, So, physical matter is a result of two opposing forces equalized on the plane of inertia, because everything is created out of electromagnetic toroidal fields. And these two poles equalize on the plane of inertia, which gives you planet Earth, plane of inertia. The plane of inertia is what Saturn is. It's the ring around the center of the plane of inertia. Thank you to Walter Russell saying, physical matter is a result of two opposing forces on the plane of inertia. This is what Walter Russell says, so please check out his work. He's got many books, many books on light and electromagnetism and stuff like that. So I advise you to check him out. So the torus field gives you the binary code 0 and 1, the female vagina and the male phallus. This is the code for this world. Saturn crystallizes physical matter. Now Saturn is the most outermost layer of the 7 layers of heaven, where it says in the Quran, it says, Allah, it is He who created the 7 layers of heaven. Saturn is the outermost layer. He's the top. He's the most high. So when we say the most high, we're referring to Saturn. He's the most high before the firmament, before the stars. So Saturn is the god of this world. He's the Lord of the Rings. He wears the crown. The crown is the rings. Crown, Kronos. So the planets are luminaries. They are lights. They are beings. They are energy, conscious energy. And we're in the heart of the solar system. Saturn is the outermost layer. He is the one of this world. He's the god of this world. Now, on the North Pole of Saturn, you have the hexagon. Add up all the sides. It creates the 6-pointed star. Or it can be created as a cube. The cube is very important. The 6-pointed star is very important. 6 points, 6 triangles, 6 side, 6, 6, 6. Black cube adds up to 6 in gematria. Now, what did I say in the beginning? Saturn crystallizes the physical world. He creates physical things out of light. You are a light being. This is why we say human. Hu means the light spectrum. human. We are light manifested into physical forms, human. And we are incarnated through Saturn. Satan, same thing. The number of the beast is 666, and the 666 comes from the 6.6 triangle, 6 sides of Saturn, 666. We are all known as carbon-based life forms. Carbon, the atomic structure of carbon, is 666, 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons. We are materialized into our physical bodies through Saturn, through the number of the beast. These bodies are the beast, it's the animal. The divine, the Christ, is the consciousness within, because you are a physical, spiritual being combined into one, hexed into one. Hexagram. This is a hexagram. You're hexed into physical matter, spirit and matter, light and dark, combined into one. Now you contain of the mark of the beast, the mark of your body. Your body's the beast. It says in the Bible, Satan, who is the god of this world. This world. There are many different worlds, but this world is run by Saturn, and it says that in the Bible. Saturn is Satan. It's the same thing. And look at the crown of thorns are wrapped around the heart. The soul is in the heart. The mind is in the brain. The soul is wrapped around the rings of Saturn. You're wrapped in physical matter. This is what it's showing you. This is symbolizing the rings of Saturn wrapping you. And the cross on top is the cross of the cube. The cube, the black cube of Saturn, unfolds into a cross. So Satan, who is the god of this world, Corinthians 4:4 in the Bible, Satan, who is the god of this world, has blinded the minds of those who don't believe. Saturn blinds your mind because the god of this world materializes you, and he blinds your mind when you incarnate into physical matter. When you enter this soul system, not the solar system, you hit Saturn first. He materializes you. And look at the symbol for Saturn. This is the symbol for Saturn. All of the planet symbols are created out of the Holy Trinity. The Earth, Moon, and Sun. Body, mind, and soul. The sun is your soul, the moon is your mind, the earth is your body. Your body's made out of the 5 elements. The sun is your soul because the sun is life force, gives life to everything. Your sun is a soul. Your soul is the sun of your body. The moon is the mind. The moon is the moon of your body, the mind of your body. Intelligence. So all of the symbol of the planets are created out of these. The Saturn symbol is created out of the Earth cross, matter, and the moon crescent, moon, mind, matter over mind. This is why Satan, who is the god of this world, has blinded the minds of those who don't believe. He blinds your mind. Look at the symbol, it's showing you. The Saturn symbol is matter over mind when it should be mind over matter. So we descend into a soul system, into our 666 Saturn carbon suit bodies, and we are matter over mind. Then we have to move up the spine to go back up to spirit, to mind over matter, where you manipulate your own reality. Now look at this. It creates the number 5. 5 is the number of change. You're moving from this side of the number sequence over to the right side. You're moving from the spiritual into the physical world. You're incarnating into the 5 elements, the 5 senses. So the cube, the black cube of Saturn, is another major symbol. Very important symbol. Here you see the cube, and the color black is associated with Saturn because Saturn's associated with death. He creates and destroys, light and dark. Death is associated with black, spirit, because you can't see spirit, which is blackness. So the black cube is black because Saturn rules the nighttime, which is dark, blackness, and he rules the winter, which is death, blackness. So Saturn is the black cube. Cubes have 6 sides: up, down, right, left, back, and forward. Cubes are 6-sided. Everything is 6-sided inside of this creation because you're incarnating, you're materializing, crystallizing into the cube, the world of the cube. Everything's a cube. Everything's got 6 sides. Here's Leonardo da Vinci showing you that you're in the cube. Leonardo da Vinci did this famous painting. You're in the cube, you're hexed into physical matter, where you're incarnated into the 3rd dimension, the 3-dimensional world, which is a cube, 3D. And black cube adds up to 6 sides of the black cube. The Kabbalah means cube god in Arabic. And look at what they do. They worship the cube, the black cube, and they stand in rings like the rings of Saturn. Australia, Denmark, Manhattan, Santana all have these black cubes. You go to New York, you will see the black cube there as well. These black cubes are everywhere because it is the real God of this world, So look at the cross. The cross unfolds into the cube. Xbox, Nintendo GameCube, Sega Saturn, anything to do with a simulated gaming reality, they put Saturn in it because we're in the simulation of Saturn. This is a simulation. And this is why they reflect this through the Xbox, GameCube, Sega Saturn, anything to do with gaming, simulations, is all Saturn. Because we're in the cube of Saturn, the black cube. We're in the GameCube, the Xbox, the Sega Saturn. As above, so below. So they reflect it through the simulations that they create inside of this simulation. Cubes have 8 points for the 8 points of time and space. 8 is the number of time. Everything's cycling, infinity. So look at the cube. The cube is symbolized as in Judaism. The Judees have the black cube. They wrap themselves in a black band and they cover their eyes into blackness. The black cube for the black cube of Saturn. They use the star of Saturn and they worship their god on Saturn Day because it's all Saturn worship. And look how the Saturn god is wrapped around with these thorns or leaves, just like Jesus is wrapped around his heart. And Jesus on the cross is us on the cross. We are in the cross. We are in the cube. The cross is the cube. And the cross is even in the Saturn symbol. This is another symbol for Saturn. There's 2 symbols. You got this one, the one I've just broke down. Then there's this one. This is the cross of Saturn, the cube god, the simulation, the game cube. Now, Chronos is another word for Saturn. Chronos means time. When you clock into work, you go to the Chronos machine. Well, I did anyway. And I tap my card on the Chronos because Chronos is time. Anything to do with time is Saturn. He creates and destroys. Look at the artwork of Saturn with the sand, the time. Look at this, how he's cutting off the baby's wings. He's crystallizing the spirit into matter. He's cutting off your wings. Satan, in the Bible, he falls from heaven into earth and he loses his wings. He becomes a serpent. You see that's it's all symbolic for us. We are the fallen angels, fallen angles of light. We're fallen angles of light. We are light beings. Now we're fallen into physical matter. Saturn's chopped off our wings. He's chopped off our spirit wings because when you astral project, you can fly. You will fly around. He's got the Reaper staff here, always depicted with the Reaper staff. Now look at the clock. Saturn Day is the 6th day. The number of the beast, 666. Look at the clock. 6 take away 12. 12 take away 6 equals 6. 7 take away 1 equals 6. 8 take away 2 equals 6. 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 24 hours in a day, 2 plus 4 equals 6. That's 666. everything's 666 because it's time. Saturn all goes to Saturn. He's the god of time. We're in time now. We're in time. We're in the time, which is God, the god of this world, the god of time. Now look at this. The Reaper is also depicted as the Reaper with the staff, the black cloak, black symbolizing death, spirit. Judges wear black because Saturn is the law. He's the god of this world. He's the law. This is why they wear black cloaks. When you graduate from university, you wear a black cloak and a black cube on your head. You've been hexed. Funerals, you wear black because it's all to do with Saturn, Father Time, Father Crystallization. Now, Saturn, here's another one of him cutting off the wings of a child because he cuts off the wings. He creates and destroys your body. We're in the electrical world. Everything that is electrical vibrates. All vibrations have to come back to a standstill point, which is death. This is why your body dies. Your atoms stop vibrating. Corona. Look at the crown. The crown is the corona. Corona means crown. And look at this is an alcohol brand for beer. You can see the staff of Saturn in the symbol with the moon crescent. Corona, which is the crown, Saturn, the crown on Saturn, the rings. And then you've got the staff. It's all Saturn worship. Is the black cubes of 9/11. 2 black cubes. This was a ritual for Saturn. It's all ritualistic. And look at the Star of David, the Star of Saturn. It's not the Star of David. Creates IXXI, the sigil of Saturn. IXXI means 9/11 in Roman numerals. 9/11. It's all a ritual for Saturn, and they have the 2 black cubes of Saturn. Now look, XX, there's more symbolism of Saturn now. We're going deeper. XX is more symbolism for Saturn. The sigil of Saturn is XX, as above, so below. Same with the Star of David. You split it in the middle, as above, so below, as above, so below. XX, this is a Knights Templar Cross of Lorraine. XX, Knights Templar, High Order of Masonry. They all worship Saturn. Well, Saturn's the real god of this world. X Eon with the XX. XXL magazines, which is all to do with famous rappers and stuff like that. When you die, you put XX on the eyes because it's Saturn. He's the Reaper. Is Jesus with the XX crown with the thorns around his heart, around his soul, with the cube on the top, the cross cube. Lil Uzi Vert with the XX Cross of Lorraine. Jay-Z with his alcohol brand, XX Cross of Lorraine. The X Factor with the rings of Saturn. All Saturn worship. The seal of Melchizedek is also Saturn. This is the cube. This symbolizes the cube with the 8 points for the 8 points of space and time. And this is the cube. It's another ancient symbol for Saturn. Here you see the star of Saturn with the Melchizedek symbol around it, which is all to do with Saturn. Here you see an altar, the Holy Grail, the Melchizedek symbol on it, and they're worshipping it. This is why we wear rings, wedding rings for the rings of Saturn. It all goes back to Saturn. Earrings. The 8-pointed star of the ancient Sumerians is all Saturn. It's all Saturn. So the ancients, the symbols of Saturn goes on forever. It's in all of the major corporations. You can see it everywhere, the rings of Saturn. Toyota is an obvious one. Internet, Nike, target Sega Saturn, to all Saturn worship. All Saturn worship. Because he is the real god of this world. Here's Kanye West's album with a Saturn here. Here's Michael Jackson's album saying X, escape. There's the X again. The X, escape. You have to escape this reality. Maybe that's what he's pointing at. Here you see it on the dollar bill. The star of Saturn. Here you see it again on the dollar bill. So that is it for today's people. I hope you all gain some insight on Saturn. Please like, comment, and share if you can. Subscribe if you like the channel. Please have an amazing day. God bless.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Hello, Seeker. Welcome to Revival of Symbolism, a channel devoted to the language of esoteric symbolism, guiding you to discover yourself and expand your consciousness into deeper realms of thought. I'm Harry B. Joseph, also known as Revival of Wisdom, and today we're going to be discussing the symbol of an eye inside of a triangle. So the first thing we need to understand about symbolism is that symbolism is a subconscious language. We don't just look at these symbols and get a basic understanding. Like a word, for example, if I wrote the word hello here, you look at this and you have an instant understanding of this word in your mind. It has no deeper meaning or veil, what we like to call it. There's no deeper meaning of this beyond a veil. It's simply just a very logical thing to do and understand. But symbolism, on the other hand, goes deep within the subconscious mind. It forces the individual to go inward on themselves. This is why symbolism is so powerful. It makes you turn inward. When you look at this eye in a triangle, you're not just looking at a word, you're looking at a picture. And this forces you to go inward so you can start to try and figure out what this symbol means. You start to think critically. You also start to follow the chains of thought. This is very important inside the occult. Symbols have many layers and veils of meaning. They don't just have one layer or meaning. On the surface level, it has a surface level understanding. But then as you follow the deeper chains of thought, you start to unveil and unravel its deeper meaning. As you awaken in your journey, the deeper levels of consciousness you access, the higher levels of understanding you access, the deeper meanings of these symbols start to reveal themselves. So studying yourself and studying symbolism go hand in hand. So when you're studying symbolism, you're actually studying consciousness. This is what we need to understand, is that these symbols represent forces of consciousness and aspects of consciousness. So what we need to do is to follow the chain of thoughts. Now, what do I mean by the chain of thoughts? If I think of a triangle, it instantly in my mind, I get the number 3. Then if that number 3 leads to another thought, for example, father, mother, child, father, mother, and child. Father, mother, and child then leads to another thought, then another thought, then another thought. So this is the chain of thought that we have to follow. This is why symbols must be meditated upon. We meditate upon symbols to unravel the deeper meanings of these, so we can unlock deeper levels of awareness. Okay, so we're diving straight into the subconscious mind with the language of symbolism. That's why it's so powerful, because it forces the individual to go inward and actually use their mind. Symbols train you to think critically. They train you to think in a subconscious way, unlike words. So these symbols represent thought vibrations or thought forms within the individual's mind. So let's jump straight into this symbol of the eye in the triangle, and let's go, very surface level, and then towards the end, we'll go deeper into the deeper mysteries of this symbol. On this channel, I don't give spiritual fluff. I give very deep esoteric teachings. Okay, so it would be amazing if you could show some support. Simply just leave a like, comment, and a share on the video. Share this video to a friend. So, first of all, let's look at the number 3, because this triangle symbolizes the number 3, okay? 3. We have a father, we have a mother, and together they unify to create a child. So that's a triangle. So what does this actually represent? Father, mother, child. In order for creation, it takes 3 steps. We are born, we grow, we die. So this is how creation unfolds in a 3-step process. In order for you to have a child, you must have 2 people and then give birth to another. Number 3. Then when you are given birth, you give birth, you grow, you die, then you return back to your original state. So the number 3 symbolizes this transformation or creation itself, how creation is a 3-fold. We see this in Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. Brahma, the creator, you have the creator god, the preserver god, and the destroyer god. This is symbolizing the number 3. And inside the Christian tradition, we have Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. We're going to dive deep into that as well. But it simply just represents the 3-fold of creation, how creation is a 3-fold process. Okay? So let's go a little bit deeper now. That's more exoteric. That's an external teaching. I've just taught you something that's very external. But what does this represent to the internal, to the esoteric? The number 3 is the 3 forces of the soul. The 3 forces of the soul. The soul thinks. It thinks. We have a mental field. We have a mind. All around us is a field of mind. We don't just have a mind. All around you is a field of thought and a field of mind. Okay, this is what we have to understand. A lot of people just think they have a mind. Your mind is attuned to the mental plane, and the mental plane is surrounding you. There are thought forms surrounding you. There are ideas. There are, all of these things in the mind that exist in an infinite field made of mental matter. Mental matter. So the soul thinks. The soul feels. It has feeling. We have emotion. And the soul takes actions. So the soul has 3 ways it expresses itself. Consciousness expresses itself through mentalism, through emotionalism, and through actions. This is how the soul is creating, through 3 different dimensions. Before you take a physical action, you don't just take the action. You first think, you feel, then you act. You only take action on what you feel, what you have a love towards, what you have a care towards. This is what the Freemasons call the generative principle. It's about, this is what generates your reality, your feeling. Because you can think infinite thoughts, but if you don't care about them, you don't take action on them. As soon as you have a care about a specific character of thought, your body then takes an action. Okay? So this is representing the 3 expressions of the soul. Now, the number 3 is actually the number 1. Because this is all one line, remember. This is all interconnected. And here we have the number 1 in the middle, one eye. We'll go deeper into that. So the number 1 is symbolized by the eye because there's one eye. So pretty much what this symbol is the number 1 and the number 1, 2, and 3. So it's 1 and 3. The 1 is expressed in 3 ways, which is the soul expressing itself and creating reality through 3 ways. Thought, emotion, actions. Okay? These are all actually one force. These are all one force. When we think, we feel, we act. When we act, this gives birth to a new thought and feeling. They're all one. They're all interconnected. So if I take an action, that can lead to a different thought. Or if I think, if I start to feel something, I don't know, hate, that then gives birth to a different thought or a different action. So you can see how each body of consciousness is actually affecting each of them. If we have an unhealthy mind, this will affect having an unhealthy emotional state and an unhealthy body. Because what we think, the mind holds power over the body. Every single thought commands 50 trillion cells in your body. Think of that for a second. You are governing 50 trillion cells, and these cells religiously obey every single command you give. You are governing a whole universe. 50 trillion living conscious cells. Okay? Think of that for a second.
50 trillion cells, and you are commanding them, and they religiously obey you. This is what we mean by you are a microcosm of God. Your body is literally a whole universe. There is living beings in your body that you are commanding and controlling, and they religiously obey you. Very, very powerful. This is how powerful you are. So each thought you command to the body is either destroying the life of the body or uplifting the life of the body, good and evil. So you're either creating more life or destroying your life of the body, of the health, of the body, of the cells. It's a whole civilization inside of your body, and you're governing it. You're the government. You are the master. This is why in the occult they say you are the master. Everyone is a master of their own being, their own microcosmic universe that they govern. You govern a whole reality, don't forget that. But we've lost this knowingness and understanding, and we're now giving our power to the external government, man-made government. Okay, so that's what the word government means. Government, govern mind control. But you are the government. You control your own being. You control your own universe. You control your reality. So you are the creator of your reality. This is the context behind the symbol here. You are the creator. What is an eye? An eye sees things. What does that symbolize? So an eye on a basic level shows looking at something. But this is referring to the internal eye, the internal observer. You're observing something when you look at something. So the inside eye is the person, the self that is looking over and experiencing our thoughts, emotions, and actions. Who is the one that feels the actions? Who is the one who suffers from the negative thoughts and the negative emotions? Have you ever thought about that? Go deep within yourself. Who is the one suffering from your emotions? It's not your body. It's not your mind. It's this soul. It's the soul observing through these different bodies of consciousness, through the mind, through the emotions, and through the body. This is the observer behind it all. So, this eye is not closed. It's not closed. Very, very important. Every detail in symbolism is very important. It's not closed. It's open. It's looking, and it's conscious. That's. I'm just giving you the key of what the symbol means. It's about remaining conscious. Now, this will go over people's head. You may not even understand this. Most people are unconscious, and it's fine if you are unconscious. We're all on a different level of our journey. All on a different level. I'm not trying to offend you. I'm just stating these facts. Most people are unconscious. They only think, feel, and act out of, reaction. They're not even aware they exist because they're so caught up in the external world. They have no idea they exist. They've never deeped how they exist, why they exist, what life is, what this piece of technology they're inside of is. So I'm giving you a bit of an insight of a person with a higher consciousness. A person with a higher consciousness is always looking. This is what the symbol means. Always looking, not with the eyes, but with the internal self, because they understand these three powers, the triangle, is creating their reality. Thought, emotion, action. Person with a higher consciousness who knows mastered themselves is someone who is always looking and observing their thoughts and emotions and the actions they take in the world. I'll give you a bit of a key here. I'll give you a key. In my life, I like to govern myself, be my own master, through this way. Every action or decision I am about to make, every decision, I always say to myself internally, I remind myself of this symbol. This is what symbols are. You're meant to remember these things. There are tools to help you in life and gain control of yourself so you can ultimately live a better life and create your own reality. I remind myself, if I take this action, what is the effect that's going to come from this action? Is this action going to benefit me, or is it going to pull me away of what I'm supposed to do? And through that, I live through this law of polarity, law of cause and effect. We cannot escape that law. You have to deeply understand this. You cannot escape the laws of cause and effect. They are always infinitely creating your reality. Cause and effect. Every thought is producing an effect. Every emotion is producing an effect. Every action is producing an effect. Therefore, you must keep this in mind and stay looking. This is what the symbol means. It means stay conscious. Always look over your thought, emotions, and actions. Always look over them. Because if you are not looking at your thoughts, emotions, and actions, and you're living, you're thinking, you're feeling, and acting unconsciously, subconsciously, without conscious awareness, you're unknowingly creating your reality. You can reach a level of mastery. There is a level of mastery. I'm not fully there yet. I'll openly admit that. But it's a goal in mind. There is a level of mastery that one can achieve where they are conscious of every single thought, every single action, every single emotion they feel throughout their day. Very, very difficult because we think around 7,000 thoughts a day. But this is ultimately the goal of mine anyway. It's completely up to you what you do. I'm just giving you this insight that's helped me in life. So it's about being conscious. This is a very overlooked thing in today's world. No, most people are unconscious. They're walking around as zombies. They don't even realize they think. They don't even realize they have a mind. They think their mind is their brain. If the mind was the brain, then how can the mind go in the past, present, and future? Which means it exists outside of time, but the body remains in the present moment. If the body remains in the present moment, that means it exists underneath time, underneath the law of time, but the mind transcends it, which means the mind operates outside of time, space, and matter. So, that is a key. You are a higher dimensional being manifesting in a physical form, and you're looking into the world. This is also another veil of the eye. The eye symbolizes your higher dimensional being. You have no true form. This is one of the biggest secrets. You have no true form. You form what you think, feel, and act. In the astral plane, you become what you think about. You can become an owl. You can become an owl with goat heads or, T-Rex arms. You can be anything you wish. Anything you think about, that's the form you take in the astral and imagination. But beyond the very causal plane, the higher dimensions, you are formless. You are nothingness. But that formless is connected to God. That is the unmanifest. That's the source of all creation. So you are something but nothing. Very difficult to get your head around, but essentially you emerge out of darkness. Emerge out of nothingness. Okay, and that's what the mental plane is. The mental plane is kind of like the first dimension that basically expands into infinite realities. The mind can think anything. There's nothing impossible in the mind. Nothing. But there are things impossible in the physical plane, because the physical plane is more dense and it's governed by more laws. So, again, this is symbolizing staying conscious of your thought, emotions, and actions. Now, another veil, if we go deeper on this symbol now, another veil, another chain that's connected to this symbol, a chain of thought, is that this symbol represents unity consciousness. Person who thinks, feels, and acts in unity. Their soul is operating in one force. Their soul is operating in one force, which means they think, they feel, they act. For example, I'll be writing my book sometimes. The book of symbolism, my third book, is coming out very soon. I'll leave a link in the description for you can sign up to the email, the waiting list. We've got a lot of people in there already. This next book's going to be insane. But yeah, you can get notified when that comes out. I'll put a link in the description. When I'm writing my book, I'll get an idea to, go play Call of Duty or go play the Xbox. But then I instantly remember this symbol, thought, emotion, action. Instantly, I then unify my consciousness, my three powers to create reality. These are your powers. These are your rights. These are your things that you have full control over. These are the biggest gifts in life. This is so overlooked. So overlooked because people are so unconscious. These three things are your biggest gifts. They're so beautiful. You have been given the gift of creation. You can mold a whole world, your own world. You govern it. You can think infinite thoughts. No impossibilities, no limitations. You can feel. Feeling is a life essence. Without feeling, you'd be an AI robot. And you can act. These are your three gifts. These are your three creational powers You hold the power of creation. You hold the power to kill another life, or you hold the power to spread love in the world, to spread the light. So this is why you see the light emerging out of this eye. This is the light of the soul. That's what consciousness is. It's light. And this is creation unfolding from this through these three powers. Light emerging and crystallizing your reality through thought, emotion, and action. So again, this is unity consciousness acting in one force, thinking, feeling, and acting, all directed towards one goal. And that's how you manifest things quickly. Speed. You know, if your thought is, if you think about, I don't know, playing the Xbox, and then you feel like eating, and then you take action scrolling on TikTok, that's divided consciousness. You're wasting time, energy, and you're scattering your creative powers throughout these three forms. But once you unify them, which is the I, the number one, you unify thought, emotion, and action, you direct your thought, emotion, and action all towards one goal. You quickly create these goals. You know, so this ties in with time and attention. These are your two spiritual currencies. You spend time and you pay attention. These are your two spiritual currencies that pretty much create your reality, your experience. Thought, emotion, action. And this is what the Holy Trinity is on the deepest level. You know, this may trigger some people, but if you believe in religion, then maybe this account to YouTube isn't for you. But religion is an esoteric. It's esoteric. It's not meant to be taken literally. The Bible is an encrypted allegorical text talking about human consciousness. Jesus is a person and a master of consciousness that we should achieve within ourselves. We should aim to become like Jesus, not worship Jesus, because we are all God. We're all governing the microcosm. So, also, this symbol represents the movement of the spirit, the movement of the soul. The soul goes through this triangular process, and the soul always remains, returns back to its original state. The soul is given birth into physical reality. We live, and then, we grow, then we die. Then it moves in this three triad form. The soul, wakes up in the morning. It grows throughout its day. Then it dies at nighttime to return back to its original state, to spiritual state. And everything goes through this process. Birth, growth, decay. Birth, growth, and death. And everything returns back to its original state. So, ultimately, this is what this symbol represents. Okay? If you want to go deeper on this, we have an amazing community. We have hundreds of hours of lectures, practical lectures, where you can gain mastery of yourself. The occult goes deeper than you could possibly imagine. So I hope you gained some insight from this video. Please leave a like, comment, and subscribe to the channel if you're new. And let me know any symbols you want me to break down in the comments section, and I'll hopefully get them broken down for you so you can understand them, deeper, on a deeper level, and you can understand yourself on a deeper level. So yeah, all the links in the description for everything that I mentioned, the community, and the Book of Symbolism waiting list. And I'll see you in the next video. Take care of yourself, everyone.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Welcome to Revival of Wisdom.
Welcome people, we're back with another video. Please make sure to hit the like, the subscribe button, and turn on notifications to never miss a video. The Vatican is a giant key from a bird's eye view, and it also contains an 8-pointed star. The Anunnaki Sumerian gods also depicted this 8-pointed star. The sky god Anu from the Anunnaki also uses the 8-pointed star for his symbol. And even Freemasons depict an 8-pointed luminary with a ladder and a key. This is symbolizing the key to ascension up to the 8-pointed star, which is Polaris. Polaris is always depicted as an 8-pointed star. Polaris is the standstill star at the very center of our realm, which is perfectly aligned with the North Pole. The Earth is a giant torus field, and at the center is where the most electromagnetic energy is stored. This is why all compasses point to the north. Hence why a compass is an 8-pointed star, because it points you to Polaris, which is the North Pole, the center of this realm. The 8 points of the 8-pointed star symbolize the 8 points in space and time. So yes, Polaris is the portal which you ascend through if you outgrow this consciousness by aligning your chakras. Our earthly realm is a macrocosmic reflection of us, and we as humans are the micro reflection, with the earth containing its 7 chakras as well as us. The North Pole is the 7th chakra, which is the crown chakra. So the key to ascension is held by the Vatican, hence why it's a giant key, because they mislead the masses through their religions, which teaches the masses to look outside of themselves. As stated in the 20,000-year-old emerald tablets, written by the Egyptian god Thoth. On earth man is in bondage, bound by space and time to the earth plane. Encircling each planet a wave of vibration binds him to his plane of unfoldment. Yet within man is the key to releasement. Within man may freedom be found. So the 7 planets are associated with each 7 chakras. The lowest chakra being the root chakra, which is associated with Saturn. This is why the elites love Saturn and reflect it in all of their symbols. Because the chakras are an ascension of spiritual principles, starting from the material and ascending up to the spiritual, the crown chakra. However, evil love bondage, and they are trapping souls in the physical realm by stopping and provoking the ascension process. They do this by abusing the energy of Saturn, and Saturn is associated with the lowest chakra. The lower 3 chakras are associated with survival mode, which keeps the consciousness in a constant state of fear and only aware of its surroundings. Once you start to ascend up your chakras, you become more consciously aware of spiritual deeds. And this is the process of returning back to your true spiritual form. Going back to Polaris and its connection to ascension, Kanye West symbolizes this on his music video 24. As you see him rise up into the sky, you see an 8-pointed shape around him, which symbolizes the 8-pointed star, as you see the beam of light. And even NASA symbolize this in their Space Delta logos, a bear holding a key with an arrow up to Polaris, the 8-pointed star. Here's another NASA logo of an arrow from the Earth to Polaris. The series Lock and Key on Netflix is all about portals and doorways, and they have the Kundalini energy as one of their keys. Kundalini energy is the energy which rises up the spine, the 33 vertebrae, and activates the third eye. The third eye is the spiritual gland, which connects humans to other spiritual realms. We are not the body. Our spirit, our soul inhabits the body. We exist physically, spiritually, and mentally. Therefore, we are multidimensional. The intellectual and spiritual inhabit the body. Therefore, this is just an avatar within this timeline. However, within each and every one of us, we all have the key to releasement, as says in the Emerald Tablets. This releasement is ascension, up until higher states of consciousness. As stated in the Emerald Tablets, man is in process of changing to forms that are not of this world. Grows he in time to the formers, a plane on a cycle above, and another one saying, man is a flame bound to a mountain, but we in our cycle shall ever be free. Know ye, O man, that when ye have progressed into the cycle that lengthen above, life itself will pass to the darkness, and only the essence of the soul shall remain. That's it for this video. I hope you all enjoyed. Please feel free to leave a like, subscribe, and comment any subjects you want me to talk about. God bless you all.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
So depression doesn't actually exist, and in this video I'm going to show you how depression is actually a choice. And I'm going to give you some solutions on how to deal with it. And this is probably going to change your life forever just by doing this alone. Okay, so the first thing you need to understand about depression is that it exists in your conscious mind. It exists in your thinking mind. So what is inside your thinking mind? You have your body, your name, your reputation, your trauma, your memories, your family, your worries, your interests, your bills, your passion, dislikes, goals, right? Most people identify their lives with this. They identify their lives with their thinking mind. They think they're their name, their job, their reputation, their memories. But this is not who you actually are. Who you actually are is the observer of that. What happens if you stop thinking? What is left? You're left with unconditioned consciousness. You're left with the self, which is what we refer to as I. We are the consciousness, not the thinking consciousness. You are not these labels. You are not your thoughts. You are not your job, your name, your reputation. Okay? And the reason why I'm telling you this is because it's very important, is that we are something beyond this body, beyond this name, beyond our thoughts. We are the consciousness. So depression exists inside of the thinking mind, the conscious mind. Okay? So if you want to get rid of depression, you must learn how to escape the thinking mind. And not only just escape, but that's step one. In meditation, you do meditations, right? We sit still and we have to learn how to control the mind and turn off the thoughts. And when we turn off the thoughts, depression goes out the window because there's no thought present in your mental field of consciousness to be depressed. Okay? You must understand, who is the one suffering from the negative thoughts? Who is the one suffering? Your mind is not suffering because the mind is producing the thoughts. Your body's not suffering from the negative thoughts. You are suffering. And who is you? You are a soul. You are that feeling. You are that person beyond the thoughts, beyond the feelings, beyond that. You are the one experiencing. You are that. Meditation gives us the ability to turn off the thinking mind. This allows us to escape our thoughts. Okay? And it gives us, over a long period of time after meditation, you'll be able to turn this switch. And this switch will be able to turn off your thoughts. And by doing this, we will be able to control our conscious mind directly by the hand. So when you notice yourself gaining them negative thoughts, we can then turn off the switch of turning off the conscious mind and rising to our authentic self and knowing the thoughts are just illusions. Now, let me tell you something that's very powerful. Most of your thoughts are coming from beliefs. Most of your feelings are coming from beliefs. So if you have a feeling of lack, this is coming from a belief that you don't have much. If you are feeling alone, this is coming from a belief that you are alone. So what we must do is restructure ourselves. We must restructure the subconscious mind, and we do this in many different ways. We can do this with meditation. We can do this with visualization, visualizing our desired reality as if we are living it. We can do this with affirmation. Now, a lot of people think, oh, I'm trying to speak something into existence with affirmation. No, you're not using vibration to try and change reality with what a lot of these new age people will teach you. Vibration, your words will not have much an impact on reality. That's the truth. But what they do have an impact on is reprogramming and recrafting and refining your mind. If you repeat, I am wealthy all day long, your subconscious mind, that word will be lingering inside your subconscious, and you will start to mold that into your conscious. You'll start to be consciously thinking about this. Most of your thoughts are coming from your subconscious. So if you want to get rid of depression, you got to figure out the trigger. What are you depressed about? What are you feeling? What are the beliefs that are making you feeling and thinking this way? And that's what you must restructure. You must restructure your subconscious mind through visualization, meditation, and affirmation. You do these all the time. You do these every single day, and you will slowly, if not surely, restructure your subconscious mind. While by doing the practice of meditation, you'll gain the off switch as well. Sometimes depression comes from not living in your authentic self. You're not doing the things that your soul is telling you to do. We all know what we should be doing at all times. I don't care what you have on. We all know we should be doing something. We all know that we have there's a higher aspect of our mind that tells us, oh, we need to be doing this, but I'm actually sat here on my phone. Oh, I shouldn't be eating this, but I'm doing it anyway. There's always that higher voice. And that is the voice that has to be connected to. And when your body's not acting out the voice of the soul, then the soul becomes sadder, and suffers more and more and more. There has to be a connection between the soul, the mind, and the body. They have to work in unity. Okay? So I hope this video helps with depression, with whatever you're going through mentally.
How are we all doing today, people? It's Revival of Wisdom, and today we're going to get real deep. This video is going to get real deep. A lot of people are not going to be ready for this sort of knowledge. Okay, you really have to do is to really deprogram the mind, because everything we've been taught is a complete lies to keep us trapped. Okay, this is really advanced knowledge. Now, let's get straight into this. All of the ancients depicted other worlds, and they called this place Midgard. Midgard is the mid-garden, the middle garden. This is why the Masonic symbolism on the floor is always a black and white checkered board, symbolizing the polarity here, the good and bad, because we're in the middle garden, the heart. Earth rearranged spells heart, because we're in the heart of this system, or whatever it is, a super quantum computer, whatever you want to call it, simulation. Now, in the Quran, it talks about the 7 layers of heaven. All of these ancient artworks are depicting these different layers of reality. Okay, and look at the Egyptians here with the boat outside of the firmament. Boats travel on water, and this is exactly what the Masons are doing. So they're still using the same symbols. Why? Because it's the same knowledge, just hidden. The Egyptians have the same knowledge as the Freemasons. It's just hidden. Now, this cosmology that they're showing here, which is probably made maybe 100 years ago, this painting or artwork, is the exact same as the one we see here, with the arch, the boat. You know, it's similar, because the boat is symbolizing traveling these other worlds, because the ether is also symbolized as water, because if you look up at the stars through a telescope, it looks like it's water. It's shining through water, because this ether, whatever this substance is outside of this world, was symbolized as water. Okay. And look at all these ancient depictions showing these different layers of reality. Now, we are being trapped within this 3D dimensional world, which is the cube, the Saturn cube, because there are 6 sides to everything in this world: front, back, left, right, up, and down. 6, which is the cube, because we're in the Saturn's world. Okay. Now, always been depicted as a tree of life, the tree of the universe has always been depicted as this tree. Because let's get a bit deeper. Now, the cosmology of this reality is the sun, the moon, and Polaris, always in the Masonic art. The sun, the moon, and Polaris, the all-seeing eye. If you go inside of the temples, of the Masonic temples, they always have this star in the middle, shining light beams. Okay? Look here. The light beams coming from the big star in the middle, which is Polaris. This eye is God. It's God's light shining down from his abundance. Now, when you astral travel, you will see this big ball of light above you, and this big ball of light is God. But you cannot travel towards it until you are pure. Doesn't work like that. You have to become formless. You have to become pure before you can become one with the light. In all these Masonic artworks, it's all depicting the star in the center. This star is Polaris, because Polaris is the way out of this place. And this is why you see the stairway to heaven all the way up to the light beam, the light source. What does it say in the Bible? God is light, because everything is made out of one substance, and that substance is light. And it symbolizes the eye because God is an eye. All things that are alive have an eye. And we all say, I am. We all see these realities through eyes. God is an eye. He's the all-seeing eye. He sees all things at all times. And he is projecting this light. And this light comes down to create all the different levels of the worlds. And this is what the 2 pillars symbolize the number 11. 11, the number 1, is just a vertical line. It's the 1. It's a 1 point. 11 symbolizes the mirror nature of reality. Everything's mirrored. As above, so below. Now, the 11 also symbolizes openings, doorways. And as you can see here, an opening to the all-seeing eye. And you see here again, an opening to the stairway all the way up to the light. This light is the light of God in the astral worlds, beyond this world. Now, Polaris has also been symbolized as the UFO. They put the truth in plain sight. So, you know, in the films, how the UFOs suck people up. That's what Polaris is doing if you ascend beyond this world. If you do not ascend beyond this world, you will be reincarnated in this world. The whole thing is to outgrow this consciousness to the plane above. And I'm not just making this up. I'm going to be bringing in scriptures after this. But you can see with the Christmas tree, we always put a high, big star at the center, at the top, which is the star of Polaris, which is exactly what the Masons are doing here. The star at the top. And it's on top of our Christmas trees. And all of these symbolize the other stars, because Polaris is the most high star. And all the other stars are wrapped around the firmament lower than Polaris. And that's exactly what the Christmas tree is. And it's a triangle. It's a triangle, just like light beams travel from one point in the triangle, just like the all-seeing eye. It's a triangle. The light is coming from one point and sending its rays downward. You see, it's kind of like you see here with the water. And the lower you go, the darker it gets, the more evil it becomes. And this is what the ancients would call hell. Now, this all-seeing eye is Polaris, and below Polaris is Mount Meru, the North Pole, the magnetic North Pole, the Tower of Babel, which is in the Bible. The etymology of the word Babel, Ba meaning spirit, which gives the ability to move the soul through the worlds, which is that's the ancient Egyptian description of the word Ba, meaning of the word Ba. You have the Ka, the Ba, the Ak, but the Ba is the one that gives the ability for the soul to move through the worlds. Your soul can't speak into a world without incarnating into it. Now, the Tower of Babel symbolizes Mount Meru because it's the word Ba is the spirit which gives the ability for the soul to move through the worlds. The Tower of Babel is the magnetic North Pole, Mount Meru, which gives the ability to move through these different worlds. And you can see the ancient Tibetans always showing this depiction of these different worlds coming from the center. Because we have to ascend our consciousness. It's not about how good you are to reach heaven. It's about how you expand your consciousness, you expand your mind. So they teach now that you have to be good in order to reach to heaven. It's about expanding the mind, expanding your consciousness to these different planes, these different realms. So that's what it's about. And Jesus was known as the fisher of man. Now, Jesus is a massive part of this. He was known as the fisher of man because he was fishing. He could have been fishing. He could have been one of these deities that had come down from these different higher realities and pull people up. So they would so they called Jesus the fisher of man. And he says unto them, follow me and I will make you fishers of men. So these deities that we see in the past, like Buddha, Krishna, Hermes, Thoth, Jesus, could all be these entities who were coming down to pick up the minds that were worthy enough to see the higher planes of reality. And this is why they called him the fisher of man. Now, when Jesus walks on water, there is a parable with Paul. And he says, but Jesus immediately said unto them, take courage, it is I, don't be afraid. He's talking about astral travel here. He's talking about leaving the body. Because when you leave the body in astral travel to see these alternative realities, you can't be afraid because fear is a bondage, which is what the Emerald Tablets talks about. Lord, if it's you, Peter replied, tell me to come to you on the water. The water. Come, he said. And Peter got down from the boat, walked on the water, and came towards Jesus. But when he saw the wind, he was afraid and began to sink. When you become afraid in astral travel, you sink back into your body. Lord, save me. So this is talking about Jesus pulling people up into different realities. And you can see the fish is the symbol of Jesus, is another symbol of Jesus, a fish. Because fish symbolize deep occult knowledge, because fish travel the depths of the ocean. And They symbolize us because we are fish underneath the ethers. And Jesus was pulling people up. You see, so the Bible is a people today believe the Bible is a book telling you how to reach to heaven, how to become godly and reach heaven. But you've got to become the Jesus Christ to see these alternative realities. Now look at the emerald tablets is a massive part, and it speaks so much about these different realities. Look what it says here. This is in Emerald Tablet 3. Then in my heart grew a great longing to conquer the pathway that led to the stars, which is exactly what the Masons depict in all of their art. Look, the ladder to the stars. And then he goes on to say, years after years, I sought after wisdom, seeking new knowledge, following the way, until at last my soul, in great travail, broke from its bondage and bounded away, broke from the bondage of the body. Free was I from the bondage of earth men. Free from the body, I flashed through the night. The stars. The stars are a massive part in the astral world. Each star is a different reality. And the true astrology is the star that you came from. You came through a star to reach this, to reach here. There is a reason why you are here. There's a reason why you have the personality traits, because your soul came from a specific star. This is why we call them stargates, because they are gates in and out of this reality. And Polaris is the way out to the higher worlds. Now look, far into space, my soul traveled freely into the infinite circles of light. Beyond knowledge were some planets and great gigantic beyond dreams of men. Then he goes to say, lift up your flame from out of the darkness, fly from the night and ye shall be free. Lift up your flame. Your flame is your soul, because it has to be lifted up out of the darkness. This is the darkness, this world, this body is the darkness. Because it's a bondage. You need to break free. You need to learn how to astral travel, people. You have to learn this. If you want to get out of this world, you have to learn how to astral travel and see the other realities. Traveled I through space-time, knowing my soul at last was set free, knowing that now I must pursue wisdom until at last I pass to a plane hidden from knowledge, known not to wisdom, extension beyond all that we know. So he's talking about he went to a place where we cannot even comprehend here, a place that is not even known to Earthmen. He's telling you he's ascended out of this world to the planes that are beyond. And it says here in the Emerald Tablets, man is in process of changing to forms that are not of this world. Grows he in time to the formless, a plane on the cycle above. Know ye must be one, ye must become formless before ye are one with the light. The light, the same light that I was talking about, the Masonic light, with the triangle, God, the one source. Ye must become formless before ye are with the light. Formless, you have to leave the body. You have to leave the body. You have to gain the ability to leave this body and travel to these other worlds. Now, it says here, not as man am I, for free have I become of dimensions and planes. In each I take on a new body. In each I change my form. Know I now that the formless is all there is of form. You see, all things created come from the things that, all things that you see come from the things that you cannot see. All of us have the same spark of consciousness, the same I am. Every dog, every animal, every human has this same I, this same thing which sees through the eye. It's formless. It it takes this formless entity is the same entity of us. We are all the same entity in different bodies. And this entity it was represented as the flame, the cosmic flame, which is inside of all of us. And this is why the Masons depicted your spine as a candle or the Holy Grail. You would either see this or a candle with a flame on the top, because the Holy Grail is your consciousness, which is on top of your spine, which is the candle. Now, Jesus, Thoth, Buddha were all these deities which were coming down to lift people up because they were fishermen of men. And he would lift you up to the higher worlds, out of this world, to the ones above. Now, Thoth, you can see him here, he's leading the way. He's holding someone and he's leading the way with knowledge and power. He was leading the way to other worlds, out of this world. There's no point trying to change this world. This world will stay the same. It will stay the same. You have to get out of this world. And that's what they're telling you. That's what they're keeping you from. They're keeping you stuck within this thin layer of reality. So what the Masons are doing, they have the ability to astral travel. They're living not stuck and bound to one reality, but living within the different layers of reality. And this is what Morpheus was doing in the Matrix. Morpheus was going into the Matrix to go and get Neo, which is exactly what Jesus was doing, pulling up people out of this world to the ones higher. And that's exactly what Morpheus is doing in the Matrix. If you haven't watched the Matrix, go and watch it. It will blow your mind. Everything I'm saying in this video, you will see it. Except that you don't need to use a machine to enter the Matrix. You just use your body. Well, you use your consciousness to leave this body. You see, Neo was also uploading himself into the simulation to pull people out of the simulation. And this is exactly what all of these gods were doing. The Fisher of Man. Look, he was pulling people up out of this reality with the knowledge. Now, Jesus was always depicted with the mushrooms. Look at all this mushroom art. Mushrooms were literally the origin of Christianity. You can see it everywhere. There's mushrooms in all of the ancient art. Every single one of these paintings you see here, there's mushrooms on them. Mushrooms have the ability to see alternative states of consciousness. Now, if you go and do them and you go to sleep, if you pop mushrooms, you go to sleep and you will wake up in another reality. You will wake up in another reality. Don't try it if you don't want to do it. But if you've got the heart to do it, do it. Eat them and go to sleep. You'll wake up in another reality. And Jesus was handing out mushrooms to the bright minds, to the minds that he wanted to fish out and pull up to the higher realities. He was giving them mushrooms to see themselves in an alternative state, in an alternative reality. This is why there was so much mushroom art. And it's not just ancient Christians, it's Sumerians, it's the Mayans, the Celtics, the Egyptians, all used mushrooms. All of them. Look at all this art. It's on stones, it's everywhere. Because mushrooms, see, everything in nature is a macro. Look at the form of a mushroom. It's literally your spine and brain. Because they alter your consciousness. Your body is just a radio receiver Everything that you're experiencing is a program being ran by the central nervous system, and your consciousness is experiencing this program, these electrical impulses of the nervous system, because it's all feeding back to one point, which is the pineal gland. And this is the candle with the light on it. Type in Masonic candle and you'll see it. It's your spine with your spark of consciousness on top of the spine. And it's a mushroom because this sends you to alternative states of consciousness, alternative realities. Now, they were all doing this, the Egyptians, the Mayans. Now, there's more symbolism which goes into this. Look at the Christmas trees we use. The Christmas tree with the presents underneath them. Magic mushrooms grow under trees. And these are the presents under the trees that we symbolize today with Christmas. Santa's red and yellow for the red and yellow mushrooms. The same mushrooms Mario has to collect. And when he gets enough mushrooms, he levels up. And then what does he do when he go past the world? When you win that world in Mario, you go to another reality. You go inside of another world. It's truth in plain sight. And it's using mushrooms. It's using mushrooms. Everything, all of the characters in Mario, well, a lot of them are mushrooms. Look at this one. The presents, black, yellow, and red and white. Red and white mushrooms. And the bow on the top is the mushroom head. That's a bit of a reach, but you know, the symbolism never lies, is what you need to understand. And it's as above, so below. Now look at the Sumerians. The Sumerians were also multi-dimensional beings. Okay, look at how they have the double faces. They had 1 foot in this reality and 1 foot in another reality. And look at this one, a double-headed god inside of like a portal. You see? Because and look at these with the wings, the astral travel. Birds, ancient birds symbolize the soul because the soul is a bird. It flies to different worlds. It flies around the cosmos. And mushrooms gave you the ability to see these alternative states of consciousness, these alternate realities, because you exist in infinite realities. You exist in infinite realities. Now look at the 33rd degree Ordo Ab Chao badge. You get this badge when you become a 33rd degree Freemason, and it's a double-headed eagle. A double-headed eagle. And you can see this in Sumeria first. Sumeria have the same symbol, a double-headed, bird. You can see it here as well. And the Masons are still using this symbol today. And when you become a 33rd degree, 33 vertebrae on the back of your spine, above the vertebrae is your consciousness, and it's a double-headed eagle. One reality in one. You become a multi-dimensional being in the 33rd degree. And I've heard many interviews of Masons say it becomes Luciferian. You see, they speak in code. These Masons can't tell you about what they learn about, but they will speak in code. They said it becomes Luciferian. The word Luciferian is lucid. The root word of Luciferian is lucid, and lucid is lucid dreaming, alternative realities, dream worlds. You become a god. Luciferian means you're becoming your own god, pretty much. Because you are becoming a multi-dimensional being living in between the different layers of reality at the 33rd degree of Freemasonry. And look at the double-headed eagle, because the birds symbolize the soul. and they reach high, they fly high, just like the soul wants to fly high to the light, to become one with the light, like the Emerald Tablet says. Now look at Janus. Janus was another god, and he's known as the god of doorways. Janus always depicted with a double head. Janus is why we say janitor or January. And January is entering a new year. Janus is known as the god of doorways with keys, always got a key, because keys open doors. That's why the janitor holds all the keys. And Janus always has double heads, because he had one foot in this reality, one foot in another. He was a multi-dimensional being, a Luciferian, living between the different layers of reality, instead of being stuck in one like we are. Well, a lot of people. And that's the whole point. You see, all of this stuff is about like changing the world and stuff like that. This world will probably never ever change. It's probably been like this forever. Well, forever, for a long time. But it's about moving out of this reality to the higher states. And the Masons always depict the ladder to the luminaries, the stars, with a key, the same key of Janus. The Vatican is a key, and it's in charge of all the religions. Why is it a key? Because they're holding back the key. They're keeping you stuck within this reality, keeping you stuck as identifying yourself with the body, identifying yourself with this world. You are not in the world is within you. This is a program being ran by your central nervous system, and your consciousness is experiencing this reality. Now, this is going to be a mind-blowing video for some people. You have to have an open mind. You have to let go of all the programs. I'm repeating what the ancients are talking about and the ancient symbolism. Look at Janus with the double-headed god. He was just another god coming down, giving keys to people who had the worthy mind to be pulled up out of this reality, to be pulled up to heaven, just like Jesus was teaching how to reach heaven. But really, it's an encoded scripture. But anyways, hope you all gained some insight on this video. Have an amazing day. Please like, share, comment. All the links are in the bio for the PDF, for the Manifestation Mastery course, and all the other amazing stuff. And if you want to support the channel, I'd greatly appreciate it if you became a Patreon member. Hope you'll have an amazing day, people. God.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
The Freemasonic square and compass is not just a symbol that represents Freemasonry, a lodge, or a secret society. It is a symbol of gaining your own personal power. Now, in this video, I'm going to be breaking down this symbol in the most detail I can possibly go into. Most people live in a state of illusion. They live their life impulsively, acting based on their five senses, tasting. They want to feel a certain thing like an orgasm, or they're basically just slaves to external things and their five senses, which leads to a very dark path where you'll never actually become a conscious creator and you'll never actually be internally happy. The Freemasonic square and compass reveals some deep wisdom about this. Now let me break this down. If you want to gain your personal power, listen up. The Freemasonic square and compass is a compass which is used to create circles. Now, if you notice something about the circle, They have no beginning, no end. You can't tell where it begins and ends. It's eternal, which means this represents consciousness. Now, if you don't know what consciousness is, if you close your eyes, you have an internal world. You have thoughts, emotion, visualization. This is all consciousness, spiritual. Then we have the square. The square creates squares or lines, which represents matter. It has a beginning and an end. You can quite see where the beginning of the end is, right? So we can even link this to Leonardo da Vinci, the Vitruvian Man. We see the man in the square with the circle. The circle is the eternal consciousness, and the man is the square, limited to the physical world. But consciousness is not limited. That's why it's outside the square. This is eternal. The body is mortal. The body will die. Consciousness will never die. If we look even closer at the symbol, we notice in this particular symbol, we have the compass overlapping the square. This is very, very symbolic. This represents spirit over matter, also known as mind over matter, consciousness over matter, the circle over the square. Like I mentioned earlier, most people are slaves to their senses. They go through their day and all they do is chase validation and feelings. They eat all day to feel good, which means they're a slave to their taste. They're slaves to their feeling. They masturbate, which means they're a slave to orgasms and external things. They're literally being governed by the external world controlling their internal world. They're literally living life on autopilot. And don't get me wrong, I was guilty of this too. We're all guilty of this when we join this world because we're not taught this sacred knowledge. Until you actually stop and recognize this, you'll be living life on autopilot, literally not even living. You'll be running off subconscious programs, seeking external validation and being ruled by these five senses. The square underneath the compass represents consciousness on top of matter, which means the internal world is controlling the external world. It is the mind controlling matter and not matter manipulating the mind. In the occult and esoteric world, it's very important that you are conscious of every action that you are taking in your day-to-day life. Never act subconsciously. Always be conscious. What are you thinking? What are you acting? What are you giving your attention? All of this is contributing towards creating because you are a creator. Consciousness is a creative force. You need to make sure that the compass is on top of the square, that your inner world is controlling the outer world and not the outer world controlling the inner. As I've mentioned in many videos before, the internal world of consciousness is what's producing the external world. Your life is just a result of every thought and emotion that you felt in the past. Everything you own, everything you possess, your friends are all reflections of your consciousness. They're all reflections of what you are thinking about. When you change your thinking, your external world starts to rearrange itself. On a basic level, this symbol represents the combination of spirit and matter. You are a spiritual being and a material being. You are heaven, the sky, and earth, the ground. You are heaven and earth, spirit and matter infused into one. You are a bridge between the divine and the earthly worlds. And you can bring down these higher realms of consciousness, thought, imagination, and emotions into a physical, tangible reality. To do this consciously, we need to make sure the external world is not manipulating the inner world. Because if your internal world is being controlled by external circumstances, for example, you have a circumstance happen in your reality, an emotion triggers inside of you, and that emotion is a command to create more of that. And the thoughts that you think are creating more of that negativity. So it's a constant cycle of negative manifestation if you let the external world control your internal world of consciousness. So we need to make sure the compass is on top of the square, that the internal world are commands and not reactions to create your external reality. And not only just to create, but to actually enjoy life. If we let the external world bother our internal world, this means that we have some sort of mental or emotional attachment to the external world. We need to detach from the external world. Why do I say that? Because it's temporary. It's an illusion. We are going to die one day, and none of this will matter. You need to understand that everything in this world is temporary. You have to be okay with losing things, losing family, losing things in this world because it's guaranteed to be temporary. We need to make sure the internal world is order and not chaos, commands and not reactions. Now, at the back of the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2, the book that I've wrote here, I go over the different meanings of the different arrangements of the square and compass. Sometimes we see the square overlapping the compass, which is the opposite of what we've just broken down. Or sometimes we see one leg of the compass on top of the square and one leg of the square on top of the compass. These are all highly symbolic. When we see the square overlapping the compass, this pretty much represents the beginning of the Freemasons' journey, when their internal world is being controlled by the external. They have a lot of spiritual growth and a lot of learning and inner work to do. Now, when we see half and half, one leg of the square on top and one leg of the compass on top, this represents the Masons' gradual emergence from the material realm into the spiritual. This interplay of symbols reflects the process of gaining greater light and knowledge as the Masons ascend from material concerns towards spiritual enlightenment. And of course, we've just broken down what this means. This represents spirit over matter. They're not chasing external physical things anymore. They're actually chasing and gaining validation and happiness from spiritual growth, more knowledge and deeper understanding of consciousness and themselves. Most people chase external material things, which actually don't make you happy in the long run. You could be given £1 million today. In a week's time, you would be back to the same original state of consciousness and actually chasing more and more millions of pounds. It's because nothing physical in this tangible world will ever satisfy your internal world of consciousness. So through spiritual growth, we can actually become happy and seek higher understanding, higher consciousness, which actually satisfies us eternally. So when we see the compass on top of the square, it symbolizes the triumph of spirit over matter. This arrangement not only signifies the mastery of spirit over the material realm, but also represents the resurrection, ascent, and dominion of spiritual principles over all earthly conditions. It's all about gaining personal power and spiritual growth. It's all about spiritual evolution, going from matter to spirit. The external world controlling the internal world to the internal world ruling over the external world, where the mind becomes a powerful tool to actually create and command reality. The mind cannot create and command reality if it's being governed and tossed all over the place by external circumstances and thoughts. Here's a quick tip on how to know if your mind is controlling you. If your phone notification goes off and you're working on something and you instantly go to reach and pick up the phone as soon as the notification goes off, that is an indication that your mind is controlling you and you are not controlling it. The mind is the direction of consciousness. The direction, it directs the flow of your attention, your energy, your consciousness. So to practice to gain mind over matter is simply just meditation, allowing the mind to sit still and focus on one thing for long periods of time. And over time, this will gain mastery over your attention and your mind. If you are on your spiritual path, this should be your goal, your internal world becoming the master. The mind becoming a vessel for you and not a vessel controlling you. It needs to become a command center and not a reaction. Please like, share this with a friend, and subscribe to the channel if you're new. Leave a link in the description for the Book of Wisdom Volume 2.
What if I told you that you are under a spell and this spell is controlling you in every aspect of your life and you don't even realize it? Spells are not what you've been taught. They're not fantasy magic wands that are casted over you. No, no, no. Spells are much, much deeper. A spell is a belief system that is installed into your subconscious mind, which holds power over you. Okay? If I install a belief into your mind and that belief holds power over you and controls you, that is you under my spell. A spell is a belief that someone has installed into you. Okay? You have a subconscious mind. The subconscious holds power over 90% of your daily basis behavior, thought patterns, and overall emotional state. Because the subconscious is the back end of our mind.
the mind that we don't really have access to. It's the shadow self, where all of our programs, all of our memories, all of our traumas, all of our everything that we've ever experienced is recorded and kept in this vast database called the subconscious. Now, the subconscious is the 90% of our mind. We are only aware of 10% of our mind, which is the conscious mind, which is what you're using now, what you're consciously aware of. But there is a subconscious mind that holds power over your conscious decisions, and you don't even realize it. For example, as a child, you had a very, very traumatic event happen. Let's say as a child, you were not loved enough by your parents. And this feeling of you not being enough for your parents and feeling alone as a child implanted this seed. And this seed was planted by your emotions, a strong emotion. And over time, as you grew older into an adult, this seed grew and grew and grew. And what this seed grew into is you being very needy, you always seeking validation from others. Okay. But you taking this conscious decision 10 years down the line actually stems from this hidden cause within your subconscious mind, within this little feeling, this seed inside your subconscious where you don't feel like you are worthy. So this results in a conscious decision of you seeking validation from others, being very needy from others. Okay. This is what the subconscious is. The subconscious holds power over us. For example, posting on social media. Why are you actually posting on social media? If you take a selfie with your new watch, new car, and you go and post that onto your social media, why are you actually doing that? On the deepest root cause, it's not because you just want to post a picture. No, it's much deeper. It comes from a subconscious belief or a subconscious emotion of you seeking external validation, whether you believe that or not. But that's what it is. If you're posting on social media, you're seeking attention, you're seeking validation from others on a deep level, on a subconscious level. You may not even realize this because it's subconscious. Now, this is what a spell is. Money is a type of spell. Remember, money doesn't actually exist. Money does not exist. Money is a physical object inside of the material plane. But the physical object has a belief in the mental plane. See, the mind is the highest plane. This is the root cause of reality, the mental plane. Okay? So our belief in our mind has given this piece of paper value and a meaning. But in reality, it's just a piece of paper with a belief behind it. But this subconscious belief behind this piece of paper is controlling your daily basis behavior. It's controlling your emotional state and controlling your life without you even realizing it. Without you even realizing that it's all an illusion. Money does not exist. It's the belief that gives the piece of paper a power. And the way we break the spell is by realizing that the money doesn't actually exist. The whole world is under the spell of money, and it's controlling all of us. But the spell is the belief. Once we all wake up and realize money has no value, it doesn't actually exist, it's only a belief. There is no actual money. That's how we break the spell. The spell is broken when we figure out that we are under the spell, under the belief, under the illusion of this piece of paper having value, and it's controlling our lives. That's why the word money has mon within it. Mon is moon, and the moon represents our hidden aspect of our mind, our subconscious, and the sun represents our conscious mind. So you have two versions of yourself. You have the self that you show to everyone, the conscious mind, and you have a shadow self called the subconscious, which is the hidden aspect of you. For example, do you really love your partner who you're with, or are you just with them for, is there a subconscious fear of being alone? Do you really want to be with this person, or is it stemming from, are you staying with them because it's stemming from this fear of being alone, of being lonely? Or are you just with them because you have a subconscious sexual addiction? And all of your conscious decisions are actually coming from this little seed of wanting sex or not being alone. You have two versions of yourself, the conscious mind and the subconscious, the shadow self and the self that you show to everyone else. Okay? And the subconscious is what's holding power over you. When you drive your car, you don't consciously have to think about changing gear. You've done it that many times. It's on autopilot. That's the subconscious doing it. You can be walking down the street. Your conscious mind can be thinking about what you're going to cook for tea later, but your subconscious mind is controlling your body and walking your body. You don't have to think about moving the body. You just do it because you've done it that many times. It's a program. It's a belief in the subconscious that's giving this movement power. You see, the subconscious holds a lot of power over you. Our beliefs hold power over our daily basis behaviors and actions. Okay, like I said, posting on social media, this is seeking external validation. There's a subconscious stem, there's a subconscious urge bringing this desire into conscious reality. So we must break the spell of our emotions controlling us, our traumas from a child controlling us. For example, another example of this, let's say you were in a car crash years ago, and this car crash led you to having a very traumatic event, very traumatic emotion you felt in that car crash. You felt a lot of pain. That was impressed into your subconscious. And even to this day, you're probably scared of going into trains, going onto cars, going inside of vehicles. And you might not even be aware that it's actually stemming from this event that happened 10 years ago. That's the spell. That's the spell that's holding power over you. And you don't even realize it. You realize the spell when you realize you're being controlled by this old belief, this old trauma. That's what a spell is. A spell is not something I cast over you with a wand like Harry Potter. Spells much deeper. It's the hidden aspects of our mind that hold power over us, that control us. Okay? So how do we get rid of the spell? How do we break the spell? By installing new belief systems, by installing new programs into our subconscious. The subconscious is impressed by repetition and emotion. Everything you do on repeat, for example, tying your shoelaces, you can be looking up into the sky, closing your eyes, thinking about what you're going to create for tea while doing your shoelaces. You've done it that many times, you don't have to think about it. That's the subconscious taking over. Okay. That's the repetition aspect of the subconscious. For example, you could probably run down your stairs. You know exactly how to run down the stairs. If I tried to run down your stairs, every staircase is different. I'd probably fall over. But you've done it that many times, you know exactly how to do it. It's what we call ritual. When you have an evening ritual, when you tidy the house, you do your skincare routine, you wash your teeth, that's a ritual. This is what the ancients called ritual. When we do rituals, we're trying to implant something into our subconscious to either remove an old program, an old seed that is controlling us, for a new one that's going to grow into new light, into a new reality. So you can implant messages, implant new programs into our subconscious, which will then grow into a new reality. Okay. Because if I tell you something over and over and over again every single day, for example, if I say, you do what I say every single day, I repeat this statement into your ears, about a month or 2 months in, you're going to start to believe in that statement and you're going to start to be under my spell. You're going to start to do everything that I say. So this is what spells are. Spells are subconscious beliefs that hold power over you, and you don't even realize it. So we need to remove these old programs we have that are controlling us for new programs. And we do that through ritual, affirmation, and imagination. Repetition and emotion is key to impressing the subconscious. They are the two ways that spells are created, that programs are created. The subconscious only knows the now, and it only knows you. So every word you say is a spell. So when you call someone else a name, you're calling yourself a name, because your subconscious takes everything you say as truth because it only knows you. It doesn't know anyone else. So every night we can do affirmation. We affirm the reality we want. This is what we call a ritual. We sit down or we stand up, whatever it is, you affirm the reality you are, I am statements. And then you imagine that reality. And you do this over and over again, every day, twice a day, 3 times a day, however many times. And this will cause repetition. This will install a new belief system into your subconscious, which will then start to show in your external reality. It will start to put you under a spell of the new program. For example, if I install into my subconscious that I believe that I am rich, every single night I affirmate that I am rich, I am wealthy, I am free. And then I do a ritual. I start to imagine this reality. Every single night, I do these two things on repetition, and I start to feel the reality and imagine the reality. Over time, I'm going to start to believe that I am rich, that I am free, and I am wealthy without having the physical reality. And what this will do is that it'll implant a message deep within your subconscious mind. It will plant the seed of this belief. And this belief over time will grow into 90% of my thoughts, 90% of my actions, 90% of my words. My words, my thinking will change due to this new belief. I may not even realize it, but I'm looking for more opportunities to make money. I'm speaking to more people because of this belief that I've installed. This belief has triggered new ways of thinking. My mind, my conscious mind, is now only operating to fulfill this belief. And my conscious mind might not even be aware of it. You won't even realize that you're manifesting this belief of being rich. And that's how it happens. You implant the belief within your subconscious. You implant the spell into your subconscious, which will then gain control over you. So we need to make sure we're removing the negative spells, the negative programs that are controlling us, for new regenerated ones, for new ones that are going to create new realities, a better life. Okay? You don't want negative traumas, negative seeds controlling you and growing into your life. If you don't cut them off, they will continue to grow and grow and grow. Your anxiety will get bigger and bigger and bigger. Your depression will get bigger and bigger and bigger. But it's all actually stemming from one belief system or one trauma. Okay? So this is important. Everything in this physical plane is an effect of the higher planes. It's a shadow of the mind. Everything we think, all physical objects, began as a thought, then an imagination, then energy, then a physical reality. So we must change the mental plane. We must plant seeds into our mind to change down into our physical material life. It's about manipulating this higher plane so we can create change and effect in the physical external material plane. That's what magic is. This is what spellcasting is. This is all what it is. It's not fantasy. This is the manipulation of the higher planes of consciousness, which your mind has access to. You have access to these higher planes. Okay? This is exactly what I teach in my university. I teach different rituals. I teach specific rituals to get rid of certain things, certain belief systems. I teach all different rituals, all different ways for you to create your own reality and live the best reality you want. We also have all of these different courses. We have Activating the Inner Eye. This will teach you exactly how to lucid dream and activate your inner vision of imagination. We have the Sexual Alchemy course. This will give you the power of transmuting your sexual energy into creativity. We have electromagnetism studies. We have esoteric exchange, an exclusive live call that we do every single week, and I connect with all of the students. They can ask me questions, can speak with me one-on-one inside of these live calls. We have the real numerology section. We have the health section. We have a lecture section. Look at all of these lectures we have on occultism, symbolism. All of these lectures are designed to gain you power, to give your personal power back to you, to make you realize things about you. We have a meditation section. We have a library section where you can download all of our library, all of our books, different books on occultism, symbolism, Freemasonry, astral projection. And of course, we have the Manifestation Mastery course, which teaches you exactly how to create reality so you can live that desired reality that you want. This is the last chance to lock in the price of $55 a month. This is less than $2 a day. You can really level up your life because the price is going to increase as the value of the university increases, because there's a new symbolism course coming out. And if you join now, you'll get this course for free, because obviously when this course releases, the price will go up. The symbolism course will teach you the language of esoteric and occult symbolism. I'll leave the links in the description. Make sure to leave a like, comment, subscribe to the channel if you want to see more content. Thank you all, people. Have an amazing day.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
There is a massive mystery around the Freemasonic G, and in this video we're going to be discussing it. Some people call it geometry, God, gnosis, genesis, generation, but in fact it's all of these things, and all of these things relate back to one concept that links them all. And in this video, you will be discovering this secret force, which pretty much creates everything in your reality, in your life, and has done unconsciously, whether you are aware of it or not. The Freemasonic G is the 7th letter in the English alphabet. This is important because the number 7 has many mysteries inside the esoteric and occult traditions. Some people say the number 7 represents the 7 colors of light, the 7 major planets, or the 7 musical tones, 7 days of creation. The number 7 is a massive mystery. But what we have to understand is that in the context of Masonry, Freemasonry is all about building the self. Every day we wake up, we are either building our prison of our mind or freedom of our mind. Everything inside of esoteric Freemasonry is about building the self and reconstructing our consciousness, our inner dialogue, the inner voice. We're transforming the mind from low awareness to high awareness. This is why Freemasonry uses the allegory of stonemasonry, stones, chipping away at stones. The stone is in fact you, and we are perfecting the stone, which is your very own mind. Because the universe is a mental construct. Life is happening to us inside our minds. We are all the universal mind expressed and clothed in a different body. Therefore, now we understand that everything is about the internal inside of Masonry. This G relates to something inside of you. Hence why you see the G inside of the square and the compass. It's something internal in you. G is the 7th letter of the English alphabet, and the number 7 symbolizes the 7 cognitions of the mind. In esoteric and initiatory traditions, the 7 psychological cognitions of the mind refer to the 7 distinct modes through which human consciousness perceives, interprets, and transforms reality. Different schools use different names, but across Hermetic, occult, Gnostic, and mystical systems, the same underlying pattern emerges. The mind has 7 functional powers, each representing a layer of awareness and a stage of inner development. Number 1 would be perception. The first cognition is the raw reception of sensory and subtle impressions. It is the gateway where the outer world enters the inner world of our minds. Perception involves learning to see without distortion, to notice the symbolic dimension behind ordinary appearances in an occult interpretation of perception. The second one is interpretation. After perception comes the act of making meaning. The mind organizes impressions into patterns, beliefs, and judgments. Esoterically, this cognition determines whether a person interprets life through the ego or through the higher insight of their higher consciousness. The goal is to purify interpretations so that the intuition can speak through it, to clear our minds of the clutter, master it, and let our higher consciousness shine through it. Number 3 is the imagination. This is the creative faculty that produces images, symbols, and visions in the mind's eye. This is associated with the astral plane. We live in a mental universe of thought. Thought wraps itself inside of imagination. The thought alone has no true form, but then the thought wraps itself in a vehicle of consciousness, what we call imagination, and we give form to the thought. Imagination becomes active. Imagination becomes active imagination, the foundation for rituals, alchemy, meditation, and visionary insights inside of occult traditions. Working on your imagination is a key part on developing your consciousness, as it is literally the sight into the astral plane, your internal vision of the mind. The fourth cognition of the mind is emotion. Emotion is energetic response that gives intensity, direction, and magnetism to thoughts. Emotion fuels the magical will. Unrefined emotion binds us to lower impulses. Refined emotions become devotion, compassion, and the inner fire to transform thought into a tangible reality, to become a conscious creator. The fifth cognition is will, the faculty of intention, decision, and directed energy. Will is the power that aligns personality with the higher self. It is the driver of discipline, transformation, and the capacity to act consciously rather than react unconsciously. Most people walk through life as an unconscious zombie, living day to day, running off subconscious programmings, never actually using their conscious mind. We develop our will and try to align our will with the highest will possible so we can align our will with our higher mind, so the higher mind can manifest through us in the material plane. The sixth cognition of the mind is memory, the storehouse of experience, impressions, and archetypes. It shapes identity, determines how one repeats and transcends past patterns. Memory includes not only personal memory, but also a deep strata of the subconscious and the collective subconscious field, what we call the Akashic records. Memory is a massive quality that you must work on inside the Masonic system. You are required to remember certain rituals and certain things so that you can regurgitate them to pass on along the degrees. Based off my research, I myself personally am not a Mason. The seventh cognition of the mind is intuition, the highest cognition possible. It's direct knowing. It bypasses the linear reasoning and reveals truth as the inner illumination. Intuition is the voice of the soul. It is the guiding force, guiding our physical vehicle of consciousness through this physical experience, providing revelations, insights, and even sometimes gnosis and higher understandings. They are the 7 principles and cognitions of the mind that we should work on. Sometimes they're symbolized as 7 luminary planets, because lumen is light. The planets are light. Light is consciousness. Consciousness is light. Now moving on to the true understanding of the G, the higher understanding of the G, as I mentioned previously. This is what we call the generative principle, the care principle, the human heart principle, the female aspect of consciousness within yourself. All creation is built upon a care. All action is built upon a care. You only act on what you care about. You care about paying the bills and staying inside your house and looking after your family, for example. Therefore, you take the action to generate the reality and generate money to pay the bills. Them actions are driven by the force of care. If you care about a plant, you take the action to water the plant and it grows. If you care about your partner or relationship, you give them attention and care and love, and you grow the relationship. As soon as you stop providing care, watch the relationship crumble and the reality destroys itself. Care is the generative force of reality. This is the generative principle that generates your experience in this world. We are in a continual state of becoming. Each cause gives birth to an effect, and that effect gives birth to a new cause. The G is the generative principle that drives creation in the present moment. Reality is creating, unfolding in the present moment, and the G is the force inside of you that generates your experience. You're watching this YouTube video right now because you have a care in your heart for the information I have provided in the past, and you have a care about watching this video. As soon as you don't care, you take action to do something else with your time that you actually care about. The G is the generative force of the heart. It is the love energy. You only take action on what you love or care about. The whole world is built upon this principle. This is why we say money makes the world go round, because the whole world has a G or a care for money, and it's making everyone wake up in the morning, take actions, and make the world go round. It is the G, the care for that principle or money object to generate that reality. It is the force that drives you, hence why the G is sometimes surrounding with light rays, because it represents a force, emanation, something that is invisible but driving the physical body. The G is the internal force that focuses thought into an action. We can think many thoughts, but the thoughts you don't care about, you don't take action on. But the thought you care about, that you have a G for, intensifies that thought, focuses and directs it into an action to generate that experience and reality. The whole world is built upon this principle. The sun is a perfect example of the generative principle. The sun gives all of its life, light, never asking for anything back, making everything grow and generate on the earth. Everything in your life is built upon this principle, and gaining control over your care gives you control over your actions and your reality and what you generate. Once you see this, it is truly beautiful that the world is actually built upon love. This is why they say love is the force of God. It is. Truly. This is the reason why God begins with a G. It's about Genesis. Genesis means creation. G, generation. Anything that generates and creates is all to do with a care or a love energy. But don't get me wrong, people can love sick and twisted things, and they act upon them sick and twisted things. This is why purification of ourself is important by understanding this principle, as it is a very powerful principle to understand. This is the reason why the word gift begins with a G. You're giving something. I care, I'm going to give you something, a gift. Or guidance. This is what guides you into becoming something, what you love. This is why also gnosis begins with a G. Gnosis is not actually knowledge. Gnosis is knowledge obtained, attained by direct experience or through direct experience. For example, you're not believing you're watching this video right now. You know you're watching this. Know, gnosis, same phonetic sound. It's about knowing. Gnosis is about gaining knowledge of the self. Self-knowledge through direct experience. Instead of believing in God, I seek to know God through direct experience by altered states of consciousness, transcendent meditations, understanding human anatomy, understanding the laws that govern my mind, understanding creation. That is direct gnosis, knowing that God exists instead of believing he exists. By going within the self, questioning the self, and gaining a deeper relationship with the inner observer, you start to gain gnosis, self-knowledge through direct experience. And in order to gain gnosis, you have to care, because gnosis requires action. It requires you to meditate and go within yourself. It requires you to study yourself. It requires you to go within yourself. And in order to do that, you have to care. If you don't care about knowing yourself, you won't take the action to generate the gnosis. If we take a look at this piece of Freemasonic artwork, we can see a whole lot going on here. But if we focus down here with the temple with the letter G on, and when you walk through the temple, there is a pathway leading up a hill towards the light. The light reveals things. If something is in darkness, you can't see it, but the light reveals something. It's symbolizing truth, the light of gnosis, knowingness. And in order to walk this path, you have to go through the temple, which means entering in yourself. This is symbolic of the path. The Masonic path is about the self, reconstructing and learning about the self. In order to walk up that hill, it takes a lot of effort. It's not easy walking up a hill. You're going to be tired. It's not easy. It's horrible. Who likes walking up a hill? I know I don't, but people like hiking and stuff. I understand that, but it's symbolizing this is hard work, working on yourself, because the labor of working on your mind is the hardest labor you will ever do. It's called the great work, or the Masonic work. And in order to climb that mountain, you go through the G. You have to have the care. If you do not have the care, you will not walk up that mountain. You will not generate the gnosis. You will not get close to the light. You have to have the G to walk that path of self-mastery and working on your mind. This is very, very important. If you want to gain the light, you have to have the G inside of you. You have to have the care to generate a higher consciousness. If you want to earn more money, you have to have the care, or else you will not take the action necessary to generate that reality. This is why we have to master ourselves and write down everything you love. It could be even the bad things. It could be lust. It could be anything you're wasting your care energy on. Try and remove them one by one. Master them and become disciplined. And then you will have more G energy, care energy to direct towards something else in your life to generate and grow that experience or reality. Again, the word grow, G. It is a growing force. What you place your love and care into grows and expands. What you have a G for is what you spend your time and attention on, your two spiritual currencies. So this is the Masonic G, and I hope you gain a deeper understanding of this. So that is pretty much everything about the Masonic G that you need to know, and hopefully this has helped you. If you wish to learn more and gain guidance through your life and understand yourself on a deeper level, the book I've used today is called The Book of Symbolism. I'll leave a link in the description. You're living in 4 planes of existence right now, but most people are only aware of one. And that's why they feel lost, disconnected, and stuck in cycles they can't explain. If you don't understand the blueprint of reality, you'll keep trying to fix the physical, while the real causes lie in the unseen dimensions that you have direct access to. You must understand that the universe only exists in the mind. Everything is a projection of consciousness. Therefore, consciousness produces everything. Our internal world is consciousness. Our external world is this physical body, physical world. Everything is an externalization of consciousness. For example, this was a thought. Now it's made physical. But before this was invented, it was existing in someone's mind, in consciousness, invisible. Then it was made manifest, made physical. So everything in this physical plane is the effect. The cause is consciousness, mind, the mental plane. So now I'm going to explain these different dimensions of consciousness. You don't just exist in this physical plane. The physical plane, in fact, is the lowest plane there is. It's the illusionary plane. So first of all, we have the Buddhic plane. This is the nothingness. So think of it like this. Absolute nothingness. If you turn off thoughts, there is nothingness. This is the void. And out of the void springs infinite potential, which is the mental plane. Now, your mind has no limitation. It can think anything, be anywhere, anytime, any place. In the whole world, there is no limitation with the mind. This is the realm of infinite possibilities. This is the realm of thought. Thought is a dimension, information and thought. To go a little bit deeper on this, there are pockets of thoughts. what we call in the occult fields of thoughts. Your mind does not think thoughts, it receives them. Your mind is like a radio. Whatever the mind is tuning into, setting its mindset, setting your frequency or setting your mind, you will receive thoughts based on that set, whatever you set your mind to. So there are pockets of thoughts that we penetrate in the mental plane. The mind is the mental plane, the infinite possibilities. This is the spark of creation. This is where all things begin to manifest as an idea in the mind as a thought. So if you want to gain certain information, you need to meditate or do thought exercises where you are penetrating that dimension of thought, that pocket of thought. For example, if you want to find a way on how to make financial wealth, you would use your mind, set your mind on wealth and money, and think, close your eyes and think about that specific topic and see where your mind takes you. And you will expand your mind into different pockets of thought and gain information. So this is the mental plane. This is how you can use the mental plane. You can use the mental plane to do this. Then we have the astral plane. We have higher, middle, and lower astral plane. The astral plane is the body for thought. So every dimension, physical, etheric, astral, mental, Buddhic, is a body for a dimension above. Each dimension below is a product of the dimension above. So for example, the astral plane is imagination. This is the lucidic realm of imagination. This is where thoughts begin to manifest into some sort of form. It's not a physical form because this is physical, but imagination is a lucidic form. It's not really physical, but it's there. It's a projection of light. It's astral matter condensed by the willpower of the mind. So depending on the vibration of that thought will depend whether it manifests in the higher astral plane, middle astral plane, and lower astral plane. If you think about more material things and visualize material things, this will manifest on the lower astral plane because material matter is low vibration. Now, that does not mean it's evil. That does not mean it's bad. Okay? It just means low vibration just means more material. But if you think and imagine more spiritual things, this manifests on the higher astral plane. So the astral plane is the screen in your mind that allows you to vision an apple, that allows you to vision anything. It's that mental projection that's inside of your mind. Now, this is what we call the third eye. It's an eye because the eye is the mind, and the mind can see into the astral plane. It perceives this spiritual world, this lucidic realm that we have access to. This is where also infinite potential takes place. This is the realm of spirits, demons, jinns, whatever you want to call them. Spiritual entities exist in this because this is where thought forms manifest into form. This is where thoughts create bodies. Think of it like this. The mental plane is a thought of a chair. The astral plane is the imagination of that chair and all of the different possible chairs that could possibly be. The etheric plane is the energy double of that chair. And the physical plane is the physical chair. So as you can see, the higher we go up, the more formless and lucidic it is. The lower we go down planes, the more dense it becomes. This is formless and this is form. Everything manifests through this process. This highlighter is down here in the physical plane, but the idea began in the mental plane. Everything begins in consciousness before it creates a physical body. It goes through this process. Therefore, if you want to start to mold and create your own reality and create things in your world, you can use these planes to your advantage. You can use your mind to do mental thinking exercises by closing your eyes and expanding your mind into a different pocket of thought to gain wisdom, gain information, gain downloads. The way you do that is simply get into a meditative state, close your eyes, pick a topic that you want to think about, and see where your mind takes you, but always remain centered on that topic. And You can do this for maybe an hour or two or half an hour, and your mind will take you places where you will unlock information. You can even use this to make decisions in your life. Think of the topic and see where your mind takes you. You'll gain information. This is how you use the mental plane for ideas. The astral plane is imagination. You have to reconnect with your imagination very vividly. Your imagination, your consciousness is infinite. It's not a three-dimensional plane. It's an infinite plane. You can think and make form anything in your consciousness, in your imagination. You can think anything and you can imagine anything in the most vast details. You just have to reconnect with your imagination. I have a free book on my website. I'll leave the link in the description. It's an ebook. It's called Activating the Inner Eye. This is going to help you reconnect with your imagination. It's a practical guide on how to imagine. So once you know how to use the mental plane and astral plane, thought and imagination, you pretty much need to use the physical plane to take physical action with this physical body that you have and start to manifest these desires you have in the higher planes. Now, it's very important that we master the mind, because the mind is the very fabric of reality. We become what we think about. Your life is a product of every thought you thought in the past. It is the mind that directs the flow of consciousness. And wherever this consciousness is flowing is what you will create in your life. Consciousness is the most potent force in the universe, and the mind is pretty much the universe in a microcosm form. It is infinite potential, and your mind will continue to expand into new realms of thought forever and ever and ever. You are eternal. You are not this physical body down here. You are consciousness, literally dreaming that you are in this physical body. So everything begins with the mind. We need to be conscious of the thoughts that enter our mental field of consciousness. There is a level of self-awareness that you can reach where you can become conscious of pretty much every single thought that enters your mental field. Now, we have over 7,000 thoughts a day. You can gain such mastery over your mind where you can become conscious of every thought you think. And that is when you gain superior power. Because when the mind is fully under control of self, you can direct the mind's potent force into a specific goal. Most people's minds are dualistic. They want something, but their mind is thinking something else. They have limiting belief systems. They have the little voice that comes in and says, you can't do this, you're a failure. That is a fractaled mind. The mind needs to be singular. It needs to be on your team and not an enemy. Do not let your own mind take away your power. Your mind should be on your team, giving you power, giving you the best possible thoughts and the best possible beliefs. When the mind is in this condition and on your team and not taking away your power through the destructive thoughts, it becomes a potent, powerful force used for manifestation to create anything. And the way we get the mind on your team is through constant meditation to learn how to control the mind and turn it on and off. Subconscious reprogramming through visualization, affirmations, cultivating emotions associated with your goal. All these three ways we can reprogram the mind slowly over time so that it becomes powerful and becomes on your team and doesn't give you negative contradicting thoughts. When the mind is fully aligned on one thing, it can create massive empires and things in your physical reality. So I hope this video helps, and I'll see you in the next one.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Welcome to Revival of Wisdom.
What is good, people? Is Revival of Wisdom. We're back with another video. Today we're going to be talking about the importance of Saturn and the occult. Let's jump straight into this. So Saturn is the god of the earth, right? It's the time of God, change, destruction, physical matter. He creates and destroys, because the energy of Saturn is the key to crystallization. It wraps things in physical matter, right? He creates everything, all life forms, and he takes things back, because the day that you're born, that's the day that your expiry date is coming. The time is ticking until Saturn takes your life. This is why he's known as the Reaper. Okay, as he's personified as eating his child here in this ancient Roman painting. As you can see, he's eating the child. We are all children of Saturn, right? He creates physical matter, our physical bodies, right? He's the god of time because he's the slowest moving celestial body. He's the Lord of the Rings, as you can see here. He's the last one on the ring. He's the slowest one moving, okay? So he is the Lord of time, destruction and creation, okay? This is why his name is Satan. He's the devil, okay? But I'm not saying Saturn's evil, guys. It's a part of life. Everything lives and dies, right? He's the key to crystallization. Now, as we have the clock here, our god Saturn, or Chronos in Greek, just means time. He's also the god of time, as I've already said. 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 24 hours in a day. Add 2 plus 4 equals 6. 60 seconds, 60 minutes, 2 plus 4 equals 6. That's 666. Okay? And as you see on the clock, 6 take away 12 equals 6. 7 take away 1 equals 6. 9 take away 3 equals 6. 6 is the number of Saturn. It's associated with Saturn, right? He's the god of time, of justice. Everything goes back to the Reaper in the end. Everything lives and dies. Now, the artwork of him, he's always got the Reaper staff. You see, it's personifying death. Now, when you see this, the Romans were not saying Saturn was a real person, a real god in human form. No, this is personification. This is what the ancients always did. They personified, just like the Bible. It's all personification. So the personifying Saturn eating its children because it eats, it's the Reaper. No one can escape the Reaper. No one can escape death. Now, Saturn is 666, which is in the Bible, the number of the beast, right? The number of the beast, Satan, 666, right? So on the North Pole of Saturn, you have a hexagon, which makes a cube, right? Now this hexagon, when you join up all the corners, creates the 6-pointed star known as the Star of David, right? In the Jewish religion. Now, as you can see, the 6-pointed star has 6 points, 6 mini triangles, and a 6-sided hexagon. That makes 666. And also, you have Saturday is named after Saturn, the 6th planet, the 6th day of the week, and has a 6-sided polygon in its north pole. That's also 666. Now, this Star of David, this symbol goes back thousands of years, and it originates from Saturn. It's not the Star of David, right? It originates from Saturn. It symbolizes the physical and spiritual aspect combined into one, which makes us humans, right? Also symbolizes the male and female combined into one. These two sacred energies create the human. We consist of both male and female energy, also known as the Seal of Solomon. And we all know if Solomon was a real person, he talks about communicating with 72 demons. He could apparently, in the text, he could communicate with 72 demons, and this is sorcery. This is black magic. Now, this symbol is associated with hexing people. When you place a hex on someone, that is a form of witchcraft, which a hex is just a curse. When you're cursing someone, this is black magic. Now, the black magician would stand in the middle of the symbol and cast his spells onto other people. Now, this symbol is obviously on the $1 bill, twice on the $1 bill. And it's very, very ancient symbol. And it originates from Saturn. And let's keep going. So the cube. So I've just said how you see the cube on the North Pole of Saturn, right? The cube is limited. It's a 3D shape. It symbolizes limitations to the physical 3D dimension, the third dimension, the physical realm which we are in. Now, as you can see, the color associated with Saturn is black, right? Black is infinite potential. Black is the creation of all things before there was light. Light is born out of blackness, darkness, okay? Now, black is physical matter. And as you can see, the black cube, black symbolizing physical matter, the cube being limited, as the physical realm that we are in is limited. It's not like the fourth dimension where everything can exist in a thought. The third dimension is limited, right? And this is what Saturn is. It limits you to the 3D 666. Your body limits you to your physical body. Now, these black cubes are placed everywhere. As you can see, Australia, Denmark, Manhattan. There's one in New York. As you can see, the Apple have a cube. The Nintendo GameCube. Trump Tower is a black cube. This is worshipping the energy of Saturn, the god Saturn. Okay, it's not a god, it's a celestial energy. However, it rules over Earth because it pretty much created the physical realm. Now, as you see, when you go to a funeral, you wear black, a black suit symbolizing Saturn, which is the color associated, black. And as you see in Mecca, they walk around the black cube in rings. As you can see here, they're stood around in rings, like the Saturn, the rings of Saturn. The Mercedes symbol. You probably wouldn't notice that, but yes, it's Saturn. And when you graduate from university, you wear a black cube on your head. This is all symbolizing Saturn. Okay. Now, as you can see, the Jews here have a black cube on their third eye whilst they pray. Notice how he's shutting his eyes into blackness, darkness, and he's wrapped around a black strap around his arm. This is symbolizing the wrapping of physical matter, of how physical matter wraps things into existence. And as we all know, the Star of David is a Jewish symbol. So he has the black cube and the Star of David, right? So all of these religions are secretly worshipping Saturn. Okay, this is all Saturn worship, Kronos, the god of time and destruction, the physical reality. Now, as you can see, it's symbolized everywhere in all major corporations. Pepsi, internet, that's obvious. NASA, of course, NASA. NASA means to deceive in Hebrew. Universal, Walkers, that one's so obvious. Nike, Toyota. So many different ways they symbolize it. You either see the rings of Saturn or the black cube, as I just showed you here, the Nintendo and the Mercedes, right? It's absolutely everywhere. Now, they also use 666 to symbolize it, as I've just broken it down to you. 666, the World Economic Forum. We all know how they're trying to enslave us into this new world agenda. Google Chrome, CERN, Disney, Coca-Cola, Cadbury's, all of these have 666. Now every UPS barcode has 666. And even www. Is Hebrew for 666, as you can see here. Monster. It's the same Hebrew letter that means 666. Drake, 6 God. That's his God, Saturn. Why? Because they love physical realm. They love the physical dimension, the third dimension. Because they can rule here through riches. They can build an empire here. It's not like the fourth dimension. They don't want to ascend. They want to stay down here in the physical realm. Okay? Now, this is why they're cloning. They can move their consciousness into other clones to live forever. This technology exists. This is why they love the third dimension. As you can see, all of these sellouts here, Drake, Leonardo DiCaprio, you know, all of these people doing 666 because this is their God. This is their God. They love the physical realm. They sold their souls for wealth and fame in this physical realm. So why would they leave? You see? Now, this isn't all just evil, okay? So you have 7 chakras, right? You have 7 days of the week, 7 solfeggio scale notes. These are frequencies, the solfeggio scale. Now, it's called the Saturn moon matrix because the moon symbolizes your mind because you're created out of the Holy Trinity, which is body, mind, and spirit, right? That's the triangle, the equal triangle, body, mind, and spirit. Now, the 3 main celestial bodies are Earth, Moon, and Sun. The Earth being your physical body, the Moon being your mind, and the Sun is your soul, hence why it's called solar. It's a solar, soul. Now, these symbols are alchemical symbols. So when you're doing alchemy, you use these symbols to obviously symbolize what we're talking about. Now, as you can see, these are all the symbols of the planets. Of Saturn is created out of the moon on top, the moon on the bottom and the earth on top, as you can see here. You see? And this creates the number 5. Now, with the moon being your mind and the earth being your physical body, this is mind over matter, because the earth is your body's matter. This is matter over mind. You don't want to be matter over mind. This is low states of consciousness. You won't be mind over matter. You see, to manipulate matter, to create your own reality. Now, obviously, we all know Saturn is associated with the lowest chakra, which is the root chakra. This is to deal with your animal instincts. When you're down here, you identify as the physical body. You don't know anything spiritual. You're pure a physical, you have a pure physical mind. You don't believe in anything spiritual. This is survival mode, consumption. They want you trapped down here, which is matter over mind. They don't want you to create your own reality, which is mind over matter. You see? Now, that's what Jupiter is. Saturn is the moon on the bottom and the earth on top. But Jupiter is the moon on top with the earth on the bottom. That's mind over matter, you see? So these chakras are an ascension process from spiritual, from matter, physical matter to spiritual. This is the ascension. This is the stairway to heaven. This is Jacob's ladder. You see? Now, the number 5, which is obviously associated with Saturn as well, which create the symbol for Saturn, created the number 5. You have 5 senses, 5 elements, 5 physical elements. As we all know, Saturn crystallizes everything into physical matter out of the 4 elements. 5 fingers and toes, 5 points of man. Okay, the number 5 is the number of justice. Saturn holds things back. He restrains things from you, makes you learn the lesson. Now, 666 is not all evil. 666 is the atomic structure of the carbon atom. 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons, right? We are carbon-based life forms. All life forms are based on the bonding properties of the element carbon. Because Saturn crystallizes everything into physical matter. Now, the Masons symbolize this with the checkered boards. They have the black square, which is obviously matter, as I just said, the black cube. And spirit is the white square, because white is eternal light. White and light, you see. Black is physical matter. Now, this is what we are. The point of our soul is to transmute from matter to spirit, but these are interchangeable. This is the constant cycle between spirit and matter, spirit and matter. High vibrational matter turns into spirit. Low vibrational spirit turns into physical matter. You see? Now, we are carbon-based life forms. This is what 666 is, the number of the beast. When I say we, the physical body is the beast. It's the animal. It's the carbon suit to operate in this physical dimension, in this physical realm. See? It's the vehicle used to operate in this physical realm. But your mind isn't from this physical realm, you see? The brain is the physical manifestation of the soul. Okay? So, as you can see here, the spine is an extension of the brain. Everything goes back to the brain. This is literally what your physical body is. You see, this is the nervous system, and everything reports back to the brain, and everything's controlled from this control center. And this spinal column, at the top of the spinal column, is your third eye, which is known as the pineal gland. And this is the seat of consciousness. It's the center of consciousness. That is your true self, pure consciousness. This body is just a physical body. This body is mortal. This body runs out, but your consciousness lives forever. They don't want you knowing this. This is why they keep you down here in your lower chakra. They want you to believe everything is just physical. They don't want you to believe in the spiritual side of reality. Because this way they can manipulate you, right? They want you matter over mind because they know your mind creates reality. They know your mind is the root cause of reality. You manifest your own reality from the inside out. So this is why they control your perception of reality. They control your information in order to manifest their new world order. You, who are ignorant to knowledge and wisdom, you who are ignorant are manifesting their agenda because you accept their information and their perception of this reality. Now, this is why they tell you the globe model, the heliocentric model, to trap you into physical matter. Now, if you understood about this true form of this realm, you'd understand that there's a spiritual side behind everything. The spiritual side, something has to exist. The root cause of reality is higher planes of existence. It happens in the mind before it happens on the physical plane. You see? They don't want you knowing this. They want you matter over mind, which is the symbol for Saturn. moon over earth, the Holy Trinity. Now, as you can see, the cube also makes IXXI. This is Roman numerals. This is Roman numerals, and when it's translated from 911. Yes, 911. This is the secret code of the One World Order. The two twin towers, when the two become one. Okay, when the two become one, this is how you reach the higher states of consciousness, the physical and spiritual. Now, as you can see, the 9/11 memorial are two black cubes. It's two black cubes. This is all Saturn worship. Now, I'm not saying that Saturn is an evil celestial body, right? No, everything has a good side and a bad side, right? It's duality. The spirits of Saturn on the dark side are the most evil demonic spirits. Now, these are the spirits that these are invoking through these rituals, right? Yes, 9/11 was a massive ritual. It's a satanic ritual, okay? Now, we all know Elon Musk. Elon Musk is coming with the mark of the beast. And English gematria, this equals 666, right? 666, as I said, is the number of the beast. You are the beast, your physical body. You see how the Bible twisted things up to make things more confusing, right? But it's there. You just have to have the knowledge to be able to read the Bible properly. As we all know, we had this virus. I'm not going to say the name because I'll get flagged. This virus adds up to 666 because this is all part of the New World Order. It's all part of keeping you in this physical dimension. Okay, now as you can see here, Novus Ordo Seclorum on the back of his shirt, on Elon Musk's shirt, this is also on the $1 bill, Novus Ordo Seclorum. This means New World Order. Yes, New World Order. This is on the back of Elon Musk's shirt. And as you can see here, he owns Neuralink, which is the brain chip, which they're going to be putting into implanting this onto your brain. This is the New World Order to connect you and merge your consciousness with AI. Neuralink and Meta, he owns Meta as well, which is the metaverse. These are going to be linked in, hence why they have the same symbol, but just in a different format. It's the infinity symbol. And the infinity symbol comes from the torus field, as you can see here, your electromagnetic field from around your body. Now, the end goal is for this New World Order is to trap your consciousness inside of an alternative reality being projected from the metaverse. Because the metaverse will be the reality, Neuralink will be the brain chip inside of your brain, projecting your consciousness into an alternative reality while they harness your energy of your physical 666 body. Now, this stuff gets real deep, people. Now, this is the end goal of the New World Order, is to connect you with AI. This is why they're trapping you and keeping you in these lower states of consciousness in the Saturn-associated root chakra, so you don't find out about the spiritual side of reality. Because if you knew the truth of this reality, you wouldn't connect to AI. You see, you have the power within you to travel to other worlds, the astral plane, for example. You travel to different worlds when you are sleeping. Okay? They want you to know it's just a dream. However, their end goal is to trap your consciousness and feed off your energy, spiritually and physically. Okay? I don't know why these people are just pure evil. As I said, evil love bondage. They love the physical dimension. They don't want to ascend to other realms. These evil love the third dimension. This is why evil spirits will inhabit bodies, exorcisms, because they miss being in the physical realm. They miss it. Evil love bondage. So this is why they're cloning and putting their consciousness in clones to stay in this third dimension, to stay as further away from the source as possible. Okay? This is why they're doing it. And this is how it's all linked in. So I hope you all enjoyed this video. Hope you gained some wisdom. Please feel free to join the Telegram. And please leave a like and a subscribe. Thank you all, people. God bless.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Welcome to Revival of Wisdom.
Today we're going to be breaking down Saturn worship and how the occult are linked in with Saturn. Okay, so first of all, let's start with the celebrities. All these celebrities are doing 666. Okay, covering the one eye, which also symbolizes the all-seeing eye, which is another occult symbol. But we're focusing on the 666, the 6 with the 3 fingers. Also, we have CERN with the 666 within their logo. Also Disney, okay, as you can see here, 666 within their logo. Pepsi, Coca-Cola, and even Cadbury's. Monster Energy with the 666 in Hebrew numerals. Unleash the beast. So what is 666 to do with Saturn? Because on Saturn, there is on their north pole of Saturn, there is a 6-sided hexagon. Okay, so Saturday is named after Saturn Day, the 6th planet. It is also the 6th day of the week and has a 6-sided polygon on its north pole. 666. Not only that, when you create a star out of the hexagon, you will create a 6-pointed star. Okay, with 6 triangles within the star and a 6-sided hexagon, which all adds up to 666. Okay, so this is why all these symbols contain 666. So why do they worship 666? Saturn. Because Saturn is the god of time and death. Okay, and order and lessons. Okay, Saturn is a very cold and dry being. That is the 6th planet from the sun. Okay, Saturn represents the winter, which symbolizes death. Okay, because all nature dies within winter because the sun's not there. So it represents darkness and death. It rules the zodiac sign of Capricorn. Okay, so in the celestial cycle, Saturn is always opposite the sun. So it's the opposite of the sun. So they're worshipping this energy which is death-like. Okay, this god which is death and does not bring life. Okay, also is the god of time. Okay, also in the Roman and in Greek it's called Chronos. Okay, which is just a translation for time. It's also known as the Father Time, aka the Grim Reaper. Okay, the Grim Reaper. Keep that in mind. We'll come back to this. Here are some more logos with Saturn. Okay, NAG, Internet, Wi-Fi. Okay, all these occult logos all worship Saturn. They are a satanic occult. They worship this death god, this evil god. Okay, this is where the cube now comes in. Okay, because what color is associated with Saturn? It's black, because it's the absence of light. It's opposite the sun. So black is the color associated with Saturn. Each planet has its own color associated with it. Okay, so when you make the cube, okay, as you can see here, the cube out of the polygon, it creates what? A black cube. Okay, and the Kabbalah, okay, Kabbalah means cube, Allah means the god, the cube god. These religions are secretly worshipping this cube god, the god of death, Saturn, Satan. It's the same entity behind it all. Okay, so also we have these black cubes in Australia, Denmark, all around the world, these black cubes, because this occult is worldwide. Saturn, Satan taking over this realm. Okay, also with this black cube, they walk around it like the rings of Saturn. It's around the black cube of Saturn with the rings, they walk around in circles. What are circles? Cycles. What is a cycle? Time. The time god. This is why it has a ring around it, because it represents time, cycles. Okay, and this is another depiction of Saturn, always depicted with this Reaper staff. Okay, keep in mind this staff, just like we associated with, aka the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper also wears a black robe, representing Saturn with the same staff. Can you see it? This is where it comes in. Okay, the same thing, look, the same staff with the black robe, black representing Saturn, the god of death. Okay, the Grim Reaper, Satan. Okay, also when you graduate from university, what do? You wear a cube on your head, a black cube with a black robe. This is Saturn worship. See, this is how Saturn, Satan, has tricked the world into worshipping him, not God, the sun, which represents God. So what is a corona? Because a corona is a crown, a circle, okay? A set of concentric circles of light seen around a luminous body. So Saturn, so this is why they used to worship Saturn by wearing crowns in ancient days, and we still do to this day. The king or queen has a crown, a corona. Also, corona, the drink. Corona adds up to 666, just like Saturn is 666. But like you see in the corona, you see the staff. You see this staff, just like the staff of Saturn, the Saturn god, like the Grim Reaper, with the black robe and the staff, just like the Saturn god. What is the Grim Reaper? It's a killer. It represents death, just like Saturn, the god of death and time. So all these occults and secret societies all worship the 666 god, which is Saturn, Satan. All of our energy is being put into Saturn. Okay, and Saturn, Satan, is harnessing all of this energy. So gradually, this is what the mark of the beast is. Like it says in the Bible, the mark of the beast, or the name of the beast. Here is wisdom. Let it know that you have to understand and count the number of the beast, for it is 6. It is the number 6 of a man, and is 600, 3 score is 6, 666. So this is what the mark of the beast is. They are going to eventually put green chips, just like Neuralink, which is what Elon Musk is pushing. Okay, So this chip is the mark of the beast, and it's going to be implanted to our hands or brains, okay? And they will manipulate our consciousness, and it will manipulate our DNA, and it will directly connect us to AI, and AI is linked in with Satan, as the demons and the people who rule this world are in love with AI. They want to connect humans to AI. And this will control our consciousness completely and give all of our energy back to Satan, this deity that they all worship. Just like when you get married, you wear a wedding ring, the rings of Saturn, over the finger, which represents the sun. So you're basically seeing Saturn over the sun. The sun is the son of God. It represents the sun, represents God. So you are putting Saturn over the sun. So thank you guys all for tuning in. I'm going to leave you guys here. Please leave a like, comment some topics that you want me to talk about. And please subscribe for more amazing content. God bless.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
What if I told you many people around you have probably sold their souls? It's more popular than you think, and it's very easy to do. Selling your soul is not something that you can just go and meet the devil and do it. It doesn't work like that. But before I tell you exactly how you can sell your soul and how not to sell your soul, what is the soul? So, looking at Jesus, we always see two lights surrounding his head, one surrounding the heart. And as of course, if you've been watching my channel, you know Jesus represents you. He represents the divine essence of the universe made in human form. Each one of us possess a fractal of God's infinite consciousness. We are all God. We are all God experiencing himself in a three-dimensional divided form, separated from his oneness. God wanted to experience himself, so he made this world. So each one of us possess a soul, and the soul is the spark of God's infinite loving consciousness, filled with God's loving moral law. So the reason why Jesus is always have a light above his head and a light on his heart is because this represents the brain and the heart. The brain is not the mind. The heart is not the soul. The brain is the physical manifestation of the mind. It is the physical mechanical computer for the spiritual mind. The heart is the physical manifestation of the soul. The heart is a brain. In fact, it contains 40,000 specialized cells, which are the exact same cells found in your cranial brain. Yes, your heart is an emotional brain. Your cranial brain is a thought brain. It's a computer. Okay? Everything that exists physically exists non-physically. This is what the ancients called spirit. Just means invisible force. The mind, the thoughts are not made of atoms. You can't touch, you can't find tangible thoughts, imaginations. These things exist spiritually in metaphysical counterspace. It's the same with your emotions. The emotions are spiritual. They are not physical. You can't touch them. So thoughts are the language of the mind. Emotions are the language of the soul. Sometimes we can become eluded by thought and we can become eluded by emotion. If we are led purely by emotion, we can create illusions in our perception. The same if we rely only on thought. We must balance these two. Okay? So the mind is the creator, the soul is the operator. Every thought we think is being judged by our soul. The soul is the judge. The soul tells you what is right, what is wrong. And even the Freemasons depict this spirit and matter in their black and white checkerboards. White is spirit, black is matter. Matter is dead, spirit is life. This is what this represents. Physical reality is not just physical. For every physical object, for every physical manifestation, there is a spiritual force bringing it into existence. Consciousness brings everything into existence. Before you kick a football, there's a change in your inner consciousness before you take that action of kicking the football. Everything exists in spirit before matter. You existed in spirit before you were physical. We also see this in alchemical Freemasonic artwork. This represents the clouds. This is the mind. This is the heavens. And then coming down into the heart, which represents the earth. The light entering the mind into the heart, because every thought we think is being judged by the heart. The heart speaks to you through emotion. The soul speaks to you through emotion. Every thought you think, your heart is telling you that is right, or it's telling you that is wrong. Why? Why is this? Emotions can guide us, okay? Emotions are the language of our soul. Our soul guides us to our soul purpose. Each one of us contains a purpose in this physical life. There is a reason you are alive. There is a reason why you came from spirit into a material reality. Your jealousy reveals where you need to be in life. If you are jealous of someone, this is your soul saying you need to be there. That's where you need to be. Your fear reveals your greatest growth in order for you to reach your life's purpose. If you fear something, this is your soul telling you you need to overcome this in order to reach your life purpose. This is the next obstacle. The soul, your life purpose is not found in your passion. It's found on the other side of your greatest fear. The soul's always seeking, it's always seeking truth. It's always seeking to expand, to learn. The soul must go through pain in order to overcome, in order to grow. That's why we are here, to grow and expand and create. We also see this in alchemical artwork. Again, the mind in the clouds, the heart and the soul. They must work in unity. Each one of us contains the spark of the divine, which is the soul. Okay? Which is the soul. This is the operator. G-O-D, generator, operator, destroyer. The generator is the mind. The operator is the soul. The destroyer is the body. Everything will generate, everything will operate, and everything will die. That's the Trinity, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. There's always a Trinity, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. Okay, so each one of us contains God's law, and it's encoded within our consciousness, within our soul, within our heart. That is what's judging everything you do. Every time you hurt someone, you can feel it. If you've ever punched someone, you can feel it. You know it's wrong. If you've ever stole something from someone, it doesn't matter what you've learned in the past. If you steal something, you know deep down within your soul it's wrong. This is because each one of us are encoded with God's law of love and integrity. I don't care how tough you think you are and how hard you think you are and what you've done in your life. I don't care. You know what is right, what is wrong, because you are encoded with love. Does not matter how far your mind can take you away, how corrupt your mind can become. There is always a spark of love and empathy in your heart, in your soul. You know this when a child. When you're a child, you're not racist. You don't want to hurt anyone. You don't want to steal. As a child, you're pure love, you're pure awareness, you're pure. You would never think about being racist. It's the corruption of the mind that leads us to corruption. Our soul always wants to do good. So the soul is encoded with God's law. And when we go against this law, this destroys our body. Yes, because your body is electromagnetic, and that's being casted from your heart. So every time you go against the heart's guidance, in moral law, we weaken our electromagnetic field, which weakens our body. If you've ever looked at someone who's very negative, you can see them. You can see that they are aging quicker. You look at Scrooge, for example. If you ever watched Scrooge, look at how corrupt he looks. That's his heart. You can see the people's hearts on their face. People who do negative things and have negative thoughts, negative emotions, you can see it in their eyes and their face. It's because it corrupts you. It corrupts the body. It ages the body. Goodness is life. Okay? So can you sell your soul? You cannot sell your soul physically. But what you can sell is your conscience. What you can go against is that moral law. And you can exchange physical material things such as money, fame, cars, houses, business, in order for you can exchange that to go against your inner dialogue. For example, these rappers, celebrities, what are they doing? They're not selling their soul. You can't sell your soul to some entity on the astral plane. But what you can do, you can take money to say, I'm going to go against my heart. I'm going to go against my inner moral law. I'm going to take that money and I'm going to do something wrong. It's basically going against your soul. It's selling your soul's guidance of moral law. That's what selling your soul is. And that's what these rappers are doing. That's why they're so sad. You know, this is why all these rappers are on drugs, doing all sorts of things to escape, to short-term escape what they've done. They're going against their inner guidance for money. And yes, short-term pleasure may be happy for now, but in the long run, it will leave you feeling voidless because nothing material can ever satisfy your soul. Nothing. You could gain £1 million tomorrow, guaranteed within 2 weeks, you'll be back to the exact same position mentally, emotionally as before, because nothing physical can ever satisfy you. Guaranteed, if you received $1 million in, yes, if you received $1 million now, in a week's time, you'd be hunting for the next million because it does not satisfy you. There's a reason why these billionaires don't stop working, because they're so addicted to earning and earning and earning. It doesn't satisfy you. The only way you can satisfy yourself is through Christ consciousness, is through self-love, is through loving thyself, knowing thyself, and becoming balanced internally in consciousness instead of seeking external validation through material things, which end up leaving you feeling voidless, empty inside, and sad and depressed and anxiety. Everyone's looking outside of themselves for validation, when true validation comes from within. True satisfaction, true happiness comes from within, reaching Christ. Christ is a state of being, a state of consciousness that we must cultivate within ourselves so we can live a happy, balanced life. You can have all these material things when you're satisfied inside, but don't rely on them. Me, I enjoy material things, but I don't desire them. I don't chase them. I don't rely on them for happiness, for validation. You can have big cars. You could have your favorite watches. You could have Lamborghinis. Yes, it's fun, but don't let it give you your happiness. As long as you're happy on the inside, it's okay to have these things. You should seek balance with your inner world and outer world. Okay, so This is what they are doing. Rappers, celebrities, actors, Hollywood. This is what they've done. They've exchanged their inner integrity, their inner law, their inner moral compass for exchange for material wealth, fame, money, and cars. That's what they've done. And power. It corrupts you. They slowly corrupt you. So yes, you cannot sell your soul. And if you wish to learn more, I'll see you inside Ethereal University with my community, where we are learning every day to master ourselves, to expand our consciousness. If you want to lucid dream, astral project, master yourself, create the desired reality you want, learn about human consciousness and your full potential, then Ethereal University is for you, and I'll see you inside. The link will be in the description. Thank you for watching.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
What is good, people? We're back with another video, and today we're talking about the chakras. Let's jump straight into this because I know there's been a lot of requests for this video. So let's jump straight into this. So you have 7 chakras, right? 7 chakras, and these chakras are feeding off your electromagnetic field, known as your aura. This is both positive and a negative pole, male and female, right? This electromagnetic field is made out of electric and magnetism, and together they come as electromagnetic. Now, your chakras, the word chakra just means wheel, spinning wheel, because that's what they are. They're spinning wheels of energy. They do not exist on this physical plane. They exist on the etheric plane. Okay. Now, these energy centers are known to regulate your emotions, and each energy center controls the organs and cells in that particular area of the body. So, for example, your sacral chakra will control the cells and organs of your sexual reproduction area. Okay, the navel chakra or solar plexus will control the digestion in your body. Same with the heart, same with the throat, right? So they are like mini brains for each center of your body. They run along up the spine, but notice the crown chakra exists outside the body. It's just above the head. Now, this process of the chakras is obviously the 7 colors of the rainbow, starting from red, which is the lowest vibrational color, all the way to violet, which is the highest vibrational color. This, like I said, these energy centers are feeding off your electromagnetic field. So if these chakras are unbalanced, they are taking too much energy from your electromagnetic field, making it weaker. Now, this is the North Pole. As you all know, the Earth is flat, and we live inside of a giant torus field, and the North Pole is the Earth's heart chakra. And this is why the aurora borealis, or the northern lights, whatever you want to call them, that's why they are green, and they are being emitted from this center point of the Earth, because it's symbolizing the heart chakra, which is green, right? Now, you do work your way up to these. However, this is a torus field. You are a torus field. You have different layers of this torus field, right? And you need to balance all of these chakras, but you can't move up these chakras until you open the one below it. So it's like a stairway. You can't go to your solar plexus without going through your sacral. You see? So you have to work up these. However, you have to work up these and then live from the heart, because the heart is the center of the torus field. It's the balance between male and female poles, positive and negative poles. So you have to balance all of these chakras and then bring them all into one, which is the heart chakra. Now, they exist on the etheric plane. They exist on the etheric plane, and the etheric plane is a layer of the material plane. It's the one higher than the material plane. And then after the etheric plane, it melts into the astral plane. So they exist just between the physical and the astral aspect. Now, this is the yin and yang matter, which is the lowest root chakra, physical matter, and then to spirit, because high vibrational matter turns into spirit, low vibrational spirit turns into matter. So they're interchangeable. This is the yin and yang. Now, when you see ancient paintings with the halos, you see this is like a toroidal field coming out the top of his head, you see, with a halo. This was symbolizing in the old days, in the ancient days, that they've aligned their chakra, they've reached Christ consciousness, which is God consciousness, right? Now, this electromagnetic field is the apple that we bit out of in the Bible, because you see that apple is a torus field. So they were metaphorically or personifying the torus field. That's what the Bible is. It's a massive personification. It's all metaphors. You have to read it properly. It's got a greater meaning behind it. Now, when we bit from the apple, we ate from the tree of knowledge, which is good and evil. Our lower mind took over, so we materialized to feed our physical bodies. We materialized through Saturn. That's what Saturn does. Now, if you don't understand that, go and watch the video previous to this one called Occult Secrets of Saturn. And that will show you how Saturn is the materializer. Now, this is one of the secrets behind the Masonic compass, electric and magnetic, male and female, duality, positive and negative. Now, like I said, they teach you about the torus field, about a magnet in school, but they don't teach you about your electromagnetic field. Everything alive has a torus field. It is the building block of this creation. Absolutely everything has a torus field. There's not one thing without it. And as you can see here at the center of the apple, that's where the seed is. That's where the life is. The reproduction of that organism. As you see, this is where the most electromagnetic energy is stored, in the center, because this is where the two duality, this is where the field meets at the very center. This is why the seed is at the very center. Now, your spine is a elongation of the brain. The brain is heaven, and the bottom of the spine is hell. So this is Saturn, which is the root chakra. The 7 planets are associated with each chakra. Moon equals mind. Okay. Now, Saturn is physical matter, as I've just explained. This is the lowest vibrational color. And they want you trapped down here, which is your hell state, your animal nature, your physical nature. They want you to identify as the physical body. They don't want you to reach these higher states of consciousness. Okay? Now, in the brain, you have 12 convolutions. Now, this is what they were symbolizing in the Bible with the 12 disciples. And obviously in the Bible, it says the upper room where Jesus met with his disciples. This is heaven, the brain, the higher states of consciousness. Now, this is your North Pole. This is Jacob's ladder. Okay. This is why you have 33 levels of Freemasonry, because it's symbolizing the 33 vertebrae, which are these little things here on the back of your spine. Because once the Kundalini energy from the bottom of your spine rises to the top, this is when you get enlightenment and opens your third eye. Spiritual enlightenment. As you can see here, this is Jacob's ladder. This is the Kundalini symbol, right? And they're even showing you this in the medical symbol. They're putting it in your face. But the serpents are wrapped around the spine. Now, the serpents symbolize how the energy moves around the spine because it's a torus field, you see? At the center of the torus field, it wraps around the center pole. It wraps around it, and this is how the energy moves up. So they're symbolizing it with the serpents. Okay? Now, every religion has a sacred river. For the Egyptians, it's the River Nile. For Christianity, it's the Jordan River, right? This river is the canal, the energy canal at the center of your spine, all the way leading to heaven, to the Holy Land. This is the chamber which the energy rises up, right? Now, they used to say the gods descended from heaven to man. This is just heaven. This is the mind state. And they said the gods were connected by a rainbow bridge. That's the chakra system, the rainbow bridge. Okay. Now, the ancients called this place Midgard, Earth, where both evil and good live, right? Midgard. But you can go to heaven, which is a pure mind state, because once you're in heaven, nothing negative can ever bother you. That's completeness, pure Christ consciousness. Now, this is why Jesus dies at 33. He didn't actually die, but it's symbolizing the death of the physical body. Not the death of the physical body, but his consciousness rising above the physical body to, as I said here, matter to spirit. Matter died off and he came spirit consciousness. This is symbolized by the 33 vertebrae, which is obviously the 33 levels of Freemasonry. And now the pineal gland, which is at the very top of this Jacob's ladder or the River Jordan, the canal, your 33 vertebrae on your spine. This is where the pineal gland sits, right? At the very top, at the center of your brain. Now, there's multiple ways this was symbolized. The Eye of Ra, which is used by the Egyptians. Now, this pineal gland is the seat of consciousness. This is where your consciousness is stored, right? And the ancient Sumerians used the pine cone, hence why it's got the word pineal gland, the seat of the soul consciousness. It produces DMT, dimethyltryptamine, which is known as the spirit molecule. And the pineal gland is wrapped in microcrystals. And we all know crystals transfer frequency and energy. Now, radios use crystals. A radio is a frequency transmitter turning a frequency into a frequency that we can hear with our ears, right? Because all the radios are actually playing right now in your ears. However, our ears can't pick it up, so the radio transmits it into a frequency that we can hear using crystals. So this is the power of crystals, and this is what our third eye is wrapped in, crystals. Now, this third eye is not actually your third eye, it's your first eye. When you're being materialized in your mother's womb, this is the first gland that is produced, and everything's built around it because it is the consciousness. It is your consciousness. Your consciousness never dies, ever. It's an eternal essence. It lives forever. You never actually die. Only the mortal body dies. Now that's what we call life. Life is abided by time, and time is change. And change is what we call life, because everything's constantly moving and transforming into different things, right? Now let's not get off track. The pine cone is obviously, this is in the Vatican here. The pine cone is symbolized as the pineal gland, pine. And this is the opened pine cone. The opened pine cone means or symbolizes the awakened man, the awakened third eye. But the ones here, which the Sumerian gods are holding, these are shut pine cones, symbolizing the unawakened man. But let's not get confused, people. These gods were not gods. They are human beings just like you. They reached Christ consciousness. They are nothing more special than you. They just had the ability to reach Christ consciousness. And obviously their knowledge was far more intelligent than ours, far more advanced than ours. They knew the truth about this reality to the depths. Now, the ancient Hindus had a goddess called Kundalini, which is said that she descended by the means of a ladder or a cord from heaven, which is symbolizing the spinal cord. Now, this is what Hickory Hickory Dock, the mouse went up the clock and came back down. This is all these stories like Santa as well. Santa comes up and then down the chimney. This is symbolizing the Christ oil. There's an oil which is produced in your pineal gland, right? And this oil travels down the spine. And once it's down on the spine, you must have to raise your consciousness, just like I said, with the chakras. You have to raise your consciousness, raise your vibration to heat up this oil and turn it into a gas. And it travels back up the spine through like the serpents up the spine, and this awakens the third eye once it's coming back up the spine and hits the pineal gland. This is the secret behind Santa and Hickory Hickory Dock, because Santa comes down and feeds the presents and goes back up the chimney, and he lives in the North Pole, the positive pole. This is the North Pole, people, and the presence is your sacred oil. This oil, your physical body is the furnace. It's the spiritual furnace, which you have to heat up this oil by raising your frequency and turning it into a gas to rise up this chamber, the River Jordan, to your third eye, right? Now, this is an alchemical process. Your body is the alchemical furnace. It says in the Bible, if therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be filled with light. I shouldn't have cut that out, but that's what it says. The light of the body is thine eye. If therefore thine eye be single, thy eye shall be filled, their body shall be filled with light. This is symbolizing the pineal gland, enlightening the body, the spiritual body, filled with light. Now, as I said, they want you kept down here, which is the root chakra, which is your animal nature, which is obviously mind, matter over mind. This is the symbol of Saturn, right? As you say, we're built of body, mind, and spirit, the Holy Trinity. That is the sun, moon, and earth. The sun's your soul, solar. Moon is your mind. Earth, which is the cross, which is your physical body, the 5 elements, right? So body, mind, and spirit. So the Saturn symbol is actually made out of the cross on top, which is the earth, and the moon on the bottom, which is symbolizing matter over mind, because earth is physical matter. You don't want to be matter over mind. You need to be mind over matter. See, they want you identifying as your physical body. They don't want you to realize you're an eternal consciousness. You're an eternal essence of consciousness which never dies. They want you trapped in your animal nature. And this is why the Baphomet has a goat head, because it's symbolizing your animal nature, which is evil. Not evil, but you're more likely to do evil things, right? Which brings bad karma. That's your animal side. This is why the Baphomet has an animal goat head. As you can see here, he's got the Kundalini energy here. So when you see the inverted cross, the cross is your body, as you can see here. The inverted cross means your chakra's downwards, down here. Your head's down here. Your mind is down here. But your mind needs to be up here, which is the upwards cross, which is Christ consciousness. And as we all know, 7 colors of the rainbow, 7 planets, 7 chakras. Red light is low frequency and long range. This is why Saturn is the slowest moving celestial body. And it's the lowest chakra, because it's low frequency, long range. The moon being the crown chakra, which is high frequency. This is why the moon moves around the quickest. The moon is your crown chakra. which mirrored in mind. See, so there are multiple ways of your chakras becoming blocked. Now, each chakra has a specific intelligence. It has a specific thing that it's doing for the body, right? Now, this can be overused. It can be abused. For example, masturbation. That keeps you down here in your sacral chakra because you're abusing that energy center. You're abusing your sexual energy, which is then becoming unbalanced. So this is how energy, this is why these centers are pulling more energy out your electromagnetic field, because these centers are wheels. The chakras just mean spinning wheel of energy. So when you're abusing these certain centers, you're pulling energy out of your electromagnetic field, which is making your field weaker, which is making your frequency lower, which makes you prone to diseases, prone to lower negative energy, right? So you need to align these chakras. You need to unbalance them. And as you can see here, you can screenshot these to see how they're blocked. I'm not going to go over each one because it'll take me forever, but have a little read yourself. This is why they're blocked. Now, the ancients used to say Aum when they meditated. Now, these are the 7 vowels. There's not 5 vowels, there's actually 7. Now, when they say Aum, they're aligning all their chakras by saying this when meditated. This is where the Aum originated from. Now, emotion is energy in motion. So if you're feeling a certain way, that's the energy you've put in motion. It's a reflection. We live in a mirror reality. Everything's mirrored. Everything's mirrored. As within, so without, as above, so below. Everything's a reflection of some sort. So whatever you're feeling, you're doing something wrong. It's telling you you're doing something wrong from the root cause. Because your energies are the effect. You're feeling the effect of something you've caused. The law of cause and effect. Nothing escapes it. Now, the Jehovah's Witness believe that exactly 144,000 faithful Christians go to heaven or be resurrected, right? This is not true. This is symbolic. 144,000 go to heaven. Now, the petals on the chakras, this is the root chakra, this is the crown chakra. Now, if you add up the first 5 chakras, the petals, add up the petals on the first 5 chakras, you get 48. And then you get to the third eye, which has 2 petals. 48 times 2 equals 96. 96 plus 48, which you got from here, equals 144. The last chakra has 1,000 petals. Times 144 times 1,000, you get 144,000. This is a frequency. This frequency is the frequency of the ascension up your chakras. This frequency is a high frequency which turns that oil into gas, which rises up the spine, activating your third eye. Right? So this is all the religions are all symbolic for this sacred secret of Christ consciousness. As it says in the Bible, the kingdom of God is within. It's not out there, people. You must look within yourself. You are God. You are a spark of his consciousness, infinite consciousness, right? So 144,000 is a frequency, and you must achieve this. Like I said, these people in the past, they're not gods, people. These were just humans. Nothing special. They just reach Christ consciousness. Now, they keep you in these lower vibrational states with the food, right? And as you can see here, all of these fast food restaurants are mainly are red and yellow, which are these lower states, these lower 2 chakras, lower vibrational colors, because they want you trapped down here in matter. And these foods are so low vibrational, they will keep you down here because your gut produces, I think it's like 80% of melatonin. Melatonin is your feel-good hormone. These foods will not make you feel good. This is very low vibrational. Meat. It's not meat, it's raw flesh. these animals are stripped from their family, put on a conveyor belt, watch their friends be tortured, and then get slaughtered in a slaughterhouse. Think of all the fear that's running through their blood, all the hormones, all the fear, and you're going to go and eat that very low vibrational energy. As you can see here, this is the light photons within fruit. You can see the life force in this fruit. You must think, feel, and do positive to raise your vibration. As you can see, earth equals heart. If you rearrange it, everything in nature is green, right? The aurora borealis is green. You must align all these chakras and then live from the heart, because the heart's the center of the Taurus field. You must become the consciousness in the center. So that's it for this video, people. Thank you all. God bless.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Welcome to Revival of Wisdom.
This video is going to be about the flat earth and the breakdown of the whole cosmology. I'm going to be digging very deep. I've got a lot of pictures and images to show you, and a lot of dots to connect. So let's start with the Freemasonry art. So this artwork we have here is the Freemasonic cosmology, as they know and believe. So what is it symbolizing? We obviously have to start off with the 4 pillars representing the 4 corners of the earth. The 4 corners with duality. You see, there's everything on earth. There's good and evil. Good, evil, positive, negative. Good, bad. This is the checkered board. This is what it symbolizes. Okay. Obviously, we have the sun, the moon. The sun gives you energy. It's the anode. The moon is the cathode. It's the opposite. It takes your energy. So therefore, you become sleepy when the moon comes out. You see, everything on Earth, everything in the universe is balanced. There's complete balance, symbolized by duality. There's always 2 opposites. We have the all-seeing eye, and obviously 7 stars representing the 7 planets, but not planets as in we know planets. They're not physical spinning balls of gas. They are energies. They are lights emitting from the realm above this realm. They are lights through the firmament, through the electromagnetic field. So let's go through that again. The 4 corners, duality, positive and negative, cold, dry. Everyone on Earth has an opposite. Everyone, there's 2. Okay, and then we have the sun, the moon, the 7 planets with a 5-pointed star. What's the 5-pointed star? Of course, it's the 5 elements: spirit, water, earth, fire, and air. Okay, that's what the 5-pointed stars symbolizing, the 5 elements of Earth. And then, most importantly, we have the compass. The compass is very, very important, hence why it's in the center. The compass is symbolizing many, many things. And one of the most important things, but we'll get into that after. We have a boat with water outside of the earth. So we have a boat on water, symbolizing the waters separated by the firmament, the waters above, separated by the firmament from the waters within the firmament, the earth. So this is what it's symbolizing. So the compass, what's the compass? This is where the compass comes from. The Polaris, the most important star there is, because it's in the center of Earth. The sun, the moon, and the black hole, black sun. because all creation comes from center, the seed center. Okay, but we'll get into this after. But also, this is a very important Masonic symbol because they use this symbol a lot. This is one of their main symbols, hence why Neil Armstrong has the Masonic ring with the compass on it. The people who supposedly went to the moon, which obviously they faked to push this globe model, because the globe model is based upon fear. Because the globe model, if they can sell you the globe model, they can sell you anything then. You don't know where you actually are. The globe model is to push fear upon the masses, because the globe model means there's not enough resources. There's also risks of asteroids hitting the planet. There's also risks of space extraterrestrial invasions, global warming, asteroids. You see, this is all the fear that they can gain of selling you the globe model. Okay, because they don't want you to know that this is an intelligent design. And also, they're hiding God, the creator, the source. This is why they are satanic. They are opposites. They are lefty, Lucifer, right, righteous, godly. Hence why they do the symbolism on their eyes. 666. This is another famous, what's it called? Sorry, famous astrologer, astronaut. This is another famous astronaut doing 666, showing that he's in the alliance of the occult. But even look at their 10th anniversary stamps. They have a Masonic compass on there. Also, the Order Out of Chaos. Order Out of Chaos, double-headed eagle. Okay, the Order Out of Chaos ring, which they wear. So all of these astronauts are in the occult. They are lying to you. They are in with this order, this Masonic New World Order, whatever you want to call it. So let's break this compass down a lot more. Because as I showed you here, the center, okay, this is what the compass is symbolizing. Let's go into the North Pole map. This is from 1595. This is a rough estimate of where this map came from. It's from around the 1500s to the 1600s, maybe 1400s. There's not an actual set date on this map because obviously our history has been tampered with. But let's break down this map and the symbolism that they use towards this map, because this map is the map of the North Pole. Okay, so in the center, we have the black rock symbolizing the tower, the pole, North Pole. And what's on top of the North Pole? Obviously, it's Polaris. North Pole and Polaris. Okay, with the 4 islands around the center. Okay, 4 islands around the center. And this is what blew my mind, right? They say that Santa sounds similar. And if you look at this pole that's pointing to the North Pole, you see this line here. So this is obviously from the 1600s. What color is Santa? He's red and white. Just like this map pointing to the center is red and white, and Santa comes from the North Pole. So it's not a coincidence that they use red and white. They're mocking this map because obviously they took over after the 1500s, 1600s. They took over around the 1800s. So they're mocking this map with Santa coming from the North Pole with this red and white line to the North Pole. Notice the 4 islands. Okay. Like windows their symbol, they obviously in the occult, they're part of the New World Order, is symbolizing these 4 islands with the blue behind it for the water. Okay, so this is another occult logo. They're symbolizing this center because the center is so important. Okay, we'll get into that. Also, we have the Mayan cosmology. This is the Mayan cosmology. This is what they created. This is their artwork, with also 4 major lands around the center. You see this 4 with green in between them all. 4 major lands with the underworld. You see this underworld is also symbolized by the Masons with the coffin of the skull and bones, the deceased, the dead. Okay, so this is also mentioned in the book of Enoch. Okay, and it's called Sheol. Sheol, the underworld. Okay, and in the book of Enoch, it says all spirits of the dead go to these hollow places, that they are wait until their appointed time of judgment. And it also says in the book of Enoch, there are 4 hollow places underneath. 4 as above, so below, representing the 4 islands. As above, so below. That's where that could link in. Okay. The book of Enoch is very important because it was found in a cave thousands of years ago. And has a lot of truths about this realm and about this world we live in. So let's go back to the Mayan cosmology. So the ancient cosmology, they all must have had some sort of communication. They must all be at peace with each other, because all of their cosmologies link together. See, the Greek, Babylonian, Indian, the Celtic. Okay, they're all linked in together. They all knew that they were in an enclosed system with an underworld and obviously a firmament. Okay, so this is what they all knew. They all must have had some sort of communication. They were a lot more advanced than us. They knew the center of the realm. Okay, and obviously the United Nations flag also symbolizes their center. You see how it has like a grid with a circle around the center. It's symbolizing that center of the realm, because that center of Earth is so important. The United Nations flag, all have it. See, some different ones all have that circle around the center. Because the center is the seed. All things come from a center. So the torus field is so important because it is the spark of life. It's the building blocks of the universe, this creation. Because all things have a torus field. Just like an apple with what's in the center of an apple, a seed. Because the center is where the energies hold, is where the energies meet, and it creates that spark of life. Just like your heart is the center of your body, and it has an electromagnetic field. Because the center, all things come from the center. So this is why the North Pole is so important, because this is why it's so important, because this is where the creation sparked from, the center. This is where the most electromagnetic energy is stored. So this is why the northern lights come from the center. It's electromagnetic energy. This is what the northern lights are. It's being emitted from this black hole in the center. Okay, and obviously what else is on the center? Polaris. Polaris is the center star. Okay, So the center star is what sits on top of this North Pole, Polaris, because it's a pole of electromagnetic energy symbolized as a black rock, a black hole, pole. You see, because all creation comes from void. Light is born from darkness. Without light, darkness can't be born from light. You see, but light can be born from darkness. This is why darkness is so important. And this is why there's a black hole in the center of our realm, like the black sun. The black sun, the Polaris star, the North Star. You see, so this is this North Pole, Polaris. This is what they're talking about. And this is why compasses are an 8-pointed star, because Polaris is symbolized as an 8-pointed star. This is where a compass will point you to. It will point you to that center. So notice how a compass has this black hole in the middle, you see, and it will point you to this meeting point, the north, because in the center is the center of the torus field of the earth. This is where the most electromagnetic energy is. You see, everything gets sucked into the black hole. Okay, this whole reality is being projected from that center point, just like your eyes suck in light. It's a black hole. Your eyes suck in the light of this light being emitted from this center place, this electromagnetic energy at the center, which is the seed of everything, of everyone. You see, just like an apple has the seed in the center in darkness, because in the center of the apple, it's dark. It's black. It's pitch black. But that's where the seeds are. That's where the life is. But Polaris is so important because it's that center star which lines up. It is the pole. It's the top of the pole of the torus field. So Polaris would be here at the very, very top. And this is where the compasses point you to. And this is why the star of Ishtar, the 8-pointed star of the Sumerians, also talked about this 8-pointed star, and it's called the star of Ishtar. Okay, and who is Ishtar? Ishtar is the goddess. Okay, so she's not a male, she's a female, because every creation is brought through a female, a womb. Every single human on earth is brought through the womb, the sacred feminine energy. And the womb is pure darkness. There's no light in a womb, just like the center of our realm. There's no, it's a black hole. Okay, and guess what? She's the god of fertility and sexuality. She is responsible for all life. Okay, so the star of Ishtar is the star of Polaris, which is symbolizing the responsibility for all life, the center of our realm, the black sun, the black hole. Okay, so this is what that god of Ishtar of the Sumerians is talking about, the goddess, the womb, the seed of creation. So this would be the portal, more than likely, the portal in and out of our realm, because it's the top of the torus field. And what's above this realm is the heavens. So this is where you get sucked in from the heavens. Your soul gets sucked in and brought onto this plane of existence called Earth. These are some space NASA symbols. Look how much Polaris symbolism there is.
And notice how it's at the center. You see this circle? This is like a half circle. And at the center is an 8-pointed star of Ishtar. It's the same thing. It's Polaris. It's at the center. And notice on some of these, look, this one is a bear holding the key and an arrow pointing to the Polaris star, so that they hold the key to Polaris. And another one with like a demon holding a key to the what? Polaris on top of him. Also an eagle, which is a Masonic symbol. The eagle holding a key on top of the center. You see? And notice how there's an arrow going up to the Polaris and an arrow down, as above, so below, to Earth. So you can go out to Earth, out of Earth, and into Earth through Polaris. And the eagle holds the key. You see? The eagle holds the key, just like this. This demon dragon holds the key to Polaris. And look at this one, Earth, with an arrow up to Polaris, an 8-pointed star. So Polaris is more than likely that portal which the Anunnaki used, the Sumerian gods used, because the Anunnaki symbol is also an 8-pointed star. Okay? And like I said, that center is the seed of creation. The center is the black hole. Okay, just like your pineal gland is at the center of your brain. The pineal gland is at the center of your brain. And that's what connects you to that spirit realm, to the source. That's it for this video, guys. Thank you all for tuning in. I hope you all learned something today. Please leave a like, a comment, and please subscribe to the channel for more content. God bless you all.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Welcome back, people, to another occult lecture by Revival of Wisdom. Today we're going to be talking about magic and how it's being used on us for the New World Order. Magic has the word mag within it, which is magnetism. Magnetism is the force. Magic is influencing forces, natural or supernatural forces, and using it for a certain agenda to gain something out of it. Now, magic is not what everyone's being thought. It's not some sort of fantasy thing. It's actually very common, and we all do it, whether you believe it or not. Magic is all to do with the mind. As I said, always say in my lectures, your mind is what creates matter. Your mind is what creates your external world. So it's all about manipulating and planting seeds within the mind, because your mind is a garden, and thoughts and words are seeds which are being planted in that garden. Your life, your physical life, the people you have in your life, your friends, your car you own, the job you have, is all a reflection of the thoughts that you've been thinking in the past. You are where you are in life because of the thoughts that you've been thinking. Therefore, your life is a direct reflection and manifestation of your mind, the Garden of Eden. Okay? The mind is what they are targeting. What you see, say, and hear has a direct effect on your mind. Me talking to you is influencing you. The words I'm saying is planting seeds within your mind. Now it's up to you to consciously act on these thoughts or these words, or to maintain these words. As above, so below. As within, so without. What's inside of me is outside of me. What comes into the storehouse comes out of the storehouse. You have the left, you have the right, you have the up, and you have the down. As above, so below. Whatever is in your mind will be expressed in some sort of way, consciously or subconsciously, spiritually or physically. The mind is what manifests everything. And this is what we need to understand. We need to understand is that the mind is not physical. All things spiritual manifest physical. All things seen come from the unseen. The words you're thinking, that everything you have is coming from the unseen. The actions that you do come from the unseen mind. Another expression for as above, so below is you are the universe itself. You are a universe, a mini universe. But just because you are mini does not mean you are the whole thing. If I take a little piece of infinite, let's say there's an infinite light source. Let's say I take a little chunk of that infinite light source. That little chunk I took is still infinite because it's been taken from infinite. You are the universe. Your awareness, your mind is the universe. It's information. You are the universe experiencing itself. This is why we say we are all God. As above, so below. What is in me is outside of me. The sun, the physical manifestation of the sun is your soul. The 12 constellations are manifested in the physical body. The 5 elements are manifested in the physical body. They're manifested in the 5 fingers you have. As above, so below. This is manifested, well, this is a symbolized in Freemasonry and secret societies as the 2 pillars. The mirroring reflection, the reflection of reality, the mirror, as above, so below. What happens in the mind, what happens in the astral, happens in the physical. This is Aleister Crowley. This is all symbolism. This is the 2 pillars with the all-seeing eye and the triangle at the top. Aleister Crowley was a master magician, very powerful dark magician, black magician. There's 2 types of magic. You have white and black, just like the checkered board, the Masonic checkered board. You have white and black. You have good and evil. White magic is influencing natural forces to gain something that will help the collective consciousness, help the collective, help the earth, help other people. Black magic is something you manipulate something so you can get something personal out of it. Doesn't matter if it's good or bad. It's still considered as black magic because you're being selfish. Everything you do should be contributing towards the collective consciousness and helping others. And this is why the ancients lived in a system where everything was in unity. We understood that I am you and you are me. What I do to you happens to me because I am you and you are me. We are the same mind substance on the inside. We're all the same mind substance being expressed in different bodies. So what I do to your mind will have a ripple effect on my mind because all of our minds are connected within the mental plane. So this is why they know all this knowledge. They know all this knowledge. So yeah, this is the mirroring effect of reality, the 2 pillars, or symbolizes the number 11. The number 11. We'll go deeper into that. The technology we're using is magic. It's a form of magic. Television is tell a vision. They're telling a vision into your subconscious mind, into your memory. And when you turn on the television, you get a program. because they're telling a vision to create a program within your subconscious mind. You see, the conscious mind is only 10% of your mind, which is to do with your, what you're aware of, your five senses. What are you consciously aware of? Well, I'm aware I'm here, I'm talking. I'm aware of what I'm wearing, the five senses, what I can hear, taste, smell, hear. What I'm wearing, I'm aware of what I think of. But the subconscious mind is the 90% of your mind. It's the hidden part of the mind, which is telling your heart to beat, telling your body to breathe. It's storing all of your emotions. It's storing everything you see, storing all the belief systems that you have. It has everything. It stores all of the habits you have, the values. It stores everyone's name that you know. All the words that I'm speaking right now is all coming out of the subconscious. Everything is subconscious. And it literally manipulates 90% of your daily basis behavior. Most people don't know this. What you did yesterday is what you will do today because of these beliefs and mental programs within the subconscious, stored within the subconscious. So the subconscious is what they're aiming at. They're trying to create programs within the subconscious because the subconscious manifests 90% of your thought patterns, 90% of your actions and words. They know all this stuff. So the subconscious mind is the most powerful part of the mind. Another way the subconscious manifests and influences your life is, let's say you were in a car crash years and years ago, 10 years ago. Let's say you're in this car crash, right? And you really hurt yourself. The emotion you felt in that time when you were injured in that car crash had a great impression on your subconscious mind. You see, the stronger you feel something emotionally, the stronger impact it has on the subconscious. You can remember and recall that moment and very vividly because of the impact it had on the subconscious. For example, you become that terrified of cars that it manifests into your life today, that you are wary to go in certain cars. You don't want to go into cars at all, maybe, because of that moment that stood within the subconscious. And it will manifest into anxiety. It will manifest into not going into cars. It will manifest into depression, maybe. These things, these emotional, very emotional, traumatic events have a great impression on our subconscious and they control your life. This is why you need to meditate and let go deep within yourself and let go of these internal, deep emotions that you may have repressed and keep pressing down and ignoring. But you need to address it and let go of these subconscious impressions you have, which are controlling your life, like anxiety, depression. All of these things are stemming from things that are stored within your subconscious years and years ago, more than likely. Broadcasting. They're casting spells to a broad audience, to news, north, east, west, and south. They're casting spells. No, if you watch the news, everything's red. Breaking news in red writing or the red background. Everything's red. Why? Because red's the root chakra, which is all to do with survival. They want to stimulate this root chakra because they want you down there in survival mode. They want you in survival mode because you're easier to control. They control out of fear. And not only they're casting these spells as if, because most of the things they cast in the news hasn't already happened. They're constantly bombarding you with there might be a war breaking out, war this, war that, kill here, kill there, murders. it's impressing, it's casting spells on your subconscious mind. So when the event does turn up in real reality, in physical reality, you're less emotional, you're less surprised. You're not as surprised because you've already heard it before. Your subconscious has already heard it all before. If you never heard of a war and then a war broke out, you'd be going crazy. So they subtly program your subconscious mind through the words, because the words they say is impressing your mind. It has an effect on your mind, which will have an effect on your behavior, your words, your conversations you have with people. They're casting spells to north, east, west, and south on the tell a vision. They're telling a vision by broadcasting, by saying spells. This is why we call it spelling. Even the word, listen, the words we say cast spells. Bless. Oh, bless you. That's be less. The subconscious mind only picks up literal things. You see, when I say bless you, your conscious mind picks that up as, oh, thank you, you're blessing me. But your subconscious picks up as be less. You see? Because the subconscious it has no filter. It's just, it is what it is. Everything is factual in the subconscious. Therefore, if I call you an idiot, your subconscious, my subconscious will think I'm talking to myself and calling myself an idiot, and it will take that as true. That is truth. Everything is truth within the subconscious. And the subconscious manifests your behavior. The devices this is the biggest one. Black scrying mirrors, device, the devil's vice, the device. Okay? Black scrying mirrors, black screen is scrying. Black scrying mirrors were used to communicate with spirits within the astral plane in the medieval times. They're still being used now by black obsidian mirrors. And look at your phone, it's a black mirror. And there's some sort of, I'm not saying this is facts, but personally, I believe these are portals for spirits and ethereal entities to come into your life, to come into your surroundings. So this is the next big thing: the TVs, your iPhone, your iPod, all black mirrors. And mirrors are very, very powerful. Even just a normal mirror. Mirrors have an effect. Whatever you say into a mirror, what you say is energy. And when you say something into a mirror, you're saying it into yourself. It's an infinite cycle of words of energy because it's being reflected infinite times. When you say something into a mirror, it has a massive effect. You're saying it directly into your eyes, into your mind. So what you say in a mirror should be said with precaution. Never say anything negative into a mirror, because mirrors are very, very powerful ways for you to reprogram your subconscious mind for the good. You can say very positive things into mirrors and it will reprogram your subconscious mind. Okay? Manifesting is all magic. It's all magic. Everything is magic. But consciously doing it is what they're doing. They hid this knowledge. Your phone is magic. It manipulates your mind. The iPhone, okay. See, magic isn't all of this with wands. See, Harry Potter, okay, that was created to give you this perception of a mystical and amazing form of magic with magic wands and all sorts of stuff like that. Yes, that stuff was true when the collective conscious minds were on a higher level and our belief systems believed in these things, because the universal mind, all of our minds contribute to reality. If the masses don't believe in magic, if the masses don't believe in a certain thing, it's going to have an effect on physical reality. So when the collective minds are higher and have more open minds, things like Harry Potter can come true. See, it's all in the mind. The iPhone, the eye is the symbol for the mind, the invisible intelligence. The triangle is the ethereal plane. Okay. So the eye in the triangle is the eye that sees into the beyond the ethereal planes. The square is the physical plane. So the iPhone, your phone is a black box, just like the Saturn black cube. It's a black mirror. It's taking photos of you every 2 seconds. And it's your mind. Your mind is in that phone. Everything you like, everything you text, everything you type in Google, everything you say to someone, every conversation is all recorded on the phone. Therefore, it is a direct reflection of your mind. Your mind is imprinted into your phone because your mind, everything you think in your mind, you're manifesting into typing, saying, taking pictures into the phone, and it's collecting it and storing it. And what they're doing, and this is for all forms of magic, it's manipulating the mind. It's all manipulating the mind. Reels, Instagram, TikTok, this is all dopamine. It's all controlling the mind. Every like you get, every follow you get, every share that you get is dopamine within your brain. They're literally targeting your brain and mind. It's all manipulating because what they're pushing through the phones, through the media, through the news, through the televisions is visions and programs. You are the one manifesting the New World Order. They're not manifesting the New World Order. They're giving you the information so you can manifest the New World Order. Everything they say is contributing to your mind. For example, digital money and all the information they put out for you to see is contributing to your enslavement. Your mind is manifesting the New World Order. They know this. They don't manifest it. There's billions of us. We could easily run over them physically, but on a mental level, these people have the knowledge and they hide it from us, and they let us manifest reality because we are the collective. They give us the information which manifests their agenda. It's all magic through the phones, the media, the television. So your phone is a manifestation of your mind. It's a record of your mind. Hollywood, holly tree, holy tree. They used to make wands out of holy trees, because it was the most holiest wood, the best for casting and transmitting energy. So they used holly trees to cast spells. That's what Hollywood is. And in Hollywood, they have the red tear, the blood drop next to the Hollywood sign, because it's all satanic. They're all black magicians. They use Hollywood to cast the spells through the music, through the films. You see, music is a form of magic. All of this is magic. Everything they do is a form of magic because they want an agenda behind it. But it's not black magic. They're letting us create our prison. This is what you have to see. Yes, they're evil, but they're not doing anything evil, or else they would face the karma. They let us manifest this agenda through giving in the information, by telling you what's going to happen in the movies. Everything that happens in a movie It's all there on purpose to program your subconscious, to plant a seed within your garden, your subconscious, your mind. Because when the mind is already seen something, when it comes up and turns up in physical reality, you will be less shocked and you won't rebel. So they lure you slowly. They make you aware of these things over time. They make you gradually think it's okay. Like the technology, we never used to use these phones. How did we become so addicted and reliant on them? Well, because first they gave you a little flick phone. Well, no, sorry, they gave you a phone in your house, and then once you got used to that, they say, "Oh, here's the newest version of a little flick phone." You started texting your friends. Everyone was loving it in high school. They could now meet up without saying, "Let's meet on the weekend at this point at this time," like your parents probably did, or maybe some of you watching this, you probably had to tell your friend to meet on the weekend at a certain time because you had no way of communicating. So everyone got these phones and got addicted to them. Then they slowly got addicted to the new iPod with the touch screen. Now they invented touchscreen. Then everyone got addicted to touchscreens. Then because all of this is producing dopamine in the brain, which creates you to become mentally addicted to things and physically addicted, chemically addicted. Because dopamine's a chemical. Your subconscious becomes a program within your subconscious, and your body becomes chemically addicted to these phones. And these phones are the enslavement of humanity, technology. Without this, we wouldn't be in this mess without technology. Because they're creating a hive mind. We're creating a hive mind. So back on track anyways, uh, they program you. Look at the films, 9/11, 9/11, all produced by Hollywood. Here's the 11, like I said at the beginning, the two pillars which reflect reality. What happens in the mind happens in the physical. What happens in the astral happens in the physical. Okay, what happens in the physical happens in the mind. It's the two pillars, the mirrors. 9/11. 9 plus 1 is 11. Flight 11 was hijacked. New York is the 11th state. New York adds up to 111. This is not a coincidence. It's all a form of magic. It's a ritual, energy harvesting ritual, because your mind produces energy. Your mental attention produces energy. And they're feeding off this energy in the astral plane, these demons. Music is the most powerful. Personally, I think the music is one of the most powerful forms of magic they're using. Okay. Music is hypnosis. It puts your brain in a hypnotic state. It influences your electromagnetic field through vibrational energy. It reprograms your subconscious mind. Why do you think you remember the lyrics? You see, your subconscious stores all of the memories. Remember, the subconscious manifests 90% of your behavior. So therefore, the music you're listening to is manifesting your behavior. You wondered why some people wonder why they have drug addictions and they can't get out of violence and they can't get out of all this negative mind space. It's because the music they're listening to is creating a negative mind space. The words you listen to have plant seeds within your mind. So the reason you remember the lyrics is because that song created a program within your subconscious. Yes, that is what happens. You can use magic to reprogram your mind, but you can use music to reprogram your mind because it's all forms of magic. It's using natural mental energy forces to manipulate the physical reality. You manipulate your mind, you manipulate reality, physical reality. Okay. So the music, another very, very big one. When you turn on the radio, it's just all talks about alcohol, drugs, and sex because they want you down in the lower three chakras. They want your mind attached to matter when it's mind over matter. Your mind's not physical. You see, the word spirituality is the new trend. It's not about your spirit. It's not about your spirit. It's about your mind. It's not about, you know, uh, spirituality and looking after your spirit. And they've got you focused on your spirit. Why? Because they hide your mind from you. You see, a lot of people think their mind is their brain, but the mind is everything. There is no physical reality without mind. You can have a brain. Imagine if you had no mind but a brain. It wouldn't work. The mind is everything. The mind controls your avatar. It begins in the mind before it happens in the brain. Then the brain manifests through the body. The brain's just an electrical computer. So that, they've got people scared, or do I have a soul or not, and all this stuff. Listen, if you have a mind, you have a soul, because you are not the mind. This is why everything is sort of an illusion, because beyond the mind is your soul. But what is the soul without a mind? You can't have a soul without the mind. But if the mind didn't exist, the soul doesn't exist. You are the person listening to your mind. I shouldn't say person, because you're not the body. You're the entity behind the mind. But if you didn't have that mind, understand what you even were, you would just be an observer who couldn't think. So yes, we all have a soul. If you have a mind, you have a soul. Everything is mind. Everything has mind. Mind creates everything. God is mind. And then manipulating your mind through TV, your phone, every little thing, the school, it's all about the mind, people. Control your mind, you control your reality. Just the last thing, here you go. Aleister Crowley, the dark magician, Kanye West doing the exact same thing because they're implementing magic in the music. Here's the Beatles with Aleister Crowley in the background. Bet you never noticed that. Aleister Crowley was influencing music and placing magic within the music to influence the subconscious. This is what Baal worship was. This is why they kill children. They sacrifice these children. Why? Well, because in order to ascend, in order to raise your consciousness internally, godly, by being good, God, or being in order to be good and raise your consciousness and to get something in the physical world, you have to sacrifice yourself. And what do I mean by that? In order to raise your consciousness and ascend, you have to sacrifice the lower nature of yourself. You got to abstain from having sex to retain your sexual energy, to transmute it, or staying away from some poisonous foods like meat. So, staying away from blood. We shouldn't be consuming other animals' blood. We should be keeping our blood pure. We are humans. We shouldn't consume chicken blood, chicken germs. We are the most divine creatures on this creation. We are the most intellectual creatures in this creation. Therefore, we should keep our temples pure. We are not animals. If you want to associate yourself with an animal, go out in the wild, go and find a wild boar and go and try rip its guts out with your bare teeth, because you can't do it. You're not a cat. You're not a carnivore. Okay? So in order to ascend, you have to kill and sacrifice your lower part of yourself to ascend up to your spirit self, your mind self, the highest version. And the elites don't want to do this. So they sacrifice other things like babies to kill them, to exchange their life over to the astral plane, so these demigods in the astral plane can give them something in return in physical. They don't want to sacrifice their lower self, so they sacrifice other things for exchange, for physical pleasure. But the godly person sacrifices their lower self for their higher self to do good and ascend. So this is what all the Baal worship is, people, and this is why they're doing it. Hope you all had an amazing lecture. If you haven't already, go and get the Book of Wisdom for more information. You know, I don't go into dark stuff in this book, because all I do is enlighten people in this book. You can get it in Spanish, English, German, Italian, and French. Worldwide shipping. You can get the PDF or paperback. Or there is also a new one called the Human Health Guide 2.0. It gives you a list of all the foods, grains, oils, and nuts, you know, everything that's alkaline and positive for the body and not man-made and hybrid. It tells you all the products to stay away from, how to fast, how to improve vision, how to improve everything, literally. So the Human Health Guide has been released. If you want that, I'll pull all the links in the bottom of the description. Hope you all enjoyed the lecture, people. God bless you all.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Okay. Is manifestation real? Of course it's real. You've just manifested that sentence. You turned a thought into an action and then generated a physical experience. You turned the invisible thought into a tangible reality. That is manifestation. You just have to learn how to do that on a mass scale, on a bigger scale, to generate something bigger. You know? So yeah, of course, manifestation is real. That's all you're ever doing. Creation is not created, it's in an ever state of becoming. You are in a continuous state of becoming something in the present moment. You know, so you're always molding creation through thought, emotion, and action. Let's let the Harley Davidson go past my house. It's a very loud bike. It's a cool bike. But yeah, you're in a continuous state of creation. And that's what this symbol ultimately represents, right? Hi, if I order your book today, will it be here before next Friday? You mean not this Friday, but next? Yeah, it should be there, for sure. So this is what this symbol ultimately represents. Because the snake can shed its skin, which means it renews its layers. It transforms from old layers into new layers. It removes old layers of skin, symbolizing transforming. But the snake is eating its tail. The end gives birth to a new beginning. And this is what the present moment is. The present moment is the continuous state of becoming and unfolding of creation. We're all tapped into the live stream of consciousness, like you're tapped into this live right now. And you are directing them life forces in the present moment through thought, emotion, and action. You direct the life flow, the life force that you're tapped into. And wherever you direct it through thought, emotion, and action, and your time and attention, that is the reality you generate. And you create that reality. And that's what the symbols are here for, people. The symbols are here to awaken you to things that you just realize about yourself. I'm not teaching you anything new. This is just something you realize. This is solid truth that you can't, escape. You can't escape the law of cause and effect. The force is too powerful to escape the force and the law of cause and effect. The law of cause and effect is over you. It governs you. So you have to work with that law consciously. Most people are not conscious of the laws that govern their life. They're not conscious of the laws that's governing their mind. Your mind is governed by laws, not man-made laws, but universal laws you cannot escape. It is impossible to escape cause and effect. So you must work with the law. God law, basically. Yeah, they're called, occult societies, secret societies, they call the laws natural law. Then, of course, you have man-made laws. So you have to work with the law. If you do not work with the law is going to be working anyway. And it will probably work against your favor. But these laws that are in place are there to give you what you want, to create your will, to create your desire. These laws are here for you to create, to give you what you want. Okay? So we have to become conscious of the laws that is governing our mind. Because the mind functions with free will, however, exists in the boundaries of the laws. Without them laws, the mind would not solidify a true creation. Everything would be chaos. The laws make sure that it creates this specific reality that you're experiencing right now. Hello, Harry. I've reached a higher state of consciousness thanks to you and your book. Wow, amazing, Craig. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. This book, don't read it once, read it many, many times. I'm probably sure you already have, but it just helps you. You pick up new things every time you read it. What do you think about getting a pentagram tattoo or a different symbol? I mean, the pentagram's a great symbol. It's just how you use the symbol. I gifted your book to a friend. Wow, amazing. Which book? The new one or the older ones? So we can influence our reality, of course, through thought, emotion, and action. You have free will. You have full control over them three things. If you try and control anything other than your thought, your emotion, and your action, you are going against natural law. God has given you the permission to only control your thoughts, your emotions, your actions. If you try and force anything on anyone else, you are then breaking natural law. They are the forces that consciousness expresses itself through the mind, mentalism, through thought, imagination, through emotion, through feeling, intuition, and through action, willpower, taking physical actions. That is how the force of consciousness expresses itself in three distinct ways. And that's how you create your reality, through thought, emotion, and action. And that's how you gain your personal power, by controlling your reality. How do you control your reality? Very simple. Is this the Book of Wisdom? This is not the Book of Wisdom. This is the Book of Symbolism, the brand new book, only available on my website. So here it is. Here it is, people. This is not the Illuminati. This is not the Illuminati, people. Let me make something clear. Everyone has demonized this symbol, and I think they use this symbol on purpose. Because this symbol unlocks your personal power, and that's what the Illuminati is. The Illuminati are illuminated people. That's ultimately what it means. Illuminated. What is illumination? Light. That's why there's light surrounded around it. light in the eye. What is the eye? The internal perception, the mind that allows you to perceive information. The internal eye, the person in your mind who thinks. That's the real you. That is the real you. The person in your mind who thinks is truly formless. Okay? The Illuminati are illuminated people. They understand the secrets of the human mind and human consciousness. And other people who do not understand the secrets of the human mind and human consciousness are ignorant, and the people are using the knowledge they know against them. If you know psychology, right? If you know the deepest secrets of psychology, you can then use that against someone to manipulate them. That's how the system works. It runs on information, knowledge, and power. And the power comes through the information. The people who have the most information about how you function have more power. Why? Because they can use you, because they understand you more than you understand yourself. You see? That's what the Illuminati is. The Illuminati are people who understand the secrets of the human mind and how to manipulate the secrets of human consciousness to make them do something and create something in their agenda. You're all creators. This is what you need to understand. That's what consciousness is. Consciousness is a creative force. It creates through thinking, feeling, and acting. The triangle. But that thought, emotion, and action are just three expressions of the one force of consciousness. Thought, feeling, and acting are in fact one actual force. Because it's the force of the universe. We're all using the same force. And that's the same force that Yoda uses in Star Wars. In Star Wars is all talking about the force. That is the force, and that force is running through you right now in the present moment. You have the ability and the free will to direct that force through thought, emotion, and action into a reality. So, the Illuminati is just simply people with a high understanding of consciousness and the human psyche, and how to actually create reality. You think something, you feel, and if you have a feeling towards that thought, you take the action. As soon as you lose feelings to watch this video, you will scroll and take action to find another video you have a feeling for. That is how reality creates. That's how reality unfolds. Okay? So the eye in the triangle is showing you the ultimate state of consciousness to create reality. 1 and 3. There is one eye and 3 points on the triangle. The 3 expressions of consciousness that creates reality, thought, emotion, and action, in one, unified. Most people do not have a unified consciousness. They think about creating a business, their emotions feel like watching TikTok, and their actions are eating food. That's divided consciousness. That's the checkered board. That's the Masonic checkered board. Their mind is divided in black and white, different personalities, different ideas, different desires. Their mind is not solidified on one creative project. The mind is divided within duality. Okay? That's what the checkered board is. The checkered board is simply a divided mind. Because this checkered board is this whole piece of artwork you see here of the Freemasons is showing you how someone's mind functions. That's the secret. Very simple. Symbols, occult symbols, Freemasonic symbols are basically showing you mind states, how you think. Divided pillars, left and right pillar, sun, moon. Sun is masculine, the masculine mind, and the feminine mind, the conscious and the subconscious. But here, There's an I in the middle, unifying them in the middle. Unification. Unifying with the true being inside of you. Not being left or right. Not being too masculine, not being too feminine, but unifying the masculine and feminine principles to become a unified consciousness so you can create your reality. The masculine principles symbolized by the sun, and this left pillar symbolizes willpower, your will. Your willpower is very, very, very powerful. Willpower is ultimately everything you create, your will. So this sun represents the masculine forces of the mind, such as willpower, taking physical actions, intelligence, intellect, thinking. That's all the masculine. Then on the right side, you have the feminine qualities of consciousness on this right pillar, symbolizing imagination, emotion, desire, intuition. These are the feminine forces of consciousness. And what happens when a male and a female comes together? They give birth to a new creation called a baby. What happens when you merge your masculine and feminine qualities of consciousness? You merge your willpower, your thought with emotion and action. You give birth to a creation, a baby. The same principle. It's the same principle. Freemasonry is very simple. It's about bettering yourself, working on the temple, and the temple is symbolic for you, for your mind. The stonework Freemasonry, Freemasonry is about stonework, and that stone is you. You're perfecting a stone, and that stone is your mind. You're perfecting the Temple of Solomon, or you're rebuilding the temple, which is rebuilding yourself, because you are the broken temple. The thing is, your teachings is destroying my life. It's not destroying your life, it's destroying your old view of the world, which will then give birth to a whole new, beautiful life. You have to go through destruction. You have to go through the darkness to see the light. Destruction, creation demands destruction. And it's up to you how you interpret my information. Take it with a pinch of salt. Go and do your own research. I'm not saying everything I'm saying is, take what I say and apply it to your life and see if it helps. But everything I'm telling you here is helping me build myself and build my own reality. But it's very simple. It's about building yourself, because when you create change in your own psyche, you see change in your world. What happens when you start to awaken? You start to think differently. And when you start to awaken and spiritually awake, what happens to your friends? Your friends say, oh, you've changed. You see? So the external world is always mirroring your internal world. If you create change in yourself, you will see a change mirrored outside of you. That is as above, so below. Okay. So, Freemasonry is very simple. It's about yourself. It's about the Temple of Solomon. You're rebuilding the Temple of Solomon. And the Temple of Solomon is an allegory for you. Your mind is the Temple of Solomon. Your body is the Temple of Solomon. So why is it the Freemasons wear this apron, right? So you see the Freemason here wearing this apron. Well, this apron originates from stone masonry. Stonemasons. What are stonemasons? Stonemasons chip away stone, and then they use the stone to put on a building or, wherever. but Freemasonry teaches in metaphors. So this stone, this apron, was worn by the stonemasons to protect themselves from flying chips of stone hitting their genital area. So this is symbolic of doing the Masonic work, perfecting the stone, perfecting your mind. Every day you are either building your mind or building your mind's prison. Every day. You wake up, you're either destroying your mind or either help freeing your mind. You have the option, right? And they also wear this apron on the lower half in the genital areas because you think with every chakra. The chakras are basically spinning energy vortexes. This is what you see here, right? These chakras. You can think with every single chakra. You think with your head. You can think with your heart. You can. These are centers of consciousness. Okay? These are centers. These are each center that you see along your spinal column has a high amount of nerve centers. It's like a nerve center. But that nerve center is then powered by the etheric body. Now that's very advanced. Not many people understand that. But your body is not just you. You have many subtle vehicles of consciousness, bodies of consciousness, which you'll learn about in the Book of Wisdom, Volume 1. So there is one force in the universe, and that force is emanating through you, manifested in 7 chakras. Anyways, the reason why they wear this apron on the lower half of the body, because it's a reminder to cover up, to stay conscious of their lower self, because this is the lower self of the lower half of the body, and this is the higher self in the higher part of the body. If you think with your genitals, all you think about is sex and eating. If you think with this lower half of the body, you will only, think about sex, eating, and power. So they wear this to remind themselves to conquer their lower nature, their animalistic state. Because the Mason is aware that they need to build themselves to a higher consciousness, to the higher mind. They need to align their will and mind with the higher mind. Because ultimately, the reason why all of these teachings stem from is because it's preparation for death. This is where all this comes from, okay? You never die. This is the truth. In the daytime, you're in your physical body, and in the nighttime, you're in your astral body, and it's just a massive cycle. So daytime is life, nighttime is death. Wintertime is life. Wintertime is death. Summertime is life. As above, so below. It's just bigger and smaller, right? So, with that being said, you never truly die. You are not the physical body. You are the internal being in your mind who thinks. You are not the thought. You are the one who hears the thought. The thinker. The knower. You are the being inside your mind, not the being outside your mind, which is this physical body. So Masonry is about working with that internal self. Mastering that internal voice, because that is the architect of your reality. The internal dialogue. That is the stone that they're working with. They're chipping away at, they're perfecting, they're smoothing. The inner dialogue. No one pays attention to this. The inner thinker, the being who is thinking in your mind. Who is that being? Who is the person in your head? It's not your body. Your body is acting out the commands of the internal being. So, this is what we have to connect to and master the inner dialogue, the inner thought processes, because the thought is the architect of reality. Thought creates everything. Thought creates everything in the whole universe. The whole universe originates from thought. So Freemasonry is basically about mastering the inner dialogue and working on the inner self, the person in your mind. And the deeper you get to know that inner voice, you start to realize that there are many different vehicles of consciousness. You don't just have a physical body, you have a physical, etheric, astral, and mental and spiritual body. The physical body is just the lowest dimension there is. The physical plane is the lowest dimension there is. Your mind operates above all of them. A thought is just a thought. It has no true form. That thought takes on the body. That thought wraps itself in imagination. So the thought alone is just a thought. But then that thought then wraps itself in something we call astral matter, which is your imagination. The light, the screen in your mind that allows you to vision a specific object. The thought wraps itself in astral forms. That astral form becomes like an emotion in your heart because you want to then take action to generate that mental image you created. Then it turns into a physical reality once you start to take the action to fulfill the desire of that mental image you created. So these are the many different vehicles of the mind. And the mind is not just in the brain. This is the whole wrong thing with science. The mind is not the brain. The brain is just a physical computer to decode the commands of the mind. The mind is not even touching the physical world. The inner dialogue is not in the physical world. The true you is a higher dimensional being. Okay? The inner dialogue. And we're working with that inner dialogue to master it, to ultimately master your reality. So again, Freemasonry is all about cutting stone, but it's not about actual stone. This book by Harry B. Joseph, right? Yeah, I am Harry B. Joseph. I wrote these books myself. This book is my brand new book, the Book of Symbolism. And it's only available on my website. You will not find this book anywhere else. The Book of Symbolism. So, nice to meet you. Welcome. Okay, so, again, what does this represent? The rough stone is a symbol of the self, the unrefined self, the unenlightened aspects of our mind. So the rough stone represents the uncontrolled aspects of our mind. We have many different versions of ourselves in our minds, right? We have a version of ourselves who's perfect. We have a rough version of ourselves that we can become. There's many different things in our mind. But the aim of the Mason is about unifying all of them different personalities into our higher self. It's about learning the secrets of the mind. So this represents the perfected aspects of the mind, and there is also there is no such thing as perfection. We will never actually truly perfect ourselves. But the aim is to be perfect. So the Freemasons show you the checkered board. I'm ordering all your books this week. Oh, wow, thank you. You will look, your whole life will change. Your whole life will change. Okay. The checkered board floor. This is symbolizing on a base level. So symbols have many, many, many different interpretations. So on a very basic level, this checkerboard floor represents duality, how everything is dual, positive, negative, day and night, hot and cold. But the deeper you go into the layers of the symbol reveals the secrets about the human mind. So this is all showing you the mind. Different states of mind, because that's what the universe is. The universe is one singular consciousness expressed in many different forms, in many different clothes, what we like to call people. Me and you are cut of the same fabric, which is the universal mind experiencing itself. So the mind is the very architect of reality. Life is not happening outside you, it's happening inside your mind. You are a projection of the mind. However, you have the ability to identify with your ego. Your ego is very simply just a false version that your mind, it's a version of yourself that your mind has created through experience, thoughts, words, memories, and traumas, and belief systems. But beyond you, if you turn your mind off, if you stop thinking, then who are you then? That's what we call the universal soul. Everyone is that same substance. When we all turn off our mind, we are all the same substance, the universal soul. But we have the ability to generate an ego, which is our own personal identity. The ego is not inherently evil, but the ego can become bad if you don't tame it. It's the beast. But anyways, the duality represents, very simple, black and white, positive, negative, day and night, the opposites in the physical world. But on a higher level of masonry, it represents a divided mind. The one divided in many. The illusion of the third dimension, of how everything is separate. But in fact, we are all the same substance. We are all the I am. We are all the I, the inner dialogue, the inner voice. Masonry is about working with the internal voice, the thinker in the mind, the true higher dimensional being that you are. Because that higher dimensional being manifests its life forces through you and creates in the physical three-dimensional world. So it's about directing the life forces through you. Now, a big misunderstanding about the world that religion has placed on people. A big misunderstanding, right? People think the world was created. People think the world was created thousands of years ago. It's the biggest lie ever. Step back, remove that belief out your mind just for a second, and realize the truth. The world was not created thousands of years ago. The world is creating now, in the present. It's unfolding now. Creation is unfolding in the present moment. God is thinking reality into existence right now, and you are thinking your reality into existence right now through thought, emotion, and action. You are crystallizing reality now in the present, and you can become a co-creator with the creative force of the universe. But we've been taught the complete opposite because the powers that be in the world do not want you to become a conscious creator. They want you as a slave and a worker. You see, so we have to understand that we are all co-creators of this world. We're all contributing towards the building project of Earth right now. But the elites make you think that the world was created thousands of years ago, and now you're just experiencing it. Now you become an experiencer. You're not an experiencer. You're an experiencer and creator. You mold it. And when you do not understand this, someone else who does understand this will use you to create their agenda. because they understand this. And look what's happening in the world today. We are creating the agenda of the government. Why? Because we believe their lies. We don't have to, but we choose to. We all have free will. Everything else is just an illusion. Money is an illusion. It's a belief in the mind. Harry, are you a part of Freemasons? I am not. And if I ever do, I will be transparent about that. So this is representing your mind divided. Divided consciousness. Now take a look here. What are the Freemasons trying to show you here? Squares to circles. Square, circles. Geometry. Geometry. Harry, my book came, thanks. It's a pleasure. It's an absolute pleasure. Enjoy the book. Take your time, read through it, enjoy it, read it over and over. You know, I can't wait for you to read this. Was it the third book you got? The three represent alignment, the black and white represents conscious and subconscious. It can represent that, yeah, that's one layer of symbolism. But you got to remember that the symbols don't represent one thing. There are many different layers to the symbols. Many different layers. So it's going from squares to circles. So you have to understand geometry for this. There's different codes to this. A square. Can you measure the surface area of a square? Of course. Very easy. You just measure this side and that side and times it. Right? Very simple. Then you have the surface area of a circle, of a square. But can you do that with a square? No. You can't find the surface area of a circle. It is impossible. You can get very close by using pi and different, different mathematical equations, but you'll never exactly find the exact surface area of a circle. So what are the Freemasons trying to show you? Measurable and immeasurable. What you can physically touch and measure down here, the squares, and what you cannot touch and what you cannot measure. And there is a ladder going from what you can measure, the physical world, the squares, up to what you cannot measure, the circles. So this is about the upliftment of the mind. This is about the mind raising from only a physical state of awareness, raising the mind so it can function as a spiritual mind and use the higher dimensions of consciousness, such as imagination, thought. Most people's minds are stuck in the measurable, the squares, limited. They think inside the box. You have to raise your mind and think outside the box. This is what it's about. Raising your mind and using the higher dimensions, which is imagination. You cannot measure imagination. It does not exist in the physical plane. You cannot measure thought. It does not exist in the physical plane. So it's about raising consciousness to actually use the cognitions of the mind. Most people are not using the mind. Climbing in consciousness. We're going from squares to circles, measurable to the immeasurable. Okay? And that's the key. Look at the key. How do you go from the circle, the squares to the circles? You got to go through the woman, the green woman. Who's the green woman? Who is the green woman? The feminine. The feminine aspect of consciousness. You cannot just go from low consciousness to high consciousness. It is impossible. It takes a lot of work. Doing work on your mind is way harder than any labor or work you could possibly imagine. The work on yourself is not easy. And I never say it, I never have, never will say it's easy. It is very, very, very difficult to change your mind because it is literally programmed. Very difficult. So you have to go through the woman. And what's the woman? The care, the desire. You have to have a desire to climb the ladder. You have to have the love and the care to do so. If you do not have the care, you will not climb the ladder. If you do not have the care to watch this live, you will continue scrolling. You have to come into contact with the feminine, the heart. You have to care to reach the higher consciousness, to take the actions that are necessary to generate that consciousness. That's the key to open the door to the upper room Jesus mentions. Jesus is always talking about the upper room, the kingdom of heaven. This is what it is. It is a higher state of understanding, a higher state of self-mastery. That is what it's all about. So in order to climb the ladder from the immaterial to the material to the spiritual, you have to care. If you do not care, you will not reach that higher level of consciousness. Because why? It takes a lot of self-work. A lot of work. A lot of reprogramming the self. A lot of meditations to gain control over the inner dialogue. A lot of reflection. A lot of sacrifice. Yes, very well said. Very well said, Timon. It takes a lot. It's not easy. Constructing, working on your mind. It's very difficult. And you don't see the benefits for a very long time. But when you do start to see the benefits, the benefits are massive. So this is what it's about. It's you. This is all you. And what are we chasing? We're chasing the I. What's the I? The I is the eye is open. It sees. That's the inner observation, the inner being who observes everything, observes the thoughts, observes everything. But we're chasing a higher I, a higher perception of ourselves by raising consciousness, a higher understanding of what you truly are beyond your human form, which is a higher dimensional being. We're chasing the I. The I is a higher perception of ourself. Yes, very well said. You see? So this is what this is why if you read symbols, you become very powerful. That's why I wrote a whole book on this, so you can learn this too. Everything I've said and more, you can learn. The Book of Symbolism, the only place it's available is on my bio. revivalofwisdom.com. I just released this November 17th. But it breaks down everything about Freemasonry, of how you can learn this knowledge and gain a higher consciousness. But anyways, if we get this to 50k, I will drop some coupon codes for you all, and we'll carry on. I'll drop some coupon codes so you can save some, some money. And we have worldwide, we have, this is powerful knowledge. Powerful, powerful knowledge. What do you think about the Golden Dawn? I have a friend, well, not a friend, but I know him through, he's an Instagram creator, and he went through the Golden Dawn system, and he is a very famous author now. You've probably heard of his stuff. It's called The Serpent Rising. He went through the order of the Golden Dawn, learned about Kundalini and stuff like that. Golden Dawn Society, yeah. How can I buy your book? There's no link in your bio. There should be. There's a link in my bio. Revivalofwisdom.com is the only place you get the Book of Symbolism in English, French, German, Italian, Spanish. Okay, so let's carry on, right? So we've broke this down. You now understand that we're going from squares to circles, which is going from the measurable to the immeasurable, changing the mind from a state of reaction, because this is, okay, the circle cannot be measured, but the square can be measured. So this is the material, this is the spiritual, this is the seen and the unseen. This is the cause, this is the effect. The cause, effect. What does the sun do? The sun causes effect on the earth. This is why there's a sun here. It's showing cause, effect. The sun produces changes in the plants and the nature on the earth, which means as above, so below. The cause is above, the effect is below. So this is talking how to change the inner dialogue of yourself, the inner self, the inner voice, from a reaction mind to a demanding causal mind. Most people live in reaction mind, the square. They're reacting to the world outside of them, when the world outside of them is simply the effect. You cannot change it. It's already affected. It's already manifested. The only thing you can do to change the world is to change the cause. The inner world is the cause, the mind is the cause, the external world's the effect. The inner world is the cause, the external world is the effect. Most people have something bad outside them. You know, I'm not perfect. I'm not saying I've reached the highest level of consciousness. You know, I'm still working on myself, and I'll always say that. But most people are stuck in reaction consciousness, where their mind is just reacting in a state of complaining about the external world. When the mind is the cause. The cause, the mind needs to be a cause and a demand and a command. But that's fine. You know, I was in that state. And I still catch myself now and then being in that state. But we have to train our minds to understand that the outside world is the effect and the internal world is the cause. And we need to raise that ladder towards the causes. Make the mind a powerhouse of control. A powerhouse of control. Okay? Awareness, yeah. Okay. Symbolism. The winding staircase. You can't see the room. Where is it taking you? This is talking about the upper room, climbing to a higher state of mind. But when you're down here, you can't see that room. You don't know what a higher consciousness is. You don't know, like right now, maybe there's some people in here, they don't even understand what even is a higher consciousness. You will never understand until you start to do the work on yourself, until you start to see what it's like to understand yourself. When you understand how you work, you know what to do in every situation. You have the tools to use in life. So this is about climbing the staircase of higher consciousness into the inner room that you can't see. Beyond the curtain. The curtain is the veil. This is about entering in yourself. Walking past these two pillars is about walking into the internal self. It's a journey inward. You have a self outside the mind, this body, and you have a self inside the mind, the inner being, the material and spiritual. That's why you're an individual. You have a dual nature, inner and outer. So when you're walking in between these pillars, you're walking, it's symbolic of walking in your mind. Walking in a journey into the self, and we're working with the inner self. This is what Freemasonry is about. But it's a winding staircase, which means You can't see where this staircase is taking you. You don't know what a higher consciousness is, what it's like to be in a higher consciousness or a higher understanding of reality and the self. So you must have faith. Faith, not faith in a God, but faith that the staircase or this journey, this work you're doing on yourself is going to lead you somewhere. You must have willpower. It takes willpower to walk the stairs. You must have care. Faith, will, and care are the three forces that help expand the mind into higher levels of consciousness. So it takes faith, will, and care to walk this staircase, to walk this path, to do the work on the self, to master the self. And a spiral staircase also represents time. It takes time. Time moves in a spiral. Yesterday there was 12 o'clock, but today there's also 12 o'clock. But today is higher than yesterday. So it's just a continuous spiral upwards. Yesterday was 12 o'clock, today there's 12 o'clock, and we're just going to continue this spiral. This is time. It takes time to walk this staircase. It takes time to reach a higher consciousness. It takes faith, will, care, and time. It's not an overnight process. Okay? So I hope this understands, hopefully you people are taking this on. Darkness to light. This is a massive phrase in Freemasonry, from darkness to light. But what is the darkness? Darkness, you can't see. When the room is dark, your eyes can't see. Symbolizing ignorance. There are parts of yourself that are in darkness. You are not aware of these parts of yourself. Most people are not aware of their imagination and the powers of the imagination. That means it's in darkness. Darkness to light is about becoming conscious of the things inside you, the aspects of yourself that you may not be aware of. Exposing a light. If I turn on a light on something, you expose it. You see it clearly. So Freemasonry is about going within the self and finding the things that you are unaware of and becoming conscious and using them as tools to help you in life. Your imagination is a guiding force to shape your future. Your intuition is also a guiding force. This is the hammer, the Freemasonic hammer. Why do Freemasons use hammers? The hammer, the force. What is your hammer? What is the force that drives you? What is the force? What is the desire in you that makes you go through life? We all have a hammer. My hammer is to help as many people understand themselves as possible. That makes me take my actions. That's the force inside of me that takes action. The reason why I'm on this live is to take action to help people. That's my force. That's my hammer. You have to have a hammer in life. This is a tool. You have to have the hammer. Here's some more secrets. Force, form, very powerful. Not many people understand this one. But like, I could sit here all day and talk about all the different symbols in this, but there's many different symbols that you can go over. Force and form. Okay, so we have hit 50k, by the way. I did promise people earlier, we have hit 50k, that I would give out a coupon code. I did promise people. So I'm going to have to give that coupon code, and then we'll carry on with this, breaking this down for you. Okay? So let me know in the comments if you want a coupon code. Just say the word yes or something. And if I know people want it, then I'll give one out. If not, I'll just carry on. Okay. I'm going to give you a 20% code. In fact, no, I'm not going to give you 20%. I'm going to give you 30% off. Wait, let me just test something. I don't want this to mess up for you. I want to make sure it's working properly.
Okay, 2 seconds. Let me just test the website to make sure the code works. I don't want to give it out and then people, you know, don't end up working and then people start, you know. So let me just test it. Okay. 2 seconds, people. Let me... You said 50%. I didn't say 50%. I said if we hit 50k likes, I will give a coupon code. And that's what we've hit, 50k likes. I can't give 50%, then that would be pointless. I wish I could, but it's literally, I'd probably lose money. I'm just testing the code out for you. We worship you. I don't want to be worshipped. Please don't worship me. You know, I don't want to be worshipped. You know, I really don't. I'm not here to be worshipped. I'm telling you the power within yourself. But I thank you for that comment. That's nice. It's nice of you to say that. Okay, so it is working. Okay, nice. So the code is working, and the code is, I'm not giving you 20%, I'm going to give you 30%. Do I have a pen? I can write it down for you. The code is light. All caps. That's the code. All caps, capital letters. And you'll save yourself 30%. This is the brand new book of symbolism. You're going to save yourself 30% on the brand new book of symbolism. Is this where 607 Onk gets it from? I don't know. I've been around for a long time talking about this stuff. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know where he gets this information from. Fulson form. Here it is. Website name, revivalofwisdom.com. Revivalofwisdom.com, or the link in the bio. No book is going to help you just meditate. You know, I used to think that exact same thing. But unfortunately, that is I used to think that, but then I realized my ego was keeping me back. The ego wants to say, I don't need anything. I don't need someone else to tell me anything. But then you have to come to a realization that there are people out there with knowledge way beyond what I knew. There are books out there that I need to read. There are people out there with knowledge way beyond mine. And you have to suffocate your ego and let go of that to actually grow. I used to think that exact way. But it depends what you want, you know. You don't have to go down this path. You can just meditate. That's completely fine. You know, it depends what you want, I guess, as well. So you are completely right. You are completely right.
Is there a PDF? No PDF. Physical books only. We ship worldwide. What's your fave part of the book? No one's ever asked me that. That's a very good question. What is my favorite part of the book? I love this part. I love this part. How quick is delivery? Delivery, it depends where you are. UK is around 7 days. US, pretty sure it's about 7 days. It's a print on demand. So basically, an order will go through the website and then it'll go straight to my suppliers. They print it and then they ship it. And then they obviously send you emails with the tracking information and stuff like that. But this is probably my favorite part. Is it UK based? It's not. So the suppliers that I have, they have printing warehouses all around the world. I'm pretty sure they have one in the US, one in the UK. So wherever you are in the world, wherever the order is going to, it goes to the correct warehouse, so it gets shipped in time. That's basically how everything's set up. Because I don't actually stock them all. I mean, I do have quite a lot here. I'll show you. I have quite a lot of them here. These are all Book of Symbolisms. This is what they look like. Explain everything about Freemasonry, pretty much. Everything you can imagine about Freemasonry. That's the first book. That's the second book. This is the brand new one. Which this is the one we're going over today, pretty much. They will be on Amazon in the next, 2 weeks, 3 weeks maybe. How can we use the book to live a fulfilling life? That's pretty much, the book teaches you, it's a guide to higher consciousness. It helps you understand and unlock aspects of yourself that you never knew was there. What are the 2 pillars in Freemasonry? Great question. So the first part of this book goes over that for a very long period of time. So the first whole section of the book goes over the Jachin and Boaz pillars, right? The different symbolism. So it basically represents the masculine and feminine forces of consciousness. But it ultimately represents division as well. The number 11 is a dividing number. It's left and right, right? It's left and right. So, have you experienced spiritual psychosis? No. If you met me in person, you would never even realize, because I don't talk about anything to anyone. People who know me don't even understand what I do. I don't talk about, I'm just a normal person. They probably think I'm asleep. Well, just a regular person who's not aware. But, I only talk about this stuff to people who ask me. To my family members, I'm just a regular person. But then obviously if they ask me about this, then I can tell them things. So yeah, in person you would never even know. I'm just a regular guy. I work throughout the day. I make videos. I work on my YouTube. I help my affiliates. I come on live. I help people. I speak to my university students. And then I go to the gym, see some family members, and, I'm just a regular person. But not regular in mindset. Me personally, I don't agree with, making everything your whole person. That's fine if you do that. That's completely fine. We all have different ways of living and expressing ourselves. But, I don't find I don't want to make this my whole personality. I love to read books in my spare time. I watch a lot of, listen to a lot of audiobooks. I don't really listen to much music. Whenever I'm in the car, I put on an audiobook. And just by doing that alone, you'll gain a lot of information. Just type in Masonic books or esoteric books. You will find so much on YouTube. Just listen to everything, and over a period of time, you'll start to develop pattern recognition, and you'll start to decipher your own truth. The Bully Slayer was cloned. I see some of his videos today. I don't know. I don't think he's being cloned. I think I don't know. He stayed off the internet for a while. He might have changed and stuff like that. But I love his stuff. How long did it take to change your reality to your desired reality? Good question. For me, it was, I wouldn't say got lucky, because I work very, very hard. I work at least 10 to 11 hours a day most days, but not recently, but before. But for me, there was not many people in this space talking about the things that I do at the time. So for me, it sped up very fast because of that. There's not many people who can give you this information I give you. Of course, there's a lot of people who can give you this information, but they're not, well known or outspoken about it, respectively to them. And luckily, my stuff started to gain a lot of attention, and my life changed in a matter of a year. But, it can take longer. For years before that, I was trying many different things. Many, many different things. But whenever you preach about mind control, I realized I'm in a prison of my own thoughts. Yeah, a lot of people live in their own prison. Like I say, every day you wake up, you're either building your mind, you're either building your freedom of your mind, or building the prison of your mind. Every day. You're either building your prison or your freedom. How long have you been on this path, Harry? Since way before 2020. Way before 2020. I was talking about, I can't say the thing on here, but the virus. I was talking about the virus way before 2020. And there may be some people in this live who watched my very first lives. I used to go live all the time. But I was looking into conspiracy theories when I was year 7, year 8. And then I got really deep into conspiracies 6 years ago. And then after about a year of that, I started to switch into esotericism. And then for the past 5 years, since 2020, it's been all esoteric stuff, pretty much. Masonic, the psyche, human psyche, human consciousness, metaphysics, symbolism. So the last 2 years, it's mainly been symbolism, because I'm obsessed with symbolism at the moment. But yeah. Do you believe in God, Harry? I believe in a form of energy that gives rise to all things, yes. And we are a part of that energy source, that conscious energy. We are an emanation of that. We are cut of the same fabric of that. It is one consciousness clothed in different beings. Harry, you said faith, will, and care and time. Didn't you say time doesn't exist? Can you explain this? You know, time is the present moment. It's an eternal now. But, you know, it takes, that's what we call time, the movement of that. I don't believe in a God outside of us. Well, God is outside of us, but he's also inside of us. God is everything. I like how you put that. Oh, well, thank you. If we visit a Masonic temple, we'll see a lot of these symbols in the building arch. Oh, yeah, of course. Everywhere. You'll see this everywhere. And look here. This is the gate of Europe. 2 pillars. The gate of Europe, 2 pillars, middle pillar. Here's the gate of Europe again, 2 pillars, middle pillar, with a person in the middle. Here's George Washington, 2 pillars and the middle pillar. You are the middle pillar. You are the middle pillar. You're the middle pillar. You are the balancing pillar between the masculine and feminine. You're trying to combine the 2 pillars, which is the masculine and feminine forces of consciousness. And this is what I say about building yourself. This is the Egyptians telling you the same thing. They're building the middle pillar. They're building the self. They're building the mind. That's what Masonry is all about. So look. Here's the Anunnaki showing you 2 pillars, Jachin and Boaz. And look at the person in the middle pillar, which is balancing the masculine and feminine forces of consciousness, trying to become whole and unified, a unified mind. And he's stepping up, symbolizing raising consciousness. Stepping up to a higher level of understanding. Here's Buddha, same thing. Buddha, Vishnu, Sumerians, Egyptians. Wait on, we still got more. Jesus with the 2 pillars. Egyptians again, they're building the self. This is what it's about. It's about building the mind. Royal Arch of Freemasonry. Knights Templars. It's everywhere. This symbolism is everywhere. It's in every tradition because this is the universal system of constructing the mind. This was way before religion. This is what it was about. It was the religion of the serpent. The serpent used to symbolize this knowledge about the serpent can shed its skin and transform. So it's about transforming the mind. The serpent was the universal symbol of this spiritual journey. What does the G mean? So here, you see the G. It wasn't a religion of the serpent. I wouldn't say religion, but I in my conclusion, you can take this as a pinch of salt. In my conclusion, I think the serpent, found in every religion. It's the Vatican. It was in the Garden of Eden. It's in every religion you can possibly imagine. There's a serpent, and it's serpent symbolism all around the world. I personally think the serpent was the symbol for gnosis, for the well, I don't like calling it religion, but a spiritual system that was universal before religion. It was the wisdom of Kundalini. It was the wisdom of awakening. It was the knowledge of the self. And then I think the serpent got demonized because then religion took over and started to externalize all the spiritual teachings and then following man-made gods and gods in the sky and stuff. But before all of that, I believe that me personally, I believe the serpent was a symbol for the universal spiritual system of knowledge that was before all the religion. That's my interpretation. It's about self-transformation. Yeah. Someone asked about the G. And now they say serpent is Satan. Yeah, very well said. Now everything about the serpent is demonized. And it's crazy to me when you realize, well, everything's inverted nowadays. So, I guess we'll never know. But based on my symbolism studies, that's what I think it is. I could be wrong, but... So... Okay, why didn't you join Freemasonry if you believe their teachings? It's not believing anything. These symbols are self-awakening. It's not... Everything I teach you is not about believing anything. It's about shedding light on what was there, but you just may not be conscious of it. So, for example, the G, this is a Masonic symbol, and the G represents the force of care, the force of love, the heart, the generative principle, the G, the generating force of reality. That is love. The heart generates your reality. You right now are watching this live because you have a care. You care for the information I'm sharing. So that care is allowing you to take the action to generate this experience you're having right now. So in order to go through the Masonic temple and walk the path towards the light, you have to have the G inside of you, the care to walk that path. If you do not have the care, you will not take the action. If you do not have the care to watch this live, you will continue to scroll. G also doesn't have a numerology meaning. Yes, 7. 7. G is 7. And there are 7 cognitions of the mind. So the G is also gnosis. Gnosis about, knowing, gnosis. Gnosis is knowledge gained through direct experience. So you right now, you're here. You don't believe you're here, you know it. Instead of believing God, you can get to know God by gnosis, by studying the self, by entering trance-like states of meditations and understanding the self. That's gnosis. And in order to gain gnosis, you must have the G. That's why gnosis begins with a G. Because you must have a care to meditate. If you don't care about gaining a higher consciousness, you won't meditate. If you don't have a care to reach the light, which is just a higher state of understanding, you don't have the G. If you don't have the G inside of you, you will not take the actions to walk up this path, up the mountain. It's a difficult path of self-mastery. So that's the G. It's the driving force of your reality. And if you don't have the G, you won't walk up this hill. So the teachings that I teach is, it's about shedding light on something that was already there. Does the Book of Symbolism teach us how to get the G? Well, yeah, the G is just simply your care. Do you care about gaining information? Or do you not? You either have it or you don't, and you can cultivate it. We do talk about it here, all about the G and different symbolic here. So in order to get off the checkered board and rise towards the light, so we're going from base consciousness to high consciousness, from material to spiritual, in order to do that, you have to go through the woman. And what is she doing? She's caring. She's caring for the little baby. So it's symbolizing, in order to go from low consciousness to high consciousness, you have to care. You have to go through the feminine, the heart. You must have a desire in your heart to truly raise your consciousness. That's why there's a woman here caring for a little baby. You have to go through the feminine to reach a higher consciousness. So, anyways, is that why religion is against women? You know, there's so much that goes into that. I believe they don't want us in contact with the feminine energy of consciousness. We're all masculine and feminine. We all have feminine qualities. We all have masculine qualities. They suppress the feminine aspect of consciousness because that's what unites. If we all loved each other, we would be united. They don't want us to love each other because that creates division. And divided people are easier to control. If we all united, we'd all realize we can take over the government. So they destroy the feminine because that's all about caring, nurturing, growing as a community and as humans with the earth, caring for the earth and things, but it's just completely demonized nowadays. And now it's just a masculine-dominated world. But Freemasonry says that the G is geometry or God. It's all the same. God, what is God? God is a creator. How do you create something? Through the G, you have to care. If you don't care about something, you will not create it. If you don't care about the live, you will take action to scroll away until you do find something you care about and you take the action to watch it. So it's about generating reality. God, which is a G, which is about care, creation. Geometry is the same. It's all about creation. The mathematical codes. But it's all to do with the G principle, the generative principle. If that makes sense. So most words with G are all to do with care, gift. If I gift you something, it's because I care. I have a G. I have a care towards you, and I'm gifting this. Geometry, God, generation, Genesis, all about creation and care. The whole world is built on love, and when you see it, you can never unsee it. The whole world is built on love. All creation is built upon the principle of love. That's why the earth is called heart. Earth is heart. Because the whole world is built through the heart, the love energy. You only take action on what you love. Some people love twisted things. Some people love hurting people. But, we have to purify our love. But,
The Book of Wisdom by Harry B. Joseph has really piqued my interest. It's 119 pages of curated spiritual insight. This book has really piqued my curiosity. And regardless if I believe in everything I read out of here or not, I am just so mesmerized by a lot of these topics. It's all, some of them are controversial. Some of them are based in Christianity. Some are not. But it's just a really insightful book. And I'm super excited to check it all out. If you want to check it out too, I'll link it for you.
Get your copy. Visit bookofwisdom.com.
What is good, people? We're back with another video. And this is going to be talking about the connection between the micro and the macro. You are the universe. Everything is inside of you. So the first thing you need to understand is that the law of mentalism, we are a thought in the creator's mind. Everything's being thought into existence. We have a spark of this mind, this same mind of the creator. And everything is a state of mind. Particles or atoms, whatever you want to call them, are a mental thing. They're a product of the mind. Everything's thought into existence. Thoughts influence everything. Thoughts are energetic effects which send out waves into the quantum field around you. And your consciousness is actually the universe experiencing itself, expressing itself, and viewing itself. So we are the creator, but viewing itself in separate bodies. And this is why they call the material world the world of illusions, because everything's separate here, but we all forget that we are all one. We've all been brainwashed to think we're all separate, but we're all one. We're all the same mind, the same consciousness, everything. So everything's created out of toroidal fields. God created the toroidal field. That's the only thing that exists because particle atoms are toroidal fields. And it's the basis behind all creation. As you can see it in the owl's eyes, it creates the infinity symbol. And this was the apple. That apple is a toroidal field. And the toroidal field is made out of dielectricity, which is ether. Ether is black light, and this is counter space. This is another realm. This is what creates God to be omnipresent, to be everywhere at one place at all times. He is everywhere because ether is everywhere. Ether is infinite potential. It connects everything together, and that's what energy moves through. It moves through the ether, and that's black light. Everything is light, as it says in John 4:2. God is light. Everything's a vibrational state of light. So the torus field is made out of dielectricity, ether, black light, magnetism, which is white light, which is the center of the toroidal field. And magnetism radiates, it has no vibration. And then when white light splits, it turns into electricity, which is physical material, and that has a vibration. This is the Holy Trinity, the sun, the moon, Saturn. Saturn, the god of materialism. If you've watched my videos on Saturn, you know that Saturn is crystallizing everything into physical matter. And that's why his old name was El. The ancients called him El. And this is why we get L electricity. This is where L electricity comes from. Because L electricity is only a product of the physical world, which is redshift, blueshift, Adam and Eve. And this is what creates the redshift, blueshift is what is a product of magnetism. When magnetism, white light splits. And this gives us vibration. And this what creates the toroidal field, which is the basis of all physical creation. The sine wave is created out of the magnetic wave and the electric wave. The electric wave is the blue wave, and the magnetic wave is the straight wave, which is radiation. This is vibration frequency. So the magnetic wave is straight, and then you have longitude and amplitude, which is depth, which is dimension. You see how the electric wave has depth and a dimension. This is why you get the cross. This is the cross of Earth. This is the symbol of Earth, of bondage, of physical matter, because it consists of magnetic wave and depth, which is electric wave. And this is where you get the sun cross or the Earth cross, whatever you want to call it. It's the cross of physical matter, and the ancients knew this. This is why they used that symbol. Red shift, blue shift, which is the toroidal field, is the basis of all creation, physical creation. And this is why you have the police siren is red and blue. The Matrix movie, red pill, blue pill. You have red blood and blue blood in your body. The Democrat and Republic, the two parties, red and blue. Like your taps on your taps, you have a red and blue tap. One's generative, and one's destruction. Fire, destruction, water, generative. So this is the basis of all things. And electric wave has dimension, like I've already said, depth, material, and it's measured in hertz. It's measured in hertz because it hurts you. It decays because the electric wave has a vibration, and vibration always has to go back to a standstill point. This wave cannot go forever, but the magnetic wave will go forever. It's radiation. Magnetic is radiation. It radiates forever. It pulses. But the electric wave will at some point come back to a standstill point, and that's why it hurts. It decays. That's why our physical body decays, because we contain of electricity. This body is an electric body, and it will return back to stillness like a guitar string. If you vibrate a guitar string, you pull it, it will vibrate, make a sound, and then go back to a standstill point. It's the exact same with every single toroidal field within the body. It will decay, and this is why our bodies decay, and everything in creation decays. So we're born into sin, the sin of Eve. The sin of Eve is us biting into the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which is the systems in the body. And the sin of Eve is biting into the sine wave. We bit into the sine wave. The sun moves in a sine wave. Our DNA is a sine wave. Time is a sine wave. Everything in this creation is a sine wave. This is why the dollar bill is a sine wave. Magnetism and electric waves in one. And this is the sun doing its sine wave, which creates, when you go bowling, it kind of creates that pin that you hit over. That's the pin of the sun. the zodiac sign is a sine wave because the zodiac sign is an expression of the toroidal field because magnetism unfolds into 12ness. And that's why you have 12 zodiac signs, 12 systems in your body, 12 cranial nerves in your head, in your brain. So if you can imagine this, see where my pointer is, always starts with Aries. Aries is the head. It's the first thing that's created in the womb. And this is Aries, the ram. And this is why it's called a cerebrum in your brain, which is the first thing that creates when you're in the womb. And what's the element of Aries is fire. Fire is the first element. Fire, first, because it's the first thing on the wheel, the first expression of energy. As you can see here, my pointer, this is the center of the toroidal field. It would go Aries, Virgo, Capricorn, Pisces, Scorpio, Cancer. Then we go back to Libra. Libra would be center. But you see how the toroidal field is the expression of the 12 energies. That's what the constellations are, the energy expressions of the toroidal field. So it would go outwards, starting from Aries here, all the way back to Pisces, which is beyond the bottom half. But Libra would be the center. That's why Libra is the equinox. It's the equinox. Libra is when it goes from summer over to autumn. It's the equal. It starts to transition into the winter side. Equinox, equal, which is Libra. And that's why Libra has the two scales. It's symbolized with the two scales. That's because of, the sun moving over. It's being judged. It's equal now, but then it's going to tip over into the winter. That's why Libra is here, the center of the sine wave. And like I said before, magnetic energy unfolds into 12ness. Magnesium is number 12 on the periodic table. It's the sacred number. And this is why the scientists are NASA is trying to bring in another constellation to destroy the holy science of astrology. So Aries rules the head, which is Mars. Taurus rules the neck, the lower head. Gemini, the two twins, which is your lungs, your two twins, your arms, two twins. Cancer, the breasts, or the chest area. Leo, the heart, which is the sun, which is fire, the center of the toroidal field. Virgo, the belly, which is the intestines. Libra, the kidneys, the two scales, the kidneys, balancing out everything. Scorpio, the sex organs. Sagittarius, hips and thighs. Capricorn, I've missed that out, which is the kneecaps. Capricorn, kneecap. Aries, which is the ram, which is the cerebrum in your brain. And then Aquarius, the calves and the ankles. And the Pisces, the two fish, the 2 feet. So everything corresponds, as you can see here. This is an ancient way of depicting it, of the folded human. And this is everything. Each constellation rules that part of the body, gives energy to that part of the body, makes you do certain things. So magnetic energy unfolds into 12ness, electricity unfolds into 7s. That's why when you get electric, the light spectrum that we see, it consists of 7 colors. Why we have 7 planets. The 7 planets give us our 7 metals and the 7 solfeggio scale frequencies. So the rotor, this is the rotor. And rotor is an anagram for Torah, the Torah, which is I think it's the Hebrew Bible. Don't quote me on that, but it's one of the holy books, which is the Torah, the Taurus. Everything goes back to the Taurus field because it's the basis of all creation. So the chief cornerstone, it says in the Bible that the builders rejected the chief cornerstone. The chief cornerstone, you are the builder. You decided to incarnate into the physical world, into the electric world, El, the world of El, Saturn. When you are created in the womb, it takes you 9 months for you to be created. So, for example, if you went into the womb here, it'd take you 9 months. So let's say you're born in Scorpio. So you'd go back 9 months, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You consist of all of these 9 energies because it takes 9 months or however long you took to be born. Some people are born earlier. You'd have to find out how many months you were in the womb for. But you consist of these 9 energies, and each constellation has a cell salt associated with it. And these cell salts are vital for your health, and your cells and the optimal health of your body. So the chief cornerstone that you rejected is these 3 cell salts, these 3 constellations. So you're mineral deficient in these three constellations. For example, fluoride, magnesium, phosphate, and potassium sulfate. So that's the chief cornerstone. And a cornerstone, people always get it rejected with the cornerstone. The cornerstone is not, it doesn't say the cornerstone in the Bible, it says the chief cornerstone. The cornerstone is a cornerstone of a building, but a chief cornerstone is the top of the pyramid. This is where we get the pyramid of the wheel. So you're mineral deficient in whatever three zodiac signs you're not. You were not in the womb for. This is the chief cornerstone you rejected. So the human body is the micro. It is the universe in a physical form. It consists of everything in the universe, just like your consciousness is the universe watching itself, experiencing itself. Your body is the whole universe, 12 systems in the body, 12 zodiac signs, 7 chakras are the 7 planets. The Holy Trinity of you is your Temple of Solomon, the soul and the mind, the sun and the moon. You know, everything is in you. You consist of everything, all the energies, everything. Heaven and hell. Heaven and hell is a mind state. It's a state of the mind. Head, H-E-A, which is heaven, and the heel, the bottom of your foot, is hell. And the bottom of your foot is the soul. So they're basically saying, well, it's wordplay. They're saying that your soul is in hell because, you know, with the elites being in control. So they call the bottom of your foot the soul, trying to say that you're in hell. The Christ is in you. And this Christ is Greek for what Christos. And Christos is Greek for the oil. And this oil is produced in the cerebrum, the Aries, the ram, the cerebrum. It goes down the pineal. Well, the pineal and the pituitary are underneath the cerebrum. Goes down the pingala and the ida. The pingala being the positive charge connected to the pineal gland, pin, and the ida connected to the pituitary. And this is the two serpents going down the spinal column. And this is why Jesus goes from Nazareth to Bethlehem, and then Joseph and Mary are waiting for Jesus in Nazareth. Joseph and Mary are the pineal and the pituitary gland waiting for Jesus to come back up the River Jordan, your spinal column. So this is the oil. This is the story of Santa as well. Santa comes from the North Pole. Why? Because the North Pole of the Earth is the center of the toroidal field, and the North Pole of you is your spinal column, which is the North Pole of the toroidal field. The North Pole, he comes from the North Pole. This is the North Pole. This is the South Pole of the toroidal field. Comes from the North Pole, which is your mind. And he goes down the chimney and then back up the chimney. This is the chimney. And he drops off the present, which is the Christos, the oil. And this is why Jesus is crucified at 33, because he crosses over the vagus nerve at the top of your spine. When this oil comes back up the 33 vertebrae, these are your vertebrae here. When it goes up the 33 vertebrae, it gets crucified at 33 because it crosses the vagus nerve, and he's crucified on a cross at 33. This is the story behind Jesus and Santa. The Ark of the Covenant in the Bible is the two hemispheres which cover the vital parts of your mind, the brain side, which is the cerebrum, the pineal, the pituitary, etc. So the two hemispheres are the two angels, the Ark of the Covenant. This is the Ark of the Covenant covering the two vital parts of your brain. So these are the optic thalamus is another part, and it protects the Christ oil, which is inside at the center of the brain. See, the Bible is all a massive metaphor about yourself because you are the universe. You are a microcosm of the universe. Your consciousness is experiencing itself, and the universe experiencing, and your body is the whole universe. Your head's heaven. So Moses crosses the Red Sea. These are the two hemispheres of your brain. This is the corpus callosum, the Red Sea. So he's pretty much saying that he's uniting the two hemispheres of your brain, because most people in this generation are stuck in the left brain, which is just logic, reasoning, science and maths, writing. You know, this is what school teaches you to do. It keeps you stuck in your left brain. And you want to cross over to you want to cross the Red Sea, which is the corpus callosum, to the right brain, which is awareness, art awareness, creativity, imagination, intuition, insight, you know, using the higher mind, creativity, imagination. If you don't have intuition, then you can't read energy, you can't pick up on bad things. This is what Moses is symbolizing by crossing the Red Sea. And it's also the upper room where Jesus met the 12 disciples. 12 disciples are the 12 cranial nerves in your brain. It doesn't just represent the 12 zodiac signs, the 12 disciples. It symbolizes many different things. It's like I said, energy the universe consists of 12ness. So you have 12 cranial nerves in your brain, and that's the 12 disciples as well. And they want you stuck in your left brain, which is the five senses, materialism. So they say in the Bible that Satan blinds the mind. Satan is Saturn. If you've watched my videos, Satan is Saturn. And you consist of the Holy Trinity, which is the sun, moon, and earth, the soul, moon, the soul being the sun, the solar, the moon being your mind, the earth, your physical body. And Satan blinds the mind. Why? Because we enter a soul system. This is a soul system, not a solar system. And Saturn is the Lord of the Rings, which is the outer ring. When your soul enters the soul system, your soul starts to materialize. It hits Saturn. Why? Because Saturn starts to materialize you. You take on the 7 virtues, which are the 7 planets, which are your 7 chakras. And to get out of this soul system, you must get out of your lower nature, your animal nature, which is lust, desire, greed. You know, the number of the beast 666, which is Saturn, Satan. So you enter the soul system, you take on the 7 energies, which you turn into physical matter. And this is your descension from heaven to what you say hell. And then you must raise back up from matter to spirit. They say Satan blinds the mind. Why? Because your mind gets materialized, your soul and mind get materialized. And when you get materialized, it's an intense experience. You lose the divinity within you. You forget the divinity. So Satan, which is the first planet, the first energy you take on, the material body, he blinds the mind. He makes you forget everything, your divinity. Then you must ascend up Jacob's ladder, the 33 vertebrae, to heaven. And this is a microcosm of the macro, because you will ascend back up to heaven if you do this, when you leave your physical body, when your body decays. So when it talks about in the Bible, completely destroy them, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, all the ites, this is what God says to the Israelites. It says completely destroy them. It's basically symbolizing saying destroy your lower nature. The Canaanites, cannibals. We're under a Canaanite system now, which is cannibalism. And this is flesh eating, lust, greed, all the demonic stuff, all the lower vibrational stuff, you know, the lower nature, eating, sex, and survival, the lower 3 chakras. You must get out of these lower 3 chakras and return back to spirit, which is heaven, which is spirit, love, being holy, being truthful, being passionate. Going back to Satan blinding the mind, all of the planets are made out of these 3 symbols. Satan blinds the mind, and that's why Satan's symbol, this is the symbol for Saturn, Satan, the symbol for Saturn is the cross, which is physical matter, the earth, over the moon. The moon is your mind. So the Saturn symbol saying matter over mind. He blinds the mind. Satan blinds the mind once you enter the soul system. And you must remember, in the Bible, it talks about the Genesis, which is Eve, the sin of Eve, which is biting of the tree of knowledge, with the serpent, which wraps around the tree. It says the serpent placed himself on the tree. Well, the serpent is the spinal column. It's the serpent telling you eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which is your nervous system. And eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil is doing bad things. For example, over-sexualized, overeating, eating the wrong food. That's eating from your nervous system. It's decaying you, and it's preventing you from achieving the God self, the God consciousness. This is the symbolism of, the tree on the serpent, telling you to eat from the left brain, with the left brain being the sinister. Sinister is Latin for left. That's sin. Sin is left. And left is lefty Lucy, Lucifer, right, righteousness, right, God, godly. The tree of knowledge of good and evil, which is your nervous system, because it determines good or bad. That's the only thing you experience in this world is your nervous system. And then the tree of life is the cardiovascular system, and the Garden of Eden is your body. So that's it for this video, people. I hope you've got a greater understanding of how you are the universe and everything is inside of you. Just keep in mind you are the universe experience in itself, and your body is a reflection of everything. The 12 constellations, the 7 planets, everything's inside of you. This world is an expression from the inside outwards. You can't affect the outside world to manipulate reality. Everything's inside of you. I hope you got a greater understanding of this. God bless.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
How are we all doing, people? It's Revival of Wisdom from the Wisdom Academy. Today we're going to be breaking down God, consciousness, and the higher and the lower self, and how to overcome the lower self. Now, the first thing you need to understand is that you are the invisible intelligence within the brain, within the body. This invisible intelligence is known as the mind. But you are not the mind. You are the observer of the mind, which is the soul, the invisible entity. The mind is your intellect, your intelligence. Now, the mind is, it's hard to put this in words, but the mind is something that gives you the ability to explore the universe. And this inner self is the I am. It's the quiet, the inner self, the voice you see in you hear in your head. This is why within spells high twin, inside, internal. The I is also the number 1, which is one line. Because the one and only, is the inner self, which is the I am. This is why you say, my name is Harry. You are not Harry, you are the I, the inner self, the intelligence. Okay, this is why Jesus in French is I am. You look with the 2 eyes and you see with the inner eye. I and I, the same thing. Okay, because the I inside is what gives you the perception of what you're looking at. So when someone's trying to explain something and then you catch on saying, I see now, it's because you're seeing with your inner eye, the one that gives you perception, gives you intelligence, gives you the ability to understand things. This is the internal I, the invisible self, which the physical body is nowhere near as complicated as this inner self. Is in infinite potential, infinite potential. God, G-O-D, generator, operator, destroyer, soul, mind, and body. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, the Father, the Holy Spirit, and the Son. They're all, the reason why you see God is always a triad is because it represents yourself. Your invisible intelligence is God. Me and you are the same invisible intelligence. We are the invisible intelligence experiencing the program being ran by the central nervous system and the brain. I always say this in my videos, but I have to, in order for you to understand the things that I'm going to say later on in the video, you need to understand this concept, is that you are the consciousness experiencing the nervous system, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which is you here. You would be in this invisible intelligence right here in the center of the brain. Now, this is why the ancient Christians show God is in the brain. This is the brain stem. This is the brain. This is also the brain stem and the brain. The brain stem and the brain. It's all depictions of the brain because the brain's the computer, the electromagnetic computer, which decodes the demands created by the invisible intelligence, the I, the inner self, you, your true self. The person moving, if you observe what someone moving, this is going to sound, but if you observe someone walking, it's not the body. The body is moving, but the thing telling it to move is the invisible intelligence. Before you kick a football, a decision is made within your invisible intelligence, your mind. And this consciousness, this invisible intelligence, is either stuck between the lower self and the higher self. Okay? When the invisible intelligence, meaning the true self, identifies itself with the physical body, it will trap its mind within physicality. This consciousness that we have is either operating in the lower self or the higher self. It's either feeding the material body or it's feeding the spirit. Okay? But because we are physical and spiritual, we need to be even. We don't want to be meditating all day long because we do have a physical body as well whilst we are here. We are playing a game in physical matter. Okay? Now, the reason that you incarnated here is to learn a lesson because the mind can manifest anything it wants within the astral planes, within the world of imagination. It can manifest anything it likes, but it incarnates into matter, into this game, so we can understand labor, because anything in matter you have to labor to manifest. But in the astral, you can manifest at the click of a finger. You come here to learn the knowledge of good and evil. And your consciousness, I came out a bit off topic there, but your consciousness is experiencing the lower or higher self. The lower self is manifested in the lower parts of the body. Sex, food, and power, the lower three energy centers. These centers are like mini brains. You are literally thinking with these centers. And when your mind is stuck within these lower centers, you'll think, have you ever heard the term of thinking with your penis or thinking with your, you know what, as a man? Even females maybe, but mainly this is a boy saying, you're thinking with your penis. This is a truth, it's truth in plain sight. You think with these energy centers. When you're living off the lower three centers, all you care about is sex, food, and power. Eating, sleeping, and greed. Power's kind of like greed. Now, when we move up to the higher parts of the body, when we live our life within the higher parts of the body, this is considered heaven, love, expression, intuition, and wisdom. This is what we need to be aiming to do, moving out of the lower half of the body and living our life within the higher self, the higher parts of the body, thinking with the higher energy centers, thinking with love, expression, intuition, and wisdom, spreading love, expression, intuition, and wisdom to others. Heaven is even. This is why Jesus is pointing at the heart chakra, always pointing at the heart. Earth rearranged his heart because in earth you're manifested as a physical being. You're in the heart, good and bad. You need to be balanced between the good and bad. Because love can be a demon too. That's a whole nother video, but love can be a demon. Now, the seven chakras are known as the seven seals in the Bible. When the Lamb opened the seventh seal, there was silence in the heaven for about half an hour. This is a verse from the Bible. The Lamb is Aries, which is the higher brain, the cerebrum, the cerebram. Ram, Aries. Because when the Ram opens the seven seals, you enter the kingdom of heaven. Because these chakras seal your invisible intelligence. They seal your true self. You are behind these seven seals, your true invisible self, your true consciousness. Because behind these seven seals, you do not think about anything materialistic. Your intelligence is not material. It's not physical. It's not from the physical world. It does not desire the physical world. The body is the beast. The body's the animal, the lower self, which can corrupt our intelligence. It can corrupt the intelligence. Okay? Now, we need to balance these chakras so that we gain a deeper connection between this intelligence and the brain. Because when there's a strong connection between the brain and the intelligence, your body and the intelligence, you have a strong connection. Therefore, you can manifest what the intelligence is saying at all times. Meaning, when, for example, your higher self, this is intelligence, the higher intelligence is always speaking to you. It's always guiding you. It's always telling you the right thing to do. You can feel it when you're doing something wrong. You can feel that you're doing something wrong because this higher self, this intelligence knows what it needs to do here. And when there's no connection between the body and this our intelligence, our true self, when we strip away, when you close your eyes for long periods of time, you will figure out you are this invisible, infinite, creative being. There's no words that I can't describe what it is, but it's the voice inside of your head